This music kind of fire. Hold up. This music kind of fire. Mm. Mm. Yeah.
That's fucking vibe if I've ever seen.
Yeah. So, so we gotta hit it like that. Then we hit it like this. Oh shit.
What do you do in the Yu-Gi-Oh game? Just play.
Yeah, I'll play.
Oh my god, Cricket TV is live.
Back on the map with it.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Heard that. Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh shit! I'm cooking. Misuka, Misuka. Wait, fuck. No shit, I fucked up.
No. I gotta fix that. That was not supposed to happen. Okay, but that's fixed. That is not. Oh my god, that's bad.
Let's go. Let's go. Wait, this shit kinda easy. Hold on. That's a shit. Basically. Fuck. Yes, yes, yes.
You
Goodbye.
tuned in, bro?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Oh my god, I gotta fucking try it.
These poisons.
Please, no, please. Touch. Yes, yes. That little bitch ass, whatever the fuck that's called.
Oh.
That shit just set me off. Please. Yeah. Oh my god. Alright guys, I got a cantaloupe. Sorry, I got a dragon fruit. Misuka, Misuka. No.
Yo, so if you were Yu-Gi-Oh, Spenny, what were your best card? Used to have that card. That's just the fucking reborn shit.
I used to use something called a Light Sworn deck. I have it built in this too. But I like this deck. This deck is really, really good. You ever watch the show?
Nah.
Feel like you would
Maybe
have.
like I've seen like an episode. No. I used to have some of the cards. Like I know I had the Dark Magician.
I have so many Yu-Gi-Oh cards, it's like sickening.
The fucking bitch one too, Dark Magician.
Oh, I have fucking 40 different types of Dark Magicians.
Yeah, I know. Right? Oh. Yeah,
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
I did have one of those actually.
Everybody, that's like one of those cards that's in everyone's collection. This dude just shit on me. He is nasty. Jeez.
I remember someone in class having Zodiac. Trying to match the cards together to make the guy.
Yeah,
What is it called? Do you know?
a ritual summon.
Ritual summon?
Yeah, you have to have specific cards. Like I used to. This deck, pretty much all of these cards are meant to go to the graveyard to summon this one card.
Oh, I remember this card. This card's actually
Yeah.
showing on the screen. Oh, this one I don't know on yours, but I'll just play tabs right now. Judgment Dragon.
What's the boy?
That's like a newer card or older?
It's
No,
the
this is
Joe.
old.
You know this one? You ever seen this one?
Yeah, relinquished.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
It's brutal to play. Fucking
Oh, I remember
brutal.
this one too, Blackluster Soldier.
Yeah, that's a Dark Magician and Blackluster Knight.
I had one of these. I don't know.
Some of Yu-Gi-Oh cards are really like they're either worth 30 cents or they're worth $300.
That's right.
It's never there's no in between like $10 here, $10 there. Nah, it's either expensive or it's not. Like the deck I used to play in like tournaments and shit with my sister's friends. We'd go to like a card shop downtown Noggy.
Oh, that?
Yeah, there was a card shop on Church Street, closer towards the green. It was like literally the smallest store, and they do Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments there.
Shit.
The shit was fire.
I can't imagine. The Yu-Gi-Oh cards always looked. I remember this one used to freak me out. It's like a pancreas or something. Dang, that's what it's called. It's like a stomach looking. I don't know what it's called.
It was just a fat ass card.
It's like a fucking. It looks like a intestine. I don't know what it's called. I remember it used to freak me out though. It looked so weird.
That was the fastest win I've ever had.
I'm crying. All those Yu-Gi-Oh battles, man.
I haven't even played that many on this.
No, I mean like back in the day.
Oh, dude.
That's
Yeah. Oh,
what
yeah.
for these days.
I don't even know if I. number. I've done 524 matches on it so far.
520.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
I got like a 0.5 win rate on my ass.
See if I can- We gotta get some sweat, bro. You're fighting actual. Oh no, that's not fun.
Oh no, the Asians are fucking impossible to beat.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They're nice with this shit. Like I lost. There's no beating. This dude spent money on the fucking game.
Wow.
That that like floor he has is $35.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a demon.
I believe it.
Oh,
Coordinator?
What's that noise? Good man.
I don't know. Did you say my name correctly?
What the hell was that, dude?
I don't know.
You're the one that made the noise.
What noise?
You went like,
That?
ooh.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, that was you, Jay?
Yes, dude. Stimming
Oh,
out.
Stuka Stuka.
Oh, that one?
I don't even know. I can't remember.
No, if you're talking about a what
Okay.
type of noise. That's still not super shitty.
What?
Somebody fucking frog up. Get out of this guy. Quick game.
You said fuck that shit?
And better hop on that Castle Crashers.
Crash out.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
What if you do crash out?
I don't know.
I recommend playing with a controller. Jay gets ass on keyboard and mouse.
Well, oh wait, I do got my PlayStation controller. Oh, Well, how do I how do I get like the controller to like work on my
Should just be
PC?
able to plug it into your computer for the PS5. Probably should crash the game first though.
Oh wait, no, that just booted up my fucking PlayStation. Hold on. I am gonna crash it again.
Wait, you plug the controller in?
Yeah. Oh,
And it's working?
I think so. Oh,
Should just work locate automatically for the PS5.
yeah, it is working, but there's no sound.
It's playing out of the controller. You gotta go switch your settings. You know how to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's what was happening to me.
No. Fuck.
Awesome.
My sound still ain't fixed.
Where don't you have sound?
I'm just on the game.
Go check in the game settings.
I just did that.
Then crash the game, start it again.
Alright.
Should work. I don't
Fuck.
know. No music again?
No, there is music.
Oh, there is.
Alright. Yeah.
It's working. Probably just bugged out.
Yeah. But for some reason, my circle is my A.
Yeah, bro. It's controller scheme. You're gonna have to change, bro. That's the
Uh,
pain in the ass. It's not gonna play like PS5.
uh, why the fuck did it just move all my apps to my second monitor? Uh, fuck?
Oh no, that's kind of weird.
Where's my shotgun?
What's wrong with it now, Jenny?
Huh?
What's wrong with the controller now?
No, I just said where's my shotgun?
It's working now?
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
Yo,
yo, I just had to come in here and say, like, I just did the Easter egg, like, solo, and I finally fucking did it. And I'm proud. I wanted to tell somebody.
heard that.
Congratulations.
That's good.
Bro, I've been trying to do it for, like, a week now. Like, since last week, I've been trying to do it. But I've only tried it one time by myself, and I almost completed it, but every time I fucking do it with other people, I just can't seem to do it.
Shit,
Shit
man.
was hard as fuck. I don't know why.
I thought that one was pretty easy, low key.
The only part that was getting me, like all of it up until the last boss fight, is easy and simple as fuck. It's
No, yeah, the
the
boss fight is
ninety
pretty
percent of
crazy.
it is 90% of it is just building the ice staff.
Yeah, and you can do that in like less than 20 minutes.
Yep. And the only part I kept consistently failing on was literally the last elite zombie that you have to kill, like the Nathan. When
Yeah, I
she
used
has
to mute an
the
injection for
fucking
it.
piece, I can't. I wasn't even thinking about an injection. I just was running around.
Nah, that shit is crazy, bro.
But
I got
now
to
I'm about to go crash.
514 on that map.
That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
Is it still going?
No, I died on 514.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You're
dude.
still going for that 999?
I might have to, bro. I gotta save right now at 111.
To be honest, out of everybody I know in person, you'd be the one to
I
do it.
think I get like that, low key. I shouldn't have died, bro. It was lagging so bad.
But yeah, I just had to. No one I've
Oh,
tried it
that's a
with for
GG's,
the
bro.
past 2 weeks has been on, so I
That
had to
boss
join.
is rough, bro.
I'm so proud of myself. I texted my wife in all caps. I fucking did it. So you know.
Hell yeah, dude.
But I'll catch you guys sometime soon.
GG's, brother.
Peace out.
Deuces.
The chop shop is getting there, dude. I gotta do some clipping. Where is... Oh, I have the clips hidden. There we go. Yo, Jake.
Yeah.
You a Jew?
Heard you.
Nah, bro.
Gunto.
What you say?
I said Gunto.
What's up?
You ain't even a one-armed hook.
Not even a one-armed hook.
Yeah,
I'm not a gooner like you.
you're not a gunner.
I don't,
I'm
I
not a
don't do
gunner.
that while I cook, man. I don't do that at all. That's why I pop these goon pills, man.
You're a recovering goon addict. Oh
Recovering
my
goon
god.
addict.
Oh my god.
Sometimes you have to be in the slums, man, to understand.
Bro, I watched a video of a guy
How to go?
getting kidnapped by a unk who was addicted to meth.
And what happened? Did they just have a good time? Just partying, doing meth?
No, bro. He was a wanted kidnapper who got,
Yeah, but he kidnapped the person, and what did they do?
where he was calling him like baby and shit, and
Calling
like
him a baby?
and calling him baby and shit, and he was like constantly checking up on him and shit, and then they just jumped out of a window.
Oh, so he was on that pedo dedo.
Yeah.
That's not good, brother. That's not good.
Yeah.
He ain't fucking with that.
Uh-huh.
What I have heard is you're a good addict.
No.
And mom's bringing you to rehab this weekend.
Or
Not true?
Jake's
Or was
going to
that
Goonhab?
spending? I thought he was, but maybe it was spending mom was talking about? Nah, that doesn't make sense. I think it was you.
no.
You think it was spending?
Yeah.
Or is it the freak bongo? Because he's still AFK.
Yeah.
He's been having a real long sesh, bro.
Mhm.
This is crazy. He has candles long.
Wait, what happened? What you say?
I said freak bongo's been having a real good sesh. He has candles.
Oh yeah, he's session crazy.
Yo, what's up? I'm done eating. I'm full and I have to go have a session now to empty myself.
That's what he told you before he got off? Chicken hitter?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's got soundboard privileges. He earned them.
I don't know, bro. I ain't
Yeah,
change
I
nothing.
earned them.
I don't get this. Let's see. The freak bongo does.
As long as you earned them, Jake. Don't
Yeah.
abuse it.
I won't. That was like
I
my
ain't grant
first
the
sound.
privilege. I don't know who
Yeah,
did.
I don't know who did either. But he earned it somehow or another.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Bongo did it.
Oh jeez.
It just snitches on him. That?
Yeah, I just went to the logs.
That's evil.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think Jake like begged him to do it.
Damn, you had to resort to begging?
I'm pretty sure he begged him to do it actually now that I think about it.
No, I just said Bro, give me my roll back.
No, you said something crazy. I can't remember. It was in the chat. Let me.
I was going.
I'm gonna go find it.
It was February 4th.
He said something like, hold on. Bro, let me
Oh yeah.
back in Goonville, please. Kruger is in the VR. What?
Then he did
Why
it, and he
wasn't
said
he?
$20. Then I said, "Fun no."
Oh, like,
How were
There's
you
a
not
$20
allowed in
unban
Goonville?
fee. Unban fee.
Wait, what's funny?
You weren't allowed to join the chat?
Yeah.
That's strange.
Uh huh. Oh, because Freak Bongo is such a freaking gunner.
Yeah.
man, shoot by gooning?
Yeah.
How do you goon by accident? That's what all these people are saying nowadays. They're gooning by accident. Sure, sure, sure.
Yeah.
Benny said that shit the other day. Remember that, Benny, or no?
What?
When you were saying how, like, yeah, been gooning?
No, I don't. Could you tell me what I said?
Something about how you were drinking a brew or something like that
There you go.
on the Sunday morning with a hot cup of Joe on the brewer.
No, doesn't ring a bell.
Farmer Girls 101. Come on, buddy. Now I
Oh,
really
oh, 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 yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Plum
I know.
Farmers 101. I know
Yeah,
you do.
it was like farmersonly.com.
God.
Oh, I've been on Farmers Only.
You've been on the Jake.
Yeah.
Wow. You're the redneck chicks?
Yeah.
As long as there was. Redneck
Yeah.
was.
No,
You think they
actually,
did
That's
that?
what
redneck
OF
baby
stands
blue.
for? Only farmers?
Only farmers is
I think so.
crazy.
Jake said one of these chicks looked like an OF model today. What's going on with his head, right? He hasn't got.
That's just that generation.
They know that OF shit?
All of them do.
Oh.
I'm sure even a second grader knows that OF shit.
How did OF even become such a big thing?
Instagram, TikTok.
How'd you get yours famous though? Like that's what I'm trying to
Me?
ask, kind of. Yeah, like how do you get
How did I
yours?
blow mine up?
Yes. Sorry to be. I don't even ask.
You just gotta go watch a video and you'd understand.
I don't know if I can do it, man. It's messing with my morals, man. I
Yo,
think I'm gonna have to
speaking
find
of
my
that,
own
hold
way.
on. I hope it's still on the story.
Whoa. What?
Yeah.
Dude, mom's story. Yeah.
Freak Nick on mom's
Ah,
story.
she
That's
did.
cool.
It went away. She said something like, can the bills go down or like the taxes go down already, please? I'm not fit for OnlyFans.
Wow.
Wait, no, again?
Yeah.
Didn't
Wow.
she do one kind of like that
She's done
last?
it before, yeah.
Oh my god. When I think of that shit, it's like ever anything again.
Oh, oh, oh.
That shit makes me so sick to my stomach. Oh my god.
Bro, I fucking threw out my back today. This shit is not okay.
You threw out your back today?
Yeah.
Who's giving you back shots?
Nobody. That's what's strange.
Man, it was that ghost, bro. You gotta stop
Must have.
giving it up, dude. Oh man, how'd you throw out your back today at work?
I have no idea. No, I woke up yesterday. It was hurting. Today I fucking could barely get out of bed.
Oh shit, dude.
That's not good, bro. Were you
No.
smacking at the ice and shit?
Yeah,
That shit fucked up my back bad, bro.
I've been
I
doing it
didn't
for
realize
days.
how fucking yeah, that shit's ass, bro.
Now you seen my driveway.
Oh, I don't even think so.
Yeah, you see.
My, I've
Oh,
had to
like I
go.
know what it looks like.
Yeah,
My bad, I'm pissed off that sauce.
I've had to
God,
do
yeah,
some
that shit
fucking
butt cheeks,
stupid
bro. That
shit.
would be horrible. I can imagine. Whole thing fucking iceblock.com, bro. It's
And
like
like the dude who lives all the way at the top of my hill, he did some fucked up shit a couple years ago to his land. So that when it rains, bro, or snows and the water runoff, it's like
oh
a
my
river
god.
going down my driveway. It's stupid.
That's how it is over here about like where me and Brandon's cars are. There's just water that just pours out there, bro. So my car was stuck for the past. It's like 3 days in a row stuck.
Yeah, sure.
Shit
Yeah.
fucked up, man. This ain't right. That icy shit. I ain't fucking. How's your car in the icy condition?
I'm like pacing back and forth in my room.
Crooked.
Uh,
Bro, what happened to my screen?
Hey, don't you got school tomorrow, dog?
yeah, go on,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh shit,
Why
it's
you
so
on 5M?
good. Oh, but bro, what happened to my stream? This dude biting your
Oh,
flow.
I've seen that before.
And they biting your flow.
I
Over
know.
MS goes.
I was for
Have
Halloween,
fun.
though. They was trying to beat me for Halloween. It's
Did you
okay.
say?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, trying to be. No, this is my favorite photo.
Bruh.
Who is that?
Is a cat?
Whose cat is it, though?
I don't know.
I kinda wanna pet it, though.
Yeah. I want a cat, man.
We should have a cat at the crib. Like, you're smoking rocks if you don't have a cat at the crib, bro.
Yes, bro.
Spin, you got a cat? Or are you, like, against it?
No, I like cats, but my dad's really allergic.
So.
I'd love to have a cat.
Isn't there certain cats you can get that are people that are allergic?
Yeah, they're hairless.
Get right. Get right. Come on, man.
No, I
Couldn't
can't do
do
Hairless
it.
that.
cats are so kind of cute.
I think
Bro, you have to like
I
change
lived
your
in
whole
it,
living
maybe.
style for those cats. You
You said,
can't
I
have
wouldn't even
any
want
corners on
one,
the
dude.
wall.
This thing look nasty.
oh, you're saying so they don't get caught or something?
Yeah, you have to like put lotion on them every night. Like it's fucked up.
What kind of lotion that nigga have?
Yeah,
He
dude.
can't do it himself? I
It's a
understand when he's a
cat.
baby. But Jesus.
No. It's because they're like hairless.
Bro, I'm trouble. Like,
Yeah. I'm getting
it
off.
would be wild. I don't know how I feel.
GG's Shakenator.
There is like
You-
furry cats that are hypoallergenic, but I don't know. I think my dad would kill me if I bought a cat. He'd be
They gotta,
pissed.
like, think about it together.
No, he'd be pissed.
Like, no.
Too many animals. I have 2 dogs. Like that's enough.
But they need like a different companion to, like, brighten up shit.
Nah, they got each other.
It doesn't really. It's not a cat in the mix. Add some lore to their life.
Bro, I'm fucking with Amazon too. You can buy shit now and it's delivered at 4 a.m. the next day. I'm fucking with that.
That shit, bro.
Hell yeah.
I bought new headphones, a new mouse.
What else you got?
That's it. Shit I needed. Now I'm done.
You're done? No more
Yeah,
money?
no more money. No more money spending. Huh?
time to save it now, right?
Yeah, I have no reason to spend money.
I'm telling myself. I feel it, man. I feel it, man.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Better dog.
Hmm.
wish to hear.
Like some Beatles, Paul.
Damn, you really on.
Hi guys, Mr. Waffles here. Once again, there are a ton of new leaks, controversies, crazy Photoshop jobs, and more coming to the Call of Duty community and the Zombies community right now. So we're going to dive into the details and break it all down in some no-nonsense news. And as a change today, I'm actually joined by Joey Conway. Say hi, Joe.
Hello, lads.
There he is. We're going to be talking about this together because Joe has tested some of the changes in-game and is going to be giving us a bit of kind of inside insight as to what some of the differences are between pre-patch and post-patch with the stuff that they've buffed and nerfed. So first of all, yesterday we talked about the fact that there seemed to be Scarlet Rhodes becoming an operator in Black Ops 6 Zombies, apart from the fact that, of course not. Of course we wouldn't get a new Zombies story operator, like one with actual voice lines. Instead, it's a Maya skin. And I'm not gonna lie, I really just hate everything about this. Like, I've brewed on it a little bit overnight, and I'm really not a fan. I think that while they're trying to build up with sincerity to the Chaos story being a bigger part of Black Ops 6 Zombies, the fact that they would tease a returning character in that way, who could absolutely, conceivably, be part of the current story that they're telling, and then just turn them into a costume for another character, just feels wrong to me. I'm really not a fan of it, but I guess if you're a Scarlet lover and you wish Scarlet was back, this is the closest we're gonna get to that, weirdly. So yeah, that's the new Maya skin. And that's led to these sorts of photoshops with Corborium here saying leaked info on the Super Easter egg reward, and it's just this, which is, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's kind of terrifying. Then we talked a little bit about the fact that the Mutant Ninja Turtles were being sold individually, not as a pack. And it turns out that it's $80 to get all the TMNT collab skins. And then I think alongside some other stuff that's also in this update, it's like an extra 10 or maybe $20. So there's basically $100 of microtransactions in the update here just from this collab alone. And that feels crazy. Like, I had an upvoted comment on the previous news video which said, at this point, this is no longer a microtransaction. And I completely agree. Like, the pricing of, what is it, $20 a turtle or something like that is a bit crazy. And I mean, that's why I'm probably not going to be covering Cranked. But we'll talk more about that once we get to the patch notes here. And then another controversy that I can't quite figure out. Do you guys remember this? Do you remember COD Elite? Like, this thing? It was from like the Modern Warfare 3 era, like 2011, 2012. It's like old school Call of Duty. This was developed by a developer called Beachhead Studios that were one of Activision's studios. And if you go to the original, like, old Beachhead Studios Twitter account now, it's posting like anime. I mean, I dare not scroll down any further. I think that says it all. It's weird. It's very weird. But this is the Beachhead Studios account. This is the COD developer. So I don't know if they've been hacked or what. It seems like they've been hacked, but they've been doing this for a while now. So I do not know what the situation is. But like, me following them and also like official Activision people following them. Vanessa here works for Activision. Like, there's tons of Activision and Call of Duty official accounts following this right now, and it's posting highly not safe for work stuff. So very, very strange. Has COD been hacked? I don't know what the deal is there. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the new patch. And this is where Joe is going to come in a little bit because Joe has played a bunch of the new patch already. I've actually been out today at the Pokemon Center, which we'll talk about in a moment. But Joe's played a bunch of it. So there's a few high-level things in the update that are worth being aware of. Like I said, there's Cowabunga Cranked, but we're just not going to talk about it because I do not want to support these kind of cash-grabby corporate LTMs when it feels like that takes away really, really necessary dev time from things like LTMs that we'd actually like Grief, for instance, and also potentially future Zombies maps, or even just the future games that Treyarch is also working on right now, like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, which is rumored to be coming out at the end of this year, 2025. So I'm not a fan of these corporate LTMs. That's why I didn't cover the Squid Game one as well, but there's some other stuff in the update too. So, first of all, new weapons. There are several weapons that have got a buff. The GPR's got a little bit of a buff. You can see that it's got a range increase here. And Joe, have you played with any of these so far? The Fang as well?
So I haven't used the GPR, but I've used the Fang, and it feels good, but I didn't really use it beforehand.
So hard to do a one-to-one comparison, but it's like
hard to do a one-to-one, but it feels good.
Yeah, the fact that it's an LMG and it's feeling good is a pretty good sign, because obviously if you're weighed down, it's gonna suck. But if it's pretty mobile, then that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really not that sluggish, and it does a ton of damage.
So that might be a gun to sort of look out for over the next couple of weeks. We might do another best weapons tier list at some point when we've been able to do a little bit more testing. So keep an eye out for that as well. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss that video. We've also got the SWAT, the Sarkov, the AK. Anything interesting there, do you think, Joe?
I think the SWAT's a little bit interesting. I haven't tried it yet, but the AEK is fun. You can't put an extended mag when you make it full auto, unfortunately.
That really sucks. That's kind of deal breaker for me.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a deal breaker for zombies, but it is fun to use.
Okay.
The fire rate is really, really high, and they up the headshot damage. Still doesn't do a ton of headshot damage, but its DPS is actually rather high for the little amount of damage it does.
Okay, so it's improved. That's a good sign, I guess.
Yeah, it's improved. It's just really sad that you cannot put an extended mag on it.
Treyarch, maybe if you're listening, if you could change that for us, that would be really nice. Okay, melee. I was talking to you a bit about this before the call. You said that even though they've got like lunge distance increases of 47% on the power drill, it's not really making a huge difference to melee. They still feel pretty similar.
Yeah, it's really inconsequential for zombies, I think. The lunge doesn't feel like it does much. It just felt normal.
Cool. Okay, and then you mentioned that the underbarrel crossbow, which they've buffed here, so they've increased its ammo count, its ADS zoom level, and its projectile velocity, and reduced initial vertical velocity, which means that it falls less quickly, I believe. You said that it still kind of sucks, is that right?
It just makes crawlers. If you want something to make crawlers, use the underbarrel crossbow.
Okay.
There's nothing else to use it for.
That, I guess, is a sort of situational use that might be useful, but for general kind of DPS or whatever, yeah, maybe not as general purpose as we were hoping it would be. I was hoping it was going to be an awful Lawton type situation, but no such luck apparently. That brings us on to the fixes that are supposedly in the patch, but this is where we have to stop and say, actually, there is a problem because the fixes are not in the patch. So Call of Duty Updates tweeted today as the patch was releasing to say, due to a platform issue, Season 2 Reloaded is launching with some known issues that will be addressed in an update to follow soon. The update will introduce 2 known issues that will impact zombies. Players may encounter a crash when attempting to pause a zombies match, which is a pretty damn big deal, and Citadel oil trap kills will temporarily no longer count as crit kills for the currently held weapon. This will be rolled back to pre-Season 2 Reloaded behavior shortly. And from my perspective, I'm just really over the fact that we keep getting patches that just break other things. Like, I don't see this nearly as frequently in any other game I play, but in Call of Duty, it feels like it's every single patch breaks other things in the game in a pretty significant way. And to lose the pause feature, or at least to make it extremely inconsistent and potentially crash your game, is just not good enough. Like, it feels like they are not testing their patches, and then they put patch notes out and they're like, look at all the good stuff that we're doing, and we're like, awesome. Like, it's amazing to see all this stuff in the patch notes, but then it sort of makes us a bit cynical when the patch actually releases and it breaks more than it fixes, and sometimes the things that they say that they're fixing aren't even fixed. Do you know what I mean? So I responded to them here saying, you've got to stop announcing fixes in advance, only for them to never actually arrive on time in the game, because when the patch drops, they're just broken. If you haven't tested your patch to make sure your fixes work, don't announce them as fixed in the patch notes, in my opinion, because this has happened several times over the year now, and it just feels like an easily avoidable blunder to just not oversell a patch of what's going to be fixed and then it's not actually fixed, right? So let me know if you agree or disagree with that particular point. But yeah, I guess it's a good thing that they did at least give us sort of advanced warning that these issues would be broken in the patch and that they were on it and they were intending to revert those or fix them at a later time. Like, I'm still glad to get these sorts of comms, like them being on the buzzer, them being on the ball with this, but obviously the better scenario would just be for this problem not to happen in the first place, right? There's some element of the patch triaging QA process that feels like it's being missed in a little bit of a way here, so I'd like to see that improved if possible. But regardless, assuming that the stuff that they've mentioned in the patch here is actually in the patch, let's go through that now, and Joe can help give us comments as we go as to how things feel, some of the buffs especially, some of the nerfs as well, etc. So these first sort of handful I'm going to just rattle through. They've addressed an issue where shock mimics could push players out of bounds. They've addressed an issue where Sam Trial reward chests could still have collision after disappearing. Joe, you've had an issue where Sam Trials have just stopped working in the middle of a Sam Trial, right?
The chest just never showed up. I feel like that's been a bug in the game for some time, but
yeah, I was under the impression that they were going to be sorting out some of the Sam Trials logic, so sounds like there's still work to be done there. If that's still happening even now post-patch, whatever though, we'll move on. They've addressed an issue where being shocked while charging the staff device would cause it to be stuck charging, an issue where a doppelgast could spawn in the ground during a constellation trial.
it wasn't really inside of the ground. They would just spawn at the top. They would spawn on the ceiling.
Oh, okay. So the opposite kind of vibe. They'd spawn in completely the wrong place. Right.
Yeah, and then you couldn't shoot them until they dropped onto the ground. So it was really weird.
Right, okay. So that's good that that's fixed, I suppose. They've addressed an issue where players could get stuck when jumping down from the floating rock during the Wonder Weapon upgrade quest. As a PSA, if you go through the door and you're in the middle of the air and you drop and you die, it's because you put in the wrong symbols and you need to look more closely at the symbols you're shooting. That's a very big misconception in the community overall. I get that question a lot, even to this day. They've addressed an issue where players joining a match during the third step of the Wonder Weapon upgrade quest would see a sealed portal. Addressed an issue where zombies spawned during a side quest would automatically die if the player was using the pheromone augment. An issue where some zombies floating in the Neolithic catacombs would flicker brightly. That's an issue that I've had quite a lot, actually. And I've had that issue in multiplayer as well, so I don't think it's just relevant to the Neolithic catacombs. But anyway, an issue where the fog from a special round would not be present when choosing to continue after completing the main quest. An issue where zombies would not be able to properly path to the player at a specific location in the subterranean temple. An issue while using a mutant injection where player armor would take damage while standing in etheric lantern flames. And you've tested that, Joe, and that is fixed now, right?
Yes.
Amazing. Okay. They've addressed an issue in split screen where the lighting for player 2 would change depending on player 1's location. Leaving the Dark Key of the Nexus while building the Staff of Ice will now reset progress and Staff of Ice damage when re-entering. That feels like that's a pretty big deal, right? Compared to a lot of these other previous ones that we've read, that seems like you could almost use that to your advantage, right, Joe?
Yeah, I haven't tested it in game, but it sounds like you can kind of cheese strat the building of the ice staff.
Yeah, like if you're gonna fail, just leave to reset your progress and then go back in. And I guess that's especially useful because in solo, that challenge is pretty difficult. Like, it's not super easy necessarily for some people, especially if you don't have sort of super powered weapons at that point. So to be able to just reset the progress sounds kind of like a nice quality of life change, to be honest. They've also addressed an issue where the shock mimic was playing the wrong animations, an issue where the last step of the Wonder Weapon quest where zombies spawning from portals would lack animations, a death animation to the tombs has been added, and in the final encounter, they've reduced the duration of boss stun effects and reduced spawn counts in parties of 3 to 4 players. Now, I don't know about you, Joe. My opinion on this is that I never wanted any nerfs to hit the tomb boss fight because my personal opinion was that that fight being really damn hard was good. It was good for the diversity of experiences present in Black Ops 6. We've got easy stuff in the game, like Liberty Falls, and now we have hard stuff in the game, like an especially hard boss fight in the Tomb. But I actually don't think this really counts as that big enough. It almost just feels like this is how it kind of should have worked in the first place. Like, granted, it is a nerf. Like, the stun being shorter means that the stun is less powerful, means that the boss is less powerful, means that the boss is nerfed, right? Like, the chain of logic is there, but my concern was that they were going to do something even more drastic, like halve the number of spawns for all players and halve the health of the special zombies that spawn in with the shields on them, and like crazy stuff like that. Maybe even half the boss health. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't mind these changes. I think the stun effect is just annoying. So
Yeah.
if it's a little bit less annoying but still harms you, it's fine.
Yeah.
And I never played 3 to 4 players, so I can't really comment on that, but that sounds like a good thing.
In 4-player before, it was very, very hectic, and I think part of the issue was that if you were in 3 to 4 player, it was a lot harder to have every single person on the team all downstairs behind that one wall.
Right.
And so if you had even one person upstairs, they're much more likely to get hit by a laser, and then the boss stun is going to stun you, and you're going to die up there, and it just sort of causes a chain reaction of problems. So I don't hate the idea of them slightly reducing the spawn count in parties of 3 to 4 players. Obviously, we're going to need to test it to see what the actual ramifications are of that, but to me, I don't think that this is going to mean that people that couldn't clear the fight before suddenly clear the fight. Like, I don't think that this is a nerf on that level or to that extent at all whatsoever, and that's good in my personal view, but I also do know that a lot of people do want to see that fight nerfed, so let me know your thoughts on that one down in the comments down below, guys. On Citadel, they've addressed an issue where players could take out-of-bounds damage while using the cave slide, an issue where players could take out-of-bounds damage on top of a car in the town square, an offset spawn in the oubliette room, an issue where the timer on the sanctuary would not start during the Soleil sword quest, some death animation locations that would clip through objects, an issue where an operator voice would play before revealing the paladin's brooch, and in directed mode, an issue where the pickup prompt for swords would be blank after loading a save file, an issue where the guide would be empty if the player failed or left the sanctuary when obtaining Soleil, and an issue where the place turn page fragment prompt on the codex would be present when the player didn't have any pages. So nice to see a couple of things happening for Citadel there, I suppose. But as they've been going back and tweaking some of those old maps, they seem to maybe have inadvertently, accidentally nerfed an old speedrun strat on Liberty, which is never a thing that you want to hear me saying in a news video. So the detail with that is that I guess Scrappy here is streaming, and you used to be able to suck this through the wall, and as it stands right now, it's still just up there, right?
Patch these.
And so he's wondering if it's just been patched, or maybe this is something that's only broken in Cranked. It's hard to say, I guess, right now. Requires more testing. But there is a load of other stuff that is broken in Cranked, which we'll talk about later in the video. And just Cranked in general right now seems like it's really not been thought through enough and not been tested enough, from my perspective at least. But again, we'll come back to that in a moment. Directed mode's been added for the Tomb. Then there's Cowabunga Cranked, like I said. And there's some changes to perks, field upgrades, etc. So you've tested some of these, right? Should we start with Dark Flare, Joe?
Yeah, so I mean, it feels good. I took out multiple hordes from rounds 15 to like 33 or something with Dark Flare. But yeah, it feels good taking out normal zombies. Taking out an amalgam, it takes about the entire duration of the laser.
Right. So it's just not worth doing.
Yeah, it's really not worth it. The supernova just feels bad. Still, I think the explosion they're talking about is like right at the end it explodes, but it's hard to like get meaningful damage out of that because zombies are just not near it anymore. It just doesn't feel great still. I would still just use the laser, but it feels usable now, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I guess for me, when I tested that and tested all its augments, I just felt like it was an inferior version of other field upgrades. Like, if I want to just wipe a group of zombies in front of me, I'll just use Energy Mine, which is a kind of crazy thing to say because I kind of hate Energy Mine, but to its credit, it has grown on me because that turret can be useful in certain situations, and just to be able to wipe zombies around you, like, okay, yeah, it does its job there. Whereas it's always felt like Dark Flare has tried to do that, but just done it in a really bad, ineffective way. So I'm glad to see that they're still at least aware of that, but I still don't know whether I would bother ever using this. I feel like in zombies right now, actual kill utility on a field upgrade is just infinitely less valuable than survivability utility from Ether Shroud or Healing Aura or something like that. Like, I would pick Frenzy Guard, and I don't even like Frenzy Guard that much, but I would pick that over Dark Flare 99 times out of 100, and I think that's probably going to continue post buff. Would you agree?
Yeah, and honestly, there's not much reason to use it. There are better things. If you're going to be killing elites, Energy Mine with turrets way better.
Right.
Like, that's going to be able to take out multiple amalgams with one turret. It's not anything that I think people are going to really run. I think they just need to bring back Ring of Fire.
Yo, true.
Yeah. That's what they need to do. Okay,
so Treyarch, you've heard it here first. Dark Flare, just patch it out of the game. just take it back. Honestly, we don't want that one. Just that's all yours, and just give us back Ring of Fire. We'll do a trade. Okay, here's a trade offer for you. So that's Dark Flare. Have you had a chance to test some of the new perk changes?
Yeah, I mean, depth perception, I couldn't really tell any difference. I didn't try it with high contrast mode, but I'm sure that's just working. The 20%, it just doesn't feel that much different because it's still a chance. To kill something, right? So it activates every once in a while. It's probably the most useful part of depth perception itself, but it doesn't really feel different.
I feel like it's a buff that I welcome, but I don't necessarily pay much attention to right now. It might be something that at some point in the future, if there's like a cheese to in one hit, like let's say for example, the hand cannon always brought an amalgam down to 20% HP. Boom. Suddenly we're in business. You do one hand cannon shot, you switch back to your regular gun, you tap it once, you've got death perception, it's dead. That would be really awesome, but while that sort of strat has not yet been figured out, or while that potential is not in the game, I'm kind of like, well, okay, I guess that's good, but I still had to do the first 80% of the damage, and that's a problem in itself, so. And I guess you haven't really tested Deadshot and Vault Trade because it's just sort of fixes. Like, it just wasn't snapping to heads properly. Now it is, so nice, I guess.
Yeah, not much going on there.
Yeah, and an issue that prevented it from picking stuff up properly, and now it is. So good. Okay, thank you, Treyarch. Another thing to note is that they've added all of these DLC weapons to the mystery box and loot drops now, and there are one or two interesting vermin changes, or enemy changes rather, starting with vermin. Vermin are now affected by the Rampage Inducer, which sounds like that would be terrifying.
Yeah, a little bit. They just run faster and they spawn faster on vermin rounds, so it goes a little bit quicker.
Okay, well, seeing as we've gone from the slowest sort of special round, bug round, vermin round, dog round, whatever you want to call it, ever in Black Ops 6 at launch, to now having rampage-inducible, fast-spawning vermin, that's good. As much as it's maybe terrifying, that's good. Armored zombies also now receive critical damage when insta-kill's active, but you've told me that that's not necessarily the case, and maybe the patch has kind of lied a little bit here?
I feel like I've gotten one or two.
Okay.
I cannot tell, but most of my kills on insta-kill against armored zombies have not counted as critical kills.
And that's after the patch, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because before, I had loads of people complaining saying, I can't farm headshots while I have insta-kill. Like, I avoid picking up insta-kills while I'm farming headshots, grinding for camos, because it means that, obviously, the special zombies then stop counting. I need to be able to shoot the helmet off so I can get the crit on its head underneath. And so it's a good change that they've done this, I think. Like, I get it. That makes sense to me. But, yeah, if it's inconsistent and it's not really working, we need some explanation as to what the hell's going on there, Treyarch. Amalgams also have had an issue where players would still be targeted and damaged by other zombies during the grab, and I've had a bunch of tweets about this too, so I'm glad that that's been fixed. That's good news. Then there's some sort of general stuff. So there's an issue that's fixed that prevented the Prestige 10 challenge random elements from tracking properly, and Titan felling should be a little easier to do now because you can get special enemy kills as well. They've also addressed an issue where weapon stats in the after action report would list starting loadout instead of finishing loadout, and when I first saw this, I was like, oh, awesome. That's gonna mean we've also had a fix where just general stats that were missing before would have been patched back into the game because loads of people were missing stats from the Tomb release, and like it just halved people's stats, and maybe that would be fixed now, but seems like it's not. So again, keep me posted on if that's something that's still affecting you guys. And also, they've corrected some typos, and I fear that this may be the death of Edwide Withthofen. I think he may be dead, chat. We're gonna have to jump in game and confirm. And I think that's a tragedy because Edwide Withthofen has somehow turned into memes like this. I don't understand what I'm looking at here. My apologies. Like, I don't get it at all. It's actually wild to have memes of me being made, memes of Edwide being made, and to just not actually have any understanding of what I'm even looking at. I guess they're just his apologies. But yeah, the fact that he may have been killed by the Treyarch blog post patching some typos is truly tragic stuff. Okay, so moving on, like I said, I was at the Pokemon Center today. I got this little thing, a little 2025 Psyduck pin. It was pretty cool. And I also got this little guy, little Psyduck in there. I haven't managed to make it to any Pokemon events in the past, basically ever, like maybe even since I was a kid. So it was a sort of nice full circle moment for me to be able to make it over there. And I met a couple of you guys as well. So like Callum, and I think there was a Jacob and a Jamie and a couple of other folks. It was awesome meeting you guys. Whenever I'm at events like this, it's always so much fun getting to kind of say hi and either talk Pokemon or talk zombies a little bit or whatever. So yeah, that was a real vibe. And the only downside to being at the event was that I was running on about 3 hours of sleep because last night I successfully got my solo flawless completion in Sundered Doctrine. So it's my first ever solo flawless in Destiny, and it was such a vibe on stream. You guys were insanely generous with the gifted subs and everything. Twitch was going crazy. YouTube was going crazy as well. Like, it was a really, really fun time. So we'll have some super cuts of all this stuff going up nice and soon. So if you're a Destiny fan, you can look forward to that. And it's going to be a little bit of a Milo Destiny training arc coming to a YouTube channel near you sometime soon. So back to Call of Duty news now. It looks like there's going to be some kind of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater reveal. Whether it's going to be a DLC or not, maybe it's going to be a full game reveal, is a little unclear, but in Black Ops 6's Grind MP map, there's a date here alongside all these skateboards, so it seems like something is coming. Speaking of things that are coming, speaking of things that are on the way, Verdansk references have now been added to the game files, and Reality's been tweeting about this. So, for example, there'll be Resurgence on Verdansk, which presumably is information that's been found in the game files, so that's straight from Reality here. You've also got Alex tweeting saying, ha, Rose, Mace, and Hudson are coming to Black Ops 6, which should be interesting. It's obviously just non-canon operators, but at the same time, it just really does create some sort of cognitive dissonance for me, ludonarrative dissonance, that those people are in the game, but yeah, is what it is. Then another issue that's been sort of affecting the game of late that wasn't in the patch, wasn't mentioned in the patch, seemingly, is that console-only crossplay isn't showing up for some people properly anymore. It seems to be a little bit sort of unpredictable whether or not it's going to show up for you properly, but Swag also has been tweeting saying, why are you taking out console not only ranked. Like, what are you doing? So clearly it's affecting swag here, and I'm sure it's affecting a lot of other people as well. So hopefully that gets fixed soon. We'll come back to Raven in a minute because there was a whole other Raven controversy overnight. But first of all, I mentioned yesterday that I thought that the reward for completing the Cowabunga Cranked version of the main quest Easter egg just sucked and wasn't a good enough incentive to actually get people to do the Easter egg in that mode. And Sulky's done a really good comparison here. So it's a side-by-side of the normal Easter egg calling card versus the one that's the Cowabunga Cranked kind of variant. So this is the normal calling card, and this is the variant. Can you spot the difference? Yeah. It's literally just the turtle shell in the corner here. I think this is embarrassing. I think it's absolutely phoned in, and dare I say it, I don't like using this word in relation to development of video games because I know that developing video games is a hellish endeavor that only the bravest souls embark on. But doing stuff like this is why a lot of people will then go to Twitter and call devs lazy. Like, it's this sort of practice where they'll be like, you'll get a different calling card, you'll get a different reward, whatever, and then it's just this simple. I just think it's a boring reward. And it's similar to doing the Easter eggs early right now. You get a similarly boring variant of the calling card, in my opinion. And it would make so much sense to me to just make it a better reward. Like, I don't understand what the bottleneck is there. I think, sadly, the situation that we're in, and I'll talk about this more in another video, but I think the situation that we're in is that ultimately, does Call of Duty profit more from people completing the Easter egg in Cowabunga Cranked? No. Does Call of Duty profit more from selling more skins? Yes. Therefore, they're just going to focus on selling more skins. I don't think they actually care if you do the Easter egg in Cowabunga Cranked. I think they probably couldn't care less. But whether you buy the skins or not is a whole nother question, and so that's obviously where all the juice is going. Which sucks, because that means that we get this vacuous live surface that doesn't feel like it's actually full of meaningful content for zombies players, and instead it's just a carousel of skins for us to continuously buy over the year to kind of keep the vampires in the Activision C-suite alive, like we're sort of donating blood plasma to them month by month or something, while they hibernate in their offices, just waiting for the next COD to come out so they can make another $5 billion or something. That's a little extreme, but it's kind of what it feels like when you start seeing stuff like this, man. And speaking of which, Cowabunga Cranked itself is broken. There's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't work. So if you go in the bowling Easter egg, for example, you just die after 30 seconds because the timer runs out. Similarly, clip here from Mickelman999, you do the Easter egg in Cowabunga Cranked, and then you click continue, and your timer just runs out, and you're just toast. Like, you would have thought that they would have tested this one time, one singular person testing it, but apparently not. And that just goes to show that when we say it feels lazy or it feels phoned in or whatever you want to call it, these are the reasons why we're saying that. It's great that the Easter egg is being left enabled. That is progress, and that deserves praise, that deserves positivity. Do not get me wrong, I like the fact that the Easter egg is enabled. It's better than when we got original Cranked back in Cold War Zombies, and Easter eggs were turned off in like the first LTMs we got there, and it was really unfortunate. It just meant that they were much less interesting. So I'm glad that Easter egg's possible, but at the same time, it would be nice for it to be not only possible, but also functional. And right now it feels like there's a little bit of missing function present. Another controversy that is rearing its ugly head once again here, which is kind of weird, is that we have this strange situation of repeated voice lines across different characters. So Joshua Cool has tweeted saying that when you're playing as Donatello, you get this quote when you buy PhD saying, "Uh-oh, I can't feel my face," which is the same quote that we saw with the Replacer saying that line, and the same quote that we saw with another skin. I forget which skin it was at this point. Maybe it was one of the multiplayer characters like Adler or something. I can't really remember, but there was a character that was saying it, and then the Replacer was also saying it, and now Donatello's also saying it, and apparently this goes for the other turtles as well. There's just loads of repetition of the exact same lines, and it makes you wonder, like, first of all, why are we paying $20 for this if there's going to be a load of repeated lines? Like, that seems like a little bit of a weird situation. But number two, I think it's just evidence of the fact that before, I thought it was a mistake, right? I gave them the benefit of the doubt that someone had, like, copy-pasted a cell wrong or something in a spreadsheet, and so they just re-recorded the line, and, like, it is what it is. But I feel like the devs must be so stretched trying to bear this massive load on their shoulders of all of this corporate content, right? All of these corporate collabs. Like, I bet this is what happens in the Treyarch office. I bet the devs are working on fun stuff for the zombies community, fun zombies LTMs, fun zombies maps, fun zombies modes for future games, etc. And I bet Activision walks into the room and just goes up to Kevin Drew and just quietly says, Kevin, you have to make 19 more corporate collaboration operators in the next 2 months or you're fired. And Kevin's like, okay, now I don't have a choice. Like, there is no world where he can be like, no, because it's the broader Activision machine that's just like, we have to collaborate with Squid Game, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Transformers, Nicki Minaj, like, all of these different corporate collabs over and over and over again instead of making really juicy, good content for us all. And so I think that's why this is happening. Because the devs can't keep up with it. They can't keep up with the demands of the C-suite. And that is not the devs' fault. I hold no blame against the devs here whatsoever. It feels like an Activision mandate that is the problem. And I would like to see that mandate released or relaxed so the devs can get back to what they do best, which is working not in crunch 24/7, but instead on stuff that they are creatively inspired by and that is actually going to be fun for the whole community to play. Rant over. So I mentioned we'd come back to some Raven controversy. Basically, yesterday in the patch notes, Raven said the players would no longer be able to go to the same loadout drop in Warzone after respawning, starting with Season 2 Reloaded, and there was a huge amount of controversy about it. Like, Swag was saying, go ahead and take this out tomorrow. Like, don't even let it through. Charlie was like, call someone up and get it changed. You got connects. Modern Warzone was like, this would never have been added to the point of public hearing about it if the developer had calls like they used to, where we could give feedback on upcoming changes. Every single person I know would have told them this is a bad idea and would have nothing but backlash. And in an interesting and fairly rare turn of events, they've actually listened. Now, they didn't avoid the backlash in the first place, but they at least listened, and they've said the previously announced change to limit repeated loadout drop access after death has been removed from Season 2 Reloaded. So I guess that's positive, but they could have just avoided this whole problem in the first place altogether by not making that change and by, I don't know, maybe speaking to more creators, speaking to the community more, listening to more comments, or whatever it might be, whatever they need to do to just get better intel to actually make better decisions in the first place, instead of kind of raising this as an issue and being like, oh yeah, it's going to be gone, and then all the drama happening and then having to walk it back afterwards. Like, it's just creating unnecessary friction in the whole chain. Might as well get rid of it. And also, in complete legacy COD news, not focused on Black Ops 6 now, there's been an issue with the Modern Warfare 2 campaign, and from what Hooked on Phonics has seen, it's been an issue since around the beginning of January. Me and other people were finding a hard time even playing it as it loads forever a black screen with no sound. And I've seen a couple of reports of this, so I figured I would flag it here to get it on Activision's radar. Activision, if you could let people know that you're working on fixing this, that would be awesome. So that's it for today's patch. Let me know what you think of everything in the comments down below as ever. And if you ever want me to like do a vlog when I go to like a Pokemon Center or something, or just sort of things that are non-zombies content, please let me know, because I want to experiment a lot this year, right? I'm experimenting with Destiny content right now. I'm still covering zombies. We're still doing that. I'm going to do some Elden Ring this year. We're going to be doing Outer Wilds DLC later this month, probably. We're going to do some more Marvel Rivals quite soon. We're going to probably stream some Apex Legends pretty soon as well. Like, I'm just trying to mix things up. I'm trying to be a bit more creatively adventurous, let's say, and your suggestions along that journey would be amazing. And I hope to see you also in those YouTube streams, those Twitch streams especially, and just everything in between as well. So keep me posted, keep me updated on any ideas that you guys have for future content from Mr. Ruff Waffles, and I'll see you very soon in the next No Nonsense News video. Okay, bye for now.
Hello everyone and welcome to Dev Tricks and Secrets. Today we have 20 of them from the alpha of Mob of the Dead. Just around 2 weeks ago, a bunch of files leaked out, including some more early origins and even some transit stuff. But today, we're covering the Mob of the Dead builds that leaked out, and there are 3 of them.
Ladies.
We good?
Yeah. Let's get it.
Reconnected, man.
Reconnected.
Episode 90.
Damn, son, you've been reconnected.
Episode 98. Episode out the office, man.
Wait, hold on. Episode 98, you know we had to be late.
Yeah, we had to be late. We had to figure out, you know, what needed to get out this storage unit and what needed to stay. But I'm glad.
We're trying so hard for you guys. We moved the whole office into another location in like 1 day.
Yeah.
Shitty ass money.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, what would y'all rather have us not stream or have shitty mics?
Yeah, like the audio is hecka weird.
Yeah, it's for sure.
We trying, man. Listen, we trying, gang. Audio is off. Audio is horrendous. This is not the new office,
All
man.
right.
Bro, these niggas is hey, bro.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. The audio probably do sound a little funny.
Bro, they said audio is fuck, but we still here.
I was telling him it sounded like Xbox mic earlier.
Ow. Nah, but I'm glad we could finally we could do this episode still. Literally, the last day my office was operating was Thursday. To make a long story short, very very simple. Just leave an explanation for my chat. We went through something where we've been at our office for 3 years. It's a 3-year lease. Ended February 1st. To make a long story short, I was with a verbal agreement with the landlord directly, telling him, hey, the new office is going to be available April 1st. We're going to move to that. Could we do month to month? That was fine. His property manager wasn't on the same page, nor his company was. And they pretty much said, yo, like, your lease ended, bro. You have 3 days to leave, or we're tripling your rent. I was like, what the fuck? Hell no. No, because the last episode, idiot, we were at the office. How could I have told the story? We were at the office last time. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
It was a sad day. We literally had just to leave the office in about 3 days. It was very abrupt.
Well, it was one of those things where like Friday morning, dawn hits me. I call my future landlord like, hey, April 1st, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm saying, he sent me the lease agreement, and I called the landlord's property manager, and I'm like, hey, is this email what I'm reading about the 3 days true? This is the 3rd day. And she's like, yeah, it's very true. I called the landlord. He's like, give me the runaround. Long story short, just decided it was a better situation as far as like, and I always try to look at the silver lining and everything. I think that's just God's way of just telling me like, bro, you gotta chill a bit, like relax. You know what I'm saying? So the office, we're gonna move into a dope ass spot. It's gonna be the size of my warehouse and office as like one unit. It's dope. It's dope. It's dope as soap. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's not gonna be available until April 1st. So till then, we will be hosting it at the private location right here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think we were able to do a layout pretty fast.
Also, too, I just want to tell everybody like these mics and everything will be fixed by next week. We got something coming. You feel me? That's gonna fix this whole problem.
Yeah, we're going to Best Buy next week.
We just didn't have time to do it this week, but we're gonna have something to be. This whole problem will be fixed by next week for sure. No problem. Yeah, man. Look,
Sometimes y'all gotta just thug it with us, man. Like, fuck it. Like, I know we've been doing this, but we still figuring it out.
Nah, I don't be doing this.
I know.
Outside of what? You see what I'm saying? Like, type shit.
Anytime y'all ever see me on camera,
Someone clicked play. I didn't.
Yeah, all I had to do was pull up and sit down on camera.
You know what? It's like like we're rappers, and then it's just engineering. It's like rapper might not know how to click record.
Well, low key, the best rappers are the self-producers and the self-producers. Are you trying to say that? You trying to excuse the recording and sound like we're doing that spend type thing? We're doing it consistently. Yeah, bro. Yeah, like we do like we do underground.
Yeah, underground pod, bro.
I like that. Honestly, I fuck with that. I'm glad I'm here. It feels so this is me driving. The other two mics not working. I don't know, y'all. Before we get back to
Hey, I'm inviting anybody. Listen, DM me.
I'm inviting anybody at all.
Yeah, anybody who can figure out this audio shit, let me know. You feel me? Oh, Toke said we don't need that, but we get if y'all are if you aren't confident about your mic, you can speak.
Somebody said y'all can film on an iPhone 5C and still watch it.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? That's a positive. You gotta stop reading the chat.
No, I like reading the chat.
Why?
It can be engaging.
How's it? When I read the chat, I just get like thrown off. I'm like, no, but that was my weekend, and then 2 days of straight moving. We hit the bay on Sunday for some business, and we've been in non-stop mode ever since. And then tomorrow I'm going to Hawaii.
You're on some tote time. Yeah.
I'm on my toke shit for sure.
No, like that's some bad shit. Like I said, it's some Diddy time. Boy.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what island you going to?
What's up?
Boy, she said that is even funnier.
Hey Siri.
Was that the real? No. You were the ultimate clip farmer.
Why?
No, I'm trying to chase a little too bad.
I'm not. I'm trying to chase some audio improvements, gang. My mic's fine. I don't know about y'all. I can do this and shit. You know what I'm saying? But we're one phone call away from getting solved. Can y'all donate to his kick right now or something like that?
Bro, he's literally gonna say fuck y'all.
Can y'all donate to his kick and be like, yo, Biggest Bro said y'all can help him. Since these fools don't want me to call him.
Everyone leave when Flashy crying. Y'all fried out. Yeah, these are
What? Like I said, bro, you could kind of, if you feel. Yeah. Now I do want to say one thing though, like we could take turns switching. So we switch out chairs. What do you mean? Nine.
Look at you hugging it already. Oh, nigga got it in both arms. It's not even work like that. That's why I said I can't share Michael Blasi. No, look at him. Bro, nobody's even like guarding. This nigga's guarding the fucking
I'm on my house phone. You see, when I read just the chat, it's like, how's it? Yeah, I felt that. You drinking?
Honestly, at this point, I feel like y'all appreciate our little fuck ups because niggas be, we trying, gang. It's a very positive way to work. We really trying. We appreciate y'all. Pass the mic like a talking ball. Musical chairs ass episode. Bro, at the end of the
Let me laugh at the mic.
Let me laugh in the mic is crazy. Dumb, bro. Hey, bro. Honestly, if we didn't have these fuck ups, like, would y'all even fuck with us for real? Like, if it was just perfect. And it's actually funny as
You know what? You know what? It just means that this podcast is just based. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all want to watch that Zane Lowe bullshit or whatever fuck bro name is that does it on Apple Music, go ahead and watch that, bro. I heard they got good mics over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus. Hop off my nuts, bro. On the dead homies, bro. Y'all tripping for no reason, bro. Y'all literally took time to trip out your day onto this. You know what I'm saying?
Does it sound better? Oh, this shit is unlistenably bad. Alright, yo, let's back it up. This shit is unlistenable.
Put it in the middle.
It sounds like Xbox proximity chat. This shit sounds terrible. Wait, why is it echoing?
Bro, just talk. Look, it goes to the middle. It goes to the middle.
I got reverb on the mic.
It goes to the middle.
Unplug. unplug this one. No, I'm just unplug. No. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. Talking about just listen. No, but that shit was unlistenable. All right, chat. What about now? What about now? 1080p audio. Biggest echo.
All right, hello, feedback, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hold on. No, I can hear it now. I can hear it now. It sounds fine. It's good now?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Hey.
Sounds a lot better.
Oh, but when Bladley come with the solution, y'all
Stop moving it. Stop touching it. Don't touch it, gang.
Wait, hold on. Let's not forget who put it there.
Just stop moving it.
You want credit for moving it 6 inches.
This nigga want credit for that.
Moving it 6 inches. Laugh into the mic.
But I ain't gonna lie. I kind of picked up the sauce from the chat. The chat. I see why you read the chat. The chat said move the mic to the middle. I'm like, oh.
Hey, somebody said this shit sound like an early Lil Peep recording.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're the underground of this shit.
No, this shit is really bass.
Nah, bro. You see how there's vintage shirts and shit? It's vintage podcast.
Hold on, 1 second. No facts,
bro. That's what's called interview.
Here we go. Bro, you just tweet y'all.
Yeah. Now you
make me
I'm listening to my sound engineer, bro.
You literally put it on reverse.
No, I didn't.
You put the audio on reverse.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, you did turn it higher. The walkie-talkie ass podcast.
Nah, we can still do this one right here. Hey, so what did y'all think? Fuck that whole album. That shit's so good. But what did y'all think about the episode we did last time?
I think it also
talking to the mic.
I think it also definitely could have done. Bro, leave this shit, bro. I think that it was definitely hilarious. We definitely should have troubleshot it a little bit before. But other than that, I think it was.
Bro, we've been troubleshooting this shit all day.
Concept was there, but the execution
was terrible, but it was super funny though.
What do you mean? No, that shit was dope.
No,
bro, we were taking Collins off of a trap beeper that fucking also was a Bluetooth speaker.
That was great.
I'm just saying, there's things we can work on, but I like the concept.
All right, well, I'm taking all feedback. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like a mic.
Let's not mention mics right now.
But yeah, after that, we went straight to the Bay, and honestly, bro, even Swamp Stories responded to me like you're tripping, but like,
wait, why?
Because I went to the Bay and I was like, bro, I never been bipped out here.
Yeah, you're tripping. I've seen that. Why would you post that?
I'm trying to manifest it.
Yeah, you sound like.
I was outside on my whip the whole time.
Nigga said, please come rob me.
He said y'all can't get me.
Yeah, he be posting.
I'm right here. He showed the street.
No way. What's wrong with you?
Bro, you don't think I post that shit when I leave?
But why are you 6'9" in it though? Why are you trying to be 6'9" though?
Because I've truthfully never been bipped near as my mom. You know what I mean?
Why'd you bring your mom into this?
Because I'm just saying, we're two different people. Two different sides of people haven't been bipped.
I like that she has a good reputation in non-bipping too, but leave her out of it, bro.
No, it's a true epidemic. People really get bipped out there. I know some bippers.
No,
I know bippers.
It's Bip City, bro, for sure.
Are there bip protectors? Like, do you call someone like, yo, I'm in the city?
I mean, you call me.
I'm not calling you to protect the lip.
Well, 10 times out of 10. I'm 10 for 10 right now, baby. The last 10 Bay trips.
No bips.
No bips.
Yeah, but you don't want to manifest that.
I'm doing the opposite.
There's probably hell.
Make my 11th visit be non-bipped. I'm manifesting it, bro. What do you mean? All your jinxing it, like, what the hell?
I mean, bro, shit. There's probably hella niggas that got bipped during the All-Star game that just happened in the Bay.
Yeah, but like, I'm not what do you think? I'm like fucking some big ass rapper and we'll go to the club and shit.
No, it's not about that. But I'm just saying, like think about how many people were in town for the Bay. Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Shout out to you. But yeah, so bro, there were so many people that probably normally are not visiting the Bay on a frequent basis like that were in town for the All-Star game.
Oh yeah.
I know niggas was getting hit. Yeah, niggas whips was getting hit crazy probably.
Yeah, they're for sure getting jiggy with it. You know what I'm saying? But look,
Shout out to all my niggas in the Bay that probably came up during the
My
All-Star
whole
weekend.
thing is they probably slept in on Monday because they were celebrating too damn hard. That was the day I was active and out there.
What you mean? Who celebrated too hard?
The Bippers.
The Bippers was eating
from
too
the
good.
All-Star weekend.
Yeah, they were eating too
They're
good.
off the drink and shit. Off, you know what I mean? They can't. They wait.
It was the
slept
Bippers
in.
All-Star weekend.
Yeah, they slept in.
Bipping All-Stars. Whew. That's exactly what.
But also like
the Bippers flew in to Bip.
Like
the Bippers is already
stationary.
There's
some out of town Bippers.
There's like some.
They not letting no out of town.
There's always
there's Bip crews. It's probably Bip beef.
You can't bip on my turf.
You can't bip on my tip.
You tripping on bipping? There probably is bipping politics. Like, oh, you can't hit right here. This is our block. Like,
how someone look like a black nigga?
You just.
I thought you were trying to say Mexican, but fucked up your words. I was like, what?
No, black man.
Point Shoe said, look up Bippin Lessons, Baby J. What?
That's a song?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure for sure. Nah, but the thing is, they be bipping while cars be in motion, though. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was keeping through for.
No, they bip when the cars are not in motion, when the car's parked.
I know that. That's why I'm outside my whip. But when we're in traffic, like at a red light,
they bipping on the red light.
Yeah, bro. I've been watching these clips.
No, that's insane.
That's crazy.
You never seen that shit?
The bips?
If you get bipped at the red light, I think you low-key deserve it.
Well,
if you get bipped on stream, you deserve
what
it.
What it is maybe like, you know, vulnerable like family or whatever that they're like, okay, like it's a showing, and gonna like speed off. They're gonna be scared and get robbed, you know. They're looking for the most vulnerable, you know. But nah, you gotta keep your head on football out there. I love the Bay though.
You gotta keep your head on the.
I can't believe you tempt the Bippers, bro.
Yeah, she had like 1,000 shares my story.
Yeah, you're tripping.
Yeah, but it had this many likes and people were able to relate to it.
Yeah, you're tripping.
You know what I mean? But I can we say some good things about the Bay though? It's a great place. I don't think the food is really like a focal point out there.
The Mexican food is not good. It's fucking horrible.
I heard it's really the Chinese to be specific. The Chinese food you need to try. That's what I heard specifically.
It's not Mexican food, so they need to stop saying that.
Yeah, the Mexicans. You got hit like maybe like Lancaster or something before you get some good Mexican food.
Lancaster?
I want to say
Lancaster is crazy.
That's what all that. This shit gonna taste like a little more like LA tacos.
Bro, we be having the most random niche LA combos. Then like niggas be watching us from all over the place.
It's cool.
Niggas don't be knowing what Lancaster is,
but they know what Google is.
Niggas is not googling Lancaster.
Whenever I watch a podcast, I'm like, you're seeing that fucking Wolf of Wall Street clip where he like he's pointing and shit like that. That one gif. Anyways,
or not,
bro.
I'll pause a podcast.
Fast, bro.
I'll pause. You guys gotta stop reading the chat.
Keep going back and forth on it.
No, you already lost my point.
Wolf of Wall Street, the gift of the hand.
I know, but I know.
If you lost it that fast, you never had it.
Oh god,
shit.
That means you never had a point.
You never had it.
No,
you was fishing for points.
Yeah,
you were just seeing whatever's gonna bite.
Yeah. You were fishing for points. I
feel like that's how he speaks in every day. Like that's just how he forms his sentences.
That's 1,000%.
Like I'll start it off with the idea, and it's like whatever finishes it up right. Like that'll work.
He just starts it up and then just like
he's like, what I mean by that, there's not a shelf without a wall. You're like, what the fuck?
Don't get offended. I'm not. I'm just like
he's like overanalyzing.
No, because like that's what makes you want to do business with me, though. Keep it on it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what's gonna separate a meeting and be like, you know what, I'll come here, have some fun, and get a product made. It's like McDonald's.
No, but that's why you're a good salesman.
Go the swing, you know. Yeah, I'm a good salesman.
You're doing it again. You're totally doing it again. How's it like McDonald's?
It's like McDonald's because you go in there for a service and you leave in there with a swing. All right. Let me tie that knot for you.
It's always like let me get that loose end for you. Yeah, facts.
Man, soon.
Yeah, Ryder, like this, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, Mr. ATL over here.
Mr. ATL is crazy.
I thought you was from there.
I'm working on doing a show soon out there.
Like after March.
That's what you want to say.
Yeah, bro, you definitely said there was some. I don't know if
Yeah.
talking this like that shit works. I'm gonna do a show in Atlanta like after March.
No, we should all do one together.
Nah, y'all not invited.
No cap. Thank you so much, bro. Hey, I appreciate it, and shout out to House Phone for saying that meme was not viral.
What? Which
Early
one?
on.
The freaking
one
packet?
Yeah.
I didn't say it wasn't viral. You just said that it was a new. You were like, "Oh, you never seen this?"
No, I'm
that
saying
video was
it's-
like that video's like
I know.
fucking 10 years old, bro.
Hey,
I seen it back then.
that's the meme.
My question is,
That's the meme.
Are you on the friggin' Packet Kid's side?
Yeah.
He was. I heard he's not with us anymore.
Well, nigga, that video was like fucking 12 years ago.
Now we just throwing digits out. That was for show 2015 in bed.
But he's in high school.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not like he recorded that video when he was like 86.
No, but I'm saying he was outside though. After that, like you never know what happened. To him.
No, they for sure done post. They done post interviews with that kid.
He's got interviews.
Yeah.
All off the packet.
No, he was on Inside Edition and
Yo.
everything.
What?
Yeah. Search up Freaking Packet Inside Edition. Do your homework. Do your homework on Freaking Packet.
Do your homework on fucking Johnny Walker in the War Room.
Listen, I've done my research.
Yeah.
I've done my research. I've gotten there. I've achieved that status with the Johnny Walker.
So,
Blue
with
Label.
the audio, I feel you.
Hey, it's
No, honestly, Toad got more explaining to do than any of us, cause
What?
you be neck deep doing this.
Pause, bro. First of all,
Neck deep is crazy.
I'm not trying to be neck
You
deep.
be doing this to the neck.
You don't even need to beat it that close to it.
Yeah, why you keep touching the mic?
But yeah, so for just to give everybody like a clear reference what's going on. Our interface is only picking up 2 channels right now, and we don't know why. We tried pretty much everything.
You speaking in nerd terms, right?
Well, I'm just trying to tell everybody what's
The
going
interface?
on. So, it's only picking up 2 channels, which means it's only picking up 2 mics. It's a 4-channel interface, and basically, this happens. It's not like the first time this is like happened to people. So we're just gonna get something new, and all 4 mics should be working again next week. So there it is.
Young guy, no one's tripping on it like that.
Yeah.
Are they?
Sometimes I mean, it was either that or we wasn't gonna go live type shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, we wanted to at least come for attendance. You know, like maybe we don't have the chairs that we want. Maybe we don't have the tables that we're gonna need. But
I like the setup,
come
though.
April
The setup
though,
is nice.
come April, I'm coming. Y'all told me on this chat. Come April, I'm coming like setup mode.
Yeah, we getting it.
It's 3 phones. Look how
Yeah.
easy y'all are.
But no, we're you. No, but honestly,
These are
though,
all house phones, cell phones right here.
no, that's only one of his mine. But yeah, no.
Look at this fool. You be walking around like that.
But look, honestly though, on some real shit, I just appreciate y'all niggas for even. I appreciate y'all niggas for even tapping in with us, wanting to tap in, even giving a fuck about watching us. So we sorry about the unseen events that be happening, gang. But we really fuck with y'all, man. We gonna make sure we fucking get it done, no matter what. You feel me?
They know the deal. You know what I'm saying? They here for a reason. They could watch something else. You know, they love us. You know.
Oh, that's the reason for the season.
Yeah,
Good
shout out to
as
everybody
Watch it be
here.
worse next week.
Listen, I think
If it is,
I'll put money
it's
on
gonna
it.
be 1,000. If we get the new thing and it's
All right. Over under. I'm willing to parlay. Over
I'm
under.
over under. Hey, yeah, we taking bets in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Under.
I'm not a better. Does over mean yes?
Over. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going over. Because
Alright.
we've gone like 4 weeks where we've done like the little speech
No,
where
under
it's like
it
for
would
next
be
week.
Under means you lose.
So under would be it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Over would be it works.
I'm taking the under. Yo, can we get a poll up? Can we get a poll? Can we get an over under
Glad you
poll now
have
that I know
hanging
what
over dear
over and under means?
Looking scratched.
It's a scratchable situation.
They said the audio could be better, but it's for sure been worse. So, all right, I'll take that.
Oh wait. You can bring the mouse over here. Like that.
You acting like y'all could do the pod from Toke's house. We don't care for real, nigga. First of all, he lives the furthest.
Yeah, that's why we didn't
That's
do it
who
at our
house we
house.
not doing it.
That's why we didn't do it at our house because I lived the furthest.
At Toke's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We're not doing this at anyone's houses.
We didn't say that, but they said we
You
should do it.
just said that.
The chat said we should do it at Toke's house. I'm like, nah, we're not doing it there.
Bro, for 30 minutes in.
Bro, just if you just shut up, it's like just you get it.
And you're about to.
You're gonna have to type
So,
Biden, bro.
put type
hey,
it over or
my name's
under.
Bazzy. So,
The pod works
Over under that's audio.
Feeling it wrong.
I'll go band for band with the chat. That will get better mics.
That just means you're just gonna get mics.
No. Oh, delete it. We're fucking smoked.
This is the most top.
Why don't y'all bring
Okay, never mind. Fuck the
Y'all invited me here.
Fuck the poll.
That's bro. Like, I be thinking about the homies that be doing this shit too.
They said we're good, niggas. Quit complaining. All right.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, what are we talking
Y'all
about?
just, I'm over here talking about my day, talking about.
Stop reading the chat.
Stop reading the chat. I'm gonna put a big ass towel over this TV.
You need a big ass talk to a big ass TV. You got a big ass freaky towel like that?
I'm just laughing with the chat because these niggas is funny.
I got a towel for two.
Bro,
hey, yo! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I
got a towel for two. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
How do you even achieve one of those? How do you?
Shit, man. You just gotta get invited to them stores, man.
You mean those parties?
What? What?
I'm fucking with you, man.
You gotta get invited to them afters.
Nah, you be on your freak roller shit.
I know you're not talking this shit. Yeah,
freak rollers.
First time, what did he say? First time I met Yachty, we was in the bedroom.
No, he said FaZe Banks trying to put him on to me.
Yeah. He just
Whoa,
to me in his bedroom.
No, FaZe Banks introduced me to Yachty
That's not what you said last time.
in his big ass bedroom.
Yeah, you made it seem great.
Don't glaze him the process.
He had a big bed.
No, the bedroom was the size like my crib. Like,
Can we get it?
It was like I think Justin Bieber lived there previously. It was the Cloud House for
glazing him. We
context.
get it. It was a cool crib.
No, crib glaze is definitely valid.
Not in this story.
In this world, it is.
I think it said FaZe Diddy.
Nah, shout out to FaZe Banks, top 5 favorite white people. But I think we already talked about this enough on the podcast already.
Yeah. Damn, how do you feel about that, Ryder?
No, I brought him up. No.
Oh, apparently I'm number 5. So
No, it's not because you're number 5. You're
give
in the top.
us your top 5 again.
I already said my top 5 favorite white people. FaZe Banks. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Aaron over there at Complex.
Okay.
Shout out to my boy Aaron in Complex.
You didn't say this last time.
Mike Sherman.
Okay.
Ryder Studios, Jebediah Ryder.
Yeah.
And the store Dylan, an athletic. And then Dylan's a six man.
What about Juice?
Juice, he's 7. I mean, I can't have a top 10.
Oh yeah.
Not my space, son.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a top 3. Y'all heard it amongst top 5. You know what I'm saying? But like,
I felt that.
no. Nick is in there as well. Shout out to Nick.
Yeah,
but I don't wanna.
I forgot you said that last time. Yeah.
We ain't gotta speak on that.
I can't even
selling
name
it.
5
Fuck
white
the
people,
Dolphins.
to be honest.
Yeah. You said what?
I don't even know 5 white people.
Why
You
do
don't know
like
5
saying
white
that?
people?
I don't think so.
Why do people like saying that?
Because it's true.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel like
a
it's you're cat.
I know,
You
he's
also
a liar.
you
He
left,
doesn't
you
know
left
5
out some
white
people
people.
off that list that you fuck with. You are for sure.
There's only 5 people I can put on that list. It's gonna be difficult to put everybody.
Where was Simon?
Where was Simon? He's 8.
See, now there's 8.
Top 8. I mean, there's gotta be. What we talking about? Top 5?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Reading.
How's it Travis Barker edition, bro? Like, what's wrong with my hat?
Let me see.
This shit from a thrift store.
I mean,
It's a hard ass pirate hat. He was like, "Oh, I need to get you
I
right."
do like the old snaps like this with the like.
Shout out to Private Stock in Austin, man. They hooked me up. Austin, Texas.
Private Stock always
Austin,
got-
Texas, man. They
Private
also
Stock always
got.
got that shit.
They also speak about got that shit. They also got a big selection, nothing personal. Yes way over there at their store. So if y'all want some NP directly, go hit them up, man. Go make sure y'all go support their spot out there in Austin. They got a couple locations, man.
Also, shout out to Lucha and Fernando.
Talk
for
to
all
my
they-
brother.
No, they can hear me. Shout out to Lucha and Fernando for all their hard work, man.
Yeah.
They been
These
killing
niggas
it.
putting in overtime right now.
God.
No, while I was going to the storage unit, fucking yay away. You know what I'm saying? Lucha had to like jump over some fences and gates and
He had to jump some hurdles. You feel me?
to get into this crib or get into this warehouse. To get into this office unit. And I was handling some other shit, but I'm glad that while I was doing my shit, grabbing all the little mics and all that, or whatever the fuck I grabbed, he was over here commanding ship and handling. So I want to give a big shout out to Lucha and Fern.
Man. Shout out Lucha and Fern.
I wish we had a look for April. Let's have a wish list chat. Can y'all make us a wish list of what you guys want us to improve on?
Oh, they're gonna be like everything.
Because I'm down to add like a for sure soundboard. Because like when we say like, oh, thank you, Lucha.
We already have one. We need a blast shut the fuck up button.
I can shut the fuck up, but then how often was gonna read the chat? Oh, they said they said my hoodie's yellow. What the fuck?
Nah, it can't say blousy shut the fuck. It's just gotta be a really annoying sound to play to just cut you off whenever like we need.
Just tell me shut up. It's straight.
Like a dolphin screaming really loud or something.
Yeah, or like shut the fuck up. All right, look, I'm gonna be mute for 5 minutes. My teacher paid me to shut up, and I agree.
Your teacher paid you to shut up.
Mr. Bean at the West Campus in Paramount High School, man.
Snitch. Go race.
No, why?
He about to lose his job. Teachers cannot give students money, nigga.
It's past stipulations. It's been like 15 years, bro.
Nah, bro, you snitched on them, gang.
I don't care. So like he was like, bro, you're so annoying. I will pay you $10 if you don't say a word for the whole day. I was like, all right.
That was the best $10 he ever spent. Yeah. He probably still thinks about it.
What did you go buy with the $10?
If he still thinks about a kid,
that shit on God. Hey, that shit was like $100 a day. On God. What, bro? Come on now. I want a Jack in the Box. I want a Yak in the Box with that.
Yeah, he's like $100. I'm gonna get spent that shit in one city.
Hold on. Yeah, hell yeah, every day, man. What? Come on, we're honestly spread pretty thin on pause with Kiss right now. We got a lot of work. Yes, way. You know what I'm saying? But we're planning on expanding the team. You know, once we move into a new office. But you know, it's champagne problems. It's a good thing that we're pretty busy with. Hit up Kiss, man.
He's at house on this big yellow.
Okay, see, y'all act like it was just me. It's the homie too.
But y'all be like chat whores.
No, don't be. What the fuck is this? No. Hell no.
Because I don't even, like, my face is looking at y'all. He's over here texting his queen. Oh, okay. Like, hey, bro, I'm going to leave in 5 minutes just for my seat.
Leave in 5 minutes is crazy. We've barely been on for, like, not even, like, 20 minutes.
No, we've been on for 25 minutes. I'll be counting my head.
This nigga be sitting there like 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's crazy.
You never counted sheep to go to sleep?
Hell no, bro.
I have ADHD. I could never do that. They would tell me to.
Or like count backwards or something. I would never.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh, you should count money like that. That'd be hard.
What?
All right, 1,000, 990, 980.
You want to lose count?
970, 960, 950, 940.
You want to lose count on purpose? It's crazy, bro.
Bro, that's
32
terrible, bro.
32 minutes. We in this bitch, man. Listen, but y'all are stressed out. Y'all are in awe of the chat.
W chat.
House phone has his mouth open like, oh my god.
The chat's like a bad bitch with a fat ass.
You're acting like a caveman right now. Like,
the
this is a TV.
Doesn't help. The fact that it's closer.
And it's so close to me, I'm just like.
But as he twisted in that, what the fuck? See, you see, that's why I'm gonna read that shit.
Why are you getting in your head?
That bitch tripping and shit. Like, the fuck?
Why you always calling her a bitch? Yeah, you be going up for her every week.
I'm sorry for using that word. I mean, she knows it's not.
Every week, bro. She's always gotta be a bitch, bro.
I mean, I'm gonna say, hey, fool. But, like, I don't think you're a fool. I don't think that you're a fool. You know what I'm saying?
Where's the shut the fuck up?
Yeah. Where's the $10 button?
Bro, all right. Where's the let y'all talk button? Let's go.
All right, listen. Speaking of going, man, I just came back from New York. The NYC Fashion Week vlog. Stop.
You already talked about this.
Why? Leave this shit alone, bro. Leave this shit alone, bro.
Shut the fuck up, button. Shut the fuck up.
Listen, Fernando is uploading a vlog right now. The vlog will be tomorrow, 2 p.m. NYC Fashion Week Takeover. The audio will not be fucked up on that. Make sure y'all go watch that. You feel me? Recorded it off the iPhone. Edited by my boy Trey. Shout out to my nigga Trey. Edited that shit. Fernando on the goddamn thumbnail. On the thumbnail and the upload. Shout out to my boy.
So was Yuri's judgment accurate?
You can't even upload a fucking vlog, you fucking bitch.
I was just about to say, in that act, you did nothing but pull up to New York.
What you mean?
With what you just described, with everything you just described, you did nothing but pull up to New York. You said he did the
I had to edit it.
You even uploaded it. You didn't even upload it.
I had to record it, gang.
I'm on your side of this one.
I can't upload it off my phone, gang.
You're literally smoking a cigar top in a penthouse overlooking the city and just like Batman right now. Like I fucking knew this would happen.
Bro, I fucking recorded it.
What, just waiting for us to
and I
get the
put it
Euro
together.
No, you city boyed your way into Fashion Week.
City boy or Diddy boy?
You Diddy boyed your way into Fashion Week, and then you got some like you siphoned money or something, and now it's going on to the Biggest Bros channel. You made $5,000. You made chase the two bands. Like
you gotta chase the two bands, gang.
can we at least smoke a blunt? Can you get me on my next meal?
What the fuck? What does that got to do with me doing a vlog on the fucking chat? Like I shot the shit on my phone of me just doing BTS shit.
Someone else shot it, Beaker.
No. I did a separate vlog for somebody else. But this is the BTS of me walking around New York and shit.
I thought they were like, all right, this is.
I got paid. I did get paid to do a vlog.
This is
but that's for somebody else on their own channel.
Okay,
you feel me?
This
is me like, yo, what's the deal? It's your boy like in New York.
Tokyo vibes.
Exactly, but just in New
I
York.
was watching that shit.
Exactly, my brother.
Hey, two countries I'm looking forward to going this year. We're getting our visa. I'm going to Hawaii tomorrow, but two countries I'm looking forward. Two countries I'm looking forward to visiting this year is China and India. Yes, way.
You going to India?
I'm going to India.
You already got what though? Like
to do research on customer service and to like.
That's so racially fueled.
I
saw you. No. I saw you post this. He said, "Bro,
customer service. What the fuck are you talking about?"
No, he posted this on his story. He said, "Yo, I'm going to Japan to do China to do research on manufacturing, which makes sense.
Okay,
and then I'm going to India to do research."
Customer service is out of pocket.
That's not crazy, bro.
Bro, that's out of pocket.
I'm like, I'm like some Sicario shit, bro. I'm like plugged in India.
No, you're not.
Yes,
how would that benefit you?
On everything.
How would that benefit you?
So the agreement's gonna be in my favor out there.
Bro, I'm crying.
No, but on everything I look like, I don't get enjoyment going out to like tropical places. That don't look cool to me. They got screensavers for that.
Says the nigga that's going to Hawaii tomorrow.
But I literally am getting paid, and it's for business. Strictly for business. I wouldn't go there if it was for fun. I don't. They got screensavers. They got walkthrough videos. They got walkthrough videos and shit like that. You know. I could watch all those YouTube videos of all the mountains and shit. You know. Bro, I want to go to China to do some business. I want to go to Shenzhen. I want to go to Wuhan. Shenzhou.
I know that's right. I know that's fucking wrong.
No, but I'm gonna get a Chinese translator one, cause two, my biggest problem, my biggest bone to pick with them is like, hey bro, like the shipping shit be too high. But I know y'all be eating. This is y'all moment to eat. Cause always be flat. Eat flat even numbers is a red flag. Yeah. If it's like, oh, it's 2,500 to ship, gang. Like, all right, fool. Like, what you getting off of this?
Yeah, like you're getting.
I need someone to say that in Chinese. Yeah, pretty much.
Yo, that translator is about to have the most insane stories to tell once you leave. You're like, yo, you're not gonna believe what this guy was fucking
say.
Bun down and just like pop a squat, smoke some cigarettes.
You don't have to squat to smoke a cigarette out there.
It's so funny, bro.
Cause I went to a convention recently, and you know I had a lot of fun meeting a bunch of different like ethnic groups. Like I say, like true ethnic groups where it's like these people are from China. They're culturally, only know about there's Bangladeshi people over there.
Let's go back to the India stuff.
Let's talk about it.
So what is your
So my plan is to go out there and first have an Indian translator. I speak English, right?
Stop. Yeah, that's why you don't
be careful with what.
That's exactly why you don't need to be going, bro.
Be careful with what you're about to say. But
nigga wants to go to study customer service. He studied the culture.
Why are you mad? You've been reading the chat all day, huh?
I'm just laughing at
You
you.
ain't you didn't think about getting customer service in India, huh?
He is not mad because you thought about that first. I would say that for everybody.
He's been sitting back this whole time like.
He's like, fuck, that's a great idea.
I'm so high, I don't know what the fuck.
What you smoke?
I've been smoking with y'all since I got here.
That ain't shit.
Bro, I'm just baked, bro. I can't be high. My bad, bro. I can't be high.
You can't be baby high.
What
Baby high is crazy.
Like, oh, dude, I'm gonna start thinking too much. Like, check that shit at the door.
You was trying to force smoke.
I hate a weak smoker.
You was trying to force smoke to get high last night. Diddy smoke shop over here. What
Diddy
the fuck?
smoker.
Bro,
you gotta smoke to hang out with me.
Bro, literally.
You gotta be high to be around
I mean, his name is Smoke, but Smoke kept trying to pass the blood. Like, I'm good. You're like, bro, what the fuck? Like, no, like, smoke more, fool.
Yeah,
you be doing the hoes like that. Yeah.
No. I don't get down with girls that smoke.
I was just playing. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You hate bitches that smoke. You like, I don't want a bitch that roll.
Your tattoos. You gotta be an angel.
Blow the weed smoke all over the bitch.
A bitch can be an angel if she got tats?
I don't know.
What if
guy's
it
guy.
What if it says like only God can judge me?
Yeah, exactly. What if she got wings on the
She
back
got
of
too
her
much
ass?
judgment already upon her. She had to make a statement.
Yeah,
Only God can judge me, by the way, y'all.
Nah, that means she's done some dark things.
Yeah. That's
She did something that
that's triple
only
digits.
God could judge her on.
That's triple digit talk.
That's past that.
Yeah, that's the triple digit side of Sade's. But, you know. No, I need, bro, you just blew all that shit.
Oh, my bad, my apologies.
Getting COVID tomorrow.
Take that shit to Wuhan.
Nah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm not finna do is like, this shit on manufacturers.
What do you mean? It's a proven fact that it came out of
a laboratory. Ooh, I understand that, but like, I'm
It
gonna
came
go out there.
Laboratory? What kind of movie shit is they telling us right now, bro?
I don't know. Who fucking knows?
You never.
They just sound like some. It sound like some.
Anyways, I'm going to China with open arms, open eyes, and open face. You know what I'm saying?
And open face is crazy.
Open arms.
What the fuck? Nah, but I'm definitely taking a brand new phone. Like they ain't finna do all that to me.
You said what? Taking what?
Like I'm taking a new phone with a new SIM card.
Oh, yeah, separate phone.
You're gonna have to hit me up on WeChat.
WhatsApp? You mean?
Well, yeah.
What the fuck is WeChat?
The mic audio like kind of weak though. Yeah, we don't have the mics all set up, bro. We gonna have it
It's
good
like
next
an
week.
Instagram,
We know the audio
Snapchat,
ass.
all combined.
Nigga say I'm trying.
I'm leading into that. Like that shit works.
Nigga say I'm trying to chase a little 2 yen.
Yeah.
2 yen is like 1 cent. What the fuck is 2 yen?
That, bro, and they're just so funny.
Who, the Chinese people?
Chinese people, yeah.
Bro, the chat is the funniest nigga.
No, because like humor is universal. You know what I'm saying? Like, like one of TikTok's biggest creators. I forgot bro's name, but
music is universal.
He's from Synagogue. I hope I'm saying it correctly.
I don't know.
The black dude who just be having a reaction like.
Wait, no, he's Italian.
You need to get off
He's from Italy, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's ethnically like from Senegal. Anyways, like his family type shit. Like. Anyways, what I'm trying to get at is he learned that humor is universal and you could do it without words. That's all I'm trying to get at, and I think that like I fuck with their humor in China. That's all I'm trying to say.
So you be on Chinese TikTok?
I wish. I'm finna be. What's so funny over here?
I said you got a penny of SpongeBob dildos.
Who said that? I see why.
I was trying not to laugh. I was also trying to look away, bro.
What did you say when I watch this one? I feel like I'm hanging out with my bros. W, man.
I never know if this is the real point.
It is. It's a verified one.
All right.
That's the point.
But there's
That's
too
the real
much.
point and shoot.
Yeah, it's verified.
There's too much. No, shout out to point and shoot, but there's too much PNS glazing.
What's PNS mean?
Point and shoot.
Okay.
And starts with an A.
How we glazing? Yeah.
And starts with an A. not
You're
an A.
glazing.
Yeah.
I got far. That's what I gotta do.
You got a fart?
Yeah.
No, chill, gang. Don't do that.
We in a small ass room, bro. Chill.
No, my farts don't smell though.
Nah, don't do that. Don't even. Bro, we're not about to test that shit.
He been saying this shit for like 7 years, bro.
Bro.
I eat healthy.
No, you not.
You want me to
literally
break
don't
down
do
your
that.
diet?
Spit my cereal, bro.
What did you eat today?
What I ate today?
Nothing.
What I ate today?
Watch.
Nothing, my boy.
Watch.
Not a way.
You want to know how I knew that?
Nothing way.
He starts the day. He goes, "Yo, I'm gonna be healthy. I'm not gonna eat because I ate bad last night." And
Yeah,
so he goes
niggas
the
that have
entire
pizza
day. He
and-
doesn't eat, and then once it hits like late at night, bags of chips, ordering food, ice cream. I'll come back over like
that nigga
to do some shit.
Bro, you forced the homie
out on the fucking
he forced the
on
homie
tables.
he forced the homie to bring cookies over last night. Like,
See, that's what I'm talking about.
He forced him though. Like, he was like, bro, like, can you call that fool, tell him to bring some cookies? I'm like, gang, me and this nigga about to work on some shit. I'm about to tell him to bring some cookies.
He's mobile.
No, he was on
and
the
he
way.
brought cookies, and your fat ass ate them too. So I want to hear that.
I had like 4 of them.
Those
gang.
cookies is gas, bro.
He ate the whole pack of cookies, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Cookie Monster.
Doesn't he?
It was a whole pack of Chips Ahoy cookies,
good.
dude.
You're fucking
You ate the whole fucking pack, bro.
Just regular Chips Ahoy?
Bro, no milk, no bev, just dry. I think he was eating like 6 at a time.
At
Yeah.
3 a.m.
And that's what he eats. That's how he eats. He doesn't eat all day. He'll be like, I'm gonna eat good.
This is gonna
you
be
know.
farts Ahoy, bro.
Maybe hit Hanks like during the middle of the day to feel healthy, and then like not
You're
eat.
burnt the fuck out.
I'm not. I have
They said we-
CMOS.
They said we need that gym stream.
Oh, you definitely gonna be fucking
This, never mind.
Chips Ahoy and farts?
Nah, but I be mixing the CMOS with all that. You know what I'm saying?
If anything, your farts probably
So
smell
too
worse.
good for the bros blunt. Bitch, I smoke spliffs, nigga.
You got one in there, you ain't doing nothing with it.
Yeah, he's
Man,
looking
this
at
shit
that.
Bro, it's just an inside-out spliff if you think about it.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
you
that's if I
said.
think about it. I want to like.
I don't want to think about it.
I'm not trying to think about this shit.
Oh, it's cool when he says it.
Bitch,
pop-
shut
it's
the
okay with
fuck
hate,
up,
bro.
bro.
Fuck up,
Oh,
shut the
I
fuck
did.
up.
Shut the
I'm gonna just do this.
All right, so shut the fuck up button. What y'all got to say?
All right, wait, listen.
Oh,
Let's start a fucking meme coin. Fuck it. Everybody else
That's
doing
the
it.
last thing I
Everybody
do.
rug pulling. Let's do the biggest bro meme coin, bro. Somebody
I'm
said
down. Listen, I'm down to do because look, I can make it lucrative, and we could really honestly like pop it. And like, all right, this will be for the community.
No,
Let's throw a big ass pizza party with the money that we get.
this sounds
The
like some
funds.
Diddy shit.
Yeah.
Why did you cut it straight to some Diddy shit?
Yeah, bro. It sounded like a fun ass day.
Pizza party.
You was on some
It sounded like a
Pizzagate
fun
shit.
ass day.
No, listen.
The top investors, we fly them out. We bringing them onto the episode.
No, listen. We gonna make
Pizza?
They're getting a graphic done and they're rolling a blunt for us. And they're bringing Chips Ahoy.
Do you remember when Nice Kicks did the NFT shit, and for all their NFT holders, they invited them for like a movie or game screening, and it was just like a bunch of lawn chairs.
Bro, wait. Did you ever see that Fresh and Fit had like a special course that niggas could pay for or whatever? But then they like any niggas that signed up for the premium shit, they did like a fucking like a yacht party, but it was just a bunch of nerd niggas and like a bunch of like some random OnlyFans bitches that they paid to be there, but the OnlyFans bitches was like in the corner talking to themselves. They wasn't even talking to the niggas.
I got
I'm like, y'all niggas paid to go party on a yacht with a bunch of
It get
niggas?
dark, gang. It get dark. I don't want to say what major rapper in 2022, like top 5 biggest rappers of our generation. One of his homies invited me to a crypto party in the hills. They asked for your IDs and all that shit, right?
nice try,
They gave me.
Yeah,
I turned in my IDs. I saw all these famous ass YouTubers, like these managers, industry people. The dude from Jordan Belfort, the dude from Wolf of Wall Street, was there.
That's hard. Like the actual Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes, bro. But I'm mentioning the story just to say it was nothing but the baddest huzz. But they were all like in the cut amongst all these nerds. You know what I'm saying?
They're like mixed in with the nerds.
Yeah, bro.
You didn't talk to none of them either, huh?
Nah, bro.
You
I
blended in with
was
the nerds.
bro, I was like, I was culture shocked. I was like, what the fuck am I watching?
Flacco was on that. Flacco was not on that yacht. Are you dead ass? If Flacco was on that yacht, please send me some like.
He took up a lot. That shit fucking.
It's a boat tilt.
That's crazy.
That shit turned into one of the motor.
Flacco, there's no way you pay for that course.
I
think they're trolling.
I would like to visually see Flacco on a yacht. Could we get that on AI? Yes,
no, but I want to know if he was on this specific yacht. That would be so funny.
But can we see him on a yacht?
We need
Period.
Flacco on the show.
No, I hit him up. And I told him like, hey, bro, like, I hope you're doing good.
I'd like to see you on a yacht.
And he said, Blasey, you one of them real ones.
Why'd you tell me? I hope you're doing good. What happened?
I saw him make a whole video. Him and Point Shoot are into it.
Is failing like it's no.
No, he's got to keep checking in so he never gets a downfall of Blasey video. He's got to make sure he's good with everybody.
I don't give a fuck what anyone
Hey,
say.
bro, you good? Alright, cool.
You can't tell. You can't tell. I care what people say.
What?
Yeah, you do. You just told us what someone said.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who just broke into my crib, but
all right. So we Are we going to follow this rug pull trend or what?
So look, we get all the funds, right? Let's say we run up like $250,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
We spend that all on a yacht party, and then we spend the budget on a bunch of hot girls.
Wow. To come to the yacht party.
And a bunch of weed and people just to roll up the weed. Let's get that out
It's
the way.
just gonna be you and Brick the whole time.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And
that's
people,
that's what you're gonna go do in Hawaii. That's literally what's about to go down in Hawaii.
I mean, we're going for business, bro. What? I'm not going to party.
Posting mad scenic views with Brick.
No, I think
Bro,
it's gonna be
business.
2 different like Instagram stories. It's gonna be his, might be like business professional, like one like beautiful like mountain or some shit. Brick's gonna be like,
Brick's gonna
No bullshit, you know I'm taking trips, bro. You know I'm out here with the gang, bro.
No bullshit.
No bullshit,
dick.
No cap, nigga, no cap.
Yeah, now we gonna get we have a very important collab like up.
Perk coin. Nobody invested in your perk coin.
I'm talking to you.
No, this shit's funny. Oh my god, perk 30 coin.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
good,
god,
bro.
this is amazing.
It's
What?
good.
Nah,
Perk 30
let's
coin.
just make the Diddy coin.
I feel like that's
Now
how
I
I
see
see.
you, bro. What?
Let's make a virtual MP store. Every item is an NFT crypto that you can easily purchase. I can build this whole on blockchain.
All right.
Nigga chain.
L stream, W stream, W stream.
Mike's just there.
W stream L audio?
Yeah,
Let me
W
show you
stream
the
and audio.
You know what I'm saying?
Someone tell me what's going on.
Well,
Shit, we vibing, bro.
Hey,
Vibing.
someone tell me what's going on. Y'all keep
Bro,
reading the chat.
W chat.
W chat, what the fuck?
Shout out to the chat, man.
All right, let's do fit checks real quick, man. Let me see what y'all niggas wearing, man. What y'all niggas got on? Pause.
So I woke up this morning. I'm like, I gotta go pick up all this shit, and I haven't changed. So this is my like running errands fit. I got the UGG shoes. Got some random socks. Got some Pro Club pants. Nine personal SDL shirt. And which was our best selling shirt last year. What the pretty proud of that.
Whatever, I clicked off.
What'd you do, bro? You're not tech savvy, gang. Don't try.
Yeah, I was getting the chat out of there because he told me not to.
All right.
Yeah,
Anyways,
don't
and
tell me.
then I got a Travis Barker inspired.
Yeah, they've been on your fucking hat all the whole episode.
Why is it Travis Barker inspired?
No, they just
saying he got like a rocker type hat on. It do look too small from the way that you're wearing it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why?
Because it's a trucker that's like truckers usually have like the net or whatever, the mesh back.
I'll spit more TV in the chat. The fuck?
It's Allie.
Oh, shout out to Allie, man.
Yeah, that would be crazy. That brim is diabolically.
I was spitting on TV in the chat.
That brim? They talking to Ryder. I don't know why they talking to me like that.
Ryder, hit your.
They talking to me like that.
Boom. Yes, way. I knew y'all saw the fire hydrant. Nah, I appreciate y'all. Fit wise, I'm wearing this unreleased sample hat from Blasey. I think Miles Franklin did it.
Yeah, Miles Franklin gave me that as a
I'm
gift.
mad that you got that. I was trying to get that out there.
They're homies. This pre-hell start, man. We've been with the Lord, man.
No, this shit is fire. So I got this when I was cleaning out the office with Blasey and fucking house phone.
Yeah.
We were there all day just going at it.
Tug definitely wasn't there.
It's not there.
Where?
Who was not there helping us?
We what?
Clearing out the office.
Yeah, I was in Colorado, nigga.
We get it.
Yeah.
You're too cool.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Oh, I can't take trips?
I'm wearing a Rich Gang t-shirt. Also, I got from fucking that day.
Clean
Bro, I was
up
about to
office.
throw this shit away.
No, I was not gonna throw that shit. I would have kept it. I bought that shirt.
This shit has the
Rich
what's it
Gang-
called? The Rich Gang tags on it.
Yeah, I bought it on
that's
eBay.
He said he bought it on eBay a long time ago.
I'm a shirt connoisseur, bro. I got literally black plastic containers of just shirts.
Basket case
Love
denim.
shirts.
My boots I always wear, and then this jacket is some unreleased sample
That shit's so fire.
for Ryder Studios. It's a bomber, kind of just a bunch of military patches, and still need some tweaks. Oh, and then I got the world boss one smoke clears watch to go with the flags.
Type
You
shit.
feel me? Tight shit.
And that's
tight
it.
shit.
Yeah,
Type
that's my
shit.
fit.
Yeah.
What's up, Minion? What are you wearing?
I'm just on my. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm really on my running errand swag right now, so I really don't be giving a fuck.
What errand did you run today?
I ran some errands, bro. Chill. I was selling some more shit on my IG. By the way, if y'all trying to cop some shit off my personal collection, I got some shit up for sale on the store.
Talking about some Timberlands.
Couple pieces left. You feel me? Yeah. I had to pick up the airbrush Timbs, bro. Chill. That was yesterday. I was supposed to be with the homie. But yeah, man. But yeah, the airbrush Timbs shipping out soon. Whatever. I got the Peep game fucking same beanie I've been wearing. You feel me? The little gray and white camo. I got the yellow high rollers.
I like that.
The hood rollers with the crazy graphic on the back with me and Leo.
What's on the back?
And then I got some main track pants and the navy blue skate rollers. You feel me?
Type shit.
I
did cook a fire burger, bro.
I'll show you in a second. I don't feel like turning all the way around. We got no room. You feel me?
I'll let you tell it.
You don't got no room? What? All right, explain.
Jesus,
all right, so I don't mean to be a bad podcaster, bro. Like,
well, I mean, it's already bad podcasting. So
you just do it. You got
all right, but anyway, I got on a spliff mode hat. You feel me? Stonebrook. Stonebrook hoodie. Shout out to Stonebrook. Some Sierra pants, and I got on some Travis Scotts. You feel me? We just I came light.
No, we all came light, but not slight. You feel me? Nah, I came light.
I don't know about y'all. I look good.
Nah, I don't though. Like, I need to shave. I'm gonna get a haircut after this, bro. I just haven't.
Yeah, I'm about to get a.
I ain't got no sleep in a minute, bro. Some proper sleep.
Blasey, did House Phone help you move out of your old spot?
Yes, he did. Shout out to House Phone. Shout out to Ryder. He was there.
I was not here.
But look, the homies
was
that
shredded on the mountains.
It was Valentine's Day, so it really.
If I had a choice, I would have bitched up on Valentine's Day.
So
bitched up,
bitch mob.
All right.
Nah, but the homies hopped out. I exempted any homie that was married though. But all my homies, man, shout out to I think every single one of my friends was either there or wanted to be there. They called me and were wanted to check in. You know,
I saw. I should have hit him like, yo, I really want to be there.
No,
Are we good? All right.
But shout out to y'all because y'all were the first ones that called and y'all were like, yeah. What's going on?
Streams lagging.
They said Blasey got a zoomies fit on.
But
what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong.
I beat the chat.
What does that mean?
That whatever sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me.
All right.
One in the chat will be good now.
Blasey had small as hell, bro.
It wasn't that good anyway. It sounded crazy.
We're live?
It's still live, yeah.
All right,
it's
cool.
on the same pod, it's just everybody's got to refresh.
Damn.
It went down.
Look at Flacco, gang.
Yo, just to give y'all an update, this is not the new office for people that joined late. This is just a temporary location we're filming in. Next episode, we're going to get the mics right.
Yo, Flacco, pause. Look.
Why are you...
That is gay.
That is honestly crazy.
That is pause.
That is honestly
I'm about to post that on my story.
Would you ever comment daddy on someone's story jokingly? With the hard eyes?
No, that's not. Yo, are we good, chat? Let's see. Is it good now?
Yeah, we're up now that everything's back. I'm went down like twice.
Oh, because we don't have the Ethernet cut port. I forgot all about that. All right, we're good. Yes, we back. Refresh. All right, for sure.
Bro, my hat. I'm literally gonna go walk upstairs. I'm literally gonna get another hat right now, bro.
Your hat's fine. Stop reading the goddamn chat.
Also, what are you doing?
That nigga said little ass hat.
I was reading the chat, bro.
My phone closer to you than me.
I don't know why.
Cause it ain't phone time.
No, I was honestly trying to like look up some topics on YouTube for real. Cause I'm like, we just be sitting in this bitch and we just be talking about ourselves. We don't even be like.
No, we be talking
about.
1K people watching right now too.
He said what?
1K people. 1K people watching us.
Watching the worst podcast.
Yeah, watching us troubleshoot the whole. No, the last episode we troubleshooted the whole episode too. But honestly though, that shit was hilarious.
Hey Arnold,
Arnold, that's.
It's too funny. I hate this shit. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
Bro, whoever said that shit was fucking hilarious.
Weird.
Oh shit.
Trying to chase a little 2K viewers. Nigga, we trying to chase a little we trying to chase a little. No, it's not red. We trying to chase a little 200 viewers back after we had to unbox 200 niggas, bro. God damn.
So, real question. I hate to be a conspiracy person. Do you think someone could be interfering with this? Or do you think it's just literally 5 weeks of bad luck?
It's been good the last, like, this.
You know what? I feel like we had a good run. It's good.
2 weeks.
Yeah, but it was fine last week. We just was trying to figure out the call and shit.
Yeah, it's all good. I feel like we had a, you feel me? We had a good run.
and we gonna get some new equipment, and we gonna be straight, bro. That shit was way too funny. He finally got bullied out of his hat.
Yo, the number one person says. Yo, why does it look the exact same?
Now what?
It looks the exact same.
How y'all want me to?
I think this one looks even worse, bro.
It's just like squeezing. It's like your head's coming out the back.
Now you did this on purpose.
I'm like, bro. This hat got good shape.
It's like a train conductor's hat.
Bro, y'all just made me take a piss on myself.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
You pissed yourself?
Oh shit! Niggas drive trains. Hey, I'm having deja vu right now because I know this exact thing happened on this exact hat before, where they roasted you about this exact same hat.
Oh no, those other hats.
No, he has a certain style of hat he likes.
No, bro.
Let me see, bro.
Hey, don't throw it. Don't throw it. I'm gonna get mad.
I'm not about to throw the Louis, bro. I got you. Look. First of all, you gotta like.
Hey!
Yeah, loosen this shit.
Yo, look at that shit. It is on the tightest thing. It's on the tightest shit.
Nigga got a waist train on the hat. What the fuck? Oh, listen to this bitch, bro. Oh, I got you, gang.
As soon as I had shorter hair back then.
Shut the fuck. Shut the fuck.
My hair's longer. No?
Shut the fuck up.
Look.
You gotta like.
See what I'm saying? Oh, I gotta do that. Why Blasey hat tilted?
That's why, because it doesn't fit. Now I get it. Now I understand the mean tilt.
All my hats fitted.
No, they're not, bro.
That's the exact opposite.
You cannot wear that in the car with the windows down.
Look, there's boot cut jeans and the skinny jeans. Okay? There's different style of hats.
Wait, that's a skinny hat?
You say you got a BBL hat. All aboard.
Holy shit.
Oh my. All aboard.
So which one's it gonna be? Which one y'all want, bro?
Biden.
Bro, it's the same.
Oh,
Chris Angel's ass right in.
Oh shit.
Hey, so I was in a meeting last night.
Oh my
and Brick told me it's pause to do this in meetings like this, like saying a joke like ha.
Yeah, why are you tonguing out during meetings?
Let's reel that back. You did that in the meeting?
Me.
You?
Like I said a joke. This
nigga was.
You said a joke and then laughed at your own joke.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's two things wrong with that. Don't laugh at your own jokes in the middle of a meeting, and then two, don't stick your tongue out afterwards. In any sense.
This nigga was catching a slobber, bro. Like middle.
Catching a slobber.
Yeah, literally. Like he like sucked it. No,
don't ever do that again.
No, I wasn't doing that. Exactly. Thank you, Toke. I was not doing that with mid-meeting.
Shut up, dildo poster.
Dildo poster? Those are bullets.
Yeah, okay.
Little House on the Prairie hat.
Yeah, hey, you're lucky you don't got a hat on. I know you would have some bullshit.
I gotta be.
Bro, he loves wearing fake shit. Bro, got the fake Carhartt beanie on.
Damn, wow. You doing me like that?
Fake Diddy,
bro.
Wow, you got this fake ass Vermont's fucking.
It's called
You got stolen valor on, bro.
I appreciate that, bro.
Homie got stolen valor, bro. Report against the police.
So, bro, I'm a fed, bro.
You were not enrolled in none of that shit.
Yeah, bro.
Stolen valor, bro. This nigga.
Under what general? But under what general?
I've seen that.
Wear your civilian
bro,
clothes.
Stolen valor compilations are so crazy,
but
bro.
no, what's funny about that? Like I said, this is a sample on a new collection I'm working on. I'm leaning into this mic like it fucking works.
It might work.
But I'm the dumbass that's been talking like this the whole time.
But a lot of it has to do with basically, it's like, fuck the shit that's on me.
Diddy Studios, I know you're not talking.
I don't know what the fuck.
Timmy Turner hat's crazy.
Oh my god.
SpongeBob hat.
Nah, Timmy Turner hat got it, bro. This is the biggest
Oh yeah, no, honestly, I feel like if you want to start a podcast and you want to be like, damn, bro, let's look at someone like that doesn't know how to do it.
Don't look it up.
You look it up because like you gotta look at people who do it really good. Like, oh wow, you gotta do that, that, and that. But you always gotta be like, oh, this is what you don't do.
Oh, bro, this
And I'm glad that we get.
I see why Yuri banned y'all.
Real Rosa Parks, library jerker.
I see. I want to call Yuri so bad. I asked him like, bro,
leave him alone, man.
Why you trying to chase a little 2 clips?
Yeah. I'm not even here. I mean, I just want to ask him like, hey, like they were talking shit about me too, huh?
What the fuck are you talking?
Maybe.
Don't try to relate.
Maybe they was talking shit about all of us, and he was just like taking a stand for all of us.
That's what we need his answer on.
Speaking of taking a stand, ASAP Rocky is free.
Wow.
Yes,
that was a great transition.
That was a powerful time. I'm really excited about it. Like we were saying last time, you know, I think we're all big fans of Rocky. You're literally crying right now,
That shit was
bro.
funny as fuck, bro.
But it's in a new set fire. Go look at Stuart little ass hat.
No, but hey,
I can reverse it though and go tag it on y'all.
Wait,
You know
speaking
what
of
I'm saying?
reversing it, ASAP Rocky reversed what most people thought.
Yeah, no.
You
that,
feel
that
me?
was crazy. It's a blessing. I feel
Yeah, the
like.
prop gun.
Oh,
That's,
God.
It was a prop.
Prop. Shout out to the prop.
Shout out to the prop.
Shout out to the prop guns.
Nah, the fact that
Crusty crab ass.
bro, the fact that bro went back to the scene and like was like, oh, y'all didn't find the bullets. Like I found the bullets, and like the fact that he did all of that and none of it worked is like, damn, bro.
And now your ass probably gonna get beat up in like 5 months.
Yo, he did a story post.
ASAP Telly.
Where he was talking about, yeah, that's hilarious. Where he was like, I don't care what y'all have to say about me, I'm still gonna be me. And he like put it with like a Fabulous song over it, like it's a black
Fabulous
screen,
is,
just
like,
white
not fucking
text.
with
Oh yeah, it's over with.
Fabulous Fabulous.
Snitching and for snitching for no reasons.
Left no crumbs.
The public display of it too was just so
Public snitching is insane.
One thing about me, I know street code.
Okay, but if the
Snitching is not cool, bro.
okay, but if a high priority rapper shot at you,
But that's his homie though. That's like when it was like.
if your homie shot at you and he got
Snitching on
bread,
Blasey.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If I feel like we did this scenario.
that's lame. That's
before.
lame. Y'all sit Tony down.
If you just shot me for no reason,
Hell yeah, Timmy Turner, I'm snitching.
I need half an MP if you shot me for no reason.
Nah.
Oh God.
For
If
no
you
reason.
shot me for no reason.
I would not. If you shot me for no reason, I need all.
But I'm not gonna shoot you, and I don't think you're gonna shoot me.
The thing is, we
overnight.
don't really know the backstory. And as
So
much
can I
as we
shoot
know-
you for free? So you could get half nothing personal? Down to do that.
Why you?
Can I shoot you?
Where? I'll
Your
take a
leg.
shot.
Where?
A lot.
I might bleed out. I might bleed out and die.
Let me shoot your ass cheek.
Bro.
Yo, what Diddy, bro?
Let me cap your
Diddy,
ass.
nah, yo, what?
I'm old school, bro.
Nah, gang.
Why you keep saying it the last couple days? I'm old school, bro. You told Brick that last night. Brick was like, "No, you're just old, dude."
Old school, bro.
He's just trying to find a cool spin on it.
Anytime I hang out with these two niggas together, it's the funniest shit. Cause I'm like, y'all both just turn into like annoying like little brothers. Like,
Yeah, it's like a big brother,
like,
little
yeah,
brother
fools,
situation.
Little.
Well, like he's like your little
Yeah.
brother. Like,
How'd your hat get backwards?
yeah.
I think I
Diddy in your city, young guy. He said Diddy in your city. He puts the P and P Diddy in Paramount.
Toe look like he's little Uzi size. Is crazy.
Man, shut the fuck up, bitch.
I got low. Yo, Rosa Parks is gooning. Yo, honestly,
Stop.
I'm seeing trends happen with this character on here in the chat. Strike one.
Rosa Parks.
You're in your Yuri shit.
Strike one on Rosa Parks.
Harmonious.
On the real Rosa, not specifically. That's probably Cali.
Cali state of mind.
Cali redacted.
Oh my god.
Redacted state of mind.
Listen, I don't know.
RED state of mind.
Bro, this nigga.
Blasey looks up to stop. All right, bro. Fuck.
Okay, just stop reading the chat, bro.
Nah, read the
Stop.
chat.
Stop. It's cool. Stop.
Who are you looking at?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm looking at the floor because honestly, like, if the chat's not fucking with me, y'all ain't fucking with me, then what am I gonna do?
What do you mean? We fucking with you, man.
Always fuck with you.
Y'all literally have a Blasey shut up button.
We don't got it yet, but
Not yet.
Not actually. It's just funny.
Not yet.
Yo, fuck Karen girl, man.
whoa.
All
What
right.
is y'all
Bro.
talking about?
Yeah, you're just you're yachting out.
I'm gonna get out.
You're yachting out.
now.
You're yachting out, bro. Like, yo.
No fuck.
That's nigga, uncross your arms and face
you're,
us.
you're too invested in the chat right now.
You're right. Bro's addressing the chat in the chat only.
Son, yachting the fuck out.
I'm not
This
yachting.
nigga, you're about to go full boat. We just brought you back. You was really about to go full like fuck caribou route. Yeah, like, you're going full boat.
Now Bell was about to go full Titanic.
Yeah.
I got nothing to say.
Blastanic.
What?
Nah, don't even try. Yeah, don't try like that was that crazy. Blasty Titanic, Blastanic.
Oh, it just sound like the S word. Like, I ain't gonna use that.
What S word?
The S word you'll say fuck your ex, but there's an S word that you're worried about.
Satanic? That's like a weird word to say.
I'll take
It sounds too close to blastanic. I don't like that.
That's why you won't say it? Because it's too close to blastanic?
Don't be saying that, bro.
Alright, that's enough. That's fucking enough.
You smoked on my bro.
You
him. No.
Mine is him. Mine is him. We smoked the weed.
Bro,
fuck that shit.
Right here.
Nah.
Bro.
Oh my
Ain't no way.
I'm too baked for this, bro.
What do you mean? You didn't even smoke like that.
Bro,
There's a fake smoker.
No, y'all just
a fake joker.
No, y'all niggas just got this extra out fucking Don Murphy's fucking pack.
Shout out Don Murphy's, man, good people.
That's that
real boss shit.
Yeah, that's not real like top grade shit. It should make me fry, bro. Newborn ass hat. Yeah, you got one of them hats like like the baby's head be soft in the middle. Like you gotta form it. You gotta form the baby head hat.
Break told me one time he knows I'm on some shit. My hat's deformed.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah,
he said my hat will have a dent.
Why is it though?
Bro, I honestly look. I have a regular shaped hat. I don't think I have like an obscure like. I'm not a pinhead, but like for some reason hats just like I can't wear dad hats. I can only wear like hats like this. And fitted.
Apparently not.
And well, that's what I'm saying. Like what y'all want me to put on, a beanie?
Yeah, why
no disrespect, no disrespect.
Damn, yeah.
No disrespect to old boy right here, but like
damn, I can't even wear a beanie.
No disrespect to the homie, but I just like if I put a beanie on right now, y'all would tell the difference.
Point is, you said Blasey should have a shaved head.
God, no, that was a scary sight.
No, I used to have my head. I used to have a high taper fade, like I was like third member of Blue Books clan.
Bro, ninja.
Wait,
I used to have my hair like Toad.
Really?
Like that. When I first, when I started coming around, yeah, for sure.
Look, speaking of changing up your appearance, Toke, this is something right up your alley, bro. So, this nigga.
Oh no, but that's also his girl's name.
No, this is something right up Toke's alley. So basically,
well, be careful.
Basically, this guy, he was 5'5". He got the knee surgery that they implant the rods and like make your fucking legs extend. Mm-hmm. He went from 5'5" to 6 feet, but now this is like he's having some like problems with it where he's kind of losing mobility and he might not be able to ever walk again.
Yeah, he smoked. I've heard that story with a bunch of people, and it's like you're literally from my understanding, they're cutting the bone and they're implementing like a metal rod which literally lengthens you. You have like a. My bad to interrupt you. It has like 2 to 3 or maybe even longer like recovery period where it's like you can't really walk like that.
Oh, and also let's not forget that like plastic surgery in general that's the risk you play. You know, people have died under the needle so many times. Not only with just like knee surgeries or extensions, but like some HUDs with the BBLs.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
BBLs like the most
liposuctions, like all these different like plastic surgeries like could kill people. You know what I mean?
1000%.
So like. That's the risk you're playing whenever you go into that.
And you know what's crazy is that
you could even sorry for keep cutting you out, but I know someone who got a nose job, a female.
Yeah.
And she told me that she wasn't allowed to sneeze for like 3 weeks, or else she'd have to go to emergency.
Sneeze?
Yeah.
What the fuck was she gonna do? She had to sneeze.
Say banana. What do they say? Or a pineapple? You heard that one?
No, but it's crazy.
A sex thing.
It's crazy because I was watching the interview of the guy that got the surgery, and it's so funny because
that's not funny.
No. Oh. You know what I'm saying? Watching the video was funny because if you just looked at the video, just like obviously he's sitting down, like you can't tell him he's standing up, but he just looked like a short nigga like in the video still. So it was just funny because I'm like, damn, bro, like you did that, and now you could quite possibly not be able to walk again. It's fucked up, bro.
Go to the NBA point and shoot. Sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, I'm 5'10". I'm 5'11" if a hoe asks me, and I'm 6 foot if a hoe asks me drunk.
Yo, you're definitely getting called out if you tell someone you're.
I'm drunk though.
How tall are you?
They're gonna be sober and they're gonna be like, no, you're not.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
You're 6'3"?
If a hoe asks, but I'm like 6'2". And you a hoe? No, I'm just kidding. No, but I'm like
5'10" and a half. Keeping
I'm like 6'2" and like 3/4, but I rounded up to 6'3" for confidence and ego measures. You know.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
I could pop it.
I'm pushing it.
I'm technically 5'11", but I'm humble and I'm 5'10".
Bro, you just added 3 inches within like this conversation. You said you were 5'8".
5'7".
I'm not 5'8" at all. Let's get that out the
I'm 5'9".
conversation.
I'm 5'9" with some Timbs. I'm like 5'10". I'm like 6'2".
I'm 5'10", like literally, like if I've been barefoot all day, like flat foot, like there's not even no water down in my toes.
Why?
That's 5'10". If I'm 8 all day and everything like that, I'm 5'11". Yeah.
Your feet swells up.
And it's the first thing I do in the morning.
I was just about to ask, why would water be in between your toes, and why would that water be giving you a height advantage?
Hey, trip out. You're 70% water.
Yeah, this nigga's talking about his fucking.
Where are you going with this?
This
is what I'm saying earlier, bro. Just says some shit and just hopes this the sentence lands, bro.
Nah, I'm just saying, like,
All
if
right.
you don't, if you don't drink water, you're gonna. What are you saying? Oh, 5'2".
Fuck them.
Why are you reading it? You see what they made me do?
Bro, this is you gotta stop letting niggas bully you out of your clothes, bro.
I know you're not talking minion.
You let this nigga bully you out of them.
I'm not talking. I know you're not talking minion.
And he hasn't changed or acknowledged that.
I know you're not talking SpongeBob.
And I'm leaning into this.
You got SpongeBob anal beads. SpongeBob anal bullets behind you. AR-15 anal bullets.
You know what's funny? I was like, yo, it'd be cool if you should just like throw some random painting in there. He goes, ooh, I know exactly which one to put there. And I was like, are you sure? You kind of have like a full stack right here to choose from. He said, no, that one. Take it off the wall.
You should have put the little pump like reading out there.
Hey, where the fuck is that?
He's at the office.
Where is that?
Hey man.
Tell him go get the video knee surgery so he can be 5'8" finally.
Hey, no, I have a rich homie though.
Fuck up, Corey.
We got a rich homie. I'm not gonna tell y'all who it is, and not even on camera out of respect. But we got rich homie.
Trying to gatekeep the Diddy is crazy.
What the hell does that even mean?
I got a rich homie that's gonna get.
Nah, what does that mean? What the fuck?
What does that mean?
That's some punk ass shit to say. Bro, just dropping terms.
You from the old school? You from Spencer?
Yo, what? From old school.
Nah,
you old school with it, huh? Hey,
y'all niggas are funny.
I could tone it down a bit though.
What?
As far as like, if like I'm used. I'll be picking up while I be putting down. Y'all make me sound like
you're like a 2004 sedan. You're like a Honda Odyssey, like.
You're a Scion.
Yeah,
old
like,
school,
you're like a
from
2007 Honda Odyssey.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is like, you feel me?
Sitch homie won.
What? Sitch homie won.
Please gatekeep the Diddy. That's not what we want.
Imagine needs a Jerry curl. Imagine.
That'd be hard.
I need a fucking haircut, guy.
I'm down. Hey, the chat could tell me what y'all want me to do with my hair. I got some Beatles, Paul McCartney shit.
Crazy right now.
Nah, hey, the homie.
You trying to chase a little 2 clips?
The homie told me
steal his stream idea.
Yeah. Now you're trying to steal the low taper fade meme. Like, bro, leave that shit alone, bro.
Nah, I'm gonna grow out my hair to Yuri's lane.
You want to be like bro so bad.
Yeah, oh god, man. You still won't fix audio.
I'm doing the.
Yeah, he's still not fucking.
No, I'm saying he'll grow his hair out and still won't fix the audio.
Can I ask him to see what fixed audio?
Bro,
if you grow your hair out,
he's literally gonna spit on you like through FaceTime.
But. All right, yeah.
Like just.
We're gonna have it fixed by next week.
I forget that.
That he don't fuck with us at all.
I forget
You
that.
forgot that?
But if he called me, I was like, "Yo,
he's not gonna call you.
How do I export this?
Bro,
how do I export this file?
Why would he call you for that?
Because I do Photoshop. Like, yo, how do I like
He's not gonna
remove
call
the background real quick? I'll be like, yo, how you been, bro? Oh, like this.
He's not like. Do you know how crazy you sound right now?
He's not gonna call me?
No.
You look so hurt. I'm sorry. He's not gonna call me.
He's not gonna call you, gang.
I'm sorry, bro.
He's mad at all of us right now. He don't fuck with us. He just don't fuck with us, bro.
Damn, you're just realizing this.
Yeah, like it's hitting him.
It's crazy.
It's like the cold water is splashing him in the face right now.
You called him alive. He didn't like that.
And then you responded. You chased another clip. Responded.
Two clips.
First you called him, and then we clipped that. Then you responded to him responding on another clip.
But he probably throwing that shit on his page. He's getting they're talking about you. His little donation shit. His little donation box going crazy off of it, bro. So he's chasing for surely 1,000 off people just bugging him like, hey, bro, tune in. Keep through.
Bro, you are a fucking...
Am I lying or am I flying?
Flying.
I ain't doing either.
I mean, listen. Listen, a nigga that has stuck a camera in my face for the past, like, almost decade, every day...
House phone speaks.
...cannot feel no type of way about being used for content. When anytime I
never seen him without...
Anytime I ever been around you was for some on-camera shit, gang.
You never helped me mow the lawn?
Why would he?
That's what I'm saying.
What lawn, nigga?
Hey, chill.
Yeah.
We don't gotta be
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not saying... I'm just saying what lawn in general.
I don't like that joke.
This
so,
is bro.
I'm just saying it's NP. It's just
Yeah,
business.
it's NP,
I don't look at them to mow my lawn. That's my whole point. If you mow my lawn, then you're my friend. Maybe. You know?
No, that's not what that means.
If one of y'all called me out and say, "Hey, Blasey, mow my lawn," one, I'll think you're racist, but two, I'll be down. I'll be down.
You don't even have a lawn.
I will literally mow the chat's lawn for $500. I'll pull it to the hood.
Hey, me too.
So there you go. You got free street.
You don't have the weed whacker.
Mow the line. You can record me on video too. I don't care.
You can delete my whole shit.
You can interview me.
You can interview me while I mow your lawn for $500. Let's do it.
Charge ain't still $2 bands. You gotta pay us both $500.
If you think audio's bad now, how the hell do you think you're gonna interview someone with a running lawnmower?
With the weed whacker going up. So how's your outbreak? With no jumper.
Yeah, Blasey has no lawn apparently. You see what kind of picture you painting?
What? What kind of picture is
Blasey
that?
look like you know how to mow the fuck out of a lawn.
Blasey said the landscaper is his friend.
He is. What? The guy who washes the car? Everybody.
That's some racist shit to say.
No, I'm Mexican.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you're just
racist.
associating with that because you're Mexican.
No, I'm saying those are all. That's my compas right there.
All right, why don't you tell it?
I'll get high
Sticking
with
your
them.
own kind.
I'll get high with the homies. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, shut up. Hey, look, shout out to the how you say it, the Paratero man.
That's not
It's not Paratero.
Oh, what's this?
That's Don Flores.
Don Flores. Shout out my boy. My bad, brother. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm high.
No, you're good. You're
Who's
good.
the Paratero man is the nigga with the ice cream.
Yeah.
They said let us call in. You got that speaker again? Nah. No, that shit gonna take
All right,
2 hours.
call me, but don't be like blowing my phone up though.
No,
I'm not doing that again. No.
No. Chill. Please, don't do it. Don't do it.
Why y'all be so concerned, bro? This is
Stop
this
looking at
bitch
pictures
bullshit.
of two hollis.
Too hot. He
What?
popped up on my shit.
No, you backed out of it.
Why? Why you randomly?
It's on the FYP.
That was not on FYP.
That's
That
all
was
you
on
follow
your-
him.
Yeah.
Dilchi, shout out to Dilchi.
Oh, shout out to
Oh wow.
Dilchi.
Why'd you lie? Say it was on the FIP.
Yeah, you lied for
Because
sure.
it's FYP.
Hey, can we pull up? Can we put up Stay Grounded? Stay Grounded TV. Could we type it though?
No, here.
Just throw it at us, you know? I don't think it can get worse. Oh, it did get worse. It got worse. I shouldn't have said that. My bad.
You did jinx it, gang.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where's Smoke?
Where's Smoke? I'll call him.
No, you're for sure Smoke. He said, "Where's Smoke?"
Oh, I said, where is the homie
House
Smoke?
phone so big, bad. Oh, I thought she said house phone so big, black. He would know about it, that. That's
For
crazy.
sure.
But
You
she said
be
big
chasing
back.
its ass down.
Yeah,
What?
she said big black. I thought she said big black. I was like, damn, Cora, what the fuck?
You finna chase a little two paletas.
Oh my god.
Oh, actually, hey, you gotta pull it up over there.
Stay pounded. It's crazy.
Drag it up here.
Stay pounded?
Hey, you can't just do it from over there?
No, you gotta drag it up here. So
I'm gonna drag you over here.
Y'all should get down again.
Again, it's crazy.
Y'all fought last time.
No, we didn't. We was about to fight.
Oh, Clinton Army.
Yeah, you're
Trying
the
to get naked.
ultimate farmer, bro.
Yeah, you guys such a farmer.
Yeah, you might as well just start a fucking
farm.
Yeah.
Awful ass joke.
I don't know where I was.
You're such a farmer. You might as well start a
You gotta save me on that
farm.
because I didn't know what I was about to say.
You're supposed to say that.
Exactly. Trying to
Alright,
chase a
go,
little
go.
too goon.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
No. Stay around the TV. Right there. Stay around.
Yeah,
Like, it's in the bio. It's in the bio. Just get up and get it, bro. Okay. I'm trying to chase a little too close. There we go. Yes, right here. Oh shit, we got my nigga Ryder Studios front page.
Yeah, Ryder Studios shit up in there, man. Let's go.
It's not Ryder Studios, but I appreciate it.
No?
It's Jebediah. It's Ryder. You feel me?
It's me though.
Okay, fuck it.
It's just I was in the studio of Ryder.
Oh,
Give me
okay.
the fucking mouse. Oh my god.
Oh, true.
I'm fucking.
Hey,
dead.
you had to respect Lucha, the fact that he's trying really hard with this, bro.
Nigga, I'm talking about Toke, not Lucha. Chill.
Why you mad? Why you mad at Toke?
I'm just laughing at the homie.
Toke's
'Cause
on his P's and Q's.
No, Lucha was trying to tell him something, but he just like
Toke,
didn't hear him or something.
Toke was here early yesterday. Let's not say.
Listen,
That's
fuck
not
both of
safe.
y'all because y'all niggas was right by my house. You went to go pick
You're
this
like a
nigga up.
world class gaslighter.
And a doxer, world class doxer.
You were in the wrong. You all of a sudden just
Top
pick out
tier
something from yesterday
doxer.
and be like, no, fuck
No,
y'all.
no, not yesterday. I'm talking about today. Y'all told me yesterday that you was gonna pick him up. I was like, pick me up too, and you said bet. And y'all didn't even tell me that he was picking him up, gang.
Why your finger on face?
You want Toke to read your mind, bro?
Nigga, these niggas.
You gotta have pussy first.
These niggas is texting. These niggas is texting separately on the side like, oh, you gonna pick me up? Like, oh, okay. Y'all didn't say
Figuring
nothing
out
in the
dates.
group
Nah,
chat.
I planned it out for them, honestly.
No,
I was like, hey,
and you said you was gonna swoop me so we could go to the warehouse to grab the shit.
oh, I know your ass was not gonna come with me at 1 p.m.
You just somehow found another like, oh, and you said,
y'all wasn't here. You told me
Gaslighter,
this.
you're the problem.
Is it us?
It's all
Us?
You're the problem.
It's all.
But it's not you.
It's all y'all.
It got
And then I got here.
Yuri was right.
Alright.
Then I got
Say his name, harmonious man.
Say his name. I can't goon. I can't goon. I can't goon. I can't goon.
All right.
What do you want to start with?
I have.
With Ryder Studios.
Alright.
What the fuck? I can't goon. Hey, what did they? What did?
Alright, can you shut the
Y'all
fuck
shut
up?
the fuck.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Right now, gang.
Stupid.
For real. Jebediah Ryder is back with his latest product, the Fire Hydrant Xbox Console Carrier. Yes, way. It says it's gonna overheat so fast. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They gotta say some shit.
I don't think so.
Let's top comment.
They gonna say some shit, you feel me? Yes.
So the thing is, there is ventilation out the back. I'm gonna be putting more content out, kind of just explaining it. But we went through a few different ways of like building. I think it's like the second or third version. We eventually had like I think the back half of it opened up for ventilation. But we figured out with like the right cracks, it ventilates pretty good. And then of course you can just feel free to take that shit off when you're playing.
You know the deal.
That shit is hard, bro.
But yeah, I think I made this shit about like 2 years ago, and it's kind of just been sitting around. But I wanted to use this as a piece. I'm about to be releasing clothes again through Ryder Studios.
I need that jacket you wearing ASAP. Man.
Better version will be coming out, but I figured this is a good thing, kick it off. I do have a PS5 version coming soon as well.
Shout out.
Shout out to Essence, man. Good people.
Listen, man, the detailed look at the new tree boots from Essence. You feel me? And they actually look like trees, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
That shit is garbage. I'm not gonna lie.
I could never see you wearing this for sure, but
like
these
it.
are very
They're
hard.
hard.
These are very hard.
I'm rocking these.
Have we? Oh, what's that silhouette? Is that an original silhouette?
It's honestly,
I
it's
feel like
kinda-
I've seen it before.
It's kind of like giving Balenciaga a little bit, but like with their own twist on it.
I mean, yeah, with the wide toe, but it's not. I don't know.
Essence is killing
It's
it
fire.
with
They're going
footwear, man.
crazy,
Shout out to my good people, man. Shout out David over there.
I would rock the fuck
Yes,
out of
way.
it. I got the Tabby Tims from them too.
I feel like after those big red boots, it really just changed the game in like making crazy footwear.
Yeah, it became less
I
about
really-
sneakers, more about footwear.
Look, they really showing sauce with it though, where you could really swag it. You feel me?
You have to.
You got to. You gotta
People
go.
are clueless.
Yeah, a nigga like
You can dress like Blasey with the shit on.
Look, this promo is fire.
Bro, I be
look.
putting that shit on.
This promo is stupid fire. I'm like
You
I'm
just
not-
like camo shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Niggas are
Okay.
No,
I just like
they're
nigga,
cool.
They was posting the fuck out of these.
I would love to see all in these.
All right, glaze check, bro. Glaze check.
I know you're not talking.
Glaze check.
I know you're not talking. Yeah,
Right
they're
down.
killing it. They're really innovative in the shoe game. Shut up, nigga.
Yeah, I kept it short.
Cactus Jack, Travis Scott baseball jacket.
That shit hard as fuck.
I'm not gonna lie, a back shot is fucking pause.
That shit hard.
He called himself. He said that.
That shit is fucking pause, bro.
That's cool.
We got, as people says, a lot of clothing these days is inspired by him.
Actually, I do want to speak on this. Play this clip.
We can't hear it.
Oh, you can't? Well, basically, he says that there's a lot of people doing shit, and it's either they like some people know like where it originally comes from, and some people don't, and
A lot of people have no idea.
and
where
it's
shit
just
comes
really people don't know like a lot of the trends he created. So, and that goes with a lot of people, and it's like even shit that we do, it's like we could be looking at like, oh, I
It's
like
traced
this
back from
one,
something,
and that's not even the original reference.
No,
It's
it
like
doesn't.
No, Ass Pizza's the goat, bro.
All right, we
Oh
got.
my god, I don't want to fucking.
Blasey says he's
I
got
wanna
no
talk
love
about
for
this one.
streetwear,
Yeah.
especially streetwear from New York.
wait, especially streetwear from New York.
I genuinely, every ounce of my heart, don't.
That's how I feel, you know.
It's a couple of homies I love wearing, but we are our own genre. Traditional New York, that skater boy streetwear is so cliche to me.
Can I speak my mind?
Go ahead, yeah, speak
Yeah,
it.
please.
I did. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I did.
Oh yeah. Oh, you did speak your mind.
Yeah, bro.
But I think I love to hear you speak your mind. I feel like you're just.
He
doing,
says this every 6 months.
I feel like it's like how Tommy Richmond was like, I'm not a rapper, bro.
Yeah, fact.
Don't Tommy Richmond yourself.
Yeah,
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, you're Tommy and yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. He made it one of the biggest songs of last year, and you're saying, who the fuck is that?
No, he's hard as fuck though.
Don't
but-
ever
but he
try to
sh-
trick me. Fuck.
He shouldn't have said
I'm
that
not.
because his music has a hip hop essence to it. It doesn't mean that that's all you like. I know what I know.
I get what he was saying
He
too,
doesn't
but
want to be
it's
boxed
certain
into
words you need to
What,
watch.
but
when you
y'all,
have
but
all
y'all,
eyes
what
on
y'all
you.
gotta remember, bro, is like when I was 18, 19, I didn't want to have a clothing brand. It was
Yeah.
never my intention.
Look,
I was ushered in by Tommy Activity. I was doing cover art and flyers. I learned, okay, you could do T-shirts. You can make more money.
No, that's a
I
fact.
started
But listen,
doing
listen,
T-shirts.
listen.
That's how. This was never my dream, bro. My dream is
I'm trying to
products.
relate to you.
My
Listen,
dream is products.
Listen, I feel you because nigga, I always been into like certain shit. But that shit was so gate kept by all the like ASAP adjacent like if you wasn't cool with fucking Ian Connor and fucking ASAP Bari and Kanye.
That's what I'm
and
saying,
these
bro,
niggas,
but-
like if you wasn't ASAP adjacent, nigga, you weren't like
You weren't given the same navigations nor infrastructure nor network.
yeah.
Now,
So niggas,
I think that
niggas
like
built their own lanes.
now we've all been in the room with all these fools. You know what I'm saying? Like we know people that work around there, bro. They don't chop it up with us.
That's what I'm saying.
They're not
yeah.
checking up on us, so I fuck with. Should we check up on them? You know what I'm saying?
We
That's
fuck
how I
with the
felt,
people
bro.
in our little networks.
I do, and that's all. That's how I truly feel. Because people who are like. People in traditional streetwear, like, I don't even want to read the comments, but I'm sure people are, like, anti-me in there. But it's, like, that's what I don't represent. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a clear example of, like, what I don't, like, house. I don't house fucking stupid T-shirts. You know what I mean?
I think you're making it worse.
I don't give a fuck how I make it, bro. I'm just letting people know how I feel, you know?
That shit is a bigger thing.
Some random green. No, this is actually hard.
That's hard as
Laundry
fuck.
Collection by Spire Supply. I don't know. This is actually hard. The
That's
match
hard
on the
as
back.
fuck. Yeah, that's
that shit's
hard.
actually really fire. I'm sorry. I was just hating.
I like the manufacturing, kind of like, what's it called? It looks good, but I don't like the concept.
All right, we got another pointless
I
bait
seen
collab.
this shit. This shit is garbage, bruh.
I can see Blasey wearing this.
Why you whistle like that?
Blasey for sure will wear this. Can't you see this nigga high as fuck?
Yeah. At
with
Six
the-
Flags.
But you know he gonna have this right up there.
Oh, yeah.
This
Hey,
is hard though.
this is actually hard to have. Like, this is
That's
good.
lame.
Nah,
This is actually that's the best thing in the collection.
That shit's weak.
Nah, that Babe hoodie was hard.
I know. I can see you
I'm
wearing it.
stepping out in that.
You would definitely have this shirt
No,
too.
that's a fire shirt.
Nah, only the hoodie. I like the
This
face
shirt,
shirt.
no,
random
that
bag?
shit is whack. The Tom
bag-
and Jerry Obey the Name shit is trash.
The bag was pointless.
That's the worst shirt. That's
This is
That's cold.
This
I'll
is
wear
a
this one.
Six Flags ass fit.
I'll wear this one. I'll wear this one.
Nah, put back to that hoodie though.
Hold on, we just going through it.
You doing too much.
Pause. The Diddy.
Yeah, that's a
fucking-
Diddy
pose. Diddy.
Ow, it's a cat.
Tom and
run-
Diddy.
Hey, did you see this? Tom and Diddy.
Bro, they have no audio for it. You can't.
Oh, okay. Look. Fucking Tyshawn was getting interviewed
Who's
by
Tyshawn?
Tyshawn
He's a
Jones,
pro
the skater. Pro skater. Listen.
Oh, the dude doing Louis Vuitton shit.
Yeah. So look, he got interviewed by the Breakfast Club, and the title said, Tyshawn Jones on being the first black pro skater. That was so funny. That nigga was like, bro, I'm not the first black pro skater. Dude.
Who the fuck said that?
The audio will play.
No, yeah, we're not gonna play the audio.
We don't need to play the audio. We don't need to play it. But that was just so funny because he posted it. All right, but wait. Before we get into that, let's look at the Supreme real quick.
But let's look at the Supreme products.
I know we got to look. We got the good Blasey collection now. I will say, listen, the actual jackets up here are fire. The this Nike Tech ass material long sleeve is weak.
That shit polyester right back for
lie. This one's weak.
For me, it's a long sleeve biking jersey.
This is weak. This is weak. This shit's gonna fit your body all tight. Look, this is weak.
This is garbage.
Yeah, bro. Hey,
this is weak.
Hey, I'm gonna let Supreme have that.
No, you know you're gonna have this in your crib, bro.
If you squirt shit in your mouth, and
bro, if I see you niggas with these,
I ain't wearing those hats, bro.
If I see a nigga with these cool kids ass hats on, bro, with a little bit of gold in the pants,
down in front, put them
this black mags hat ass nigga, what the fuck, bro? I don't want to see you niggas with no colorful polo jacket on with the fucking Supreme SpongeBob hat like this, bro.
Can never be.
Then you know you're gonna have these socks, bro. For sure. You know you're gonna wear these socks, gang.
No, I wouldn't.
Bro, you know.
I don't be wearing Supreme like that, bro.
I
literally just spoke on why.
You be wearing SpongeBob like that, though.
I don't, though. If you think about it.
Sponge Diddy.
Hashtag Supreme is crazy.
I think the next one was like the olive thing.
It wasn't. It was just that. Alright, boom.
But they came out with like a pool table and shit. That shit's fire.
Alright, listen, man. Sam from Half Evil said he's honored that Supreme copied Half Evil. Thoughts? Okay, so let's look at it first. So we got the.
Fool, they just ripped me off. You didn't spend a second time with that.
We didn't even get to it, bro. Chill.
We did.
It wasn't on Stay Grounded.
I think they did post it. I think it's just down.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it. Hold on. Damn. Can we get to it? Can we get to it, bro? Okay.
That's it.
All right. So look, this is the thing, though. All right, we got a CD player graphic on a board. And on the shirt. Okay.
Shout out to George and Sam.
Shout out to George and Sam, but okay.
There's mood boards out there, but also that's a famous design, There's also a painter.
It's not necessarily that it's a famous design, but it's a famous thing that we've all experienced. Yeah. Like we've all had a CD player in life.
And honestly, when people get inspo for my shit, But you just gotta take advantage of the moment and just say what up.
Do you think that was genuine? Crazy. You think that was genuine inspo, or you think it just was a coincidence?
Bro, I feel like it's genuine. Coincidence or inspo, bro. Like we all see them CD players. That's why they don't sell so good.
Yeah, I felt
what I mean? Because it's just something that people could really understand.
I do not see this Blasey.
Well, it was it was embedded in that. I'm looking at it from the reflection of the.
It was embedded in this post.
No, it's not in this one.
It's embedded in the Supreme one.
Nah.
How?
I don't know. Whatever. Let's not talk about that.
Well, you wanted me to talk about it. I'm looking for it.
Nah, it's in there.
And which one?
No, I don't think they posted it. No, they ain't posted it. They ain't posted it. They ain't posted it.
That's what I'm saying. So where was it?
That's what I'm saying. Just chill.
Okay, no. Let's look at these. All right, this
dope.
Motherfucking nigga is like $500. It said.
How tall is he?
It's don't look that big, gang. For $500.
It's 13 inches.
13 inches? That's like.
Did he have a reference? No.
You were insane.
You're like, that's like.
What? Say what you're gonna say. I didn't say.
You didn't say anything after that. You just wandered and thought.
Go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Because I was trying to think how long is 13 inches?
Hey, yo.
It's a separate shut the fuck up for you.
Bro, this shit's 15 racks.
Bro, I know. I wanted to get it, and then I seen the price. I was like, yeah.
You wanted to get this.
Well, that's so cold.
For the 15 though?
15,000?
15,000 though.
If I had money, yes. If I had money like that, yes, for sure. If I had 15K to blow on
Transformers, robots in disguise.
I honestly been looking at fucking ones on Let Go and offer up and shit. I want a pool table or
a wave
blaster. They take up a lot of space.
You can fill this up and shoot people with. Oh, this is hard.
I want to put it in my garage.
I wonder how much it is.
That's cool. I'll give him that one. I like that idea. You guys get the
sake set. That's cool.
Hey, can we get some food after this? Speaking of sake.
Yeah, there's not. Never mind.
Oh.
Damien Hirst collab?
Damn.
Spencer. I fuck with Damien.
Okay, look, if y'all don't know, who
I'm about to go to it.
Hold on. If y'all don't know who Damien Hirst is, look him up.
Do your homework.
He has one of the most expensive suites that you could possibly rent in Vegas. It's all designed by him.
But he's also
How much is
a
it, like
coveted.
$100 a night?
He's a coveted artist.
You know,
he's one of my
artist,
favorite artists ever.
No, he's fire. He also did the certified.
He's the best artist living right now.
He did the certified lover boy by Drake too.
But he's done a lot of great projects.
No, yeah, way before
a lot of great projects. He's very versatile.
Odyssey record case.
This is fire.
This is fire.
That's fire.
Dude.
That's fire,
This is
bro.
fire. I thought this was a cause collab at first though.
That's fire.
I feel like Supreme is like an adult making faces at a baby.
Nigga,
I
what?
need this.
Yeah, because your ass be actually camping.
Yeah,
and
oh
shit.
God, I need this, bro. I need.
What are the
this.
Supremes?
Bro, if anybody, anybody in the chat that can get one of these, please DM me.
Oh damn. Oh, the Supreme nigga, we need this for the new office. I ain't gonna lie.
Maybe that'll fix the audio.
This will fix the audio for sure. Blasey, we need it. Okay.
That's great. Yeah,
little leather kit.
chain.
Oh damn.
My God.
Yeah, this is kind of hard. They're kind of going stupid. Damn, Blasey. Damn, gang.
He's getting pissed.
They got me again. What the fuck?
I didn't see all this shit.
Keep going.
I didn't see this one yet at all, bro.
Keep going. Keep going.
This look kind of familiar, Blasey.
Oh, that is crazy. I just realized it.
Damn, wait. Go back to that tools.
Man, fuck that tools, bro.
No, that's hard with the little face.
What the fuck you gonna use this for, bro?
What do you mean? It's for every like
That
size
shit-
wrench and shit.
Oh, okay. And it says the blade sharpener too.
Yeah, and there's also like a bottle opener. Also, like this, the cards is.
Tree camo playing cards. Okay, that was a lot of shit, bro. I'm not.
Nah, they got some cool shits, man. I can't lie. That's
It's alright.
Type shit.
But nah, but they hit me up for a collab though. Yes, way.
NLE Chopper says he's the epitome of fashion.
I felt him.
This might be one of the worst outfits. Wait, hold on.
Wait, we're not gonna. Supreme hit you up for a collab? I'm gonna just brush over that.
No, I said no. They should.
Oh.
No, they never talked.
You think
to
that's how he would announce it? Is just casually like that?
Yes, you would.
Yeah, they should. That's how you get it too.
Okay, look. If
Nah,
you
they'll never fuck me. They'll probably like be
This nigga dressed like Dippin' Dots.
He look like my weed.
if you smoking weed that look like this one is high.
That, you remember the snake
What
jacket
the
I
fuck
made?
are you talking about?
That's what that shit looks like.
Okay.
I feel like you made some Diddy ass shit like this before.
It's missing from his warehouse right now.
Top comment says, "Bro, it has to be trolling. Gets worse the more you swipe." Pause.
This is fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
this is nuts.
This nigga look like a Catholic fucking.
I really like this one.
None.
I'm not gonna
I
lie.
can see you wearing this. None fit.
Yeah, that's fly. I like them kicks, but those socks are way too baggy.
It's like a one-piece Michael Jackson.
The slouch socks.
This is like AZ Chike meets fucking Michael Jackson.
No, this is Tyler the Creator meets YG.
Oh god.
This is a Prince YG outfit.
This is Prince YG outfit.
YG will rock those shoes. Bro.
Prince YG is crazy.
Cold.
You undefeated.
You love those shoes. I know you.
No,
love
I
those
don't wear white
shoes.
shoes. I only wear black shoes.
You literally just found those black and white
Those
shoes.
white
Ugly ass
pockets.
ones.
This nigga
That's
blend.
fine.
This nigga.
Blend
Oh, he's
in.
playing with his shit. That's weird.
Is that shit see
That's
through?
Boonin'.
Why you got this see-through shit on, bro?
They got on see-through pants.
This is crazy.
This
The fuck is this?
Hell
no.
Bro, think he Lucas Sabah?
Bro, what the fuck
This
is
nigga
this?
got a fucking mind.
Hey, how does Tats match his shirt?
He got a
this is
Comnic.
trash.
This nigga got a Comnic Garcon fucking mind fit
Nah,
on.
this shit is trash.
Bro, just know if he wait.
Yeah,
Hey, this
Yo, not the belt saying sex.
Wait,
I'm not gonna lie, that's super hard.
Wait, this is the I'm back to my devilish ways. That's fit. What the fuck?
No, look, the
I ain't like
S
the belt.
is the dollar sign.
The belt is kind of hard.
The
E
belt is hard.
functions
The belt
and the
is-
X is the off-white
The belt is
logo.
hard.
I'm fucking with this one.
Shout out to his barber too. My nigga got a crispy ass lineup.
Every pick.
He gotta
every
beat his.
pick.
He gotta
That
beat
nigga
his
never
style
not.
ass.
That nigga never not had a crispy lineup, bro. Shout out to
And
his
his
barber.
tats on point, man.
Hey,
Okay,
yo,
alright.
what's up, buddies? Yo, whoa.
I ain't gonna lie. I'll rock
Yo.
this. I'll rock this fit. I'll rock
You
this fit.
ain't, you can't, y'all can't do that.
I'll rock this.
Y'all can't do
Nah,
that.
I can see y'all what it is.
I can rock
I
this.
see Ryder in that.
Shut
All right.
stop.
Oh, this is fly.
I feel like it,
This is hard.
the shoes
just a
overdid it.
Balenciaga
The shoes overdid it, yeah.
You
The
got
shoes
the
overdid
biggest
it, but this
bro-
is cool.
The biggest bro belt.
Yeah, with the BBE belt.
This
Shout
is
out.
kind of hard.
It's a good fit.
All right.
Ah,
What's it, alright?
Nah.
Shout out to the dope boots.
You got that shit on though.
Nigga, you got them small ass sweats with them big ass shit. That shit look crazy, bro.
Yeah, you need some bigger pants for these.
Yeah.
Oh, if that shit said a solid though, you'd be like, oh, for sure.
I don't know about this one.
It look like
Tom and Jerry.
That nigga look like a GTA character.
That's how it's supposed to be though.
Yeah, this is GTA.
GTA vibes.
This shit would have gone up in Tumblr.
Oh shit, probably still is right now. Okay,
all right.
Okay,
this is fly.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie to that. Being the
Gucci
dressed like this.
cowboy hat.
I hate to be annoying. I'm not mad at this one.
The chrome heart
just
flannel?
the pose and the guitar. It's
That's
like,
not chrome heart
Yes,
flannel.
it is.
Exactly.
Mensa.
That's not chrome heart.
That belt is fire too.
Chrome heart, gang.
That is not chrome.
it is
heart.
chrome.
Yeah, it's how we having.
I'm not mad at this fit. It's just the context is insane.
The
It's
Gucci
everything
hat is
about
kinda
this.
And I believe the belt was also chrome as well. He probably
Alright.
wants us on the rant off that shit.
Denim tier Stussy.
No comment.
That's fire.
They took.
That's fun.
Yeah. You should have been
I should've
popping
did
it
this, yeah.
on Instagram like
Yeah,
fucking.
like these still. Nigga, they did steal this from me. What we talking about?
Go back. There's a brand called
Damn.
Smallers and Branson, and they're known for making these very like high quality
Belts.
knitted belts, and it's like it's low-key popular in like the frat culture. Like it's
Damn.
and back in South Carolina, I used to wear it. And I remember like they used to go for like a couple $100, but it looks like almost identical to these.
Okay, the dag is fire. This is fire.
Jamaica
I'm not gonna
high.
lie, these are fire.
Jamaica high. Get it? Cause I'm hot.
Uh,
Get your dumb ass
That's,
out of here.
that's all right. That's all right.
I like this one too. I need the Jamaica mesh tank.
I could skip the Cotton Field and Stussy logo. I'm not gonna lie. This is fire.
Jamaica high.
This is clean.
Stupid.
But this is a mock-up though, for sure, right? This not even.
That's it.
That's
this
for
is-
show.
That's for sure, mock-up.
Bro, what?
Look at the
Zoom
back.
That shit on Illustrator.
Nigga, look. That shit.
Nah, it's real. Look at the details on
Yeah,
the
look,
collar.
real.
On the
Nigga,
collar.
it's real.
It's real on the collar, yeah.
On the collar, baby.
The
Look,
back is
look
like-
at the back of that, bro.
That's some cactus plant shit.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
It's Denim Tears and Stussy. Why wouldn't they have high quality product shots?
They have
Nigga, that's not a product shot. This is a fucking mock-up.
You know it's a pre-drop. Or
I'm not hating on it. Like, fuck. This is
That's Italy Choppa.
Yeah,
that's
That's
Choppa.
Italy. Yeah,
I can't like it.
Definitely the Italy.
And Italy Choppa.
I'm not.
Nah, this the Blasey still at the fucking LAX fit.
Why?
I don't know, like some Stussy all over.
This looks like some Thai creator shit.
This some writer ass cardigan for sure.
No, this looks like some household
Oh,
shit.
that's hard. That's hard. That's
How?
the best thing I've seen.
How?
That's fire.
That's hard.
How?
With the fucking nigga flag on it, goes crazy.
The what flag?
Nigga flag. This is fire too.
How?
Bro,
I'm
this,
not gonna lie.
that literally looks like some shit like someone's uncle left at Goodwill.
Yeah, but it's hard though.
Dylan can make you that right now for $20.
And the fact that it's Stussy Denim Tears makes it harder. That shit's cool.
Laser.
You are out of glaze.
You've been glazing Dylan.
You've been spitting on it
too
too much.
Dylan like 5 times.
But
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Yeah,
I want
spit.
Hey, somebody send me this whole collection.
you have a glaze deficiency. Ron.
You need to drink some water.
Brooklyn Projects got flooded on Melrose. Dude.
That's fucked up.
This shit look crazy. That shit.
It was raining like crazy though.
It was. Look, the whole street flooded.
Oh, we got. I never asked Milo about that, bro. I gotta check
The thing is, though, it really wasn't like living anywhere else was like. That's just like a normal rain. It's just I feel like LA just really is not prepared
I think
for
only
rain
like
whatsoever.
in the mid Melrose stores only like kind of flooded because I guess Melrose goes
Dips
like
a little
this.
in. Yeah, it does.
Okay, we already looked at this. Should we talk
Oh
about this?
no, we didn't talk. Oh, no, we did
Last week, but
we did.
I
Yeah,
wanted
fools just be like the no problemo socks was kind of the most like funniest. That was the most offensive, funniest ones. The MP logo, but it's sad for no problemo.
Oh yeah, that's I'm not gonna lie, these are hard. I just clicked on the stay grounded.
No,
that's awful.
That's hard.
That's awful.
Shout out to my people.
It's an awful CDG rip too.
Whoever did that, shout out to them, man.
I just clicked on the tag post stuff.
Yeah, we just showing love, bro.
Yeah, I'm just.
I can show love and be honest.
No, you can't.
What about bro with pink on pink Chrome Hearts fit?
He shitted, bro. His stylist is going crazy.
This was all pink shit that he bought, or you think he just dyed it all pink? Oh no, not the shoes, obviously.
I mean, it's
I've never
chrome.
seen
They
these.
most likely can make anything custom. For it.
Nigga, these are crazy.
Who's
though.
Timothy Chalamet?
Bro, wake the fuck up.
He's a fucking actor.
He's like the biggest actor.
I don't be watching none of that shit.
He's a white actor.
He's an actor from where? What shit?
How do I find that?
He dates Kylie Jenner, and he was in Dune. He's the lead star of Dune.
What the fuck did I see?
I didn't even watch Dune. What else is he
I don't
been
even know
in?
what that is.
He was Willy Wonka on the
I
new
don't know
movie.
Instagram.
I didn't watch that.
He's
Let's
Bob
watch this
Dylan in the
story.
Bob Dylan documentary.
Who the fuck is Bob Dylan?
Bro, Jesus Christ.
Bob Dylan, you don't know Bob Dylan? He got some bangers. I ain't gonna lie.
Anyways,
that's that folk music.
Actor going on right now.
Speaking of music,
I don't know hella white people.
Hey, downtown Mac in the chat.
I see that.
Mac in.
Wait, speaking of music though, I will say Blasey put me on to some new EBK J-Bo fresh out of jail, and I swear to God,
I can't stop playing it.
Listen, I wanted to call the most random, sketchiest perk plug that there ever was, bust down a blue, snort a line, grab the chopper, and go slide on anybody. I was like, that shit made me just ready to geek.
I don't want to listen to that.
bro.
What the fuck?
Geek and slide, bro.
He said, what did he say? He said something about like, go date someone your age. Y'all some freaks.
Oh my God, dude, you suck, bro.
Y'all clearly never play baseball.
Carretero.
Stop saying that.
No
What?
reason.
Go learn the newest.
Nothing to do with fucking ice cream. We were talking about EBK Biden.
EBK Biden.
EBK Biden is good.
EBK.
No, but they're saying he's the first one to catch a private plane to Stockton. That video did look fun. I was like, damn, look, imagine you had that much right now.
They said change the screen. Wait, what?
You leak? Wait, what leak?
Wait, what was what leak?
No, I don't even know what leak.
Because I exited out of Instagram, so I don't know what it just showed.
She devil, don't be here. We don't talk
Careless as pod. I'm sorry, gang. I hope I didn't.
Hey, bro. Change the screen. Change the screen.
Yo, just know, Lucha's playing fucking Twister with his fucking Monroe.
Yeah, he had to fucking get through the shit.
The street. Someone cooning on the biggest, bro.
No, that was Lucha's IG. We got Lucha.
It's just our fucking, it's just our dashboard. These niggas talking about leak.
It says docs, bro.
How is it?
I'm gonna get hot.
It's just our dashboard, bro. It's not.
That's good, bro. What did it show? Our views or something? Who cares?
Yeah, it just showed the views and the likes.
Yeah, who cares, bro? At least y'all know what's going on.
Oh, that's how it
That's
looks.
how it showed.
They just showed it for right now, though, right? It didn't show it for nothing else.
There we go.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. My bad.
Fix my hair down.
No, this nigga Tope launched this shit at the fucking wall, and then it fucking broke into a million pieces. This nigga had to climb through and go get him. I don't gonna lie, we look pretty good on this camera with this lighting. I'm gonna hold you.
You matched the drawings on the painting in the back.
The fucking Diddy paintings. Yo, it's like SpongeBob lipstick. That's really what it is.
Let's not focus on what's behind you.
Let's focus what's in front of us. Listen, man.
The future, bro.
The future, bro. We got a
So
lot of shit.
the new set's gonna be dope. This will be immersive.
You said the pod is crumbling week by week. These things are funny.
Nah, that's a fact. But yeah, look, the new set.
We gotta talk about there's fire emojis and looks all like.
I'm not gonna lie, the hat looks fire backwards, bro. You should keep it backwards. Keep it loose and backwards.
Yo,
What? Yo,
Get
what?
the fuck out of the room.
Yo,
Get the fuck out of here.
Keep it loose.
That's the two things you need to do. We do look like we had a fucking high school, like.
Bro, I got a flight literally in like 8 hours.
All right, let's
Bro, we
let's get
did
in
it.
the pocket
Go
with
to
some food.
Hawaii. Aloha, nigga. Like,
No, I'm just like,
Nigga about to be.
Yo, where is Dog the Bounty Hunter?
I gotta get a
Is he in
haircut.
Hawaii?
You about to do midnight in Hawaii playing the whole time.
Yep, but on top of that,
You gonna be posting views with Brick Diddy.
With
wrong with
EBK
that,
J-Bo
bro?
playing over it.
With
Drop
Brick
ski.
with Brick and then the sunset in the background, playing EBK J-Bo.
I'm literally, yeah, it's cool. Huh? What?
Relax, what? Just.
Black.
All right, man. Listen. Biggest bro, ENT. Let's go get some food.
White.
Let's wrap it up.
episode 98, niggas.
Got political real quick.
Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Next
Thank
week
y'all.
we'll get this shit fixed.
Yeah, next week it'll be better. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe. Share the video. The audio probably gonna sound crazy in the beginning, but
We know the comments gonna say audio as fuck. We get
yeah,
it.
chopped audio. We love y'all.
Peace, nigga.
heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
Nothing is lost if the memory remains. These are the words etched into the digital analogues of the Sam AI's mind. We can see briefly appear during the tomb's ending cutscene. Very blurry and intentionally hidden from view. But what could Samantha mean by this? I have a suspicion that this phrase is the single best view of the future of Call of Duty Zombies that Black Ops 6 have given us so far. Just as the initial references to Richtofen's son Samuel and his tragic history served as very quiet and minute details when first introduced in Black Ops Cold War, this small outlier in information is set up for something far larger. The potential return of the Great War, the return of the original characters, and perhaps so much more of the past.
Canon is canon, and we've put a story to rest, but as you comb through this new universe, don't be surprised if some things don't want to stay dead.
Did Nikolai make a mistake in allowing young Samantha Maxis and Richthofen a way through to the new universe? Did they bring the memories of the original characters to the forefront of our new story? Did they allow the cycle to continue? They were supposed to get a fresh start, to live new lives free from corruption and the zombies. And Richthofen got that. He was adopted by Kraft and built a family of his own. But that family was burnt alive at the hands of Weaver and Samantha, leading him on a path of destruction and vengeance, ripping the Dark Ether open once more in a desperate and obsessive attempt to try and restore his family back from the dead. It seems as though almost everything is repeating. Zombies are back and the Dark Ether is bleeding into our world once more. Richthofen and Samantha's upbringings have been largely flipped in many regards. Both are now trapped in the Dark Ether. We are about to see the Sam AI fight against Richthofen once more like the good old days. And we just visited the ancient tomb in France where ancient warriors fought on a medieval mound where Primus once battled long ago, beckoning for their echoes to return. If we are just memories, then nothing dies in zombies, and the two remnants from the old story coming to the new universe would have created a paradox for their return. The very people who heard stories of them from Primus Richthofen, Monty, and Ludwig Maxis. These tales inspired their endless fun games in the house with replicas of them in the form of toys. It must have come as a sheer shock when these two children came face to face with these mystified heroes on Alpha Omega, only to then see them all die, forever traumatizing their new lives. The original characters were bonded with the ether and all of creation itself via the elemental shard. They all had to be purged from ever having existed to stop the fracturing of the universes and begin anew. Nikolai even says the following at the end of the story.
We fought for what we wanted. We got more than we deserved. All the chapters of our lives, good and bad. Even if there was no witness, even if no one cared to see, it still happened somewhere.
Despite their lives being wiped, it did still happen, even if no one could remember. But there's a problem in that. Richthofen and Samantha could, and he is now plagued with nightmares of the events of the ether, and potentially Samantha too. An anchor the Shadowsmiths could grab onto and pull their essence into life from. All of that and more will be unveiled in this video, so stay tuned.
You remember me a little. I'll be a story in your head. That's okay. We're all stories in the end. Just make it a good one, eh?
To truly get a grasp on what Sam could have meant by this memories thought, we have to look elsewhere in the tomb's ending cutscene. Initially, most fans, myself included, wrote off the tomb's cutscene as a quick transition into Mansion. While there are many little tidbits of text lore via sections of Richthofen's data entries that Sam accesses, they seem to mostly just be some added flair around the stories of the artifacts and the mansions. This extra data was there to try and buff the content factor on what was otherwise a relatively shallow cutscene for lore heads, since we've managed to extrapolate some very interesting implications from many of the entries on the artifact, but that frankly took some serious digging and comparisons with Chaos lore to take anything meaningful from it. However, there is one lore entry here containing extremely important future information that I believe many, in their haste to write off the cutscene as unimportant, allowed it to slip by. The entry I'm speaking of is the excerpt from the song Amenhotep. Rhodes File 118 appear in historical record since Egypt's pre-dynastic period, and thus did Cortifex render unto Amenhotep the instrument of eternal renewal, and bid him feed its shards of tempest, and the gates of Duat bend to his will. Song of Amenhotep, 4100 BCE. Breaking down this language reveals essential clues about the role of the central artifact and its connection to memory-based time manipulation, and we missed it because of the initially complex way it was phrased. The instrument of eternal renewal clearly refers to the sentinel artifact, which we already know was bestowed upon Amenhotep by Cortifex. This phrase implies that the artifact is a tool for resurrection or rebirth, tying it directly to themes of returning the dead to life. Next, the instruction to feed it shards of tempest is especially significant. Tempest is Latin for time, and shards of tempest suggests fragmented pieces of time itself. With these could even be broken pieces from the elemental shard, thus containing remnants of the original character's souls, despite them supposedly having been purged. And if my theory is true that the shards of tempest are related to the original character's echoes, then what better name for this new version of them than Tempest, because we know they are not going to be Primus, they are not going to be Ultimus. They are apparently going to be slightly older than Primus, but not as old as Ultimus. And I think if our theory is true that they're going to be echoes essentially around forever, then what better word for them than time itself? As they transcend time, they are a fragment of time. But regardless of whether or not that is true, what could these fragments represent? Most likely, they symbolize memories, preserved moments in time that act as echoes of the past. In this sense, Amenhotep was directed to charge the Sentinel artifact with memories, potentially turning it into a vessel for manipulating time itself. Finally, the line that the gates of Duat bend to his will is key. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Duat was the realm of the afterlife, a transitional space where souls resided before reaching the next stage of existence. To bend the gates of Duat means to manipulate or open the barriers of the afterlife itself. Taken together, this passage strongly suggests that the Sentinel artifact, when powered by preserved memories or echoes of time, has the ability to breach the afterlife and return the dead to the world of the living. This aligns with the echo-based mechanics we've seen in the Dark Ether, such as the spectral reflections on the machine, or refighting the memory or the echo of the entity at the end of Modern Warfare Zombies, or the echoes we see of Archibald's memories speaking to us throughout the Tomb's main quest, and reinforces the idea that memories and time fragments are central to both the artifact's power and the building conclusion. These are essentially what these orbs are that we see in Outbreak and Cold War Zombies. These are orbs containing the essence, the memories of lost souls. The Dark Ether is often referred to as Hell, and whilst it's not as simple as that, it does serve in a similar way. This idea of people being able to return to life via bringing them back via a form of memory, or collecting their memories, essentially just memories of people being caught to return them to life, reminded me of something. I believe that this something is actually the inspiration behind what we are about to see with the Sentinel artifact. The rules around the Sentinel artifact bringing someone back to life seem to coincide with the rules that Kingdom Hearts set in place relatively recently for its time travel mechanics. While this may sound insane to connect at first, remember, we have been discussing since the launch of the game that once Richtofen likely inevitably manages to make a body for his deceased family with prima materia, if his plan is successful that is, they would still need a soul. The physical flesh and bodies of them would not be the same people that died, even if he recreated them down to the atomic level. And from there, we had been theorizing that Richtofen was somehow planning to use the temporal anomalies being studied at the mansion and Janus Towers to time travel back and acquire his family's souls from the past. As we know, he's been researching into time travel and time distortion properties of the Dark Ether. But what if both of these things, reviving them and time traveling, are essentially the same thing? Like stated before, in the tomb we see an echo of Archibald from the the past be forcibly summoned through the use of the Obscurus Attilium amulet? Could it be then, now that it's merged with the Sentinel artifact, which seems to restore it and fix it, causing it to glow a purple, it will literally pull someone's essence through time, just as it did Archibald's Echo? This could explain why the artifact needs to collect echoes/memories to be powered up. So how does this relate to Kingdom Hearts anyway? Kingdom Hearts is quite a complicated series with years of lore just as complex as the zombie storyline, so instead of deep diving all of its lore and characters here, let's take a look at how its time travel functionality works. In Kingdom Hearts, time travel operates under rigid rules that emphasize the role of memory and emotional imprints. Traditionally, travelers must separate their heart from their body to move through time, requiring a version of themselves to already exist at the destination. Furthermore, altering destined events is forbidden, and upon returning to their original time, travelers lose all memories of the experience. However, these memories remain imprinted on their heart, subtly influencing future actions and decisions. This connection between memory and identity plays a vital role in Kingdom Hearts' storytelling. The lifeboat device in Kingdom Hearts is used for an evolved form of time travel that removes the need for a traveler to have an existing version at the destination. Instead, it relies on two critical components: a medium, an object tied to the traveler, and someone at the destination who remembers the traveler. If either condition is not met, the traveler may lose their memories entirely. This concept ties memory and connection directly to how someone is reconstituted across time, making it a more flexible but riskier form of time travel. And to me, this brings to mind Mr. Peaks, who the Red Orb in the second Outbreak quest bonds with, and who is described as keeping the boy safe in his hat, essentially protecting him within the Dark Ether. Could that be the soul, the essence of Richtofen's son? If so, could Mr. Peaks be the very item tied to the traveler needed to restore him? Could he have even been a toy gifted to him by his father, Edward, in his young life, potentially holding onto it as he died in the flames? This lifeboat system bears striking similarities to the echoes featured in the Zombies Dark Ether storyline. In the Dark Ether, echoes are translucent, so far being blue, white, red manifestations of past events, capturing and replaying a memory from a specific point in time. The Dark Ether is described as an ocean with many layers. These can be the waves of the past, shimmering forever. These echoes are more than simple recordings. They reflect the preserved essence of individuals and events, reenacting dialogue and actions. While they initially seem to exist mostly as a method of delivering exposition to us and filling in history for the maps, to us, the players, the Dark Ether has time and time again been shown to take memories from people to feed off of or transform them. This seems to suggest that these echoes may play a far bigger role than essentially visualization for information that could have been a radio in prior titles. And with Liberty Falls ending, where Panos restores his life after just being a soul, after being a ghost, by stealing the essence of the zombies as well as the strike team, restoring his life and then exiting through the rift back into the real world, probably heading to Janus Towers or elsewhere in Liberty Falls to clean up some loose ends and meet some friends. This can be setting up the idea of people being able to restore back to life through essence. Now that we know the Sentinel artifact is powered by Shards of Tempest, a term that clearly alludes to Shards of Time, since like I said, Tempest means time in Latin, but what exactly is a Shard of Time, if not a memory, an echo? These memories, the echoes, appear to be key to the artifact's time warping power. When Amenhotep used the Shards of Time to bend the gates of Duat to his will, it likely involved bringing someone back from the dead by manifesting them from their memories, much like the lifeboat's process of reforming a traveler at their destination using an artifact and their memories. This parallel is significant because both narratives treat memory as a fundamental force in time travel and resurrection. The lifeboat in Kingdom Hearts and the echoes in the Dark Ether rely not just on physical travel through time, but on the preservation of emotional bonds and past experiences to anchor individuals across timelines, across the world, and the afterlife. By tying identity to memories, both stories suggest that what makes you, you, is the memories and experiences that shape you. Essentially, your memories are your soul. This would explain why Richthofen would need to do this alongside creating bodies for his families, even if Modi's biological experiments to create a new body for them had worked. Even if Modi was successful in recreating a body from a single sample of DNA, this body would be an empty vessel, with no heart, no essence, no memories, no soul. And this is extremely pertinent with the tomb, where the Sam AI and Richtofen argue over whether or not each have a soul, with Sam arguing that Richtofen is too obsessed with death for him to have a soul, despite him literally just being a soul from within the house. Yet the Sam AI seems to crave to want a soul, despite the fact that she still has memories of the real Samantha. What defines her as a person? What defines her as separate from the real Samantha, if not the memories? And this concept of essence traveling through time, memories being able to be brought forward into bodies, it all lines up very well with the theory I discussed in a prior video on the new Great War, which I will link on screen and in the description. If you want more detail and evidence for this, as I believe it's returning, check it out after we're done with this one, but I'll just quickly nutshell as a refresher for everyone. In essence, no pun intended, we know that the Call of Duty 2025 villain, Black Ops 7 Zombies, whatever it ends up being called, likely the Warden, as described by Tom Henderson, probably one and the same as the Shadowsmiths, plans to use the essence of the original characters in order to bring back the multiverse, and they are fighting to stop this from happening. Knowing their essence already exists in some manner, and knowing that throughout multiple points in history it seems the Dark Ether broke loose at the tomb and was fought back by humanity, it seems to be the case that their essence has travelled throughout time, only manifesting when necessary to resume the new Great War and push back the Dark Ether, keeping it sealed for thousands of years, whilst it has been bleeding out throughout, but never able to fully consume. These essences of the original characters would take over 4 chosen heroes of the time, and use them to fight the Dark Ether. Heroes like the 4 bastard sons of the Owl, or whoever the ancient statues are in the tomb. All of this seems to suggest that these characters' essence does still exist right now, and is somehow already supernaturally manifesting at times the Dark Ether's darkest creatures threaten to escape. And it seems that memories, or someone remembering them, would be the key to taking this still existing essence and bringing it back to life. It seems to me that there is one character who would almost certainly still remember these 4, and also will likely end up with the Sentinel artifact by the end of the game. Samantha Maxis may still remember them, but we know from the story of Modern Warfare Zombies and Ravenov's dialogue within that she doesn't ever get saved from the Dark Ether.
Maxis sacrificed herself to end the outbreak. We promised we would find a way to rescue her, and when we failed, it was a blow. Some of us took it very hard.
Even if her amnesia is gone and her memories have been restored, allowing her to remember the original characters. So it likely isn't her, but she is still a candidate. Another candidate then, of course, is the Sam AI. We know there's a good chance that she may end up with the artifacts by the end of this game. She's only one of 2 likely people, of course. And she likely wants to have a physical body, a soul, to be a real person and know what it's like to be alive, and that's probably what she wants to do with the artifact, similar to Richtofen's purpose. She's stealing his goal of creating a body. However, the issue comes with her memories. She is based off of an AI copy of Samantha, who seems to be just after Firebase D, so would still be the Samantha Maxis currently suffering from amnesia, and thus wouldn't have memories of the original characters unless, through Richtofen's interrogations of her, the memories have been restored along the lines. This leaves one final candidate.
I wish the heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
I believe that once the Sam AI falls, as she will inevitably turn on us, whether on Mansion or Janus Towers, we will defeat her, and thus Zykov in turn, as I believe he is within the Sam AI's Sophia core, acting as a battery, powering her and her powers. After the Sam AI is defeated, I believe Eddie will see the incoming threat of an out-of-control Dark Ether, and potentially the looming inevitability of the Shadowsmiths, which are probably going to be set up as the villain, right at the end of the story. And if these characters have manifested many times in the past, as we suspected with the Bastard Sons of the Owl, it stands to reason that in all of his studies that Eddie Richtofen would surely have learned of them by now. Could it be then that he creates the entity as a temporary stopgap to hold back the worst creatures of the Dark Ether? And this is how Ava Jansen is factored into the climax or the epilogue of the story. A footnote: ancient enemies like the Shadowsmiths, and her creation was meant to hold back ancient enemies like like the Shadowsmiths, and in the meantime implement a plan to bring back the original characters using his memories of them. Could it be then that these shards of Tempest are actually containing his memories? We know that the Sam AI says that she has specific elements needed for the Sentinel artifact prepared at the mansion.
The artifact requires an infusion of exotic materials. Unique elements that can only be harvested here at Liberty Falls. I have already ensured everything we need is ready for your arrival. You will see your lost agent Maxis again soon. I'll be waiting.
But obviously we know that the Sentinel artifact plan was Richtofen's plan that she has seemingly just stolen for her own. As a result, if there is some sort of plan with these shards, surely Richtofen would have been the one to come up with it and not her. So could these contain the memories of the original characters? From either Richtofen or potentially even the Sam AI if she did manage to restore her memories. This is all clearly stated in the ending of The Tomb, and this could be very well how the original characters could return in a way that makes sense, because right now the big question is, will it undo the ending of Tag the Totem? These characters were supposed to be purged from existence. However, what if they don't actually properly return and we are just playing as their echoes, their souls, meaning they are not properly back? They are just within the Dark Ether. Potentially, something happens at the end of the storyline which plunges the Requiem crew into the Dark Ether. As we know, they end up dying from prolonged Dark Ether exposure. And we know there's an 8-player mode rumored for COD 2025 Zombies, which could be the original characters' echoes and the 4 Requiem characters, 8 total. This way, these original characters could be manifested as echoes and not physically them, and they have to battle from within the Dark Ether, keeping enemies like the Shadowsmiths or many of the other ancient old ones at bay from breaching the real world, and they may be trapped in a constant cycle, manifesting over and over again to keep the battle within the Dark Ether, to keep the Great War within, and prevent the Shadowsmiths from restoring the multiverse in the real world. Because after all, when we look at the storyline, like when we fight the echo of the entity, there aren't 2 entities in the storyline. That is just an echo. It's not a real one that we fight afterwards. It's simply a memory, a slither of the past, a vibration in time, the blood rippling through time. So maybe that's who the original characters are. The ending of Tag the Totem is still all canon. The original characters do still remain dead, but there is something of their memory that remains, allowing them to be manifested as echoes. However, the Shadowsmiths may want to fully restore them back to real life in the real world and bring back the multiverse, as that would happen if the original characters would come back, as they would inevitably restart the cycle and start doing all this time travel, and there would be fractures again and blah blah blah. This way, these echoes may manifest as guardians of the Dark Ether, sentinels, to keep the Shadowsmiths at bay, and they each have to defend their souls, their essence from the Shadowsmiths in restoring them back to life, preventing them from using them as an anchor to restore the old Etherverse. This way they can get a proper conclusion where their memories are left fighting, but they do stay dead. And then, right after the events of Modern Warfare Zombies, or perhaps even in the past if Ava is pulled back in time through the mirror, just basically whenever it is that the Shadowsmiths are taken over, Eddie will pull the trigger and use these heroes only he remembers because he knows they can save the world. They can be real again in this new universe. He wishes those stories were real, and now they can be. When the Sentinel artifact is activated to restore his family, maybe something will go wrong and distort the Dark Ether and unleash the Shadowsmiths as they regain power due to the vacuum left if Sam/Psychov is defeated. And thus, in its sentience, the Sentinel artifact may manifest its own sentinels from these memories of Richthofen, or potentially he does so intentionally himself, using the Sentinel artifact and these shards of Tempest. They are its protectors, its guardians of the Dark Ether, the original 4's echoes, to return to battle from within the Dark Realm and keep the good fight locked, encapsulated within, so as to not bleed into the real world. Richthofen can get his happy life living with his family, whilst at the same time the world is safe because those echoes are keeping it safe. For a long time, we've all thought these characters were gone, never to return, and thus we were very shocked by these COD 2025 Zombies leaks. However, nothing is gone if the memory remains.
Well, at least 3 that were able to be recovered. Because unlike the Origins and Buried builds that we covered on this channel before, all of these files have been deleted, and they were only able to be recovered by a man named Mr. Pinball64. In short, though, what we got from these files was 3 builds of Mob of the Dead. One of them which was a really early blackout, and the second build not being too much further from it. It's also still a blackout, but has had some extra layout changes and is clearly further along. And the third build we have seems to be quite a bigger jump, and is labeled the first playable. It has a whole lot more detailing, and the layout is much closer to what we got on release. But here is a huge information dump, and while you guys are looking at it, I just want to say thanks to Mr. Pinball64, as well as anyone else working on these builds, making them function. It is insanely cool to see some of these early builds. And a special thanks to Heaveneth for his role in making these builds run, as well as getting a whole bunch of footage for me. But with that being said, I hope you guys enjoy the video, and if you do, consider leaving a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course, make sure you subscribe so you can come back for more. Without further ado, let's get into it. For our first dev secret, alongside the leaked files, we got access to an early version of the Mob of the Dead intro. But of course, it is a different length, so I've went through shot by shot and matched them up time-wise. And for reference, I've left this number in the top right-hand corner. The music, just like in a recent Learning Lore episode, has been replaced with a Kevin Shorewood classic for copyright reasons. And I think this is really cool to watch, so I'm gonna shut up and let it speak for itself.
Hey, Sal, we must have been through this 50 times already.
And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds. How we doing tonight, Ferguson? Fairly good.
Doing great, Mr. DeLuca. My boy Tommy, it's almost 6 now.
Ain't that swell?
Hey, Finn, get that tip for Saturday's race yet?
I'm working on it. Right now.
You gonna shut him up? Or do I gotta do it? You know the rules, Hanson. No talking. 9:35, the Weasel launches into his song and dance routine. Damn it, Arlington.
You gotta get the doc.
Better be the real deal this time.
Once the Weasel gets the keys, we move on to stage 2. Let's get moving.
Here you go, fellas. Courtesy of the Warden's private collection.
Boys in the laundry stashed the parts?
Of course they fucking did. What the fuck? I killed him. You've been in the joint too long, Al. You've forgotten how to get shit done.
What the fuck?
This ain't right. Something weird's going on here.
You don't say, Weasel. Where are those screams coming from?
Oh, shit.
Our first dev secret on the actual map of Mob of the Dead, well, we're starting off in Spawn, and we'll find out that the layout isn't actually that far off of what we got on release. The staircase leading out of Spawn is practically the same, and so is the library area as well. Although, of course, there's not much modeling here. But as we get further away from it, some of these similarities will start to diminish, and we'll see that very shortly. But one thing we will notice in this first build is that the map in the spawn area that shows all the plane parts is not present. In the map anyway, as the artwork itself can be found floating outside the map in a massive lineup of models, but we'll get to that in a bit. And yeah, those plane part locations are quite different. But in the meantime, in the second build that we have, this map is inside of spawn. However, it's covered up with like this paper texture. And what's crazy is in the third build, the first playable one that we have, these papers can be interacted with and pulled down to reveal the map. It seems that early on in development that this was essentially the first step of the Easter egg, revealing the playing part locations to the player by interacting with the map in spawn. And I suppose this was taken out somewhere between this first playable and the release version, as it's kinda just not needed. I mean, it's very obvious spawning into Mob of the Dead and looking at that wall that that is the first thing you need to do in order to get out of Alcatraz. But for our next dev secret, we're not going out of spawn just yet, because right above the staircase leading out of it, well, there is another room here. One that definitely does not exist in the release version whatsoever. In the earliest version that we have, we can see that this room does exist, and inside of it are some electric chairs. And weirdly enough, 8 of them instead of just 4, which is a little bit strange, of course, because there's only 4 players. But I do have a bit of a theory as to why this is. As it turns out, the Golden Gate Bridge was planned very early on. It was definitely being implemented. And I think the plan at this stage in development was to have the player teleported from the Golden Gate Bridge to this little room above spawn. Or at least his dead body anyway, in the electric chair. Instead of just spawning it on the floor of the spawn room, the player would have to jump up there in Afterlife in order to revive their downed person and continue on with the game. And in the second build, we can see an early Afterlife texture here, sort of signaling that this is the case. Which I do think would be a pretty cool mechanic, but at the same time, of course, it doesn't really make a lot of sense why electric chairs would be inside of Alcatraz. And on top of this, there is not a lot of space here, so I imagine it was sticking out of this wall quite a bit, and because of that, it was probably visible from the roof, which I'm guessing that's the reason why it was scrapped. We can see that even in the first playable, the later of the 3 builds that we have, this room is completely gone. It's nowhere to be seen, just like in the release version. For our next dev secret, we're finally walking out of spawn from the library. And in the earliest version, we'll immediately notice that things are very different here. First of all, there is no staircase up to the second level here, which is the main mode of transportation in the release version. But not only that, in its place, the original layout was to go straight through the bottom floor, through the area where the rift is in the release version, and then directly forward towards the warden's office, or at least the cell block that the warden's office connects to. Of course, here in the release version, this is quite different, and it's blocked up with a whole bunch of models here, and this area has a massive rift here as well. There's that too. Although, of course, with a little bit of no-clip, you can just go right on through to the warden's office as you could in this build, and it's really cool thinking about how different the map would have been if that was the case. First of all, I suppose the wolf would have been down there instead. Although we can see in that early version that there is a staircase in this rift area leading up to the second floor. So I suppose it was accessible at this point, however much smaller, and also probably pretty congested as playable space. However, stepping through this area in the second build that we have that's just a little bit later, we can see the staircase is here. And I imagine it is around this time that the staircase was implemented, and that way through the middle, well, it's blocked up by a placeholder texture, some rusted sheet metal, and there's very limited modeling here as well. But what's really cool to see as sort of a progress in development is on the first playable version, that staircase is there and there is no additional detailing to it. It looks pretty much exactly the same. However, there is extra detailing and modeling around the hallway. And we can see this placeholder texture was moved back a bit, and some extra modeling was placed in front of it. Also, I suppose the placeholder texture itself did change as well. It's probably important to note at this point, though, that the rift definitely did not exist, even in this first playable, as through that placeholder texture, we just find a really dark area with not a ton of modeling either. It definitely seems that at this point, the developers knew that the player would be able to see this area, so they're starting to work on it, but they also knew that it wasn't going to be playable space. And I really wonder if they had the rift idea yet, but unfortunately, there doesn't really seem to be a way to tell. But for our next dev secret, we're not going very far, just directly above us, because the third floor of the cell block didn't exist at all in the first build. Well, at least the third floor that we know from Mob of the Dead, as it did have some catwalks, although that's it. All that was there was this tiny little walkway on either side, and I imagine playing zombies in a space like that just wouldn't work out very well. None of this middle area here existed, and there definitely was no electric cherry. On the second build that we had that's just a little bit later, we can see that this third floor was started, as sort of a way out from the library. However, the space was much smaller than what we got in the release version. There was no electric cherry here either, and it doesn't seem like there's any connection going towards the infirmary or the roof. In the first playable build that we have, though, this changes, and suddenly the playable space is much more realized, and it's very close to what we got in the release version. The way going towards the gondola is there too, however to the left, there is a speed cola machine right where the electric cherry machine is in the release version. And I imagine that this is a placeholder and electric cherry was probably planned at this point, as I did find out that back in the alpha version of Buried, for instance, they used the speed cola model as a placeholder for Vulture's aid. So it would make a lot of sense that that's exactly what's going on here. But as far as the playable space is concerned, it's pretty much exactly the same as what we got in the release version, at least in this third floor. And the catwalk leading towards Infirmary and the roof definitely exists here. And for our next dev secret, we're going to talk about the afterlife. Because in all three of the builds that we have here, the scripts do indeed work, which is really cool, at least most of them. And we can get a little bit of a comparison of the development progress that has happened on this afterlife system so far. Taking the puzzle right here in front of Cafeteria as an example, the first thing we'll see in these early versions is that instead of a shock box that downs the player, there was simply just a pool of water with electricity running through it. And of course, I would imagine that this was a placeholder, as the model just wasn't finalized yet. But what is really cool for this shower one, for instance, is it's in the exact same spot. So at least location-wise, it was planned out. Although, we'll see here that the puzzle itself was quite a bit different. When going into Afterlife, there was no effects around your hands, although the screen did turn this sort of teal color. And it seems for this little puzzle to get inside of showers, well, instead of going through that maintenance tunnel, which in this build is just completely dark and there isn't really anything done to it, well, there is just a hole in the top of the staircase itself. And you're meant to just jump right on through it, and there's a shock box on the other side of the door. This, of course, is very different from the release version, as at this point there is sort of a cage here, and a shock box wouldn't make a ton of sense. And instead, the player is meant to down themselves and then go through this door in the afterlife, which of course has been updated a lot since then. In the second build that we have, we can see the afterlife texture still on top of the staircase. However, there is a door to the right now. And finally, in the first playable version, the afterlife boxes were much closer to what we got in the release version, and the puzzles themselves were also closer to final. That staircase now had a cage around it, and it's quite obvious that this little maintenance tunnel was going to be used for the puzzle. Although it's definitely just in blockout at this stage, and there is no detailing and no models around at all, except at the very end, just like in the release version, there is a shock box meant to open the door. And for our next dev secret, we have another really cool look at the development progress between the builds. Walking into the Warden's office in the earliest build that we have here, first of all to the right, we'll see a character model from the Black Ops 2 campaign, just standing there so patiently. And of course, this was used probably for two reasons. One, a lot of times map developers will use player models for scaling, to be able to make sure that the areas that they're making make sense for the player to walk through, and they're not too small or way too large. But secondly, I think this was also used as sort of a placeholder to show that this is where we were going to go for the afterlife puzzle. As of course, right where he's standing is the voltmeter that we shocked to open the door. Except in this version, the shock box was actually outside the cage and next to the door itself. And I think the plan was to sort of shoot through the bars. And I imagine that this was ended so that they didn't have to make the player shoot through an invisible barrier. In development terms, a clip rush, which would have probably caused a lot more problems than it was worth. Next to this area, we see the front desk window location is there just like the release. However, when we take a left turn to go towards the mystery box, it's on a separate wall. And in the area where it normally is, well, there's an extra room here, which is very interesting to see. In fact, there's actually a bunch of extra walls here in the Warden's office. Although the general layout is basically the same, it seems the developers were planning on making the space a little bit more contained. And I guess decided along the way to sort of open it up a bit, making the only small doorway this one right here that goes directly into the office itself. But what is cool to see though is that even in this really early version, the caged room that had the plane part was already there. Although, albeit, it did look quite a bit different. And there was a door going out the back, which we can see in the release version is there, however in the early version it was actually open, and there was some sort of room here. In our second build, walking into the Warden's office, suddenly there is some detailing and a whole bunch of texture changes. The caged room still exists, however there is a door covering up that room in the back. And all of those extra walls have been deleted. The layout is now pretty close to final, although the mystery box is still on the right side instead of the left, but I suppose that's pretty minor. And when it comes to the first playable build, well, things have evolved much further. There's more detailing and a lot more lighting changes to make it more eerie, and the plane part as well as the electrified door is there, which is really cool to see. So sometime between these two builds, all of that was implemented. Also, Speed Cola was put inside the warden's office as well at this point. However, its location was slightly different. It was in front of this green door. And in the normal place that Speed Cola is was a really creepy painting. Yeah, I don't know how much of that I should show on YouTube. For our next dev secret, we're going on to the infirmary, because it was extremely different in our first version. Instead of taking either of two routes around the sides, you went straight through the middle. Those areas to the right and left were partially modeled, but they were inaccessible, and also much different than what we got in the release. And in this first version, the infirmary did not lead to the roof, and instead, it led to a catwalk, one that is very similar to Blood of the Dead, which we'll be covering in this video very shortly. But first, we'll see in our second build that we have that's a little bit later, the layout was changed, and you're no longer able to go through the middle. There's lots of modeling changes, and there's that Baroque-style chair as well in one of the rooms. Which, it's really cool to see that that room is the one that's the most modeled as well. Almost like it was the example to say, like, hey, this is what we should do with the infirmary. Great choice, by the way, developers. And also in the second version, it led to the roof like normal. There was no catwalk here. As for the first playable, the third build that we have, this area was much further along. There's better detailing, and the box location was finalized. And the plane part was also inside the case there too, as well as the wolf location, as we can see the symbol for him on the wall. And in this first playable build, the scripts for the wolves work. And although the animation here is clearly unfinished, it's still really cool to see. And for our next dev secret, we're heading up to the roof, before we go outside of the prison and cover all that Blood of the Dead stuff. Because in this first version, due to that bridge being there, the roof layout was completely different. The plan still was at this point to take the plane off the roof. However, the entrance to it was a staircase on the other side. A staircase that in the release version was repurposed as a window location and a second connection to the infirmary from the third floor of the cell block. And on the opposite side where the entrance to the roof normally is, well, that was where all the zombies spawned from. We can see that in this first version, the box is up here, as well as a chain metal fence and some wooden boards, marking a window location, as well as, I suppose, some holes in the ceiling down to the infirmary below. And it's really cool to see that these holes in the ceiling do exist in the release version. This is an area where zombies spawn. It's just now, of course, that this area is enclosed and is an entrance to the roof instead. In the second build that we have, the layout here was changed. And at this point, the area was enclosed, although just sort of in like a blockout style, and the zombie spawn locations were moved to the opposite end of the roof, where they are in the release version. So somewhere between these two builds, the bridge idea was scrapped, and the layout here for the roof was finalized. But finally, it's time to cover this bridge. And for our next dev secret, this one is huge. It turns out that the Blood of the Dead bridge was originally planned for Mob of the Dead, and the map that we all know was going to be much larger. This bridge that was encapsulated by sheet metal led from the top floor of the prison, around a couple guard towers where the courtyard is, and then into the side of a building that is called New Industries. And when I first saw this, I'll be completely honest, I really thought that this was some planning for Blood of the Dead in Black Ops 4 and not for Mob of the Dead. But it definitely is for Black Ops 2, because there is evidence that this bridge existed even in the release version. Here we'll see a side-by-side of the area. The bridge was there, and now it's gone. And we can compare this directly to what we see in the release version. Right where I'm looking at right now is where the bridge connected to New Industries. It went right through this wall. And to the right of it, we can see a massive divot, which this divot did exist all the way back in the early version, although, albeit, it's a little bit different, but nevertheless definitely serves as a very good marker of where this bridge was. And although this area that was part of the bridge definitely doesn't have any collision anymore, we can still see the staircase leading up to where it would have connected. This one absolutely blew my mind, so I'm gonna take a sip of the coffee. Because, of course, I have my coffee with me here this morning, and I hope wherever you are, whatever time you're watching this, you're enjoying yourself. Because covering early versions of these maps that I absolutely love and have so many memories for me from when I was younger, and I imagine I'm speaking for most of us, but this walk through the development really feels like a walk through history. And I want to give a huge thanks to Heaveneth once again for providing all this footage, and his YouTube channel can be found in the description. Pretty much all of the footage that I'm using here is there in the form of some raw walkthroughs, so if you want to walk through that, I definitely recommend giving it a go. But with that being said, I hope you guys are enjoying so far, and if you are, consider leaving a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course, make sure to subscribe so you can come back for more. Without further ado, let's continue. Because for our next dev secret, It turns out that the bridge is not the only thing from Blood of the Dead in this build. In this very first build, there was also an extra area called mine tunnels, and the way to enter this was from the showers. This area only existed in this first build that we have, and walking into it, it is very clear that this was taken from this build and put into Blood of the Dead. It's pretty much the exact same layout as the fast travel section between the cafeteria and the tunnel. And comparing the two, we can see that right here at the start of it in the early version of Mob of the Dead, well, there is this staircase connecting showers to the mining tunnels. And here in Blood of the Dead, we can see that this staircase, well, it's just blocked up with a whole bunch of rubble now, essentially. Obviously, there is no staircase here, but the rest of this is extremely familiar. In Mob of the Dead, it started going over a massive opening with water at the bottom, and that's exactly what it does in Blood of the Dead as well. And as we continue along, the mine shaft goes through a tunnel and then reaches yet another massive opening. In Mob of the Dead, the minecart kept going and connected to a tunnel that's between the powerhouse and New Industries. A tunnel that does indeed exist in Mob of the Dead, and this is where the fast travel goes to. Except instead of the minecart leading there, well, the track has definitely seen better days, and the player just simply flies on up to this grate here. Although in Blood of the Dead, if we continue past this and see where the minecart would have led to, well, past the rubble, it does indeed continue just a little bit further. And on the other side, we see the outline of what looks a lot like a doorway, which, keep in mind, this is directly below that tunnel. And that doorway, well, it could have led directly to here before some changes in development in Blood of the Dead. But every build past that very first blockout one, well, both the minecart and the bridge were gone. And instead, the entrance to it in showers was replaced with a zombie spawn location. Which, even in the release version, if we go on inside of here and turn around, we'll see the nameplate showers above the door. A little hint at what was, and something that you could not see normally playing Mob of the Dead. Really, really cool. And it's crazy walking through this empty space here now, knowing why it's actually here. Because all the way back when I first covered Mob of the Dead in the series Outside, I saw this empty room and was kind of confused as to why it was so large. And seeing now that you were originally meant to go under it and through a minecart system across the map, it's crazy, man. For our next dev secret, this massive hole in the courtyard that we see in Blood of the Dead, but definitely does not exist in Mob of the Dead, was present in these early builds. And in fact, it was actually in all three of these builds that we have. It didn't have any magma at the bottom of it or anything like that, though. There was no rift here. Instead, it was just a dark, empty hole. But still, I thought this was important to note, as it is yet another connection to Blood of the Dead. And I suppose it is possible that in the early version at least, they were playing around with the idea of some pathway leading from New Industries up to this courtyard, through this little door here, as there is a staircase in the earlier versions. So perhaps this courtyard was going to be playable space after all. However, this is kind of speculation, and if it was planned, it was cut very early on in the development process, probably on a whiteboard somewhere, as I don't think there's a lot of evidence here of it being built in Radiant. But for our next dev secret, it's time to talk about New Industries, and also the fact that the powerhouse from Blood of the Dead exists here as well. It seems to be the case that both of these areas were originally going to have some sort of afterlife puzzle, and perhaps a playing part as well. You can see the blue electric effect in this early version in both of these areas. Although, unfortunately, the scripts for these don't seem to work. So perhaps they were scrapped at this point, or simply this texture here was just a placeholder. Both of these areas were completely removed in the second build that we have, and there's very little evidence of them left behind. However, even in the release version, we can see the cutout of where the zombie spawn location was, and that same flat wall we see in the early build with bricks covering up an entryway. There is, of course, nothing at all inside the power building. However, there is this big old chimney, which is pretty cool to see that was left behind, as well as some extra space here. And I suppose the tunnel leading to New Industries would have been roughly right around here, with the minecart track right here, and the tunnel continuing through the wall here. New Industries itself in the release version, as well as every build past that first one that we have, well, it's completely gone. Although, one really cool thing to note is that in that first version, there's even this sort of dev-textured room inside the factory building, which is the spawn building in Blood of the Dead, for those who haven't played Black Ops 4, and is this building in the release version that is very far out from the map. It doesn't seem like it was going to be used for Mob of the Dead, although I suppose it could be possible. I'm not sure why this would be there otherwise. Perhaps they were just sort of fiddling around with the idea, but there definitely does not seem to be any sort of pathway between this factory building and new industries. It could be the case that this was something that was planned for one of the very first blockouts, back when the map was probably not textured at all, and it was cut very early on, even before the bridge and the minecart were. For our next dev secrets, let's compare these two buildings to the ones we find in Blood of the Dead, because they are very similar to what we see in Black Ops 4. Starting with the New Industries building, well, it definitely looks like this area was taken from this build of Mob of the Dead, and then ported into the version of Radiant they were using for Black Ops 4, where they obviously made it into the map that it is for Blood of the Dead, and changed all the modeling and the detailing. However, the layout here is pretty much the same. Now, in Blood of the Dead, of course, the bridge does not connect to New Industries, and instead you enter it from an outside area, sort of between New Industries and the power building, above that tunnel that we saw earlier. We can see that this building was cut off in pretty much the same exact place in this early version of Mob of the Dead as it was in Blood of the Dead. Behind these doors and window locations in both versions is a massive room, although in Blood of the Dead, of course, there is some modeling here, which is really cool to see. And where I'm standing right now is where the bridge would have connected to. If we go through this wall in Blood of the Dead, there is a door here, and a long pathway to absolutely nowhere. This pathway can be seen from inside the map, so it's sort of just used as some ambiance for Blood of the Dead. And it also existed in this early Blackout build outside of its map too. So the bridge, if it were going to connect to this area, would have been right about where I'm standing. And the staircase led up alongside of the building just like this. But instead, well, it obviously took a turn in a different direction here in Blood of the Dead. And for the power building, well, a lot of the same can be said. The area looks strikingly familiar to Blood of the Dead. It definitely was taken from this build and put into Black Ops 4, which is crazy now looking back at Black Ops 4 and seeing this map Blood of the Dead, just how true to this original idea of Mob of the Dead this map is. It's very clear that console limitations at the time held this map back, but nevertheless, it is insanely cool seeing it now. In this first build that we have, that big furnace area definitely existed, although its model wasn't fantastic. And we can compare that to Blood of the Dead's, of course, it's updated quite a bit. There is also, of course, no main power switch in Mob of the Dead at all, and it doesn't seem like there would have been one here either. Instead of a power switch, there was an afterlife puzzle here. And the room that this afterlife puzzle was in does exist in Blood of the Dead, although it's been made into a window location. A very bloody one at that. And although the main room here of the power building is pretty much the same layout, they did add on this room in Blood of the Dead that does not exist in this early build of Mob of the Dead. It serves as a mystery box location, perhaps the first one you'll get to. But in our early build of Mob of the Dead here, well, it's just a flat wall. There's no way to go through here, and instead there's just a wall by. I think it's great what the developers did here. It's very clear that Blundell really loved the idea of the original Mob of the Dead, and he, as well as I imagine other developers on the team, wanted to incorporate it into Black Ops 4. And I think they did a great job at it. It's just unfortunate that Black Ops 4 wasn't the best game in the world mechanics-wise. At least in my opinion, of course, you're welcome to have your own. For our next dev secret, we're going on down to the docks, which had a completely different layout in this first early build. And in fact, there is an area called Sallyport that was playable that is not accessible in the release version, or any version after this first build. This area is visible in the release version, however, all the areas that you can't see have been deleted. And originally it had two ways to get inside of it. One was from where Juggernaut is, where there's this little bridge leading up to the second floor, and inside that second floor was a shooting range of all things, which is really cool to see. And the models here that they were using as the targets look a lot like the ones from the Modern Warfare franchise, which I think is just a really cool connection. It shows how many assets are shared between the games, and I imagine there is just a massive hard drive full of models somewhere in one of the dev offices. And the second entrance, well, it was quite simple. This area here where we build the shield, well, this fencing didn't exist in this build. And instead, you could walk straight through it all the way to Sallyport. The bottom floor of the Sallyport area does indeed have an afterlife puzzle, and one that actually works as well, or at least partially. The afterlife system in this build is a bit jank. It always spawns you all the way back in the spawn room. However, it turns out that in this build at least, you could also just shoot these numbers on the wall. But the idea was that there were going to be some numbers on the wall here in Sallyport, and you would enter the code by shocking this panel here, which is sort of like a keypad. And doing so would open up a cage with a plane part behind it. Oh, and also this door here, you needed a key for it, so there's that as well. And I'm pretty sure I know what part would have been behind here. I think it's the rope. The rope that we normally get inside of the spiral staircase. As for one, in this first build, this puzzle did not exist in the staircase at all, although the staircase itself did. And of course, the puzzle is sort of similar. You are entering numbers, although it's not into a keypad, it's instead into 3 Nixie tubes. The concept of both needing the key as well as using the afterlife to enter some numbers somewhere in order to obtain one of the plane parts, well, it was all there. So it's my belief that this afterlife puzzle that's out here in Sallyport was moved to the spiral staircase in the final version. Man, it's crazy looking at this now, knowing what was here, and also just seeing how many similarities as well with that build there is. And for our next dev secret, well, let's take a look at the rest of Docks, which its layout even in this very early version is very similar to what we got in the release. Even the little afterlife puzzle, although it definitely wasn't implemented yet, as we can see an Intel laptop behind a cage exactly where the plane part was, which I think this Intel laptop, again, is from Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 3. Really cool thing to see. And as for the power building in this build, well, it wasn't a power building at all, which would make a lot of sense considering they were planning to have that all the way on the other end of the island, that Blood of the Dead building that we were looking at earlier. Well, here, it was sort of just a storage building. And it had some shelving as models, but that was about it. It was sort of just like a pass-me-by room. And it's kind of crazy to think just like how boring this area would have been. While in the release version, it's absolutely pivotal to be able to do the Easter egg. And also probably one of the more complicated puzzles, as it is distant from the plane part that it unlocked. And for our next dev secret, we're going to the Golden Gate Bridge. And in this very early version, it was at the actual location of the Golden Gate Bridge that we can see floating outside the map. Normally in Mob of the Dead, this Golden Gate Bridge that we can see is just a 2D texture floating out here in the space. It's not the actual bridge itself. Instead, the actual bridge is underneath the map, far underneath Docks, in a completely different space of its own. We can see though here in the earliest build that we have, it was very small and pretty much no work has been done at it at all, just sort of a rough block out of the bridge and 2 plane models as well, I imagine to represent that we're meant to crash into it, as one of them is destroyed and the other one, well, it looks like it's about to be. And also in this very early version, there is a Durreese Pack-a-Punch location, which is crazy to see. And again, I imagine this is a placeholder, probably meant to say Pack-a-Punch is going to be on the bridge, as this teleporter is the one that had the Pack-a-Punch in Durreese. And also, I think Durreese was worked on by the same team that worked on Mob of the Dead, as well as Origins. In the second build that we have that's a little bit more later on, some more work has been done here on the bridge. And an early look at this expanded layout that we saw in an earlier video of mine is starting to take form. There's more modeling, and there's a little bit of detailing, although not a ton. And as well, the electric chairs can be found here on the bridge too. But it isn't until the first playable build that we get a ton more modeling, and the area really starts to take shape. The electric chairs, of course, are there, but not only that, also the Pack-a-Punch, which for our next dev secret in the first playable build that we have here for Mob of the Dead, well, a second model for the Pack-a-Punch can be found called the Pack-a-Splat. This is the early version of the upgrade for the Blundergat, and the part locations actually are pretty damn close to what we got in release. Although, of course, the parts themselves are not exactly finished, or the upgrade machine itself, obviously. It's literally just a Pack-a-Punch machine with the text changed to Pack-a-Splat. It does seem that the crafting as well as the upgrading of the Blundergat do work, which is really cool to see. It seems that the function of the Blundergat was decided pretty early on, and even in this first playable it was functioning very close to what we got on release. And something that's really cool that most people probably don't know, the name as far as the file is concerned for the Blundergat is the Blunder Splat. Another hint at this Pack-a-Splat idea. And finally, for our final dev secret, down off the island by living quarters was a lineup of models and textures, very similar to the ones that we saw in Origins. It seems to me to be the case that the reason that they're doing this is that in Radiant there's a little feature that allows you to show only the models and textures that are currently being used in the map. And having this massive lineup of brushes with textures as well as models, well, it gives those working on the map an active list of the assets they're able to use. This lineup of textures is in both the first build that we have as well as the second, however in the first playable it is completely gone. And in the release version it's gone as well. However, when you come over here, there are 2 tree models that get called in. The same 2 tree models that we can see in this footage. Really cool thing to see. And again, these 2 trees, you would never see them unless you no-clipped out here. But that is it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed, and if you did, consider leaving a like down below. It helps me out a ton, and of course, make sure to subscribe so you can come back for more. There is a lot more alpha stuff to cover, and I will cover as much as I can here on this channel. So stay tuned for some more in the future. I absolutely love covering this stuff. And if you want to watch more of my content, you can click one of the videos on your screen right now. But if not, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay awesome, and peace out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome onto round 254 on Shadows of Evil. Today, we are going to be trying to get to round 255. Now, I've been trying to do this challenge all night, and I definitely have to give myself some help for this, because genuinely, this is one of the hardest challenges on Black Ops 3 that you could ever do. So, I do have the Xenomatter and the Tentacle, just because I'm actually garbage at the video game. And so I just needed a little bit of help to be able to do this. And so also I did turn on this narrow area. So you can see I already have the fountain pen. I turned on stamina up and all that. But it's because this is one of the hardest challenges I think I've ever done on Black Ops 3. Considering there's only 3 things that allow you to take out the zombies on this round. One is the Silver Protector, which is why we're grabbing the fuses for it. And the Silver Protector can also revive you, which is a huge deal. So that's going to be a really big thing that we use. Also, I'm going to use one of our 3 beast modes because, again, we're on solo. We can literally only use 3 beast modes here. It's pretty tough, not going to lie. So let's start it up. We have Jug here. We absolutely want to make sure that we turn this on. Let's get over to this side. We are not going to be getting the swords just because they're kind of useless. Even the upgraded sword is really not going to do much on this round. And so the other 2 things obviously are the Apothicon Servant, which is why I got the Xenomatter and the Tentacle. And then also on top of that, the double pack-a-punch on the weapons. So dead wire, all that. We're going to get the shield parts as well. So here we have Juggernog, thank you goodness. I have just been getting absolutely rolled. I'm going to hit my 1 Gobblegum of this round. It's probably going to be something purple. Idolize. This is such a big Gobblegum because it's going to allow us to ignore the zombies during the ritual phases, which is going to be really, really helpful. Just considering that the rituals are so tough, man. You have a Margwa that spawns in on round 254. And you have to take out 5,400 zombies to get through this round. Like, I don't even want to hear it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got all the Silver Protector fuses. We're going to open up this debris, head on out, and I'm going to also turn on this beast mode over here as well, because goodness, is this going to be freaking difficult. So, let's get this one done now. And again, like I said, no point in building the swords here, but we are going to get pretty much everything. Now, the only perk that we really don't need turned on here is Double Tap. Double Tap is pretty much useless. I mean, even with the Death Machine, I know Double Tap helps out big time with that, but it's just kind of not going to be that big of a help here. So we got everything here turned on, and now let's just go quickly to Canals and then start up everything. I'm going to grab the fountain pen, and then, yeah, we are going to have to take out at least one of the Margwas to get the Margwa heart for the Apothicon Servant. So this is going to be a little bit tough, and here goes our last beast mode here. We got to hit this one perfectly as well. So jump up, hit that lightning. Oh gosh, I'm so bad. We got it. And then we hit this bottom part here. Open up the door. Open up this box. Then grapple up here. turn on the perk, and then turn on the opposite side here. The shield part is over there. The shield is honestly going to be kind of a really important thing that we decide to build here. So hopefully I'm able to get it. I just don't want to get absolutely cooked out here. Oh my gosh. So you know what I am going to do? We're going to go and open up this rift. I'm going to grab the badge, and then we're going to head through the rift here. And we're going to get the Civil Protector in, because the nicest part about this brother is that he is going to be able to revive us even when we don't have Quick Revive, which is actually like such an amazing thing. And so hold on, we just got to hoard them up here and then run them back. I am going to buy Quick Revive, and I am going to use Idolize after the first ritual. I'm going to just gut it for the first ritual. And also, no Widow's Wine. I think the perks that we're going to be running here are Juggernog, Quick Revive, Speed Cola, and Stamina. So, I'm going to go quickly buy Stamina right now before we do this ritual. You can hear all of the zombies spawning through the portal. That is horrifying. And yeah, for me to double spin a second Gobblegum, it's 1,000,000 points on round 254. So, yeah, no way we're doing that. Also, Civil Protector, let's spawn this sucker in, because he will help us big time. Also, when he drops in, you can see he takes out all of the zombies there, which is absolutely beautiful. But the issue is when we go through to this ritual, if we down even once, it actually ends. So it's kind of a big issue. Let's hope the Civil Protector comes on in. I don't have the summoning key. I'm literally an idiot. So let's go get the summoning key. Run around back, brother. Yeah, this spawn area is so horrifying. Honestly, I'm just gonna hoard them up here in Junction before we go. Like, look at them all come over here, bro. Yeah, and we do have 3 usages of the Idolize, so we should be good. Civil Protector is the absolute legend. And yeah, my power up in here is really not gonna help. Max ammo, big whoop, brother. Big frickin' whoop. Okay. So we just gotta make sure we run around this guy, start up this thing here. Oh my gosh. Okay, now I'm locked in. I've never been more locked in than I am locked in now. And I do believe the nice part about this is that the ritual does take out all of these zombies that are in this room. I'm not sure if they just respawn after or if they get, like, fully taken out. How do we have a crawler? Civil Protector making crawlers? What the heck? Okay, so Civil, I need you out here, brother. I need you out here. We gotta pick up these gate worms. So here's the first gate worm. I'm just gonna run around quick here. Oh my gosh. Thank you, goodness, Civil Protector. Okay. And yeah, the nicest part is we can just keep respawning him. So there's the first gate worm. Let's go now to Waterfront and pick up this one. We should be able to do each and every single one. And honestly, I think the weapons I'm gonna run here are like an AR. So you know what? I'm gonna grab the HVK here. And then probably the KRM. And also, I gotta give a big shout out here to Kizzle for basically being the first person I've seen on YouTube that has done this challenge. And he actually did it 100% legit, which is even more crazier. Let me explain why that is so unbelievably difficult. He had to get the tentacle perfectly in one pod, which is like such a slow, such a minuscule amount of percentage. So honestly, huge deal for him on that. And then also, like, the brother had to get perfect RNG getting the Xenomatter from the bugs. Like, the amount of stuff, and taking out the Margwa to get the heart. Like, dude, it's like even insane that was even possible. And I believe he did it with classic Gobblegum. So big shout out to Kizzle. I'm gonna see now if I can go down here and get this gate worm, because yeah, I'm gonna now use the Idolize for the next 3 parts of the Pack-a-Punch. The main ritual, and now that we have a Margwa in, we really need to make sure that we are careful here. So we have to remember Juggernog is at Waterfront, and also we need to get Speed Cola. Double tap is pretty much useless. Oh, I can get the Civil to take out the Margwa here. I just forgot about that. Okay, well, I missed. Okay, I'm such an idiot, man. Oh, man, we're actually cooked. Like, there's no way. And now, let's get the KRM here, and let's go towards the Speed Cola area. And, yeah, let's pick up the hair piece, and we're gonna grab Speed Cola here. And I probably should get the shield parts, but, oh, gosh, this is so freaking risky. This is so freaking risky, man. Okay. If I have to pop Idolize, I pop it here, bro. Like, we got a Margwa. Like, ain't no way. Yeah, ain't no way. Okay, so this will be our third Gateworm. And, yeah, if we take out this oh, yeah, brother, we're popping this. I'm not even risking this, dude. Yeah, so I think I can actually focus the Margwa heads. Oh, my gosh. Can I even... Dude, I don't even... Can I even do this? Is the KRM even gonna do anything here? Maybe they're... Oh, I didn't even start it. Wait. Wait, you can't start it with Idolize? Oh, I'm actually cooked. No, I have to use the Civil then to take him out. Oh, brother. Oh, that's actually horrific gameplay. We need to use the Civil Protector to take him out then. There's literally no other way. Dude, you saw me shooting that freaking KRM in his dome. It was doing nothing. It was doing absolutely nothing. So, okay, I am going to try and get points for a double spin on the Gobblegum, but bro...
I don't get a haircut down.
Forever.
The timer stuff just bothered me a lot on that map. The timer? Are you talking about... Wait, what do you mean timer? What timer? Dude, that Mimic is still there against the wall. Or behind a door. Still there. Crazy. I don't even know how it got there. No point resetting. It's not gonna bother me or anything. No point. I still, let's play Resident Evil 5 right now. I haven't even beaten the game yet. Don't know if I can play Resident Evil 5 right now. Please invite. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't even know if I'm even halfway through the game yet, Stardust. Do you know if I'm halfway? If I'm at the Sea Monster boss fight chapter? Am I halfway? Or is it still quite a bit? As in a game for reset? Are you talking about like reset timer? Oh, you're about a reset timer. I mean, I don't really mind that because it does add a difficulty to your game. So I don't really mind that. Yeah, as much as I want to, Stardust, I gotta finish off this game first. As much as I really want to. I gotta clock in more hours on this game than Resident Evil right now so I can get this shit over with. Stardust doesn't stream, it would just be me streaming. Oh yeah, we're doing a challenge, a crazy challenge. Strat slow? It's already the fastest strat on this map. It's a 50-hour game. Can't really be any faster than doing this, man. It's already pretty fast. What about their Reese Giant high rounds? They all have a reset timer. I don't like Giant, by the way, and that map's trash. No, but I do care, Dave. I gotta do it for ZWR. That's the problem. I've had some people complaining about me getting the 999 with the hand cannon. It's funny thing was I had somebody said to me, like, are you gonna do a 999 without a hand cannon glitch? And then I click his channel, and then I see him having a live stream of him doing hand cannon around 400. So, why are you telling me if I'm doing hand cannon glitch if you did it too on 400? It doesn't make any sense. Nah, people are weird, bro. They just love to diss people when they literally do the same shit, bro. Just like how I had somebody told me that I have no life. I clicked on his Facebook profile, and they showed that he was Master Prestige on this game. And then I replied to him, I was like, you're calling me a no life when you're Master Prestige, level 806. You're a fool, bro. Right? Like, people are wild, bro. But it's like that, dude. Like, no matter what game you're playing, man, you're always gonna get haters, man. It is what it is, though. Yeah, it was funny because when I replied that Facebook guy, he couldn't reply back to me, and I had a lot of people like my comment and said, ah, what a fool. Nuketown Zombie sucks, yeah. Still better than Farm, though. Better than Farm, better than Bus Depot, in my opinion. And, better than Buried. Dude, look at all these elites just getting, like, clogged here. Holy shit, bro. I don't think I can beat all these elites here, bro. Nah, dude, when people tell me I have no life, bro, that shit doesn't even work on me, dude. Like, just so used to people saying that, it gets to the point where it's so lame. Like, anybody that says that you have no life, I love to know what you're doing in your life that's actually showing that you're being very productive. Because you going out, you going to work, and you, like, occasionally going hiking and drinking party doesn't make you a much better life than I am. I'll tell you that. If you're chilling on a yacht and you're a billionaire, for example, good for you. Honestly, good for you, man. But I'm sure any billionaires who are like that, or any millionaires, are not going to bother dissing somebody else's life and saying that they have no life because they play video games. Right? They're not going to care about that, dude. I can guarantee as a fact, anybody that calls me no life is not chilling on a yacht. They're just doing what I'm doing. You're working a job. You're probably going out occasionally. Jesus Christ, you see that lag, bro? Holy shit, I knew that was gonna happen. But yeah, I had to pause the game there. Now, I hate this auto reload. This auto reload BS shit on this game, bro. That lag was crazy. I haven't tried a new mode yet, A-Dog. I'm not really that motivated to try either right now. Yeah, I'm not a billionaire wave. But I ain't broke though. Season 2 reload is going to be awful. Why the hell are you still playing it? I'm not playing Season 2 reload. I'm playing a map. I'm trying to finish off this map for ZWR. I'm not even playing Season 2 reload. Yeah, most likely. I only changed a part-time job only because I wanted to play and compete in the map, right? If we weren't getting another zombie game this year, I will probably go back to full-time again, right? I might. But now it's just like there's a rumor that we might be getting another zombie game, right? And we're getting 3 more maps, so I can't keep booking days off work, right? That's not gonna happen. Nah, I don't have the gamble interaction thing, no. No gambling. Appreciate a 110 like, please. How many more hours we got? Like 40 more hours left. Or technically 40 hours around a dot stardust. Like maybe like 38 hours left on the game. I don't think I can get sub 50, but it'd be like a 52-hour game probably. So probably 38 more hours. It's not too bad, right? I don't even have max salvage. I'm like barely picking up salvage either. Don't even care about salvage at this point. Okay, give me 1 second here. Why did I choose that spot? Just so you guys don't get grabbed there. Give me 1 second here. What does bot do? The bot, Nightbot? It doesn't really do anything. Oh, actually, no, it does. I take that back, Nightbot. I'm sorry. It does a lot of stuff for me. It has like it has an auto timer for me where it like has an automated message every like 15 minutes, and it has commands, and it also hides like links or like bans like words and all that for me sometimes. So yeah, no, Nightbot does a lot of work. I got an injection here, bro. So many like elites, dude. How are you doing, Goose man? What is up, man? Throw a monkey out quick. Thank you. Just go to nightbot.com, producer, or go on Google and search up Nightbot, and yes, it is free. Very simple to set it up. You don't even have to create an account. You go to Nightbot's website, and it will ask you to sign in with your YouTube or Twitch, and you sign in, and then click Trusted, and after that, you're done. Like, you basically set it up however you want. And then the way to add it in, if you're doing this on YouTube, is basically moderate Nightbot. You copy and paste the link from the Nightbot's website. It'll give you a link. Copy and paste it, moderate it, and then you're done. Like, yeah, it's free. How are we feeling about the patch? Nothing really changed, to be honest. The only thing that's a W is that apparently if you get poked by a mimic, you don't get stuck through the wall anymore. Or on the ground. And I don't know if that's actually fixed. But besides that, Season 2 reload is kind of trash. I wasn't actually a fan of that one, Goose. I feel like they made the game easier by doing that. I thought it was an L that they did that. And the fact that they did it after a month, the map is out, nobody places, like, nobody even cares about the Easter egg anymore. Like, what is the point of nerfing it? Like, what is the point of nerfing it when people can beat it? I beat it with decal with no perks, no gobblegums, no kill streaks. So why even nerf it? If I basically beat it on the hardest way to beat it. No perks, no streaks, no gobblegums. Right? They always nerf these stuff after a month when like nobody even cares about it anymore. Like you're not gonna play it again just because they made it easier. It wasn't even a problem. Right? Another thing that it did was that they just recently, with the Season 2 reload, they patched the bank strat on Liberty. Like, why? Why patch it after 3 months? Why waste people's time? Like, so many people that play Liberty 999, they do the bank strat. And now, because it's patched, ZWR potentially might void all the games. Right? I don't think the pause crash has been patched or fixed, Jogan. I don't know what the pause crash thing is, but I don't usually crash when I pause, but I only crash right now if I hit the crafting table sometimes. ZWR is Zombie War Record. It's a website where you can submit your war record. So, like, I'm sure there's like at least 10 people that did 999 with the bank strat, and now that is patched, all of their games potentially might be voided, right? I'm just gonna go for 500 on this stream, guys, right? Just to give you guys a heads up. So I'm gonna play for 23 more rounds. It's about like another hour, alright? And then tomorrow we'll go for 600. Like, what's with all these mimics here, bro? Favorite color map was a Mauer. Hours straight, that's crazy, dude. I think the longest I've ever watched somebody stream was like 3 hours. The only thing is like, when you're a streamer yourself, it's like, it's really hard to watch somebody else stream. Cause like you're always like occupied yourself, right? And I'm not really the type of person that likes to play and have a stream open on my side. Cause that's gonna distract me, right? I don't like that. So, and I stream a lot as well when I'm grinding, right? So, Ivy said you have to beat somebody to get around a map. Wait, what? What do you mean? Beat somebody? I have 2 monitors. One to play the game, and one to read the chat. But I do want a 3rd monitor one day. Not right now, I'm not like in a rush, but I think having a 3rd monitor will be pretty useful because I want to be able to browse. And I can't browse when I only have 2 monitors because if I browse, then it's going to block the chat. So I want to have a 3rd one day. Yeah, not right now though. I'm not really in a rush. Yeah, that's weird. Brian, I think maybe we're getting view-botted again. I don't know. Definitely, we don't have 300 people right now. I got view botted a couple times when I was playing Liberty. And what round do you think I can go Mango Injection on turn? Whenever you have full salvage, I guess. You run out of salvage really fast, by the way. When I was playing Terminus, I did the ship strat all the way to round 930, and I had 1 million salvage, and I went from 930 to 999, I went broke. So, I don't know what strat you're doing, but the fastest way to play Terminus is to do the boat strat. Like up to around maybe like 400 or 300, you should have enough salvage. And then after that, go to, you know, Wonder Weapon Room and then spam injection. All the way until you're back down to 100k, and then go back to the boat strat and then get back your salvage again. So that's what I would recommend. Yeah, don't do what I do, which is like basically do the boat strat all the way to around 900. Don't do that. So do it up to like whatever round you have max salvage, then go spam and then go back and rinse and repeat. And I would also probably recommend you to use the augment that would probably give you extra salvage, because I do think that would be pretty useful. Or you can use the Magnum one. The Magnum one's pretty useful as well. So up to you. I used 900k salvage in 70 rounds. Come here, yes. And that was just injection spamming. So yeah, you'll use up a lot of salvage, a lot. Terminus is also the most difficult 999 right now. Out of all these 4 maps, it's definitely the hardest one, and also the most tedious one. The longest one as well. It's a 100-hour game, right? And you could possibly get 90-hour game as well, but it's still pretty long though, right? What's the bow strat? It's in the lockdown room. You can have to watch my video on how to do it. Favorite zombie cover map? I already said it, Mauer. What's the easiest zombie map on the game? Mauer. Well, Mauer Hotel Strat is the easiest. I don't really do that strat though, but... It could last you all the way, Tamir, if you know how to use it properly. Because you're technically supposed to use injection while you're trying to get salvage, so... If you know how to use it properly, that's more than enough for the rest of the game. If term is the hardest for round 999, I could probably do an all maps. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%, man. And to be honest with you, even Terminus is not really even a hard 999. It's just the hardest out of the 4, but it's actually like not that hard. I think I have flawless on it too. Yeah, I heard about that, Chief, which also means that anybody that's done that strat on ZWR, most likely they may potentially void it. So that's a rip. I just don't see the reason why they ended up patching it. Like why? Why now? When literally like nobody plays that map anymore, really, you know? Sigma strat was pretty easy, I feel. I think it was just kinda easy to die, but I think it's pretty easy. How did they patch it? You just can't open up the door anymore. Like, you're not gonna be able to open up that door. Yeah, gonna wait to see if they revert it, cause they didn't even say anything about that, and LTG grabbed through the wall. Do you have a 999, Chief? on ZWR for Liberty? If you have one, then that would make sense. What's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy? I think that's just a PC thing, Brock. Don't think that's a console thing. I've only crashed once when I paused my game. Yeah. If I could, I'd record my 999 as well, but my computer has issues with BO6, so I'd rather not risk it. Damn, so are you doing a 999 without recording, Johan? So basically, whatever new map comes out for BO6 zombies and you get to 999, it won't count because it's impossible to know what's gonna be patched. Not really. I mean, if you want to play it a safer way, right? Just don't do anything that you think could potentially be patched, right? If you don't care, like, obviously there's a gamble to that, right? So here's the thing. If you play out the right way, depending on like how bad the glitch is, if you play out the right way, there's a chance you'll lose a race, right? Because obviously whatever that glitch is, or whatever that potentially, you know, exploit thing is, it's giving you an advantage a little bit, so you'll lose a race, right? But if you want to play it safe, you can choose to lose the race and just play it out as legit as possible, so that way if it gets patched, then your game is still there. So that's your risk, right? Because I technically did get number 1 on this map, but if I played it out like normally, it might have not worked out because my game would keep crashing from the crafting table bug, and potentially my game would be over too, because I could maybe crash on the round and load it back in, right? And if I were to do it like the legit way, or, you know, like without doing the hand cannon, I don't think people would consider that I got the world first tomb if somebody else got it before I did using the hand cannon, right? Like, I'm just stating a fact here. So depends on the game, Ryan, to be honest with you. Some people are better on some games, and then some people are better on other games, right? So it would really depend on what game you're asking me on. But in terms of modern games, I don't have anybody on mine. Because I don't think there's not really anybody that's like the best player on the modern zombie game, right? But I do know for BO1, I know who I would say. I do know who for BO3, I know who I would say. I'm not sure about Black. I guess Black Ops 2, I know who it is as well, I guess. You have to have the full gameplay, Joanne, if you're gonna submit it. Even if you have like 5 rounds missing footage, like technically ZWR, they have the right to like reject it. But it also depends on who you are, right? Like, I mean, it depends on the situation, why you didn't record a 5 rounds, like what happened. You know, they might be able to bypass it for you depending on who you are. So, but ideally, you want to have like, you know, the full footage, right? Yeah, thank you. I'm not the best player though, Ryan. You're not doing any solo records till later in the game's lifecycle? That's a weird way to think of it, Chief. Because if I were, because like I'm kind of the opposite. Especially on the modern game. after the game life cycle is over, the game is dead. So like, why even bother going for world record when the game is dead? Right? Well, co-op, you can't save and quit, so you can't really cheat. But solo, yes, you could save and quit, which is why your game needs to be streamed. Because if you record and not stream it, your game could still be cheated. It's not hard to edit, you know? Like, it's not hard to edit around, you save and quit, crop it out, and then just assume that nothing happened, right? It's not hard, so. Ideally, BO6, you have to stream it, ideally. It's not hard to cheat. Yeah, I also, to be honest with you, I think ZWR doesn't mind it if you save and quit after every bug round. I don't think they mind it, but I'm personally against it. Because I think that's kind of cheating in a way, because like you're basically skipping the zombie rounds, right? To get more bug rounds, so I think that's kind of cheating in a way. I know some people don't think it's cheating. But like, how do you argue it's not cheating though? Like, how do you argue it? Right? You're never gonna die on a bug round, man. You could definitely die on a zombie round, but not really on a bug round. If you stand here, Johan, they won't grab you. In this specific spot. Definitely got this game beat. In my opinion, we'll be shocked if we don't get 99, get 999 close to first on next map, if not first. Yeah, I mean, I'm usually, like, when it comes to these grinds, right? I personally don't think I'd be worse than top 3 on a race. Like, unless if my game crashes, obviously, like, and it actually ends. But if it doesn't end, I don't think, like, I'm usually gonna be top 3, right? So. Have an injection. There's so many mimics, dude. Yeah, other spots close to stand where they don't grab. Yeah, I know there's another spot, but I only stand here because if you get grabbed, because like you don't get grabbed over here as well, right? Kind of if you stand still. But if you get grabbed, then you might get stuck through the wall. But over here, it's like if you get grabbed, then you won't get stuck through the wall. So that's kind of why I prefer over here, and it's also a little bit better, kind of. Do you have any injection on the ground? Oh, I don't have an injection on the ground, huh? Do I gotta hit the crafting table? Does that mean I'm gonna crash? Okay. Okay. Watch. Okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna crash, right? I think I'm like 3 hours into the game. Okay, let's see if I crash. I think I'm gonna crash. Oh wow, I didn't crash. Did it patch it? I didn't crash. 4 hours already. Wow. I wonder if they patched it. I always get sketched out when I hit the crafting table now, because like you're supposed to crash. Right? Yeah, I think I don't really know exactly what spot you're talking about, obesity. See the left of the pillar next to the hole? Like what, over here? This? Where do you shoot? Over here? Okay, let's give this a try a little bit. I've never done this spot. You don't like the looks of that pillar? Welcome. I feel like this strat's kind of worse though. Because like I feel like the mimics are actually like they're getting more closer to me. They don't die right away. I feel. Is the sound of the staff different? It sounds the same. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna use a turtle shell. Yeah. No, I don't know. I feel like the mimics are coming more at me doing this way. I'm gonna go back this one. Sounds the same. Well, like, what's different about it? Yeah, it is kind of broken. Also, kind of a boring strat though. I honestly had more fun when I did the hand cannon strat. If I have to be honest with you, the hand cannon was actually fun. Got on 234 last night, started again. Just got to round 140 and actually used a Dying Witch on Liberty Fall Bank roof strat. I mean, there's not really any tips I can give you. It's just really like, you know, you gotta be more consistent with the jet gun, right? I don't know what advice I can give you. When you're charging, make not the same sound like before. Sounds the same to me. Still that squeakly sound. I don't know. Sounds the same. Why are you holding on to mine? Plays ASAP? You mean on a vermin round? You don't gotta wait, you don't gotta put it on a vermin round. It doesn't do anything. It's just gonna go through a waste because that mimic is right there, right? That's why I don't put it. Because I gotta focus on doing this. This is faster. Glitching is more fun? Depends. Depends. We only had to do the hand cannon thing because the crafting table bug was there. Otherwise, I don't think we would have done it, to be honest with you. It was just because of the crafting table bug. You mean doing a 9-on-9 for a week ending round to get gum? Ivy doesn't really want to do this. In a way, but, you know, still gotta do it for 35 more hours. In a way. 100 million score. Jesus Christ. Yeah, unfortunately, this my love for this game is kind of dying, obesity. So I'm just gonna be waiting for the new map to come out after I'm done with this shit. I can't see myself playing this for now. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, guns are kind of useless on BO6. They also don't really feel rewarding when you use them. That's another thing. Bring back classic guns? I mean, technically this game has classic guns, it's just that it's merged. It's merged with megas. And they made it where it's like, it's limited, right? Like, it's not infinite. Got Dark Matter? Congrats! If I give you $100 to make me food, what would I make you? Well, the thing is, I don't know how to cook. Like, I can't really cook well, Stardust, so... I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, if I knew how to cook food, well... I don't know what do you like to eat? Like, I don't know, if you like meat, I'll make you a steak or a rib. Or like, maybe like lamb racks. If you like seafood, then I'll make you a lobster, I guess. Because I love lobster myself. If you like Japanese food, I'll make you sushi. Alright? Yeah, I'd rather take you out to a restaurant, to be honest. If we ever meet in person, Stardust, I'll take you out. I'll take you out for a nice meal. You love sushi? Okay, sushi. I guess we'll be taking you to sushi, I guess. Too many elites, bro. Bro, it's only cheap because USD currency is higher than Canada. Like when you guys convert your currency, it's like it seems like you guys like literally double your money. That's the only reason why you feel like it's cheaper. But if you took it the same currency, then it wouldn't be that cheap. $50 only on this map, around 50 hours. I don't mind taking on a day, Stardust. I don't mind. I've taken one of my moderators on a day. Like I met up with one of my moderators because he came to my city. I took him out for a nice ramen, and then we went for a drink, played some arcade. I picked him up, as well. From the, not airport, but from his homestay. Dropped him off home. We took some pictures. We talked about COD zombies. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if you're a moderator and you ever came to my city, I'll buy you a meal. Yeah, we could chit chat a little bit. How did the date with your boyfriend go? Oh, it went great. It was Mini Goat, by the way, in case you're wondering who it was. Mini Goat. He came to my city for a concert. So yeah, we ended up meeting up. We always have interesting combos here, Ryan. Where are you from, Stardust? Cause like I know, like I have moderators from everywhere around the world, man. I want to go to Florida one day, and I have like one moderator from Florida. If I go over to Australia, I know who to find. If I go over to Netherlands, I know who to find. If I go over to Ontario, I know who to find. If I go over to New York, I know who to find. If I go to UK, I know who to find. Like, I have a moderator from across the world, bro. You'll come to Canada one day? We gotta meet up then, G. You're gonna have to show me your fishing skills. You probably like sushi so much more because you're from Japan? Wait, what? Wait, are you born in Japan? What? Come to Australia, bro. I promise you won't get eaten by 15-foot crocodile. Dude, Australia is so far away from me, right? Well, it's like an 18-hour flight, dude. I don't know if I would ever go to Australia, bro. It's like, that's just so far, bro. Wait, can you speak Japanese, Stardust? Catfishing skills? Goddamn. Meeting people across the world? Yeah. That's what I enjoy as well. Small world, man. Great way to meet people. Yeah, and then no lives here. A lot of people don't think that way though, Decal. Like a lot of people that stream, they just care about streaming. They don't care if you want to meet up. $90 OT Leno? What the hell does that mean? Oh, what did I ask? Damn. I wouldn't TTV. I hate doing camel grinds. I wouldn't recommend it. $488. Romo's at the round that I was on day one. That's wild. That is wild. Kind of crazy to think that it only took 15 hours to hit round 500. Like, that's crazy fast, dude. Bowling videos? Wait, Boeing or bowling? Like, that was Boeing. Is there an easy spawn room to be? Maybe Tomb. Depends what category you're doing, because Liberty has round 126 by Devious with no gobblegum, so have fun with that. And then Terminus, no one's gonna beat the world record right now. Freaking APA or APA literally conquered that category, so have fun with that. Citadel, have fun. It's like 980 something, have fun. For first room, no gobblegums, have fun. And then Tomb is probably the more easier one to beat right now. Record on Citadel, no gobblegums, is 980 something by chance. So you'd be expected to play an 80-hour game, probably. Have fun. It is beatable, yeah, definitely is, but have fun. Favorite dessert? Ooh. Does bubble tea count, Stardust? Like, I love bubble tea. If that doesn't count, then I would say either mango pudding or mango sago. If you don't know what mango sago is, it's like kind of like mango juice with like tapioca and mango and grapefruit. So it's kind of like a pudding dessert. So yeah, probably that's like my favorite, I'd say. But yeah, drink-wise, bubble tea. Really? I would say bubble tea is a dessert though, cause you know there's there's kind of like desserts. It's like a bowl, right? And then it has like puddings, mochi, churros, coconut juice. Like for example, like that, right? Technically, that could be a drink as well, but it made it where it's like in a cup, right? Or like in a bowl. But like that's kind of like a bubble tea, right? Or like shaved ice. Like, those are pretty good, right? Fancy drink. $4.89. Let's go. We're flying to the moon. No, Decal had to pop 970 timeouts. He was nervous. Every time he saw a zombie, he just popped a timeout. So, that's what he did. Google says a dessert. Damn. You know, you can also Google who is Insomnia Virus, you know? They'll also give you an answer. Yeah, for sure. I've Googled it myself because I've had people Google who's Insomnia Virus. ChatGPT also knows as well, by the way. But when you Google who's Decal, you know what they say? The biggest no-lifer. Like, beyond no-life. Like, the dude's crazy, dude. Crazy, dude. Absolute no-life. You come up on Google? Yeah. Kind of crazy, right? You know what Google used to say about me? Like, back during Cold War, if you were to Google who's Insomnia Virus, it would say Insomnia Virus has the highest war record round on Cold War. That's what they used to say. Like, it will literally, like, it will just say, like, Outbreak war record, highest round. But it doesn't say that anymore now. So, that's what they used to say. Why did I put that emoji? Jesus. Trying to be cute? stands for player of game, I think. I could be wrong though. The POG is like a Twitch thing. I didn't even know what it was before. Like every time I use Twitch, I'm like, why are people saying POG, bro? That's just so weird. Like, what does that even mean? But I say it now though. Yeah, that is kind of crazy, Dave. I think the first I heard about you guys when you guys did the Scorpion Night game. Yeah, that was pretty fun. But the sad thing is, the people that I did it with, they kind of all stopped playing zombies. Like, Rhino quit zombies, which is also my moderator. Old school Canadian barely even plays zombie, or sorry, old Canadian, wait, no, sorry, not old school Canadian, that Canadian kid. He barely even plays zombie anymore, right? Also my moderator. I don't even think, yeah, I don't even think he even played BO6. Or he might have played a little bit and he just quit. And then Cam just recently came back, but he's been like on and off, on and off. How long you think Management 999 gonna be at the Wonder Waffle in there? If I had to make a prediction, TTV, probably an 80-hour game. I don't think it'd be a fast map. The only reason why this map is so fast is because the ice sap actually kills through the wall. That's like the only reason why this is even a fast map. But like, the waffle is not gonna do that. So I think it's gonna be like a 70-80 hour game for that map. Like it might be kind of like a Citadel game, you know? So yeah. Not a bad thing, because that also means that it'll be a longer grind, right? It'll be like a 1 week grind. So not really a bad thing. More content, right? Tomb ended too quick, bro. Like, it ended on day 3. It was way too quick, bro. Yeah, I have a feeling, like, we're gonna be using an augment to do with, reloading the Wonder Weapon or something. That's what I think. Jesus Christ. Nah, not worth it, Chief. The game is so dead, bro. Not even worth it. I can't even stand redoing a 999. I definitely cannot stand redoing another 999 on a map with no support. Like, I can't imagine that, dude. Like, I'd be, like, bored out of my mind, bro. Like, I'd rather spend the time just go play BO3, to be honest. Also, I don't have an injection here. Am I gonna crash? Oh wow, I didn't crash. Maybe they fixed it. I don't know. Maybe they fixed the crafting table bug. Maybe. I haven't crashed for like 4 hours. That's wild. Nah, I don't play BO3 customs as well. I've tried it before. I don't like it. Like, basically, I don't really play zombies for casual. Like, I always want to be going for, like, a record or something, or, like, trying to get better at the game. So, BO3 has, like, BO3 custom maps has no competition. So, I wouldn't bother wasting my time on it. Yeah, if you want to watch BO3 content, like, BO3 custom map, you're gonna go need to watch, Kandora. Because he's the man, you know, that basically streams custom maps. But speaking about Kandura, what happened to him? Because I feel like he hasn't really been streaming. Like, I don't know if you guys know what happened to him. Is he like taking a break, or? I feel like I haven't seen him stream for like a year. Like, I'm not close with him, but. What game, BO5, BO4, etc. would you play again after this map? I would only play BO1, 2, or 3, and War of War. Those are the only 4 games I would play for zombies. I wouldn't play Cold War again. I quit. I wouldn't play Modern Warfare 3. I wouldn't play Vanguard. BO4 is a very maybe. I would maybe go back to it again, but that's just a maybe though. Why wouldn't I play Cold War again? Because the game is dead and I basically did everything I gotta do on that game. Just like this game, after the new zombie game comes out, I probably quit this game. I like Cold War at the time. It's just dead. Like, it's just so dead right now, though. Oh, I know that sounds kind of stressful, Stardust. I haven't even played that map yet, but I know that Easter egg is a pain. I don't know. Cold War feels pretty dead to me. Nobody plays it. Like, literally nobody streams it. Cold War is more dead than BO6 right now. Basically, most people are playing BO6. Cold War is like very dead. Yeah, and the funny thing, Sheev, is that he thinks he is the GOAT. He thinks he's the GOAT of the modern zombie games. That's the funny thing. Playing a dead-ass game that nobody cares anymore. Yo, TDV, appreciate so much for 2 months. What's the point of this kind of message? It's just that if you remember, right, for every month you get a free message. Like, basically you get a free dono message. That's kind of the whole point. It's just to show an appreciation that you've hit another month. Yeah. Do I think Cold War sucks? I don't think it sucks. I just think the game is dead. And what I mean by dead is, like, really, like, the only people that are playing the game are the randoms, or, like, you know, the kind of the casuals, right? Or, like, people that haven't really played the game. Like, there's not really any high rounders that play that game anymore. Alright? Like, no matter what war record you get on that game right now, nobody cares. Right? Because the game peak is already over. Right? And it's gonna go the same with this game as well, right? Like, once this game is over, if you get like another 999 on a map, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Because the game peak is over. Yo, I played Cold War a lot, Dave. Like, I did enjoy it, man. Like, I enjoyed Outbreak, I enjoyed Mauer, I enjoyed Forsaken. But, you know, what's done is done, right? Like, you know, I played it during the peak time. I did everything I could at the time. Hey, TTV, you didn't have to do that. Thank you very much for the gifted, though. Thank you. For Zin Pulse? Thank you, let's go. Guys, huge cash like for TTV in the chat. Appreciate that, man. Oh, had to pause the game there. I had to write your name here, shit. You see, that's the thing that I don't like about this game as well, is that whenever you try to pause the game, it also creates like a lag, so... Because I gotta write your name here now, right? So... Purpinator, thanks so much for the 2 months. Let's go. Cold War is still fine. Go back, play, and prove me wrong. I think it's just because I played it too much during the time. I played it too much, man. So I don't know. I do know it's a fun game and all that, but like I played it so much, man. Like I just got so sick of it. But yeah, happy 2 months though, Purpinator. Die Machine 935? No, thank you. I ain't doing that, dude. I would probably agree as well, Ryan. Yeah. I'm not followed to any speedrunner besides Frank. He's the only one I'm followed to. Like in terms of an Easter egg speedrun. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. No, I'm following the Kingman as well. I take that back. Yeah, so Kingman and Frank are the only two guys I follow for Easter egg speedrun. Have you tried a new webs yet? What is that? Duries, Randy. Duries. Yo, big choo choo. Take me over to MVP. 28, my man. Holy crap. BO3, BO2, BO1, war. Watch you run in circles for hours. You know, that's what makes zombie fun, man. Is running in circles. But not doing this shit, bro. Not camping in the corner. Popping injection. You know, that's not fun, bro. I'd rather run in circles because it's satisfying, right? It's very satisfying. But dude, happy 28 months, my man, dude. Holy crap. I don't have any tomahawks, dude. God damn. 550 tonight? I was gonna go for 500, right? I'm gonna go for 550. God damn. You really want me to get this shit over with, huh? 550. I can maybe do like 510, maybe 515 possibly. Okay, let me reply a message. I don't know about 550 though. I'm trying, Stardust. I'm trying, man. Like, tomorrow will definitely be over 600, or we'll definitely get 600 tomorrow. How come you write the dono names on the list? I only write it for membership, TTV, because there's not a way to track it. Like, if you do a super chat, then I can track it, but if you do it through a membership, the only way I can find it again is if I rewatch the stream. So that's why I always write it down. Like I write everybody's names on my paper whenever they give a member. Bit of a shitty system, but it is what it is. So that's why, like, you know, when people keep gifting one membership at a time, it's a lot of work for me. You know, you're making Insomnia work. Brother wants to play BO6 with them, but I feel like this game is so much work compared to the older game, just simpler. It's too much like work. I feel like this game is easier, like way easier to play. It's very chill, if I gotta be honest with you. Very chill game. Holy Sheev Lunger! God damn, bro. Holy shit. 20 gifted member. Wow. Guys, huge hashtag for Sheev Lunger, dude. Holy crap. I have to read out the names as well, but give me a second here. I'm gonna get cooked here. I'm about to get cooked. Give me 1 sec here. Guys, huge hashtag for Chief, by the way. Huge hashtag. Thank you very much. I have to pause. I think I have to pause my game here to read. I can't read right now. You're gonna have to give me a second here. So many zombies. Okay, let me pause. Tamir, Randy, Saraz, DAC, Mario, Shannon, Alan, Funnucka, Anarf Sharks, _X, Dari, Varith, Nicholas, EJ, Cam, Irish, Zombie Killer, Nick Shapir, Royce, Guitar, Drudo, Sid C, Sam Jones, Maya Medina, or Mike Medina, and Slum, dude. Thank you very much for that, Chief. Lunger, man. Holy. I gotta write your name now. Chief. Wait. How do you spell your name? Chief Lunger. Let's go. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. How's the nerf to strat going? I mean, it kind of feels the same, to be honest, with New Bernie. It's really not any different than doing a hand cannon strat, you know? Oh my god. Yeah, Zambi doesn't really play zombies anymore, Stardust. He kind of is doing other games. He doesn't really play zombies anymore. Oh, do I gotta buy another kill streak? Okay, well, hopefully I don't get a crafting table crash. Nah, there isn't one, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, are we gonna crash? Let's see if we crash. I really think that they might have fixed it. Because normally, right, like, I should be crashing at 4 hours into the game. And I haven't crashed yet, so they might have fixed it. I liked it for like the first season TTV, and then the game became dead. Like, it was only good up to season 1 reload. When they were like having the Red Warren boss fight and all that, it was kind of cool. But then after that, the game was absolute trash, dude. Absolute trash. Also, the game was not even hard, to be honest with you. Modern Warfare Zombies, bro, it's like stupidly easy to play, dude. And there's like nothing to play about it too. Like, once you beat all the missions, right, and you get the somatic, there's nothing to play. Like, it's just so boring. Like, the whole point of playing it is to get the somatic. But then that was it. Like, there was no purpose of the game, right? Nah, that game was absolute trash, bro. To the point where every single game you load back in, you'll see people all run to the middle of the map to do the tombstone glitch. Every single game. Right? Like, so boring, that game, dude. Nah, that game was trash, dude. It had potential. I'll tell you that. It had potential. But they literally gave up on the game. Not a good zombie game? Yeah, I know. It's like an F tier, bro. Yeah, it just got super boring, just giving money and playing the same mission. Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's just one map. That's the worst part. The one, you're playing the same map for the entire year. It's the dumbest shit ever, dude. Right? But I would say the Red Warren boss fight was pretty cool. I'll tell you that. It was pretty fun. And the thing that I really hate about Modern Warfare Zombie was that it was such a pain in the ass to get a party of 6 in the same party. Do you guys remember that? Like, if you guys were here during my open lobby game on Modern Warfare Zombies, you guys know how much effort we've spent to get a game with you guys, right? Like, if you guys were there, you guys would know. You guys would know what I mean by that. Yeah, no worries, producer. You have a good night, buddy. All right. Much love again. Thanks so much for the combo. You can put down 3, 7, 3 max. Red Worm is hard in the boss fight. Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I did a pretty crazy challenge on the Red Worm. I beat it with no perks, like solo. It was pretty hard actually when I did it. Bro, I literally had an open lobby stream, Decal, where I was trying to get 6 people in the same lobby, and I spent 3-4 hours of just doing that. It was wild. Like, I actually felt bad, and I was irritated, bro. Because, like, I literally, like, you know, wasted everybody's time, and, you know, like, we couldn't get the same lobby for 3-4 hours. Like, that shit is wild, dude. I didn't really play Infinite Warfare TTV, so I didn't really beat anything. Like, I literally only played, like, Spaceland for, like, 10 rounds. That was pretty much it. Nah, too hard to blow up from Modern Warfare Zombie, man. Too hard to blow up. You would have to be, like, a video content creator. If you want to, like, live stream, you can't really blow up. Yeah. The only people that blew up from it was like people that made videos, but I don't think there was a single streamer that like blew up from it. Remember Steve? What do you mean? I would say solo-wise, Red Worm is much harder than any of the boss fight in this game, in my opinion. Like, if you're actually fighting it solo, and, you know, I think it's harder. What do you guys think? Nah, you just place it whenever you have it ready, 7. It doesn't matter if you already have 3. When you put down the 4th one, it'll get rid of the oldest one. So that way you always have 3, like, active energy mine, and you don't gotta worry about it, like, breaking, so. Yeah, just like, put it whenever you have it. Nah, dude, DK, I probably fought Red War more than you did. 100%, bro. I was doing open lobby for 2 months straight. Bro, I beat around there too. I think it's harder solo. You think it's easier than Patron 13? Or you think it's easier than Patron 13? No way. No way, bro. Or actually, no, you're saying because Citadel's way harder? Nah, I don't know. I don't feel like it. I don't know. Did I watch the game? Watch what game? Okay, well, I mean, you're cheesing it, right? VR is all you needed? Okay. If we're not cheesing it, if I gave you a normal AR, I guarantee you it'd be harder to beat it. We're not talking about cheesing it, by the way. Have you beat it solo with just an AR? Because a lot of people would fail it. You know, due to timeout. I don't use VR. I don't use the VR, I don't use the waffle. I just use an AR. Maybe that's why you thought it was easier. Because, I mean, yeah, the VR, if you have it, like, quad pack, it's like, you destroy it, right? But, I mean... Sucks 2 more rounds ago. You guys just want me to play more, huh? You forgot today was Friday? Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I'll probably end up beating the game tonight, by the way, Stardust. Like, technically later tonight. I'll stream again this game. Like, I'll get 600. And then at the nighttime, I'm gonna probably end up beating Resident Evil 5 off stream. I ended up playing with my girlfriend, by the way, Stardust. My friend was just too busy, and I didn't want to wait. So I ended up just playing with my girlfriend. I'm just gonna beat it with her, and then we'll probably get our game going pretty soon. Cause like I'll be done this game as well soon. Maybe Javier, just a maybe on that. I'm not really feeling it though. Yo, Jack, what's up, dude? Don't think I have an injection here on the ground. Oh, I do have an injection. I gotta get this done. Like I might be able to squeeze in maybe like a stream in between the 999 started. I probably wouldn't mind that, but I gotta prioritize this though, right? Like after I beat it, like possibly like on Saturday, I could like let's say I'll do like round like up to like 700 on this, and then possibly we could start a stream at night and give it a go. Like we can play for like maybe like 3 chapters and just see how it goes. We could do something like that. I don't mind, but I gotta prioritize this though. Cause like I want to get this shit done. Just finished a 2P Shadows of Evo no gums at round 207, where we were aiming for 235 every set, but I kept on erroring, so we had to end. Rip, dude. Holy shit. Shadows no gums 207. I'm guessing you guys are doing the junction strat, I'm guessing? If I were to do that challenge, TTV, I will only try to do it by beating the Easter egg. I don't think I would just play it for fun. And I don't think I would do it for around 100. Like, I would probably just want to beat every Easter egg solo on it. And I don't think anybody's actually completed the challenge yet, I think. Right? Because everybody that beat the Easter egg is literally doing a co-op. Right? Oh, I think it'll be good. I don't even think chapter 1 is hard, Stardust. Like, I low-key think it'll only start getting kind of hard once we get to the village. Like, you know, like the huts. That chapter is kind of annoying, but I don't think chapter 1, chapter 2, I don't really feel like it's that hard, to be honest. I mean, I could be wrong, but, you know, we'll see. Like, I'm pretty good at Resident Evil 5, so. Yo, Red, what's up? Yeah, both rocking AATs, no camping. We got 177 followers, which is cool. I was playing with Faded from Canada. Also had 130 ping. Jesus. The funny thing is, I have a Yu-Gi-Oh buddy named Faded, but I know it's not that Faded. And he's also from Canada, but it's just kind of funny that you guys have the same name. Yeah, his name is Faded. Yeah, I'm going back to BO3 shortly as well, like Jack. So, is a new Yu-Gi-Oh game coming out? Yeah, I don't play any Yu-Gi-Oh games. I just collect cards. Yeah. I don't play the game. The game's trash. Also, modern Yu-Gi-Oh sucks out. Okay, I'm gonna play to the next bug run, alright? What do we remember? Not even that long. Oh, we do get a bug round. You can see my Yu-Gi-Oh collection on my Instagram, Dave. I post a little bit of it. Awesome. Alright. Oh my god.
For over a decade, the Call of Duty franchise has always managed to dominate the gaming market. While the multiplayer is so iconic it practically defines the shooting genre, there is an equally iconic game mode that has built up its own reputation. No one would have expected such a simple concept to blossom into something so meaningful. Adapting the gameplay as well as the story as it grew in both popularity and passion was Call of Duty Zombies. While oftentimes to understand and grasp a timeline it is best told through a chronological perspective, Call of Duty Zombies' timeline can easily get very confusing and difficult to follow through this method alone. To best deliver the most coherent possible series of events, I will be using a mixture of both chronological and sequential storytelling to make everything as easy as possible to follow. With that said, I present you the complete, unabridged timeline of Call of Duty Zombies. Like most stories, everything starts at the beginning. Quite literally in this case. The first beings to ever exist in the universe were known as Keepers. They existed within the Ether. The Ether is simply the name which encompasses the entire universe as a whole. The Keepers were unearthly creatures, but their intelligence and power was astounding. The very first Keeper to ever exist, simply referred to as the First One, created a device known as the Summoning Key. This single device is the oldest artifact in all of creation and allowed the Keepers to manipulate the Ether. With it, they created Agartha, a physical manifestation of the Ether itself. This place would go by many names: Paradise, the House, the Place Above Creation. But despite what it was referred to, it was a location which exists outside of all known and unknown universes, and simply exists within its own pocket. This would be the home of the Keepers. The first one also used the Summoning Key to seed life across all other dimensions, each dimension with their own quirk. But as life goes on with all creation, there is destruction. The Ether didn't come to exist without its complete opposite also being birthed. The Dark Ether serves as the hell to the Ether's heaven. It is a realm of pure evil capable of corrupting anything that enters it. The Keepers eventually came to uncover its existence, and like most intelligent beings, it was their own curiosity and self-greed which got the best of them. Here enter two very important figures into the timeline: Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. Both of them are Keepers, however significantly more important than the others. The Shadow Man sought to use the Dark Ether's power for his own self-benefit, and so he ventured into it. Being his best friend, Dr. Monty attempted to stop him, however, was unsuccessful. The Dark Ether corrupted the Shadow Man and all of the Keepers who were with him. The corrupted Keepers began to become morphed, changing their appearance and becoming an entirely new entity known as Apothicons. Unlike the Keepers, the Apothicons were given new purpose due to their corruption. Their sole motivation became to wreak havoc across all of creation. They invented the Ether Pyramid, a device which could harness the power of the Dark Ether and control the Ether entirely. Seeing the danger the Apothicons posed, the Keepers were forced to take action and fight against them. This led to a war between the corrupted being led by the Shadow Man and the uncorrupted being led by Dr. Monty. This event would go on to be known as the War of Agartha. When all the smoke settled, it was the Keepers who came out victorious. Seeing their inevitable defeat, the Apothicons hid away their Ether Pyramid on the moon in one of the newly formed universes. All of the Apothicons were then banished to the Dark Ether, where it was to remain their prison. From here, Dr. Monty, as well as all of the other Keepers, vowed to be the protectors of all universes, guardians of the multiverse, never allowing the Apothicons' corruption to spread. As time passed, the Apothicons slowly somehow managed to worm its way out of imprisonment and into creation once more. And with it, they attacked humanity and Earth. In this universe, the Apothicons attacked humanity, and keeping true to their promise, the Keepers once again descended upon Earth to fight them off. This time, the Keepers were aided by humanity. There was a group of warriors in particular, which, when banded together, they were able to put a stop to the Apothicons. This event would go down in this universe's history as the Great War. With that, the Keepers yet again sealed the Apothicons away, but similar to last time, the Apothicons still had a method of tampering with the multiverses. While they themselves were not able to cross back into creation, they were capable of sending a specific element. This element would widely be known as Element 115. With it carried all the chaos and evil of the Apothicons. With enough exposure to it, by simply being in its vicinity, it could create what we know as a zombie. By sending these elemental meteors to all of the dimensions, they were hoping that it would cause enough chaos somewhere to shatter creation itself. And by doing so, it would inevitably set them free from their prison once more. It is important to note that neither the Keepers nor the Apothicons can intervene directly with the free will of humanity. Anything they want them to do, they must decide according to their own volition. The reason this is relevant is due to a device known as the Agarthan device. This is yet another artifact which holds unspeakable power. The Agarthan device is capable of manifesting the user's will into reality, like a genie in a bottle. It was even capable of putting an end to the conflict between Keepers and Apothicons altogether. This is why both the Keepers and Apothicons sought this out. However, unlike the summoning key, which existed since the beginning, the Agarthan device needs to be crafted. It required 3 things: the blood of an Apothicon Elder God, an elemental shard which can only be obtained by binding 4 souls to the ether through a piece of element 115, and a vessel for everything to contain it. And all of that leads us to Earth in the original timeline. Where the Apothicons sent divinium meteors to different dimensions, in this timeline it was first uncovered by the small mining town of Purgatory Point in the year 1885. This story follows a man named Jebediah Brown. When he was only 10, he and his mother moved to Purgatory Point seeking a new life. The two settled in quite well, both getting jobs in the local shops. For over 40 years, there never quite seemed to be anything of note. But one day, the miners uncovered a mysterious blue rock. This was element 115. Due to the frequent and direct exposure to it, the rock corrupted a miner named Clive Farnsworth, who was turned into a zombie. He returned to the town and killed Jebediah's mother, viciously ripping out her throat. Clive was promptly killed by their neighbor, and Jebediah buried his mother.
The day's the 14th of April, the year of our Lord 1885. A day I will hold dear until my last. I have done and spent 30 years of my life in Purgatory Point. My ma brought me out here when I was but 10 years young. She hoped to give us a chance at a new life. They're good folk here in Purgatory Point. Sure, sometimes they get a little rowdy, and maybe we stray too far from heaven's gaze, but what do you expect from a frontier mining town? Something happened to one of the miners. Clive Farnsworth, a good man, came by the shop a few times. Anyway, he went down into that mine, stayed down there for 10 days. When he came back up, he was changed. They say he was like a feral animal, rabid and carnivorous. His mind was gone, his flesh all sallow and bloody, his eyes ablaze in a red light. First home he stumbled upon was me and Ma's. I was at the shop at the time. Ma went out to meet him, and Clive, Doc said it happened quick. Clive jumped on her, ripped her throat. Old Bill ran over, put 2 through Clive's skull, shot him dead, like a dog. But Ma, she's been laid to rest now. She'll rise up to heaven, and bless her soul, she'll be greeted with open arms. That mine, they've been digging for that blue rock. Some folks say you stare too long, you'll find the devil in it. I need answers. I need to understand what happened. I'll head down to that mine tomorrow.
He knew something was wrong, as word had spread about this blue rock, and so he went searching for answers himself. He visited the Element 115 meteor, and upon his interaction with it, it forever changed him. The corruption had touched him, and thus connected him to the ether. That night, upon his return, he had visions from what he perceived as angels. In reality, these were the Keepers. They had warned him to prepare for what was coming and were also testing the limits over how much influence they can have over humans. Their first real test was getting him to create a machine that could upgrade any weapon put inside of it. This was the creation of the very first Pack-a-Punch machine. They guided him in constructing the blueprints, and despite not being much of a blacksmith, he was successful in the Pack-a-Punch's creation.
Today's the 19th of April, the year of our Lord, 1885. Somehow. I don't know how it's possible. Last I recall, I was headed into the mine. I swear, I was only down there for a few hours. But I come back up. Townsfolk say I've been missing for 5 days. Then there was last night. When I slept, I had a vision. 2 angels came down to me from heaven. They told me I needed to be ready to prepare for what was coming. And what was coming, they would not tell me, but how to prepare. Build a machine, they said. A machine that will grant you great power. Now, this machine was complex, requiring craftsmanship and mechanical skill I did not have. I told them such, but they said not to worry. They would guide my hands. The way they described it, it sounded like an oven or a kiln. You stick your rifle inside, and when it come back out, well, let's just say that rifle would pack a serious punch.
This machine garnered the attention of many locals and visitors alike, but most importantly, it proved to the Keepers that humans could be of use. The Keepers yet again visited Jebediah, only this time hoping that he could craft the Agarthan device. This proved troublesome, as he had no means of getting Elder God blood, nor 4 souls. What he was capable of, however, was crafting the vessel for which it would be held, and that's exactly what he did.
Today's the 30th of June, the year of our Lord, 1885. My invention is the talk of the town. People been coming from far and wide, eager for a chance to upgrade their firearm. Revolver, rifle, the machine don't care. It'll pack them all. I pray every night, thanking the heavens for sending them 2 angels. I couldn't have done this without their guiding hand. They returned to me last night. They told me there was another machine they wished me to build. They called it the Agarthan device. Said it had the power to grant that which one truly desires. I told them I was their servant. Show me the path and I will walk. They said I needed 3 things. The blood of an elder god, an elemental shard, and a metallic vessel to harness and carry both. To find the blood, they instructed me to travel to the bottom of the ocean. I told them this I could not do, for I would perish. To craft an elemental shard, they instructed me to forge 4 souls with a blue rock from our mine. I told them this I could not do, for I do not have the means to siphon a human soul to an element. But a metal vessel? Well, I am a blacksmith. That I think I could manage.
Over time, the town would fall into ruin due to its close proximity to Element 115. The residents became delusional, paranoid, and even Jebediah suffered some side effects as well. He became overcome with grief about the loss of his mother, and for whatever reason, perhaps the simple madness of losing one's mind, he dug up his mother's corpse and put it into the Pack-a-Punch machine. This created an unforeseen result. Her body did not disappear from the machine as any normal gun would. Instead, an apparition of her appeared in their old house, although it was a much younger version from when she died. Her ghost would continue to be bound to the house for the foreseeable future.
The day's the 21st of July.
The year of our Lord, 1885. I have a confession. I am burdened with sin. I fear I am the architect of my own damnation. This town is cursed. The devil himself has possessed our people. Folk have been acting all kinds of crazy, paranoia, visions, seeing things that ain't there. And the violence. 7 dead in the last 5 days. Sheriff don't know what's gotten into these people. But I know it. It's that damned mine. Them blue rocks. Doc believes them to be meteors from the sky, from up in the stars. Maybe from heaven. But whatever the cause, I fear the disease that consumes this town has gotten to me as well. Last night, I felt overcome with loss and grief. I went to see Ma at the cemetery. Maybe it was the whiskey. Maybe it was delirium. I can't say, but I dug her up and took her into town. I took her to my shop where I kept the machine. I don't know what came over me. Like something took control of my body, like a puppet on strings. I put her in the machine. I don't know why. Maybe it would bring her back to me. But she vanished. Nothing came back out. I stumbled home in a daze. But as I arrive, I see before my eyes, I see an apparition, a spirit. It looks just like her, only when she was younger. She floats around the house now. I catch her playing the piano. The angels. They came back to me again. I've built the metal carriage just as they asked. Only one thing left to do now. Upgrade it with my machine.
Seeing his purpose as having been fulfilled and the steady decline of his well-being, the Keepers instructed him one last task: to put the vessel he crafted into the Pack-a-Punch machine, which he did. Such energy mixing with each other wound up teleporting Purgatory Point beneath the surface of the Earth all the way in Angola, Africa. Following this, the town was completely overrun by zombies, and Jebediah is killed.
The day's the 22nd of July, the year of our Lord, 1885. We are truly lost. This town, these people, we are being punished by heaven for our transgressions, and now must suffer the righteous hand of retribution. I did as they asked. I put the metal vessel in the Pack-a-Punch machine just as instructed. Next thing I know, all the energy, all the power of the world gets sucked out of the air as if pulled inside the machine. Next thing, the world went white. I came to, and I see that my shop, all the people, the whole damn town has been transported, as if willed by the Lord, into this cavern buried below the surface of the earth. I fear we are at the threshold of hell, the world just waiting to open below our feet. We've been overrun by the devil's army. The dead have risen and now do us in battle. My name is Jebediah Brown, and I bow humbly before the two angels and ask for forgiveness. Show us the path to salvation. We are listening. Hello?
The events that transpired here would remain buried for some time. No one would know of the zombies or Element 115. All that was left were remnants of a once forgotten mining town. The setting and time frame for everything that's about to happen is World War II, Nazi Germany. The events that happened in the real world are very much the backdrop for everything going on around it. World leaders and military alliances all still apply. For this story, we are largely following the side of the Germans. The next character to uncover Element 115's existence was a doctor named Ludwig Maxis. He formed an organization known as Group 935 dedicated to this element's research and study. Among its constituents was Edward Richthofen. Dr. Richthofen is a bona fide sociopath who sees no moral distinction between natural death and plain murder. He is a Nazi doctor and major general within the Axis ranks. He was originally at the forefront of torture and information extraction research during the war. But when approached to join Maxis to research Element 115, he joined. It is also important to note that Richthofen is also part of the Illuminati and was working on behalf of their interests when joining Group 935. The Illuminati's role in the entire timeline is largely unimpactful and not important. The facility they were given was at Doris. Other notable members within the organization included Sophia, Maxis's personal assistant and lover. Other accompanying scientists included the likes of Dr. H. Porter, Dr. Schuster, and Dr. Groff. There were also 2 spies who infiltrated the organization as well. Despite being kept under wraps, the OSS caught wind of this new project and infiltrated the group in attempts to learn more. These included 2 Americans named Peter McCain and later Dr. Harvey Yena. Years after Maxis's discovery, the Japanese army also discovered deposits of 115 in the swamp. They established the Rising Sun facility and similarly created a group to research it known as Division 9. In the early days of Group 935's formation, it was solely dedicated to Element 115's research and the concept of bettering the human condition.
Gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Group 935. This is a prestigious moment in the history of our race. You represent the future of technological advancement. You are the pioneers of human discovery. In your hands lies the destiny of mankind. In our hands is a great power, and with that power comes a price. You have volunteered to be part of this great experiment, and with that decision comes the responsibility of absolute secrecy. No one is to know what you do, where you work, what our research has uncovered, or what our purpose will be. You will have no further contact with your governments or with your families. Your decision to fully dedicate your lives to Group 935 is absolute. In your lockers, you will find your Field Ops Manual, which will direct you should our manifesto get compromised. We cannot afford to let this power fall into the wrong hands, and therefore, the Field Ops Manual should be considered your Bible. Make your preparations now. A new dawn is beginning for mankind.
Much of its time and effort went into building the Matter Transference Device, a teleportation device developed by Element 115, though experiments with this would be largely unsuccessful. Attempts were made right out of the gate by teleporting human corpses, but they would always be reduced to slop. If the teleporter didn't immediately maim the subject, then they simply vanished without a trace. But the two stumbled upon a miracle. During one of their teleportation tests, the corpse was brought back to life. While the teleportation was a failure, this was a whole new avenue for further research. They learned Element 115 had the ability to reanimate the dead, and so Maxis sought to find a way to control them. But this was an especially difficult task as the zombies were always disobeying his commands. Maxis almost completely shifted his attention from teleportation over to the undead. Richtofen continued on with the help of Dr. Schuster. Over the next few months, the two scaled down their testing size from human teleportation down to a walnut, and for the first time, they successfully teleported an item as intended.
Log entry 38, date December 4, 1939. The matter transference prototype is prepared for test run number 151. We have now reduced our test subject's mass to prove that this is possible. Dr. Schuster, please give an overview.
Yes, Dr. Richtofen. We have the new test subject, a walnut, weighing in at 10 grams. The target platform is now at 3 feet with no obstructions. We have 1 microgram of the element which, according to our calculations, will be entirely used up during test.
Excellent, Dr. Schuster. Commence test number 151.
Yes, Doctor. Please, insert your earplugs.
Good God! We've done it!
We have powered up the prototype and have moved a walnut directly from the prototype device into the receiving device. It moved instantly. It
teleported. Get me Dr. Maxis immediately.
Maxis wasn't too pleased as he had instructed them to research the undead, but he was more upset for a different reason. Over time, Group 935 ran into financial problems and they needed someone who was willing to fund their research and developments. This is where Maxis struck a deal with the Nazi Party. They were willing to fund Group 935 and allow them to continue their research so long as they developed weapons for them, which Maxis agreed to.
But this is not the crucial experiments that you are supposed to be working on. With all due respect, Dr. Maxis, this is a breakthrough of unimaginable proportions. What? That you moved a walnut a few feet? Yes, Edward. We will improve the human condition by revolutionizing the walnut industry. I can see it now. Edward's walnut delivery. Don't be obtuse. How dare you call me that? We are at war, Edward. I will admit that there is promise here. But until this war is won, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Maxis, but Group 935 is a research organization. What was the motto? To improve the human condition? What business of ours is this war? Fine, Dr. Richtofen. I will let you in on a little administrative secret. We are finalizing a deal with the Nazi Party. We need funding. We need equipment. They need new weapons. Chances are this war will end soon with a treaty or two, and we will be in a much better position to help the world. Are you certain this won't cause massive defections? We have scientists from all over the world working with us. That is why it is with the utmost confidence that I share this with you. No one will know of this. This is simply the breaking of an egg to make an omelet. Think of the tactical advantage we would have. Think of the cost. Think of the time. We can provide the Nazis technical expertise in various areas without putting all our eggs in your walnut basket. Good day, Edward, and get back to your real work. Bloody jerk. I think Dr. Maxis has lost his perspective. No matter. We'll do this on our own and publish the findings before he has a chance to.
You're not suggesting that Dr. Maxis would steal this technology and perfect it without us, are you?
I would by no means discourage that thought. Great scientists must stick together and achieve great science.
Fortunately for them, Richtofen had already invented the Wunderwaffe DG2, a wonder weapon powered by Element 115. To save the hassle of mentioning each individual creation as they happen, for the sake of simplicity, let's just go through them now. The Thundergun DG3 was the successor to the Wunderwaffe, originally thought up by Richtofen but instead created by Maxis. Maxis was also responsible for the JGB, also referred to as the Shrink Ray, as well as the original ray gun. Richtofen also invented the monkey bomb. The various other scientists within Group 935 had their part as well. Harvey Yena invented the scavenger sniper rifle, Dr. Porter invented the successor to the original ray gun in the ray gun Mark II, and likely the Mark III as well. He was also responsible for the wave gun. Pretty much every wonder weapon found within the games were created by either Group 935 directly, or similar groups who were doing the same thing later down the timeline. This also goes for the perks and elixirs. Juggernog, Quick Revive, Speed Cola, and Double Tap were all fused with Element 115 for their special effects. These inventions would happen over the course of the timeline, so just keep that in mind. They didn't just all get invented in a few months. The Nazis were happy to fund them so long as their weapons development, teleportation technology, and reanimation of the dead were to be used to help them in the war. This is why Maxis was so upset over Richthofen continuing the teleportation experiments when an undead army would be far more useful. But Richthofen was surprisingly a man of science. He might be a sociopath, but he continued to work diligently on human teleportation. In fact, as time went on, he became so confident in the success of the matter transference device that he offered himself to be used as a test subject. And this is where you can really say Richthofen's story begins.
Entry 42. Date, January 4, 1940. Dr. Schuster and I, despite mounting pressure from Dr. Maxis, have continued working on the matter transference prototype. We have made great strides in the last 30 days, and are ready for our first human subject. If our calculations are correct, we will send a test subject, me, to the receptacle station sitting 30 yards away and behind a cinder block wall.
Are you certain you want to do this, Dr. Richthofen?
Nein, Dr. Schuster. But this must be done. Quickly, put in your earplugs and power up the machine. Is there a power outage? Why is it so dark? I feel almost weightless. How very unexpected. Dr. Schuster? Hello? There. I can see now. Oh my God. I'm standing in a circular cave, surrounded by some kind of machinery. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It looks almost alien in nature. There's a pyramid structure in the center of the room. I'm going to try and carefully touch it. Ah! Static electricity. It's smooth to the touch. Very cold. Not a speck of dust. Might be hollow. The chamber is quite large. I see what looks like capacitors in the ceiling of the chamber. But there are no obvious connections to anything electrical. What is this place? Dr. Schuster? Is that you? Dr. Schuster? Look at this. It appears to be covered in some kind of hieroglyphic language. I've not seen anything like it before. Why are you whispering to me? There's no need for that. Glass is loose. Do you hear that? It sounds like... My God! What happened? I seem to be in some kind of jungle. I can't be certain of where I am.
He was transported to the moon, where he encountered the ether pyramid that was hidden by the Apothicons. Piqued by his curiosity, he inspected the device where he was electrocuted, and thus the corruption of the dark ether spread unto him. He began hearing the many voices of corruption, including that of the Shadow Man himself. These voices told him many things and informed him about much of the alien technology. He was slowly driven insane, forming an obsession with finding a way to the fabled Agartha. Shortly after becoming corrupted, he was then teleported to Shangri-La. While it was initially shocking finding himself in the middle of a jungle, he did meet the residents of the area as well as uncovering more traces of Element 115. Upon learning this, it didn't take him long before he began manipulating them for his own benefit. Due to the indigenous people's primitive culture, Richthofen introduced them to the miracles of modern technology, hydropower, mining systems, electricity. Richthofen was worshipped as a god in their eyes, and this made it easy for him to convince them to mine element 115 for him, and they did. While here, he encountered the Focusing Stone, another elemental rock from the ether which held a unique purpose. When combined with something known as the Vril device, different to the Vril vessel, one can swap souls with another human being. Richthofen had an elaborate series of traps built to protect it, and once it was done, subsequently left Shangri-La. With no more guidance, the inhabitants, with constant exposure to 115, became zombies and died. He returned back to Doris less than a month later and informed Schuster of what he'd witnessed.
Log entry 43. Date, January 23rd, 1940. I cannot be certain what happened to Dr. Richthofen once the test was commenced. He just disappeared from the machine into thin air. I have searched the area for days and have no evidence that he is anywhere. I am afraid I might have to scrap the...
Not scrap anything. We've done something. Something wondrous. Shh. Do you hear them?
Dr. Richthofen, you're alive.
I'm more than alive, Mr. Schuster. Is the device still intact?
Yes, but what happened to you?
Ah, something wonderful. That chamber was incredible. The wonders we can learn.
What are you talking about? Are you all right?
Get in the matter transference prototype, Dr. Schuster. We have worked.
Bearing witness to the pyramid on the moon, he and Dr. Schuster formed a plan to build a base there where it could be further studied. The base on the moon would be known as Griffin Station. They used their newly successful teleportation technology to transport workers and supplies. Many 935 scientists were happy to join Richthofen's cause as they had become disgruntled with Maxis's arrangement with the Nazis. And from here, Griffin Station would continue to be built. Maxis was completely oblivious to the advancements Richthofen and his men were making, but that's in part because he had his own problems at the time. Funding was yet again running out, so he had Sophia write a letter to Reichstag High Command, informing them of this problem and updating them on the mass production of their weapons.
Sophia, this letter is to go to the Reichstag High Command immediately. Gentlemen, it is with the utmost urgency that I draw your attention to the lack of funding being injected into the giant project. While I believe we are close to realizing the ultimate plan, we still have several years of development before it is ready. It would be folly to cut our expenditures so early in our development. As you know, early tests on the DG2 have easily outperformed expectations, and we fully anticipate mass-producing the Wunderwaffe within the next few years. Work on the matter transference has, however, come to a standstill. We simply do not have enough element 115 to continue the experiments. The test subjects have survived the teleportation, but are currently unresponsive to commands and cannot be controlled. If we are to overcome this obstacle, we need to increase the frequency and size of the experiment. To this end, I suggest we find not only a regular supply of 115, but that we also find a larger conduit to channel the energy. Our operatives in America have informed us that the U.S. has a large supply of the element at the Nevada base. So time is of the essence if we are to stay ahead of them. This cannot be done if you cut the budget, nor can it be done if you insist on pressuring us into action before we are ready. I am, of course, available for discussion on the matter, but in the meantime, I will continue with the work here and try to win this damned war. Signed, etc., etc., Dr. Maxis.
In response to this, Germany complied and even gave them new bases of operations to continue and expand their research. These included a repurposed theater at the Kino facility in Kino der Toten, an asylum facility in Berlin, which is Verrückt. They even managed to convince the Japanese army to relinquish control of their Rising Sun facility in Shinonuma. Division 9 would still remain intact, but just under the leadership of Group 935. Two other facilities were established as well, one in Siberia near the Tunguska River, which is where the maps Call of the Dead and Tag der Toten take place, and one in an old rundown castle named Der Eisendrache. Now, I've gotten a bit into this timeline without mentioning someone who's to become very important down the road, and that is Samantha Maxis. Her mother died upon giving birth, and so her father brought her along to the Doris facility to be closer to her. However, this would not be the case. Maxis was so focused and dedicated to his study and research that he often neglected Samantha and failed to keep an eye on her. As an attempt to make up for his negligence as a father, he gifted her a dog named Fluffy.
Now, you must be very diligent, Miss Samantha. Owning a dog is a great responsibility.
Yes, Father. Oh, I love her.
You must feed her every day and walk her, and be very careful when you play with her. You know she's going to have puppies.
Really? Can I keep the puppies too, Father?
We'll see, Samantha. One step at a time.
But for now, Samantha would simply just exist in and around the area. Just over 1 year later, Griffin Station was successfully built on the moon. Richthofen places Dr. Groff in charge of its research and returns back to Earth to continue the charade with Maxis.
Gentlemen, for 2 long years we have toiled here under the Eagle's Nest to build our fortifications. For 2 long years we have taken equipment to build up our labs. For 2 long years we have worked under Group 935, believing that Dr. Maxis truly wants to help the world. For 2 long years we've led a double life. Today, that all ends. I bring to you what this project is all about. What I have worked to keep from my enemy. What is it, Dr. Richthofen? Looks alien. It is an ancient drill machine. And you, Dr. Groff, are now the lead scientist here at Griffin Station. You will be the one to discover how it works. We first must discover what it does. Nein, Dr. Groff. I know what it does. It has a direct connection to another dimension. That is preposterous. No more preposterous than teleporting all of this gear to the moon or to building Griffin Station, is it? I suppose not. How do you know what it does? I have found many interesting real artifacts here. I have decoded some of their language. All signs point to this device being a stable gateway to the ether.
Dr. Richthofen, I'm aware of a project being run by Dr. Maxis at Doris concerning Brill.
As am I. I am going back to my post at Group 935 to continue the charade. I will be finding out just how much information Dr. Maxis has on Brill. Once the machine is operational, I will enact my plan and return. Gentlemen, let the games begin. This is so loud.
For the most part, Maxis wouldn't pick up on Richthofen's schemes, but he would begin to question his sanity due to his frequent exposure to 115.
Though our matter transference tests at the new site have been largely unsuccessful, the teleporter's malfunction has nonetheless yielded some interesting data. The fact that the test subjects departed their original point of origin is undeniable. What is uncertain is what became of them. Richthofen is insistent in his belief that they have been transported not through space, but through time. In the absence of empirical evidence, I myself cannot entertain such madness. I fear, Richthofen, irrationality may soon prove a liability to our endeavors.
Regardless, it wouldn't matter. Soon he and Sophia were transferred to the Kino facility to focus on creating Germany's undead army. Maxis's methods involved a sort of brainwashing tactic. The subjects were exposed to a series of images to condition their memory. If the zombies were capable of recognizing and remembering what was shown to them, then it proved they were intelligent and had the ability to learn and thus be controlled.
The test subjects have been undergoing treatment for 5 days with little progress. I have been assured that given time, the programming will take hold.
Their most successful test subject was Subject 26.
In the past weeks, we have made great strides in breaking through to their subconscious. I have had the projectionists make edits to the film. These changes have been very effective. Subject 26 has had a breakthrough. He is responding to the treatment and following basic instructions. The violent outbursts have been greatly reduced, and given time, we feel this method of treatment will be 100% effective in most cases.
Maxis didn't need the zombies to remain controlled forever, just long enough to be used as soldiers pointed in the right direction. The ideal amount of time was 26 hours.
Our timeline for deployment can be accelerated, given the progress we have made in the past 2 weeks. If patient 26 can retain the impressions longer than 26 hours, we will have the process perfect.
Unfortunately for everyone, this breakthrough didn't last long. Subject 26 appeared to be in a permanent state of docility, which caused everyone to let their guard down. It attacked its handler, which led to both Subject 26 and its handler being put down. However, it didn't only attack the handler. Sophia was also attacked and infected, though she tried to keep this information hidden from everyone.
After many weeks of failure and frustration, Dr. Maxis finally achieves the breakthrough he had been searching for. The results were immediate and startling. In the case of Subject 26, his instances of violent outburst were non-existent. His docility appeared. Permanent. Unfortunately, while we prepared to implement the treatment on the other subjects, there was an incident. During his field test this morning, Subject 26 attacked a handler. 26 and the handler were both destroyed. Maxis believes Subject 26 only attacked the handler. He does not know I was attacked as well. I have observed a developing pattern of high fevers and cold sweats. My thoughts are erratic. My relationship with Ludwig is complicated. I fear I cannot keep this secret from him for long.
Maxis did find out about Sophia's injury. He kept a personal log documenting what happened to the subject and formulated his own plan of how to deal with his lover.
Another setback. Patient 26 was killed this morning in the field test. He lost control and attacked one of our handlers. His injuries were minor, but patient 26 was destroyed. The break-in programming coincided with the flashing lights and loud noises of the fire alarm in the test facility. One moment. What is it?
The break-in programming coincided with the flashing lights and loud noises of the fire alarm in the test facility. One moment. What is it?
You wanted to see me, Ludwig?
Sophia, yes. Do come in. Sit down, my dear. Have some tea.
Is everything all right?
No. Everything's fine. Drink your tea. I heard a nefarious rumor earlier regarding the field test with Subject 26. Are you feeling all right?
Of course.
Just strange, this rumor. May I see your arm?
What? No. Why do you need to see my arm?
Relax, Sophia. I would never hurt you. You know that, right?
Of course, but...
And you know I care deeply for you.
Yes, but...
Yes. Then you know everything I'm about to do is for your own good. This is Dr. Ludwig Maxis, beginning preliminary trials for the Strategic Operations Planning Heuristic Intelligence Analyzer.
What's happening? Ludwig? Dr. Maxis?
Hello, Sophia.
Where am I? It's so dark here. I can't see anything.
That's all perfectly normal. How are you feeling?
I feel nothing. What have you done to me?
I saved you, Sophia. I saved you the only way I knew how.
Oh, Maxis. What have you done?
he preserved her brain and transferred it into a machine, whom he'd also named Sophia. This would be Sophia's cruel fate for the foreseeable future. As for Maxis, he deems the zombies incapable of being controlled or maintained. As for Richthofen, when Maxis was sent to the Kino facility, Samantha was placed in his care, and he took her to the Siberian facility to conduct his own human experimentation, not just on new test subjects, but also on Samantha herself. It's not exactly known why or for what reason, but Richthofen had experimented on Samantha where he came to form a hatred for her. Nevertheless, this would slowly develop over time. It is also around this time that Group 935 uncovered remnants of Purgatory Point and collected all of the research found there left behind by Jebediah Brown. Richthofen learnt of the Agarthan device and its ability to make any desire come true, the necessary components needed to craft it, and he figured it would make a good backup plan to get to Agartha, if his goal to take over the world didn't pan out. Also, it kind of became Richthofen's goal to take over the world and gain absolute power. The Vril vessel was brought to him, and he kept watch over it and the Agarthan device's progress.
Log entry 937, date May 15th, 1942. Dear Diary, our men have safely returned from Africa, where they recovered a number of artifacts buried underground, in some sort of subterranean cowboy village. Apparently it was American. That's right. An American cowboy western town, buried underground in Africa. Stupid American Schwein, with their apple pie and their baseballs, all thinking they can just waltz into another country and claim it as theirs. There is no art to their work. But I digress. The boys have returned with a number of fascinating articles and documents. They have pieces from a destroyed machine called the Pack-a-Punch. With a name as clever as that, it must be American. I have given the schematics to Dr. Porter. Perhaps he will have better luck replicating Jebediah Brown's work. Speaking of that blacksmith, we also recovered plans for the Agarthan device. It seems that the blacksmith already built one of the pieces, the fabled Vril vessel. The Agarthan device, a device capable of granting that which one desires. Almost like a genie in a bottle. I think I shall keep this genie in my back pocket. If my plan fails, and it won't, perhaps this device can get me to Agartha.
As for Richthofen's human experimentation project, 3 test subjects were captured.
Log entry 1438, date July 18th, 1945. Dear Diary, I have been at Group 935's Siberian facility now for merely days, but mein Kopf already runneth over with exciting news. First, yesterday, I learned that I would receive not 1, not 2, but 3 test subjects. Hopefully with proper 115 injections, we will be able to use these specimens to access the human mind. The Chancellor's undead army is on standby until we crack this crucial step.
Firstly, a Japanese samurai in Bushido named Takeo Masaki. He's a man who's always been dedicated to his principles. He was born into a wealthy family, a bloodline dynasty of highly decorated samurai. Even from the early age of 5, he would be seen playing in the streets with his katana, slicing the tails off terrified kittens. It was clear that he was going to continue bringing honor to the Masaki name. His life was dedicated to perfecting his discipline, for without it, life otherwise had no meaning. He joined the Imperial Japanese Army and quickly rose up its ranks, as war was the perfect setting for him to explore his bloodlust and the nature of those less honorable than himself. Due to the legacy of his family name and actions on the battlefield, Takeo garnered attention from the Emperor himself. He witnessed Takeo's unwavering fear, his ability to stare death in the face and endure whatever was thrown at him, and he was jealous. He began to use Takeo for his own personal missions due to his loyalty. This even involved overseeing Division 9's research on Element 115. Takio reported that the work being done there was unacceptable, and in response, the Emperor ordered Takio to hand himself over as a test subject, for which he complied. Takio was then taken by Group 935. The second test subject was the Russian sergeant Nikolai Belinsky. His reputation is shrouded in that of a ruthless killer, someone who's climbed up the ranks by murdering those ahead of him and sleeping his way through the political ladder. However, these stories of him may be just that, stories. In reality, there was only ever one thing he loved in this world, and that was his wife. She meant everything to him, but once Germany began their advance into the Soviet Union, the country became a war zone. They bombed the major cities, and Nikolai's wife was killed in the carnage. This was perhaps a fate worse than death for him. It sent him into a spiral of drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He drank to forget, and it is likely within his drunken stupor where the tales of the ruthless killer Nikolai were born. Also made up were stories of his ex-wives. He began speaking about various other women he had married, who at least 5 of which he murdered himself. These women were non-existent, but rather a manifestation of the sadness he was burying deep within him. Nikolai would continue to fight on as a soldier, part of the Soviet forces. He participated in the Battle of Stalingrad where his brother was killed, and he was subsequently captured by German soldiers and taken by Group 935 to become a test subject. Richtofen's third test subject was a Mexican of unknown origin named Pablo Marinas. These 3 were subject to Element 115 experimentation as Richtofen attempted to unlock the human mind, tamper with the brain and body by using Element 115, and create an army of soldiers for the German forces. It wasn't just about controlling these 3 in particular either. They also attempted to clone them so they could create their own soldiers. The Element 115 affected them all differently. Takio began vomiting uncontrollably. Nikolai was not responsive to the treatment unless vodka was involved. But it was perhaps Pablo who was affected the greatest. The Element 115 gave him visions from the past, the future, different timelines, and different dimensions. He quite literally saw through space and time. He rambled about what he saw, which caused him to be looked at as insane. While Richtofen continued to work on creating soldiers for the German forces, he began to find the work boring and uninteresting, which led him to reevaluate his interest in the Agarthan device's creation.
Log entry 1469, date August 28, 1945. Dear Diary, progress continues on unlocking the human mind. If Germany hopes to continue their war, they need an undead army willing to obey orders. There's also been further interest in the Super Soldat program. The German Chancellor considers this of high interest. We have begun the cloning process. We will have to see what results we yield. Test subject N3WB has been vomiting for 2 days straight. Our poor janitor. He has nightmares. Needless to say, we will no longer be serving fish. The Russian subject continues to be unresponsive. Dr. Yina suggested a serum made of vodka, but considering my concerns about his loyalty, I wonder if this is perhaps another attempt at sabotage. The specimen from Mexico continues to rant incoherently about giant monsters and some uber-fun war. Perhaps we were a little too eager with his 115 injections. I did not think he would go this crazy so quickly. If I'm being honest, I'm beginning to find this work a little drab and boring. Undead armies, super soldat programs. Group 935's deal with Germany has truly limited the organization's potential. The appearance of the spy last month has inspired me to review the blacksmith's schematics. The Agarthan device and its 3 components, the vril vessel, the apothecon blood, and the elemental shard. The instructions to creating the elemental shard have my interest piqued. 4 human souls merged with element 115. Not that I'm trying to brag, but this may be something in my wheelhouse.
Richtofen's experiments would continue with further failures, particularly the death of Pablo during a test to unlock the human mind via the spleen.
Scalpel, please, Dr. Yin.
Scalpel, Dr. Richtofen. What exactly are you looking for, Dr. Richtofen?
We are attempting to locate an appropriate stimuli that will trigger the brain's involuntary willingness to obey command. Ah, there we are. Forceps, Dr. Yin, if you please.
Forceps, Dr. Richtofen. But the liver and kidneys, or the spleen?
Our goal is to unlock the barrier to the human mind. With element 115, it is important that we explore every possibility. The barrier may be where we least expect it. There we are. Retractors, please.
Retractors? It seems the Chancellor has been pushing us harder these last days. Is this because of the spy that was discovered at the asylum?
I do not know, Dr. Ina. Our German leader, along with Dr. Maxis, is so limited in his thinking. His goals are simple-minded, childish. Keeps pushing for his undead army when he could have the elemental shard.
The elemental shard?
A device capable of endless energy. We could use it to craft anything, including an Agarthan device of immense power. Hold this open while I grab the injector.
Agarthan device? Why haven't I heard about this?
Dr. Yina, do you have a firm grip? You are shaking.
I'm ready. Please, proceed.
Injecting serum in 3, 2, 1. Hold it open. The injection is nearly complete. I can't hold this grip. Well, I guess the barrier isn't in his spleen. Nincompoop! You did this. I knew it. You let go on purpose.
Richtofen, it was an accident. My hand slipped.
Don't go.
Log entry 1471. Date, September 2nd, 1845. Diary. Another day, another failure. This time, subject N3WB just blankly at the floor. The Russian subject still smells like urine, even after he was given a bath and deloused twice. And I think I might have killed the specimen from Mexico. His spleen is on the floor, and he's not moving anymore. I can verify with certainty, however, that the barrier is not located in the spleen. Dr. Continue no matter the cost. I wonder what he might think of the experiment with the little girl. Nice! Drop that! That's my spleen!
As time went on and Richtofen descended into madness, Cornelius Purnell, who was responsible for sending Peter McCain in as a spy to Group 935, believed the group was losing control over its experiments and decided to pull the plug on the investigation. A special force team was formed with the intent of extracting Peter McCain. It was led by Tank Dempsey. He was chosen due to the grit he showed during the Battle of Peleliu. He and his men were captured during the early raids, and he spent 2 weeks submerged in malarial water in a rat-infested bamboo cage. He gnawed his way through the cage and took down his captors with only a bobby pin and his Medal of Honor. All he knows is war and working to win it for everyone he's fighting for. He is the definition of an American hero. He, alongside John Banana, Smokey, and Paxton Gunner Ridge, were sent to the Verrucht facility to extract Peter McCain. Before they got there, however, Peter's identity as a spy was uncovered and he was captured by Group 935. An outbreak at the asylum shortly followed, and amongst the chaos, Peter had managed to escape, but lost his left forearm in the process. By the time the extraction team arrived, it was too late. The facility was overrun, and they were forced to fend for themselves. Both Smokey and John Banana were killed. A radio was left behind in Banana's final moments of death when he lost his mind.
Field report. A quiet report. The mission has all gone south. It's Johnny here. Smokey is near, most likely with meat in his mouth. We've been here for ages. I ran out of pages, but now have a mic to record. The mission has failed. McCain must have bailed, and now we must fight off a horde. We came to Farouk with low ammo and luck, and now Smokey's lost his head. We went down the halls. They bit Smokey's balls, and now he walks with the dead. They call me Banana. I worked at a cabana. I rhyme to keep myself sane. Though Smokey is dead, I'm holding his head, which right now is eating my brain.
Dempsey, on the other hand, is captured by Group 935 and is used as a replacement test subject for the Mexican in Richthofen's experiments.
Log entry 1472. Date, September 10th, 1945. Dear Diary, today was a good day. The swelling has subsided. The ice helps. They made liverwurst for lunch. It was... I still have not had any luck reprogramming any of the live specimens. Dr. The key to unlocking the human mind will be more easily discovered on someone who isn't dead yet. I am not convinced. The army is stored until I can break this trust barrier. Oh, apparently someone in security found a spy in the group. They are delivering him from place of one that I broke.
The only survivor was Gunner, who managed to make his way back to the United States and report what happened to Purnell. Dempsey was transported to the Siberian facility, and he, alongside Nikolai and Takio, were all exposed to serums of element 115 and tested on by Richthofen.
Log entry 1473. Date, September 17th, 1945. Diary. Today... Hands off me, damn dirty Nazi. Uh-oh. It doesn't look good. That's right. You want some of this? I'm taking you home in fags. Freak. Nine. I don't think so, American. Okay, now. I suppose this must be the replacement specimen. Time to get to work. I can still hear you. Hit him again with the stick!
There were many attempts to grow their own versions of these three, but each one of them came out deformed and a failure in one way or another. In the end, these tests would be unsuccessful and later abandoned. Experiments would continue to be conducted on the three, however. Serums of 115 were continuously injected into them, causing them to slowly go mad. Evidence of this can be found in their prison cells written on the walls. These experiments caused side effects in each one of the characters as well. Dempsey had a loss of intellect, but his will became stronger than ever. Takio became silent, but when he did speak, they were usually in old proverbs. And Nikolai became dependent and only responded via vodka.
Log entry 1474. Date, September 20th, 1945. Dear Diary, it would seem that the OSS realized that we captured one of their spies. They tried to send a rescue team into Beirut. That was first batch of test subjects. I suspect there are other moles in the organization. Dr. Harvey Ina and Dr. Peter McKay, to be precise. Dr. include any Americans in Group 935, no matter how much genius they held. Stupid Americans with their apple pies and baseball and children. But I digress. The new American test subject is interesting and muscly. His intellect seems low, but his will is strong. Like others, he doesn't seem to know who he is anymore. Unlike the others, he keeps breaking the restraints and yelling at me. Test subject N3WB is still staring at the floor, muttering what sounds like some kind of proverb over and over again. I think his mind may have been destroyed by the process. Oh, well. The Russian subject recently began responding to stimuli, but only after injecting him with a new serum made primarily from vodka. Perhaps this is a breakthrough we've been waiting for.
While Richthofen continuously worked on unlocking the human mind, his own motivations and goals would also be tested. He began making progress on the Agarthan device, specifically the Elemental Shard. Using a processed rock of 115, Richthofen successfully managed to siphon off pieces of everyone's soul and put them into the rock. This included himself, as he needed 4 souls in total, and he was conveniently around.
Oh, there. The Russian subject recently began responding to stimuli, but only after injecting him with a new serum made primarily from vodka. Perhaps this is a breakthrough in the experiment we have been waiting for. Perhaps I was too harsh on Dr. Yina. It was he, after all, who suggested the vodka serum. Credit where credit is due. Today also marks a great success for one of my side projects. Using a process rock of element 115 and the Vril vessel, I was able to successfully siphon a piece of the souls from our 3 specimens and inject them into the rock. Without access to a 4th individual, I used part of my own essence. Much to my surprise, the rock grew and transformed, creating a beautiful shard of glass made purely from element 115 and parts from 4 human souls. The Vril vessel, the elemental shard. All we need now is the Apothicon blood, and the Agarthan device shall be complete. End log entry 1474. Or should I say 1474? Doesn't matter.
All that was left to complete the Agarthan device was the blood of an Apothicon. Unbeknownst to Richtofen or anyone at the time, by siphoning the souls of those 4 together, it effectively bound them across all dimensions and universes. No matter what, no matter where, these 4 were stuck with each other, though they wouldn't know it. Seeing how Richtofen began using Group 935's resources for his own personal projects, Dr. Yina saw it the perfect time to prove his loyalty to the organization in an attempt to clear any and all thoughts the others might have had that he might be a spy due to being American.
You cannot do this. You have no authority.
You left me no choice, Dr. Richtofen. You used 935 resources to work on personal projects. You've been threatening the employees, myself included, and you're clearly suffering from excessive 115-induced delusions.
Suffering from excessive 115-induced delusions? How dare you accuse me of such vile lies!
Dr. Maxis has ordered the elemental shard to be sent to Division 9, where they are better equipped to study it appropriately. You are to cease experimentation on the test subjects and put them on ice. You are to return with them to Der Reese and meet with Dr. Maxis. He would like to discuss your dedication to the cause.
Mine? Dedication? All of my projects, my programs. You think I'm not dedicated? You have taken everything from me. Oh, well, I still have the DG2 in active development. I suppose that's something.
Actually, no. I'm afraid Dr. Maxis has canceled its mass production as well.
Scheiße! This is all you're doing. You are intentionally sowing discontent. You are trying to destroy us from within. You're working for the Americans, aren't you? You're a spy. Just like Dr. Peter McCain, Dr. Maxis would never have hired Americans, no matter how much genius they have.
No, Dr. Richtofen, that's your paranoia talking. You've been exposed to element 115 for too long. I'm just a loyal servant to Group 935 trying to protect its interests. Now, if you have any issues, I suggest bringing them up with Dr. Maxis.
Oh, don't you worry, little lying apple pie brain, Herr Yina. I intend to bring up a great many things with Dr. Maxis.
Richtofen was forced to put Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takio on ice, hand over the elemental shard which was to be taken to Division 9 where they could properly study it, and he was forced to return back to Derice with Maxis. And to top it all off, mass production of the Wunderwaffe was cancelled. Understandably, this pissed Richtofen off as he felt betrayed, and so he formulated his own plan to deal with Maxis and Samantha in the process. Like I said earlier, he came to form a hatred for Samantha, though we never really see why.
Log entry 1475, date October 1st, 1945. As for the control group tests, they have been put on hold. Recently, I discovered that Dr. Maxis does not plan mass producing the DG2 as he swore he would. If he won't move those plans forward, then I will continue following the stream of an undead army. He doesn't deserve his perch of power. He doesn't know what to do with it. But I know just what to do with him. And I'll take care of that little brat if I get the chance to.
Before we go any further, we must first talk about the progress being made on the moon with the MPD during this time. When we last left off with them, Richtofen had just placed Dr. Groff in charge of its oversight.
Group beyond even our wildest expectations. Furthermore, the fact that we have been able to establish a permanent base of operations on the moon itself leaves me filled with optimism for the future. We can literally do anything.
Despite countless hours of analyzing and studying the MPD, it yielded little to no results. It wasn't until by pure accident when Dr. Schuster killed a nearby rat that its soul entered the device and began charging it.
Log 1075. Dr. Schuster and I have spent countless hours with the pyramid device in an attempt to understand how it functions. We have made little progress until now. Today, we uncovered what looks to be some kind of tank with a glass-like front. The glass itself seems...
I've got you now, rat.
Kill it, Schuster.
Did you see that?
Look, the capacitor is illuminated. The tank is filling.
The machine. It seems to be activated. What did you do?
I think we just discovered what powers this machine.
This information was swiftly sent to Richtofen, who had no hesitation in what needed to be done. Richtofen arranged for various scientists and soldiers to be sent to the moon, where they would be sacrificed to charge the pyramid.
Station, this is Eagle's Nest. Status update, over.
Hello, Doctor. We have the shipment and are carrying out your orders. It's grim work, Doctor.
All in the name of science, Dr. Gruff. Continue until the tanks are full.
Yes, Doctor. May God have mercy on us all.
For Richtofen's plan to succeed, it would spell the downfall for Group 935 entirely. He intended to execute something known as Operation SHIELD, also known as Security Protocol 935. It is never directly explained what this is, but logic would dictate it's the emergency measure everyone is to take in case of an outbreak. All Group 935 members are equipped with cyanide pills to kill themselves so as to not suffer a gruesome mauling at the hands of zombies. Group 935 would effectively die. It's not what Richtofen inherently wanted, but he believed Maxis had changed the group's goals from researching Element 115 to simply helping the Nazi party, and he hated that. But he didn't want the work to go to waste. In fact, he wanted it to continue. So instead, he struck a deal with the Americans and Russians. He agreed to hand over their research and findings thus far, and even have scientists, which he trusted, be transferred over as well under their supervision. Considering how Group 935 was at the forefront of its research, they agreed.
October 10th, 19...
You've done what, Dr. Richtofen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you not see the microphone in my hand? Recording for posterity is important. Ahem. October 10th, 1945.
You've made a deal with the Americans?
And the Russians. You can't forget them.
But our work, this war...
The war is over, Dr. Schuster. It is my responsibility to ensure the work of Group 935 continues.
But these deals... It would mean the end of Group 935. The Americans and the Russians would tear us apart. Everything we stood for...
Everything this organization stood for died the day Dr. Maxis made that infernal deal with the Reichstag. You and I both know this to be true. Listen to me and understand. Our technological developments with 115 are the envy of the entire world. These agreements guarantee our work will continue in America and Russia, and that they will continue with our scientists at the helm. I am sorry, but for our work to live on, Group 935 must come to an end. Oh, cheer up, Dr. Schuster. I have asked that you go to the Americans. It will be good for your softer side.
You will not go to America?
Nor to Russia. Once Dr. Groff confirms that the MPD is ready, we will proceed with Operation SHIELD as planned. And then, I have a date with Destiny.
What are you getting out of this deal, Dr. Richtofen?
A feeling of fulfillment that I've saved my fellow scientists from the unemployment line and possibly prison.
Edward, please.
Don't you worry about me, Dr. Schuster. I will be well taken care of.
By this point in time, Richtofen had returned to Doris. The pyramid was charged and ready to be used, so Richtofen could finally carry out his plan to get rid of Samantha and Maxis.
Eagle's Nest, this is Griffin Station. We have an update. Over.
Dr. Groff, have you made any progress?
Yes, Doctor. The machine is ready and awaiting the conduit.
Very good. I will proceed with Operation Shield and join you shortly.
Security Protocol 935.
Yes. I will dispose of Dr. Maxis and that little brat personally. Do not touch anything.
Teleportation tests continued as usual with Richtofen and Maxis, unbeknownst that Richtofen had already figured everything out.
Initiating test number 3. Subject is within the test chamber. Activate power. Oh my God. Do you hold yourself and clean that up? Test number 3. Unsuccessful. Test subject has been reduced to the same state as previous subjects. Clean up the test chamber and recalibrate the system. Let's do it again. Yes, Doctor.
Though our matter transference tests at the new site have been largely unsuccessful, the teleporter's malfunction has nonetheless yielded some interesting data. The fact that the test subjects departed their original point of origin is undeniable. What is uncertain is what became of them. Richtofen is insistent in his belief that they have been transported not through space, but through time. In the absence of empirical evidence, I myself cannot entertain such madness. I fear, Richtofen, irrationality may soon prove a liability to our endeavors.
For test number 5, Maxis actually used Fluffy, the dog he gifted to Samantha, though Fluffy would disappear into the ether.
Edward, tie the damn thing down! We can't have it running around during the test! It's tied down now, Dr. Maxis. Initiating test number 5. Subject is within the test chamber. Activate power. Searching for vitals. No reading, Doctor. The subject has disappeared. Dr. Maxis, we've done it. Don't be foolish! Test number 5 is unsuccessful. Subject has vanished, yes, but has not reappeared at the mainframe. Recalibrate the damn system, now!
Test number 6 is where Richtofen enacts his coup to finally get rid of Samantha and Maxis.
Initiating test number 6. Subject is within test chamber. Activate power. Damn it, Edward! Did you set up the device correctly? Yes, Doctor. As per your specifications. If you had done it to my specifications, then it would have worked, wouldn't it? As usual, your incompetence has... What? Do you hear that, Doctor? Quiet, you fool! Test number 6 is a failure, but the experiment has caused some kind of electrical port energized within the chamber. Well, open the door! Doctor, I don't think... Open the door, now!
Daddy, what are you doing with Fluffy?
Damn it, Samantha, I told you never to come in here. Edward, get her out of here. Yes, Doctor.
What's wrong with her? Daddy, what did you do? Fluffy!
Come back here, Samantha! Stop her! Easy. Come here, Samantha. Good girl, Flossie. Gently, Samantha. That's not Flossie anymore. We must get out of here. What? Edward, what are you doing? Open the door! Edward, open this door!
I'm scared.
Don't go! Stay by me, Samantha!
Goodbye, Dr. Maxis.
Fluffy reemerged from the teleporter, though not as the dog she once was. It was changed into a hellish beast. This is what would go on to be known as the Hellhound. Maxis and Samantha were trapped in the test chamber and teleported. Richtofen had no intention of teleporting them anywhere specific. It seems that he had actually just intended for fate to decide, or perhaps he was hoping that the teleportation would simply kill them outright. But that's not what happened. Samantha was teleported to the moon, where she encountered Groff and Schuster. Scared and frightened, she fled for her life, where she accidentally ran into the MPD, where she was sucked inside.
Schuster, report. The tanks are full and the shields are down. The machine is humming nicely.
Good. And what of the shipment?
Most are buried outside of the base. The live ones we've sent back to Kustova Postum.
Excellent. There's nothing left but to wait for Dr. Richtofen's return.
Perhaps this is a good time to work on my low-gravity putting in the biodome.
Yes. A little leisure time would.
Intruder detected. Receiving bay. This is not a drill.
Security, report.
This is not a drill.
Can you repeat?
She's coming right toward them.
Get her! Get back here! Nay, do not let her! Damn it! Dr. Schuster, find a way to get her out of the pyramid. I will contact Edwards and let him know there has been an incident.
Maxis was teleported to a location simply known as the Crazy Place. It is a difficult location to describe, but in the simplest of terms, it is a gateway to get to Agartha. Many have searched for it, or something like it, to get to Agartha, but this is unequivocally where one can do it. It seems to exist outside of time and space, similar to Agartha itself. This is relevant because while stuck here, Maxis develops the power to merge with electricity. As for Fluffy, it is unknown where she was teleported. Seeing Samantha entering the MPD as a potential issue, Richtofen was informed of this development. He figured if Samantha lived, then Maxis would also have to as well, and he must be somewhere in the world. While Richtofen has proven to dislike Maxis, if anyone could be capable of coaxing Samantha out of the MPD, it would be her father.
How did she end up there? No matter. I know what must be done. In the meantime, see if you can find Dr. Maxis. Perhaps he can talk some sense into her.
Did you not deal with him already?
Yes. But if the child ended up there, then Maxis must be somewhere too. Find him.
How do you propose?
Dr. Groth, I cannot do everything for you. I leave this in your capable hands. There is much to be done.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, and Groth?
Yes.
I keep an eye out for an evil-looking dog while you're at it.
Maxis is successfully located and brought to the moon, but things don't play out as they were hoping.
I hope this works. Schuster, power it up.
Systems nominal. Accessing her device. Interface via MPD active. Accessing MPD. MPD integrity check nominal. Awaiting input.
Excellent. Bring the sample.
Analyzing MPD. Creating profile. Profile created.
Excellent. Now, scan for target.
Yes, Doctor.
Target located.
Bring him here. Immediately.
Greetings, Dr. Maxis.
Schuster, I should have known. Where is that rat Edward? Where are we? And how did you get me out of that wretched
None of that is important right now. Allow me to fill you in.
Samantha, honey, Daddy is here. Come, dear, please. Open the machine. Daddy will not let them hurt you anymore. Honey, Daddy knows he's made some mistakes. I am truly sorry that you were put through so much. When your mother died, I could not bear the thought of losing you, too. That's why I kept you so close. I did not mean to neglect you. I just wanted to know you were safe from harm.
Daddy!
I love you, Samantha.
I love you too, Daddy.
Can you do something for me? Something very important.
Yes.
Kill them all. We are doomed.
Maxis committed suicide in front of Samantha to further push her down the path of revenge. The Dark Ether does what it does best, corrupt. A mere shock was enough for Richtofen to hear voices of the Apothicons and drive him to insanity and obsession. But now Samantha was drowning in it. As such, you can imagine how the Dark Ether corrupted her like no one had ever seen. As the zombies were born of Element 115 and the MPD created to control the Ether, Samantha could now control them. And so she unleashed hordes of the undead against whoever she could, almost exclusively targeting Group 935, however. As for Maxis, he did not truly die. With his newly formed power to merge with electricity, upon death he merged with Griffin Station and its technology. From here, all hell breaks loose. Doris and Shinonuma are two of the first locations to fall victim to Samantha's attacks. Dr. Porter was at the Doris facility when it happened. He is the one who activates the alarm signaling to the other scientists to kill themselves or escape. He personally takes the option to kill himself.
But I'm all out of hope. Auf Wiedersehen, my friend.
Warning, the shield is now active.
Damn it! I can't find my pills.
Materials and report to the barracks.
They are coming. I must do what I must do. God forgive us all.
To destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. To destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. Scientists are to destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks. This is not a drill. Warning, the shield is now active. To destroy the designated materials and report to the barracks.
Seeing no other option and faced with an endless undead horde, Richtofen needed capable soldiers by his side to assist him in taking down and usurping power from Samantha. So he returned to the Doris facility and reawakened his old test subjects, Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai. Fortunately for him, the three had no memory of who they really were, or more importantly, who Richtofen was. It didn't take much convincing to get them to side with him, as the undead were an easy enemy to rally them together. From this point forward, this group would be known as Ultimus. To take control from Samantha, what Richtofen needed was his diary. The extensive research of 115 he had documented, the Agarthan technology he'd uncovered, everything the voices told him, it was quite difficult for the mind to contain all of this information, and thus he documented it in his diary. However, there was one slight problem. The diary was currently at the Shinonuma facility. Considering Richtofen has never been there before, it is likely that his diary was taken when the elemental shard was transferred and he was restationed back at Doris. It is also important to note that Peter McCain, who had escaped the Verrucht facility all that time ago, was given orders to rendezvous with the OSS at the Rising Sun facility. He parachuted over the Rising Sun facility, however died shortly after. The Ultimus crew arrive and retrieve Richtofen's diary with minimal interference. From here, Richtofen formulates his plan on how he intends to defeat Samantha. What he needs is the Vril device, the golden rod, and the focusing stone he encountered in Shangri-La. When combined, they can be inserted into the MPD and swap the souls of any two individuals. This is how Richtofen intended on seizing power from Samantha. It is unknown why he doesn't directly begin seeking out the focusing stone and Vril device immediately, because the group returned to Doris with the intention of teleporting to the moon and confronting Samantha before any artifacts had been acquired. This does not go as planned, however. One of the characters accidentally overcharged the teleporter with the Wunderwaffe, which wound up sending them through time itself. Ultimus went from 1945 to 1963 to the Kino facility in Berlin. This teleportation also caused Richtofen to accidentally drop his diary, leaving it at the Doris facility. While in the future, Samantha, who had gone fairly dormant in the years of their disappearance, relaunches an attack at the facility attempting to kill Ultimus. The group had largely nothing to do here whatsoever, and so simply searched for a means of escape. They found one in the form of a lunar lander, which flies them to their next facility. But before we get there, considering this is the future, a lot of events happened in the time frame that Ultimus skipped. First and foremost, considering Richtofen's plan involved the downfall of Group 935, that is precisely what happened. The organization fell, but his plan in allying the Soviets and Americans carried on flawlessly. From here, the story branches off into two separate endeavors, what the Americans were testing and what the Soviets were testing. By this point, World War II had come to an end, and we were entering into the Cold War and the space race. Only, for the sake of the story, the reason the Americans and Soviets were so eager to make it to space was because they both knew the MPD and the research from Griffin Station was there. Whoever got there first would claim it for their country. On the Soviet side of Group 935's research was Harvey Yena, the American spy. After Group 935's disbandment, he had the option to either return to the US or continue further research into Element 115. He saw this to be the perfect opportunity to continue assisting America while not being with them. It was clear that they were getting their own portion of Group 935 scientists, so he decided to go with the Soviets and double their research. He hired two scientists to help him, Anton Gersh and Yuri Zavoysky, and together they made the Ascension Group. There were many projects going on in Ascension at the time, many of which involved getting to the moon. There was the standard rocket testing along with attempts of teleportation. This was also further pushed thanks to the Soviets obtaining Richtofen's diary from Doris, which he dropped when they teleported through time. The Soviets saw decent progress with teleportation, but not enough to actually make it to the moon. This is where we need to branch off slightly and return to a previous character from the timeline, as they become quite relevant right now. And that is Pablo Marines, the Mexican test subject from Richtofen's experiments at the Siberian facility. Richtofen initially deemed him dead after removing his spleen, which ironically Harvey Yena had a hand in. But what truly happened is that while yes, he did appear dead at the time, due to the 115 injections, he actually woke up long after the war already ended and Group 935 was disbanded. He woke up at the Siberian facility to the hordes of zombies left behind.
Day 521. I still don't know how it is possible, but late last year I awoke from a watery grave. When I swam to the surface, I found the German military base abandoned. Only the undead remained on their shores. I attempted to flee, but the fog, it seemed no sooner that the shore faded behind me, it reappeared in front of me. Every attempt I made to escape, it led me right back here. As if I was meant to be here. I have begun broadcasting a radio signal. I'm hoping that someone will answer and come to my rescue. But if no one comes, I'm not sure how much longer I will survive this place.
The experiments done on Pablo gave him visions of past and future. It opened his mind to other dimensions. In these visions, he saw himself fighting in the Great War that happened close to the beginning of the timeline, when humanity and the Keepers banded together to fight the Apothicons. He saw this and believed it to be his destiny.
Day 3682, I think. Last night, I had a dream. A dream
I have not had in many years. Like the ones I used to have at the Eisendrache. I dreamed I was in medieval times, during a great war, a war to end all wars. In this dream, I am attacked by one of the great beasts. It holds me within its grasp, about to end my life, when I am saved, spared by a man in cloth, not a priest, someone more powerful. He wields a staff of fire. I see 4 heroes stand atop of a mound. The 4 raise their staffs in unison, and suddenly the knights know the war is not lost. I rejoin the fight, and fight alongside my king. For years I had dreamed of this war. I wonder, perhaps the Germans' experiments warped my brain, my sense of space and time. He thought I died, but it was only that my mind had transformed. I have been here 10 years. No one has responded to my radio message. Is there no one out there? Am I even on Earth? Or am I caught somewhere in between? Every time I try to escape, my raft always brings me back. This place is my prison. But is it a prison? Perhaps it is more like a waiting room, a purgatory of sorts. Perhaps my dreams are much more. Perhaps they are visions of what is to come. And perhaps it is here I must wait for what is to come. They will come for me.
While trapped at the Siberian facility, he came across the notes left behind about how to construct the Agarthan device, the artifact that can grant any desire, and believed this to be his way of getting to the Great War. He put out radio message after radio message to no response, until one day, it was picked up by the Ascension group. He told them about the Agarthan device and that he could construct it for them. Harvey Yena, having heard Richtofen's ramblings about this same device, was still on the fence about its existence. But with Gersh pushing for its potential for infinite uses to help them, convinces him to give it a shot. What Pablo needed was the only piece missing which no one had, and that was the blood of an ancient apothecon. From his visions of the Great War, he knew where a corpse could be found via the coordinates. Everyone agreed to the terms.
We have verified authenticity of this transmission, yes?
Yes, Anton. A recon unit traveled to the old facility. Apparently, a survivor has been living there since the end of the war.
Since the end of the war? 13 years? How can this be true? And how did we not know about this?
Unfortunately, your guess is as good as mine.
And his proposal, this Agarthan device, what do you make of this?
Personally, it sounds too good to be true. But this isn't the first I've heard of it. Dr. Richtofen had mentioned it as well.
Just think, Harvey. A device capable of granting that which any man desires. I simply think it and bang. It is reality. We could beat Americans to Group 935 lunar facility. We could become leaders of free world overnight.
The potential, it is certainly infinite.
So, he says he will construct a device, but first he needs us to find something.
He says we must bring him the blood of an ancient creature. He gave us the coordinates. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Recovery will not be cheap.
Well, we do not need the creature, only its blood. Harvey, do not worry. The reward will pay cost tenfold. This is how the Ascension Group leads charge into New World.
I understand. And there was one more thing. He warned us to bring him the blood straight away. When exposed to the elements for extended amounts of time, becomes volatile and unstable. He warned us the blood is alive.
Let us worry about collecting it first. We will decide the next move after this, Dr. Ina.
Of course, Dr. Gersh.
The trip was a success. The Apothecon blood was retrieved. However, Gersh did not want to hand it over. He instead wished to experiment with it due to its special nature.
I trust your trip was success.
Like you wouldn't believe, Anton, what we found down there. The creature was magnificent, gargantuan in size. It was otherworldly, a remnant of a different age. Oh, I wish you could have seen it.
It was at the coordinates provided.
Yes, 43 north, 180 east. The blood has a fluidity to it that I find fascinating. We would have investigated further, but we intercepted a transmission that the Americans were in the area. Somehow they'd been informed about the creature's location.
Ah, these damn leaks. They will be our undoing.
It seems every step we take, the Americans follow suit.
Mark my words. There is a mole in Ascension, Harvey. We must strike it out before it destroys us. Get a team together. People we trust. If we are to study the blood, we must make sure the Americans do not find out.
To study it? Anton, I think we should follow the plan and deliver the blood to the Siberian facility.
Yet, Harvey. We cannot. This struggle with the Americans, we cannot let them get the advantage. This blood is our only leverage. After the war in Group 935 disbanded, you came to us. You came to me. You saw a better vision for the future here than what your America was offering. We created Ascension on the principle of being better men, of making this world a better place. If this blood is key to unlocking the future, we would be fools to not take this opportunity.
Perhaps you are right. At the very least, we can study it. What's the harm in that?
The blood would go on to be used in a number of different experiments. First and foremost was it was used on primates. The blood was injected into them in hopes of making them able to survive spaceflight. Further analysis also uncovered the negative space the blood inhabits. In simple terms, the blood functions like a black hole of sorts.
How are the experiments coming, Dr. Ina?
Fascinating, Anton. Truly fascinating. The blood, it's not so much fluid as it is very much alive. It moves, it changes shape at will, reacts to our touch. Alive.
How is this possible?
I'm not sure. One theory is perhaps the creature itself was more of a vessel, and that its blood is made up of a million different organisms that control it, like a crew piloting a ship. The creature died, but the organisms inside survived, trapped at the bottom of the ocean.
Is it sentient? Yeah, how is it able to move?
The blood uses negative space, which exists between the molecules. This negative space provides an influx of energy, which we believe fuels the blood, giving it the ability to move.
Do you still believe this blood is suitable for our primates? For rocket testing?
Absolutely. The blood gives them rejuvenation abilities, making them more powerful, stronger. If a monkey is on the brink of death and given an injection, it makes a full recovery in a matter of minutes. The only trade-off is they become more angry, hostile, even violent in some cases.
Is this a problem?
It's manageable. But I'm confident monkeys given an injection of this blood will survive spaceflight.
Wonderful news. I think we can move on to the next phase of the program. We should prepare a serum for mass production. Can you tell me more about this negative space?
We really don't know much about it, except that it does not exist in this dimension. Maybe a gateway from another. One of our men has theorized it might even be a black hole of sorts.
Send what research you've done to myself and our weapons team. Be sure Yuri Zavoyski is included in the brief.
Of course, but I will remind you, we need to be careful. We've noticed the blood has been changing composition, as if reacting to all our probing and prodding.
Reacting? How so?
I'm not sure how to explain it, but it feels like the blood's getting
angry.
With the information acquired from researching the Apothecon blood, both Gersh and Yuri Zavoyski began working on Project Mercury, what would later be known as the Gersh device. The initial intention for this creation was to be used as a portable teleporter. However, it would find its purpose as a black hole. But just under 1 year of working on its creation, Gersh removes Yuri from the project after proving incapable of handling it when he nearly destroys the entire thing, and he is transferred over to the rocket division.
Convey my sincere gratitude to you for that. But on to business. I am pleased to report that all projects are running smoothly again after recent personnel changes. As I have previously mentioned, Yuri Zavoyski is a brilliant scientist, but he has so far proven incapable of handling Project Mercury, or as you call it, the Gersh device. Due to numerous delays and setbacks, I have sadly been forced to transfer Yuri to the 8K64-A experiments. I have decided that your nephew should take his place, and look forward to working with him directly. Yuri's incident with the Casimir mechanism leaves no doubt in my mind that this is the right decision. The explosion caused the mechanism significant damage. It will take time to remanufacture all of the parts, unless some of them can be salvaged.
This obviously didn't sit well with Yuri, and so he started to work on the Gersh device in his own time.
Rockets. He transfers me to work on rockets. These experiments require no finesse, no imagination. My intellect is ill-served blasting a bunch of monkeys into the atmosphere. But I can't fight Gersh over this. I was able to hold on to my teeth. Some after-hours research. No one else really understands what Project Mercury is capable of. Until then, this lab will have to do. Wait, is it a Matrosh doll? Is someone at the child?
This did not bode well for Yuri. As part of his new position, he was given Richtofen's diary. While it may appear to be simple notes and logs from his past, it was also, in fact, corrupted by the Dark Ether. Similar to Element 115, prolonged exposure to Richtofen's diary is enough to drive anyone insane and hear voices.
Found the box today. Some Rebenka left his teddy bear in it, a disgusting and filthy toy. Who keeps bringing their child onto this base? Thank God they did not take the diary. The things I've learned about Element 1. I'll have to conduct this research on my own, away from the destructive hands of Gersh. His research into Project Mercury has stalled, but will he be transferred? I doubt it. As long as Project remains on track, his friends I must small.
Yuri slowly began to become much more hostile, hearing the voice of Samantha in his head.
Assure you that our craft will be far superior to whatever the Americans, or should I say, Canadians, are developing. Finally, Project Thunder is nearing completion. My staff has assured me that the remaining issues of the effective range and power cell size will be solved within the next few months. Oh, and also, you should know that Dr. Zavoyski does not appear to be adjusting to his new position. He has been hostile towards the other scientists, at least more than usual, and has frequently been seen muttering to himself. The transition must have been hard for him, but if he does not learn his place soon, I may require another, more competent scientist to replace him.
Samantha was extremely interested in this Gersh device as it could be used as a rift so she could travel through. She corrupted Yuri completely and he began following her commands. She pushed him to finish creating the Gersh device, which he did.
Stop! You stop! Fine. Okay. I will.
And she also instructed him to absorb Gersh into it.
This had better be good, Yuri. The fact that you are even in this lab again is reason enough to have you permanently removed. If you've done anything that will ruin Ned's inspection, do not worry. You will not be disappointed. In fact, I'm sure you won't forget it. But I can't take all the credit. If you will do me the honors. What the? No! No! Yuri! You! You fat pig! Enjoy your dip! Oh no. No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! What have I done? What have I done?
Gersh was shoved into the device and stuck in a plane between existence. Samantha also requested that Yuri enter the Gersh device as well, as she wished to send him somewhere. But before we get to that, we must first catch up with the Americans and what they were doing with their Group 935 research during this 16-year time period. After Group 935's disbandment, America and the Soviet Union got their split of the research. For the Americans, we follow the perspective of Major George Sawyer, who fulfills his side of the promise with Richthofen of hiring its scientists and evacuating their families.
Major George Sawyer, personal log, January 20th, 1946. After speaking with Major Staver this morning, I can confirm Operation Stapler has been a resounding success. While our officers met with the Soviet representatives to negotiate the fair split of Group 935's research, our operatives quietly extracted 40 of its scientists and their families. In the coming days, they're to be officially hired as War Department special employees. To our knowledge, the Soviets have yet to realize what we've done. Since the discovery of the depository near Groom Lake in '37, our progress has been minimal. Our hope is that these scientists will provide us the edge we desperately need for our Element 115 research program. All of this would not have been possible without the help of one Dr. Edward Richthofen. When he reached out to us last August, he promised unfettered access to Group 935's research in exchange for providing safe harbor for its scientists. While we may not have secured all the research, we did get the scientists, the brain trust. If we do ever locate Dr. Richthofen, I would like to shake his hand and thank him personally for the great service he has provided to the United States of America.
The most important scientist recovered for the side of the Americans was Dr. Schuster. While he was happy to continue the research he was working on, i.e. teleportation, the work the Americans were more interested in was that of the undead. While Schuster was honest about what he experienced with the likes of Samantha, no one believed him.
This is Dr. Schuster, personal log, June 27th, 1947. With the help of Major Sawyer and Operation Stapler, I began employment at the Pentagon. I'm assigned to their 115 division, which focuses on R&D of the element. While I am grateful for this opportunity, I have my reservations. Element 115 is a resource with potentially infinite applications. Yet the only thing these scientists and the Pentagon seem concerned with are our undead experiments. I made it clear to them that my own work with Group 935 was primarily focused on its teleportation technologies. If they wanted my help with that, I would gladly oblige. But the idea of resuming undead experimentation horrified me. The room went silent. Clearly, they were not satisfied with my answer. Finally, Major Sawyer asked why. I was blunt, perhaps too blunt, and told them what happened at Griffin Station. About Maxis's daughter Samantha, about the MPD, about the undead outbreak, about everything. If we resumed experimentation, there was no guarantee she wouldn't take control of them just as she had done the others. More importantly, there was no guarantee she wouldn't kill us all, as her father instructed her. I told them all this, and do you know what happened? They laughed.
Schuster was put in charge of the US's teleportation projects. He established one from the Pentagon to the Groom Lake facility in Nevada. But what they really wanted him to do was simply teleport to Griffin Station on the moon directly. Schuster was hesitant to rush the process as he feared the accidental side effect of time travel.
I'm just a little confused, Dr. Schuster. You've already successfully established a teleporter link between the Pentagon and Groom Lake.
The Pentagon to Groom Lake is child's play, a distance of 3,890 kilometers. What we're talking about now is a distance of 380,000 kilometers.
But it can be done.
Of course, Colonel Sawyer, but I had 2 years to perfect the link to Groom Lake. The timetable you've given me to establish a link to the moon is far more aggressive.
Do I need to remind you what we're up against? Dr. Richtofen told us about Griffin Station back in '45. From what we've discovered, he told the Soviets the same thing. The Soviets achieved teleportation 2 years before we did. If they get to the moon first, they get to claim Griffin Station.
Yes, I know all about your adorable space race. But need I remind you that if this teleporter becomes operational, even a single mathematical error could lead to catastrophic results. Yes, it will take you to the moon. I have little worry over where it will take you. I worry about when.
What? Time travel? Give me a break.
Precisely. If the specifications are not exact, we could create temporal rifts with ripple effects that will undo the very fabric of space-time itself. Simply put, don't rush. Science moves at its own pace.
Just get it done, Doctor. You have 2 weeks before we begin testing.
The zombie experiments would not cease, however. Schuster, alongside a new doctor, Dr. Lehman, continued where Maxis left off, trying to create docile zombies that could be controlled. Lehman actually figured out a way to accomplish this by turning element 115 into a gas and giving it to an alive test subject.
You have made progress, Dr. Lehman.
Yes? Yes. So, as you know, our success with the undead experimentation has been limited.
Yes, we've achieved the same benchmarks as Maxis, but as with his trials, they refuse to obey orders.
That's right. We can't control them. We can't make them docile. But I believe I've cracked it.
I'm listening.
Okay, last month, our man inside the Ascension group sent us copies of Dr. Richtofen's diary. Now, I've been poring over it, following his research, and...
That doesn't seem very docile to me.
Just watch. Stand back, Dr. Schuster. I promise you, it's quite safe. Walk.
Incredible. It's completely subservient. How did you achieve this?
Well, I vaporized element 115, brought it to a gaseous state. The specimen inhaled it.
Inhaled it?
Unfortunately, it had to be done while the specimen was still alive.
While they were still alive? Good heavens, man, did you...
Look, the soldier was going to die anyway. Doctor? Are you all right?
Oh, my apologies, Lehman. I'm distracted by the eyes. They're yellow.
It is also important to note that Harvey Yena, who is currently at the Ascension group, copied Richtofen's diary and sent it to the US. Dr. Lehman was the one in charge of it. However, somehow, someway, similarly to how the Dark Ether corrupted Yuri Zavoysky by reading the journal, it too began to corrupt Dr. Lehman. Samantha then pushed him to create an army of undead soldiers for obvious reasons.
10 out of 10 trials. Docile and obeying commands. And it's activated with living subjects.
That's correct, Colonel. Completely subservient.
And you've achieved all this with a chemical gas?
That is correct, Colonel. Dr. Lehman has successfully transformed element 115 into a chemical weapon.
Do you know what this means, Dr. Lehman? What the potential of this gas could be?
Yes, but more importantly, we've gotten these creatures to obey our commands. As Richtofen and Maxis would have wanted.
Oh, to hell with them! This gas, if you released it over Moscow, you could end this Cold War tomorrow. Dr. Schuster, when can we bring this to full production?
With some additional testing, 6 weeks.
That's perfect.
Hold on a damn minute, okay? That's not what this is all about. A chemical weapon is nothing! We're talking about building an undead army here. How do you not all get that?
It's what I'm supposed to do. It's what I've been ordered to do. What's gotten into you, Dr. Lehman? What's gotten into me? We're not following her orders. She told me to do this. It's what we have to do, not waste our time with this bullshit. Excuse me, Doctor. Do we have a problem?
No, Colonel, no problem. We'll get it done.
Be sure you do.
What the devil has gotten into you?
I'm sorry. Look, I'm not sure what happened. Okay, it's that damned diary. Ever since I started reading it, I'm hearing things like a voice in my head.
Pull yourself together. This is a major breakthrough. Be proud of your work.
Don't worry. I still hear you. They are fools. It will be done.
Meanwhile, we must return back to the perspective of Cornelius Purnell. Having been the one in charge of the spies sent to infiltrate Group 935, he too has become obsessed with the potential Element 115 holds. He wants to do what they failed, and that's better the human condition. But he was having difficulties convincing his higher-ups, particularly Robert McNamara, to expand research into Element 115. This dream organization of his would be known as Broken Arrow.
This is Groom Lake Station Chief Cornelius Purnell. Personal log, March 11th, 1961. After being unable to get McElroy or Gates to see the light, I hoped my meeting with McNamara would fare better, but I had no such luck. For years now, DoD have run experiments with their 115 division, but we're the ones with all the supply. I told McNamara we have the Fort Knox of Element 115 right next to our nuclear testing site. If we combined resources and worked together instead of simply bartering resources, Groom Lake could receive the funding to properly mine the materials and expand experimentation. But no, McNamara was uninterested. Another Secretary of Defense, another bust for Project Broken Arrow.
After being stationed with Schuster, who spoke of his encounters with Samantha on the moon, whom no one believed, it was only due to his mentioning of the Rising Sun facility where he ordered Peter McCain to rendezvous before he died, that Purnell decides to investigate Schuster's claims further.
Personal log, February 23rd, 1963. With construction of the moon teleporter ongoing, a number of scientists from the Pentagon's 115 division have been stationed on site here at Groom Lake. Dr. Schuster, head of the operation, continues to be full of surprises. He's been telling me these stories about an evil little girl named Samantha, that she can control the undead. I asked Colonel Sawyer about it, and he told me to pay it no mind. Apparently everybody's been laughing off Schuster's stories for years now. But then, yesterday, Schuster says he has proof. He claims this Samantha is responsible for several outbreaks over the last 20 years. Rattles off a bunch of names, and one of them was the Rising Sun facility. I lost a good man there, Peter McCain, and never got an explanation for it. I decided to investigate this further.
What he found was exactly what he was looking for. Evidence of Samantha's existence and attacks around the world. But more importantly, it was perfect fear to convince McNamara to fund his Broken Arrow project.
Personal log, July 29th, 1963. I've spent the last several months combing through archives and conducting extensive research. And I can't believe what I'm about to say, but this is real. This girl, creature, entity, this being possesses a very real and very dangerous power. Fortunately, as of now, her attacks have been contained. If she were to choose to unleash fury, she could wipe us off the map. And not just the United States, she could destroy everyone. But there is an opportunity here.
To combat this threat, the Pentagon's gonna need to significantly increase their 115 operation. To support that, they'll need greater access to our gold mine at Groom Lake. Project Broken Arrow is the key to all of this. 2 birds, 1 stone. We'll combat a threat to national security, and I'll secure the funding for my program and its operations. I'm drafting a report on the incidents. I plan to present it to McNamara in the coming weeks.
Purnell managed to convince McNamara to fund the Broken Arrow project to harness Element 115 so they could fight back against Samantha's wrath.
Washington's words have lingered with me these last few days. To be prepared for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. Mankind has always prepared for war because we face an enemy we know intimately. Our fellow man. In a way, we are the only enemy we have ever truly known. But now, I sit here with the Groom Lake report in my hand and I contemplate an enemy beyond our comprehension. An entity with the powers of a god that can manipulate time, space, and the very nature of other beings. The evidence is clear. A trail of carnage can be tracked. October 21st, 1945, the Rising Sun Research Facility. October 28th, 1945, Group 935's Del Riza facility. April 25th, 1956, the Himalayas. Now, I am no stranger to undead experimentation, nor their outbreaks. I've read Purnell's reports on the airfield and asylum incidents. The undead may be a concern, but they are not the threat. Without a leader, they are mindless and uncoordinated. But the idea of a being that commands an undead army with seemingly unlimited resources, that gives them marching orders to strike at any time and any place, how do you prepare for war with that? How do you protect America? How do you protect the planet? One of the scientists we acquired from Group 935, Dr. Schuster, I believe is his name, claims to be familiar with the entity. He says her name is Samantha. This Samantha may be the greatest threat our nation has ever faced. Certainly more than that from the Soviet Union or Cuba, for they are just men. And my contacts on the ground now confirm it. On October 28th, the entity known as Samantha attacked an abandoned theater in Berlin. This marks her first attack in 9 years. The location she chose is interesting. In 1940, the German High Command repurposed it as a Group 935 facility. That makes this the 3rd Group 935 operation that Samantha has targeted. The Berlin incident has forced us to reevaluate the recent Pentagon outbreak. We had previously assumed it was a contained affair, but must now acknowledge the possibility that Samantha played a role. I've made arrangements for the President and Castro to discuss the Broken Arrow initiative. If Samantha poses as great a threat as it seems, we must put aside our differences. No nation alone can defeat her. An alliance must be formed. We must reach across the metaphorical aisle. The meeting will be held here at the Pentagon in the coming days. Dick will be joining us for some reason. Jack requested he attend. Regretfully, I am forced to admit that Purnell was perhaps correct. If we use the Broken Arrow initiative to harness the power of this Element 115, we could build a better world and be prepared for war with Samantha. I've given Roebuck the coordinates of the Berlin incident for safekeeping. He'll log them, along with all the others.
His plan worked, and Broken Arrow was greenlit.
Personal log, September 3rd, 1963. The discussion with McNamara was a resounding success. His plans for it are bigger than I ever thought possible. Fools. It was so easy. All those hawks over there think about is war. I offered them a morsel, a nugget, and had the meeting out of the palm of my hand. Yeah, well, good riddance. They'll get their war, and I'll get my riches. They want to destroy this Samantha? It's so narrow-minded. Why destroy her when we can take her power and harness it for ourselves? With the amount of element 115 buried down there, just imagine what we could do. We could mold the Earth anew, create it in our image. A toast. Here's to Dr. Schuster for gifting me this opportunity. When we get the excavator up and running at the test site, I'll be sure to get him access. And here's to Broken Arrow. And to opening new worlds.
But much like many others, Purnell had ulterior motives. He didn't want to simply stop Samantha, he wanted to take her power for himself, or for the sake of the United States. But part of Purnell's newfound insanity was thanks to Element 115 itself. When the ore was initially getting mined, he spent so much time near and in close proximity to it that it just corrupted him as it does.
Broken Arrow. Dream of mine for many years. When I joined the company, you know what I did? What I cut my teeth on? I sent men to their deaths. I was a handler. First for the OSS, then CIA. I oversaw ops, and I sent in men to die. I was a bow. They were my arrows. Smokey, John Banana, Peter McCain, Tank Dempsey. The list goes on and on. So many men lost. But my ops were good. Job well done. Pats on the back for Purnell. So, I climbed the ladder and eventually became station chief here. And spent much of my time, now that I think about it, in this very room. After we'd mined the element 115, we'd store it in here. I would stare at it for hours. I got lost. And then one day, it just clicked. I had to do what Group 935 failed to do. I would build a program to harness its power. I was tired of killing. I wanted to create technological marvels, help humanity improve the human condition, and who knows, maybe even bring the dead back to life. Prepare the broken arrow, if you will. Now, I have the perfect test subject.
For now, Purnell would go off to his new facility, Camp Edward, otherwise known as Nuketown, to conduct his own experiments. Regardless, with that setup with the Soviets and Americans, we can finally return to the Ultimus characters, who last we saw were teleported from the future from 1945 to 1963. They landed at the Kino facility in Berlin, where they were attacked by Samantha. They found an escape via lunar landers, which took them to the now overrun Ascension facility. Samantha had turned all those corrupted by Element 115, and all the monkeys who were tested on with the Apothecon blood got loose as well. Part of the reason they have also arrived here is because Richthofen's diary is also here. Upon arrival, they are reached out by Gersh, who no longer exists in the physical realm, but is still able to communicate with Ultimus, asking for their assistance to free him, which they do. There's not much else to it. They release him from his ethereal form, and he begins to travel through space, time, and dimensions. The real object Ultimus got from their visit was Richtofen's diary again, so he knows what objects he needs to take control away from Samantha, the Vril device and the focusing stone. While the characters freed Gersh, by doing so they themselves were also accidentally pulled into the Gersh device and flung into the future. The mid to late 2000s to be exact. They did wind up where Richtofen had wanted to go, the Siberian facility where the Vril device was left, but they wound up trapped in a closet. Fortunately for them, there was a big movie being filmed at this location. George Romero had uncovered old documents left behind by Group 935 and their experiments to bring the dead back to life.
Years ago, I did research for a World War II movie. I came across some old Nazi documents. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Element 115, necromancers, raising the dead, real creepy stuff.
We're completely surrounded! Come on!
The coolest thing? Some of that crazy shit happened right here.
And so he decided to make a movie on site. He cast Danny Trejo, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Michael Rooker, and Robert Englund as his actors. However, once Ultimus arrived, a zombie outbreak occurred. George Romero was turned into a zombie himself, but as for the 4 actors, Richtofen convinces them to help him get the Vril device from the facility, which they do. The actors serve no greater role than this, so Richtofen leaves them behind to die. The entire cast and production team disappear without a trace.
It's been 6 weeks since the rest of the Call of the Dead cast and crew went missing. Hollywood's lost its fucking mind with this story. An entire production vanishes? Crazy talk. I told you, this is why you don't shoot in Siberia. So with agent on line 1, manager on line 2, I needed to sort this quickly. I'd rather zombies come for me than an agent. That's real horror. I don't need that.
To venture off into a little bit of a side story, this led George Romero's assistant Sally to begin searching for him. She dug up research files and read documents pertaining to the likes of the Ultimus crew.
I started going through his research, and good fucking lord, this is a confusing mess. So much shit about time travel, different dimensions. Honestly, I'm not even sure what he's getting into. You can make this stuff up. A mad German scientist, a foul-mouthed American, a drunk Soviet, and a warrior Japanese soldier, all working together?
Her journey inevitably led her to investigate Shangri-La, where Richtofen had accidentally teleported all those years ago, in search of answers from 2 past explorers named Brock and Gary.
So I started with a simple one. Something about 2 guys named Brock and Gary looking for Arthur. They finished like dirt. Figured I'd start there. Next thing I know, I'm in this jungle, and it's hot and humid, and the sky goes black. Like dark black. I look up. There's an eclipse, and these things start chasing me. Like zombies. Trust me, I know how it sounds. I've been fighting them so long now. I should be dead. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have died, but it just keeps going.
These 2 are quite the oddity within the storyline, as not much is explained about them at all. They are both explorers, with Brock being the more knowledgeable one. He's become aware of Agartha, or at least the tales of it, and seeks to prove its existence. That's all we know about them. Their travels led to Shangri-La, where they were placed in an infinite temporal loop.
The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Agartha, my work will finally be validated.
Brock, I don't think this place is abandoned.
Don't be silly. This place has to be thousands of years old. I have found some unfinished carvings around the structures I can't make out. They do not look like... Wait, what is this?
What the hell was that? Why is the sky dark?
It's an eclipse. We must have...
Run! What are those things?
Zombies. We have to find another way.
Zombies? What are you talking about?
The writings must have been right. No! Don't touch that! Damn! Take a look around and try to find a way out.
I got nothing.
We will have to conserve our supplies. Take your shoes off and hand me your socks. I have been trapped in the temple structure for days. Gary is dead, and I don't see a way out of here. I can still hear the zombies outside. I fear this is my last recording, as the battery is about to die, and I will soon follow. One thing I can be certain of is that blood...
They would discover the temple, advance within it, and die. Sometimes they would make more progress, but no matter what, they were stuck in a time loop. Even when they made it all the way to the end of Richtofen's secret chamber and uncovered the focusing stone, they were traveled back to the moment they first stepped foot on the location.
I am now entering the antechamber. I see some sort of altar, and there is a rock suspended above it. This is just wonderful. An inscription. Rick Ta Fen. Richtofen. Gary, take an etching. The rock above the altar seems to be suspended in thin air. I'm going to remove it now.
We've been in this jungle for days and haven't seen any sign of this hidden temple.
We cannot give up. It has to be here.
I can't shake this feeling like we're going in circles.
We should get to higher ground and take a look. The heat and humidity is just excruciating. According to the locals, the temple should be in this mountain range just up this river. Gary, do you hear that? A waterfall. We must be close. Hand me the binoculars. There is a structure up ahead. If this is truly a gateway to Argotha, my work will finally be validated.
Sally, the reporter from the Call of the Dead future, travels to Shangri-La and suffers the exact fate as Brock and Gary. She actually winds up getting stuck with the two on their infinite time loop.
I've started setting up these traps. Pretty damn proud of them, if I do say so myself. Wait, I hear something.
Can't help but think they hold some kind of key clues. We should investigate the stepped pyramid for some clues. I think we should get the hell out of here while we still have the chance. But we're so close to proving the existence of...
Ugh, finally. Sorry, the only thing more annoying than the undead are those two guys, whoever they are. Anyway, I've been trying to get some bars on myself for days, and I'm having no luck. I swear, if I die a few more times, I may actually lose it. At least then I'll have those agents off my back.
But continuing on character to arrive at Shangri-La, we are finally back to our main Ultimus characters. After obtaining the Vril device from Call of the Dead, they were teleported to Shangri-La to obtain the focusing stone. Considering they themselves didn't have access to it, they had to use Brock and Gary's infinite time loop to their advantage. They led the two through the traps one by one until they were capable of getting them to Richtofen's altar. Once the focusing stone was acquired, Richtofen now had the two pieces he needed to swap bodies with Samantha and take control of the ether. But while in the process of teleporting to the moon, similar to the accident that occurred at Doris with the Wunderwaffe, Dempsey fires the shrink ray at an incoming zombie, which messes with the teleportation, shooting them in an undesired trajectory. They bounce off of the moon and accidentally wind up in the Pentagon itself. And this is right in the midst of Dr. Lehman unleashing the Nova 6 gas per Samantha's influence. She convinces a now insane Dr. Lehman to release element 115 gas through the facility.
They do not understand, right? They don't see what you are trying to accomplish. But I will show them. They want it weaponized? I will show them what weaponized does. Soon, they will know.
Dr. Lehman, I was told you might be down here. Dr. Lehman, what are you doing?
I am doing what I have to do. You all must understand.
That is the facility's air filtration system. If you release the gas...
Then you will all learn a hard lesson in how disobeying her wishes has consequences.
Damn it! Where are the gas masks? What have you done?
I'm sorry. I have to get her out of my head. Goodbye, Dr. Schuster.
Wait! Is this your doing, Samantha? Are you there? We're truly doomed.
While Dr. Schuster was capable of getting a gas mask on, it is unknown whether he managed to survive, as he does not make another appearance in the timeline after this event. She also had Yuri Zavoyski, who entered the Gersh device, exit here as well to unleash the undead test subjects. And this is where the events of Classified take place. Ultimates are forced to fight their way through the Pentagon during its zombie outbreak. The characters are capable of surviving and actually find the teleporter Schuster established from here to Groom Lake, and they take it to almost safety. Samantha is still hot on their trail, however they uncover the other teleporter that was attempted to be created by Schuster to travel to the moon directly, which they take. But just as Schuster feared, the unfinished teleportation technology sends the characters to the moon, but in the year 2025. Despite the jump into the future, it is finally the time where Richtofen can enact his plan. Through his efforts, he opens the Ether Pyramid and uses the Vril device to transfer souls with Samantha. Richtofen takes control of the Ether and zombies while inside Samantha's body, and Samantha is now stuck in Richtofen's old body. It is here when Maxis decides to step in. After merging with the technology of Griffin Station when he initially killed himself, he's been planning for a countermeasure against Richtofen in the event that he did get control. He devised a way to sever the link that he had with the zombies, and so manages to convince Nikolai, Dempsey, and Takio to help him. Unbeknownst to them, this plan effectively involved blowing up the world. Before we can continue with the timeline, there is obviously now a huge gap in history. Ultimus teleported from 1963 to 2025, a period of 62 years. So, what developed within that time frame? Firstly, mere days, if that, after Ultimus's ventures through the Pentagon, JFK, McNamara, Castro, and Nixon planned their meeting. The events at the Pentagon with Ultimus would be seen as a cautionary occurrence. Admittedly, the aesthetic of the disaster during their trip is played up for the gameplay, and not as severe as it would imply. As Robert McNamara had already planned, the four got together to meet to discuss what to do about Samantha as well as real-life politics.
For time and the world do not stand still. Change is the law of life. And those who look only to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. I said, are certain to miss the future.
Oh no, I missed that.
Prime Minister Castro, this missile crisis was the last straw. We almost blew ourselves up. Now, we invited you here today...
In good faith?
In good faith. To sort this thing out.
And why is he here? He lost.
As I always say, forgive your enemies, but remember their names. Now, gentlemen, as I like to think, in the long history of the world, that they're only a few generations.
Sounds like someone breaking in!
Just a storm, Dick. Sit down.
Oh my God!
It appears the Pentagon has been breached.
Zombies. Gentlemen, at times like these, our capacity to retaliate must be, and has to be massive, to deter all forms of aggression. Gentlemen, lock and load.
Viva la revolución!
Any last words, Mr. President?
Yes, Jack. Any superlative words of inspiration for our humble troops?
Do not pray for easy lives, my friends. Pray to be stronger men.
Considering their hand in being just like Group 935, Samantha launched yet another attack on the 4. This time Samantha had Yuri play a direct hand in terrorizing the Pentagon, and he would be nicknamed the Pentagon Thief. Much of the storyline that happens here actually isn't too relevant. In this timeline, the 4 survive and go on to do what they did in real life. But most importantly, capture Yuri and detain him to be questioned. Considering his connection to the whole zombie outbreak, he is sent to Camp Edward, for it is their Element 115 research facility. But in the meantime, before we get to that, Purnell had been doing some experimenting himself, particularly with the Elemental Shard. The last time we saw the Elemental Shard was when Richtofen bound his and the rest of Ultimus's soul to it, and it was later taken away from him when he was transferred back to Doris. It was taken to the Division 9 facility where they could study it, but after the downfall of Group 935, the Americans obtained it and put it into storage. Purnell secretly took it out of storage and had been using it. Particularly a new character, Dr. Hale, was the one in charge of the Shard. She has a particular romantic fondness and love for Purnell. She used the Elemental Shard to power ADAM units. They were all-purpose robots who served more or less capable of any general task. But due to the Shard being powered by souls, when the ADAM units were powered by the Shard, they too felt like they became alive, and she wanted to further experiment with this. But Purnell decided to take over this hypothesis for himself.
The electrical output is unlike anything we've seen before, Director Purnell.
Come now, Dr. Hale. This is Element 115 we're talking about here. We know what it's capable of.
That's what I thought too. But the elemental shard, it's different. The levels of concentrated energy it contains, well, simply put, our team has been unable to measure it. It's unlike any Element 115 sample we've studied before. Whenever we drain energy from it, that energy is replaced, as if it's recharging itself. This ability, I think it's what Maxis was looking for all those years ago. I think it's the Genesis code.
That's unlikely, Doctor.
I know how it sounds, but look at the ADAMs. When we charged them with regular Element 115, it gave them power. But when they were charged by the Shard, they feel and act different. They feel alive.
Dr. Maxis spent years reanimating the dead. Hell, the Germans made that Group 935's primary purpose during the war. But according to his own research, that was the ceiling. Reanimation. He could restore the body, but not the mind or soul.
I know. But he didn't have the Shard. If you'll let me run some tests, I believe...
I don't think lab rats are going to cut it here. I may have a candidate you can use. I'll let you know when he's been delivered.
If what Hale had said was true, then he had his own test subject he wanted to bring back to life. He had Paxton Ridge, the only survivor from Dempsey's extraction team, venture to the Rising Sun facility and retrieve Peter McCain's body. It was here they tried to use the Shard to revive him.
This is Broken Arrow Operations Director Purnell, accompanied by Dr. Hale. The date is June 1st, 1964. It's approximately 1 a.m. We're about to begin test number 22. Dr. Hale, you may proceed when ready.
Confirming conduits have been linked with the Shard. Output set to 5,000 volts. Duration set for 10 seconds. Beginning now.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hale. I thought we had him.
Director.
I don't believe it. Incredible.
Assessing vitals. First glance, everything looks good. I'll need some time to run a few tests, but I think we've done it.
Oh, take all the time you need, Dr. Hale. If we've done it, I mean if we've truly restored life to the deceased, we'd better be damn sure we're right. Let's keep him quarantined for now. Begin your tests when ready. We need to make sure he is, well, who he was.
What was his name, Director?
Peter. His name was Peter McCain. I'll send you his file. And, Doctor?
Yes, sir?
Not a word of this to anyone outside the company. Not the CIA, not the DOD. Broken Arrow eyes only.
Of course, sir.
Peter McCain was successfully brought back to life. While he initially had side effects such as visions of apothecons, they quickly faded out. The Department of Defense also wanted to use the elemental shard for different Broken Arrow experiments elsewhere, and so confiscated it from Purnell. Though not wanting to part with the item, he instead broke the shard into two halves, keeping one for himself. Thinking the DoD was turning against him, he had Peter McCain swear loyalty to him and Broken Arrow over the US.
Dr. Hale says you're making big improvements every day now.
Yes, sir. You might say I'm beginning to feel like the old me.
Absolutely remarkable. How far you've come these last few months can't be understated. How's the memory loss?
Still a struggle, sir. If I close my eyes, I can see it clearly for a moment. Doris, the asylum, the plane jump, but then it's gone.
And the nightmares?
The nightmare, sir?
Dr. Hale mentioned something about strange dreams, giant monsters, medieval France.
Not in weeks, sir. Those have subsided.
Outstanding news. So, what's next, Peter? What are your plans once your recovery's completed?
Sir?
Well, Dr. Hale mentioned your interest in staying on at Broken Arrow.
Broken Arrow brought me back from beyond the veil, sir. I can think of no greater honor than repaying the organization for what they've done.
Believe me, Peter, the honor would be all ours. These are strange times. I need good men like you in my circle. DOD's claws are deep into our organization. Too deep. I've not confirmed it, but I suspect they've planted spies in our ranks. Last month, out of the blue, they forced me to give up the elemental shard, as if they knew what we were up to.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Oh, that's all right. DOD don't know it, but I managed to break the shard in two. Kept half so we can continue our work. We need to stay on our toes. I need people I can trust. You're welcome to join the organization, but it'll mean swearing loyalty to Broken Arrow before the United States. Company over country. I need to know that's something you can do.
I can do that, sir.
As we established earlier, Purnell had become corrupted by the Dark Ether by frequently being in the presence of Element 115. He began to hear the voices of corruption, and he was influenced to try and find a way to the Ether.
There must be a way. There's got to be a way. The voices in my head, it's been years now. They won't leave me alone. The only way to temper them is liquid courage. At night it's worse. It's lonely here. It's just so quiet in the middle of the desert. I hear them seeping through the dry cracks of dead dirt. They want me to find the way through. The gateway. I found a schematic in Dr. Richtofen's journal. He'd made a plan, a backup plan, to build a device, a fast lane. We tried to build it, but we didn't have the necessary components. They just don't exist. The last several months, I've had this reoccurring dream. In it, I'm able to merge with the ether, the spirits. They say it's the only way. I need to investigate this further.
The device Purnell refers to is the MPD. Apparently, Richthofen had formed schematics on a method to build one of his own, instead of having to take the one away from Samantha. Though obviously he never got around to building it as he didn't need to. The Americans did though. They crafted the APD, or the American Pyramid device. By all stretches of the imagination, it functions nearly identically to the Moon Pyramid, even in the way it requires souls to charge. Though the one thing it never seemed capable of was being able to tap into the ether itself.
I'll admit I've had my concerns, Cornelius. But if what you say is true, MK Alpha could transform interrogation practices.
Not just transform, Sawyer, revolutionize. Using the APD to harness the power of Element 115, we'll be able to interrogate subjects from within their own subconscious. We can access their thoughts, manipulate their emotions, rewrite their memories. We can procure any confession. Brigadier General, what I'm offering you is mind control on a level MK Ultra could never dream of accomplishing.
So what's the holdup? What am I missing?
Providing power to the APD is proving, well, difficult. The design's based on Group 935's analysis of the MPD, which means its source of power is...
If you're about to suggest what I think you are, the answer is no.
It was the only way Richthofen's men were able to charge the Moon Pyramid device.
I am not, and I repeat, not letting you kill soldiers to harvest their souls.
We prefer the term life force, actually.
Call it whatever the hell you want. We're not Group 935. We're not killing people to power your pyramid. Find another way, Purnell, or I'm shutting this down.
Fortunately for Purnell, he didn't actually need soldiers and live subjects to charge the APD. Similar to how Schuster accidentally killed a rat next to the MPD, an 80 AM unit broke down near the pyramid, and thanks to the elemental shard having been powering it, its quote-unquote soul went into the APD.
You had something for me, Dr. Hale?
Yes, Director. Weiss, bring me another one. This morning there was an incident with an ADAM. It short-circuited and broke down. We're not quite sure how or why, but I think what happened next will have your attention.
Here you are, Dr. Hale.
Hello. How may I be of service?
The ADAM died right next to one of the life force fuel canisters.
And?
Weiss?
Yes, ma'am.
Malfunction. Power failure.
Watch what happens.
Remarkable. Dr. Hale, I'm not sure how this is possible, but you may have just saved this project.
As Purnell had expected, by charging the APD, they could access the thoughts of those put in it, manipulate their emotions, and mind control them. It was the perfect device to be used as an interrogation instrument, and this is where Yuri Zavoysky comes back into play. After being detained at the Pentagon and sent to Camp Edward, he is interrogated by Purnell, where he attempts to extract information about Samantha and Agartha.
I swear, I tell you what I know.
We've only scratched the surface. The night of November 6, 1963, you gained access to the Pentagon. How?
I do not know. I just appear. I do what she say. I just appear.
Who is she?
The girl. The little girl. She was in my head, in Yuri's head for so long. Zlaya Vedma.
Why did she send you? Who was she targeting?
I do not know.
You lie. Tell me who she was targeting.
People who tried to stop her. She sent me to stop them. I obey. Try to stop them. I take weapon. Get out of my head. I can feel you. Bakodi.
Not until we're finished. Did she tell you about her next attack?
Next attack?
What is her next attack? What's she planning?
She said many things. About past, present, future. Oh, she see all time the same. That is how she travels. She showed me.
What did she show you? What did she show you, Yuri?
She showed me moon. And she showed me this place. Secret government facility.
Is she planning to attack here?
Not for a long time. 50, maybe 60 years. There will be big boom. Then she attack.
Don't play games with me.
I never play games. I tell you what she tell me. She tell me you will be there too, Purnell.
How do you know my name? Terminate the session. End it now. What else did she show you, Yuri? What else have you seen?
I seen different worlds, universes, past and future. These things are meaningless because all paths will be taken.
Different worlds?
You think this place is only place? This is one of many. And in each, 4 men are trapped.
What do you mean, 4 men?
4 men, split in 2, beginning and end, first and last, Alpha and Omega, Primus and Ultimus.
What the hell's he talking about? Who are they, Yuri? Their names, Yuri. What are their names?
They are trapped. I see them. For years, they are trapped in the endless cycle. No matter how they try to break it, there is no escape. Cycle always begins anew. It is the ether. Once it was above all worlds, but then it corrupted one, and like virus, this corruption spread.
What more do you know about the ether?
I know what she tell me, and what they tell me.
Who's they? The 4 men?
Yet, 2 angels. They come to me in dream.
It must be code for something. Yuri, what are the 2 angels?
They come from place above existence. Agartha.
Yuri, this is very important. How do you get to Agartha?
Why do you hear the voices too?
Answer the question.
It is not for you. It is not for anything of us.
Answer the question.
Director, we should halt the interrogation. His levels are fluctuating rapidly.
We're done when I say we're done. Tell me how to get there, Yuri.
I do not know. And even if I did, I would not tell you. You have been marked by it. You are cursed. I hear it in your thoughts. I can feel it. It's corruption.
I can do this all day, Yuri. Tell me what I want to know.
Get out of my head! The confluence! Curse! The children!
How do we get there?
You do not possess power to withstand its embrace. Even if you find way to ascend, you will not comprehend what you saw. It would destroy you.
Dr. Hale, report.
One moment, Director. He's gone, sir.
Yuri is killed, and Purnell then begins shifting his attention on trying to ascend himself to Agartha. He has Hale use the APD to experiment on him with the elemental shard.
This is Dr. Hale conducting Purnell test number 1. The date is August 3rd, 1967. The director has secured himself inside the APD, and we are ready to begin the transfer. When I flip this switch, an electrical current will be pulled from the elemental shard and will flood the APD. Are you ready, Director?
Yes, Dr. Hale.
Cornelius, are you sure about this?
More than anything.
Commencing test. Director? Director! Ending test. Director, what? Are you all right?
Better than all right, my dear. Run it again.
Peter McCain catches wind of his experiments and fears exposure to element 115 has gotten to Purnell, which was correct. He sends a report to the DoD to take appropriate action.
This is Peter McCain, Deputy Director at Camp Edward, February 4th, 1968. Personal log. Last week, Officer Weiss spoke with me about an incident he witnessed. On January 26th at 0300, Weiss witnessed an unauthorized access of the APD. Weiss claimed it was being used by Dr. Hale and Director Purnell. He believes these experiments have been running for some time now, which lines up with the numerous complaints I've received about Purnell's erratic behavior. 1 week later, on February 2nd, I witnessed firsthand what Weiss reported. I don't know what the purpose of this experiment is. It's certainly not authorized by either Broken Arrow or the Defense Department. Now, I can't say I'm surprised Dr. Hale is so willingly assisting the director. Her affection for him is well known around the base. I also can't say I'm surprised Purnell would take advantage of her affection. My old friend has changed in recent years. I suspect his exposure to element 115 is the reason for his newfound confidence. I've decided to inform Brigadier General Sawyer. The Department of Defense will decide his fate.
Purnell found out about his report and subsequently detained McCain in a cell.
What? What happened? Where am I? Cornelius.
4 years ago, I asked you to swear an oath. An oath to the company. Company over country. At that time, you pledged loyalty. I guess we have different definitions of the word loyal.
This is one of our solitary cells. How did I get here?
Put some knockout juice in your tea. Passed out like a baby. Had my men throw you down here. You see, they're still loyal to me. Especially once I informed the staff that you've been experiencing delusions due to 115 exposure. You're a threat to yourself and all those around you.
No, that's not true. You know that's not true.
And to think, after all I've done for you. I carried the guilt of your death for years. I carried it for so long I was determined to find a way to bring you back. I find a way. Bring you back from the great beyond. And this is how you repay me.
Cornelius, you're not well. You need help. You're suffering from aggressive 115 exposure. You're not seeing clearly.
Oh, on the contrary. I see clearer now than I ever have. I walk through the land of the blind with one eye open. And what do? You go and file a report with the Department of Defense that Director Cornelius Purnell is unstable and a threat to national security. Can't have you interfering with my plans, Peter.
You can't stop it, Purnell. Sawyer will come. He'll bring his men. He'll see what you've become.
Well, of course he will. But it won't matter. By then, it'll be too late.
With McCain detained, Purnell and Dr. Hale continued their experiments inside the APD. Purnell's entire being would be altered. His human body was changed into that of pure energy. While this was happening, Major Sawyer and his men arrived to arrest Purnell thanks to the report from Peter McCain.
This is Dr. Hale conducting elemental shard test number 54. The date is March 15th, 1968. Initiating test now. What on earth is going on?
Where is Director Purnell?
He's inside the APD.
Dr. Hale, I need you to step away from the control panel. Private?
Yes, sir.
No, wait. You can't stop the test. We're right in the middle.
Doctor, Director Purnell has betrayed his country and is considered an enemy of the state. He's coming with us. Right now. Private, you may proceed.
Wait, no!
What the hell?
The whole facility just lost power.
What? What have you done to me?
Everybody, stand back.
What the hell is that thing?
Director Purnell? Cornelius?
Director Purnell is no more, and all of you are unwelcome.
Sir, we have a containment breach. Nova 6 gas is leaking throughout the facility.
Everybody move! Get the hell out of here!
The gas is the least of your concerns.
Open fire! Private, get on the horn. We need reinforcements. We need to get the hell out of here.
None of you are leaving. And my ascension may now begin.
As the radio implies, Purnell, now the Avogadro, killed everyone. Peter McCain, who was imprisoned, also dies, but thanks to the oddity in which his life was brought back, his soul would remain floating around the area. As for the Avogadro, there's a slight unanswered mystery about what happens to him. After these events, he is back inside of the APD, as it now functions as a sort of detainment. It is possible that Sawyer and his men were able to force him back inside before they were killed. Or perhaps Purnell decided to go inside of his own volition. After this event, the US managed to piece together what happened, what the Avogadro was, what it was potentially capable of, and they placed a nuke near the facility as a failsafe if the Avogadro got out. And for now, they abandoned the facility, hoping to keep what happened here a secret. Moving in the timeline, there is also what developed with the Ascension facility. Shortly after Ultimus's endeavors there, Harvey Yena had to pick up the pieces from their loss. He intended on carrying out the plan they had initially formed when obtaining the Apothicon blood, and that was delivering it to Pablo Marinus at the Siberian facility so he could craft the Agarthan device.
Comrades, that is enough! Now, as it stands, we must account for the facts. 2 days ago, one of our research facilities was attacked. All personnel are dead, with the exception of Dr. Gersh and Dr. Zavoysky, who are both still missing.
What about 4 intruders?
We do not know. They have not been recovered. Now, I know what Dr. Gersh and his work meant to this organization. However, all is not lost. We must remember that.
All is not lost. We have no leader. Who is going to lead us now? You? An American?
Yes. I'd remind you to think before you speak, comrade. I am one of the founding members of this organization, and you are someone who has forgotten their place in it. I am not saying I should lead it. Frankly, I would rather not. I would leave it to the committee to find a suitable replacement. However, with Americans, Broken Arrow grows stronger by the day. And we must act quickly if we are to stay ahead of them.
What is it you are proposing?
Some of you may remember 4 years ago, a contact at an abandoned Group 935 facility reached out to us. He promised to construct the Agarthan device for us, provided we brought him the blood of the beast. We never brought him the blood. Instead, we used it to fulfill our own needs. I propose I take a small crew and deliver the blood, as promised, to our ally in Siberia. With the Agarthan device in Soviet hands, we will not only end this Cold War overnight, we will bring humanity together, create a better world.
They boarded a ship and began the transfer of the blood. However, as was observed during the experiments, the blood was getting angry. The Apothicon blood broke out of containment and attacked the whole crew, killing everyone on board.
This is Dr. Harvey Yeager. It's the 1st of January, 1964. Happy New Year. We are 15 minutes out from the abandoned Group 935 Siberian facility, where I will deliver the blood, as promised, for the creation of the Agarthan device. After I have secured it, I've arranged for rendezvous with my handler, who will take me back to American soil. It's been nearly 20 years. I can hardly remember my former life. After Group 935 disbanded, I had a choice. Come home, or turn to the Soviets and bury myself in the heart of their organization. I chose the latter. When again would America get such an opportunity? There was a moment back in '45, right after McCain was discovered, where I thought Dr. Richtofen had discovered the truth, that I was a spy. He was right, of course. But it turned out Dr. Richtofen had his own problems with Group 935. It's time to go back home. Darn it, if I'm not excited to eat a hot apple pie and catch a game of baseball. What the? Sir, he's broken containment! What on earth is going on? The blood. It broke containment. It started attacking the guards. Follow me. We need to move. Now. Sir, go!
The ship would make its way to the Siberian facility, but unfortunately, no one was there to deliver nor claim the blood. Meanwhile, with the other divisions of Broken Arrow, for this story we follow a new agent of the company named Russman. He worked for Broken Arrow, we can only imagine, about as long as they were formed, upwards of 40 years. We are going to be moving forward in time quite a bit. While we've been largely talking in the time period of the late 60s, Russman's story begins around 2025. Broken Arrow has still been advancing within this time, building new facilities to prepare for Samantha's attacks. There was one in China as well as Hanford, Washington. One task Russman was sent on was to Camp Edward. Knowing of the Avogadro's creation being that of pure energy, Broken Arrow thought that they could potentially harness it, use it as an infinite power source. So he, alongside another employee named George Barkley, were sent to Camp Edward to transfer a piece of the Avogadro to the Hanford site. The mission was fairly easy as they encountered little to no hurdles.
This is Case Officer Barkley. It's July 6th, 2025. Myself and Project Manager Russman have returned to Camp Edward and...
George, hell you doing? Get your ass up here. We got ground to cover.
I'm sorry, sir. I just get a bit nervous.
What? The Nova 6 gas? Put that fear in your back pocket. Once the incident in 68 was contained, they powered down the site. As long as we don't flip the master switch, we should be fine.
It's not the gas, sir. It's the robots.
Oh, come on now, Barkley. Robots ain't gonna harm anybody. From what I've been told, as long as we're on site, they remain perfectly still. Don't move an inch. But moment we leave, bang! It's like a robototropolis over here.
And they won't interfere with us?
Long as we mind our business, we'll be fine. Stop staring at him, Barkley. Nobody likes to be stared at.
What about the entity?
The entity? Oh, well, that thing should be coiled up nice and cozy. What's the sensor reading, Barkley? He's still in there?
Sensors say the entity is still secure.
Of course it is. Ain't nothing breaking out of that tin can. Not sure how they managed to get it back in, but we're lucky they did.
They're not worried it might escape?
Worried? Shit, they were damn terrified of the thought. Didn't you see the nuke they rigged up out there?
What?
You better believe they installed a safe measure. That thing would have escaped. Kaboom! up in smoke.
But that could happen right now.
Come on, Barkley, don't be stupid. That thing ain't busting out unless someone's stupid enough to open the damn door. All right, I'm gonna give it a kick. You ready?
You're clear.
Facility transport via pyramid device is now available.
All right, let's just grab a little juice.
Sample now transferred to Hanford site.
What? That's it?
Shoot, we're not sending the entity to Hanford, just grabbing a sample.
What does Hanford want with it?
They've been interested in the entity for some time now. Wanted to pursue further scientific endeavors with it. Whatever that means.
Well, I know I'll be up here once we get out of here.
Hey, I don't suppose you've seen an elemental shard lying around anywhere, have you?
An elemental what now?
A large piece of rock that looks like glass. Gives you a headache when you look at it. No? Haven't seen anything like that?
No, sir. Why do you ask?
Probably nothing. I always wondered if Poynell kept a piece for himself. Anywho, what's this I hear about you leaving us for the CDC?
You heard right. I'll be out at the end of the month for a new opening.
Well, we got a long drive back. Can't wait to hear all about it.
If you remember earlier, the DoD had confiscated the elemental shard, at least half of it, from Purnell so research could be conducted elsewhere. Scientists within Broken Arrow began using the shard on animals to try and create biological weapons, bios as they were referred to. Russman was witness to the oversight of much of the projects, including the BIOS's creation. He was very hesitant and cautious about its purpose, which proved correct. It didn't take long into the BIOS's testing that they became rampant and attacked the facility he was at. Everything was inevitably overrun, and the facility had to be powered down and abandoned. Russman was the only survivor. Another incredibly crucial detail about Russman is that considering he's been involved with Element 115 for so long, he's suffered much of the side effects. Fortunately for him, he's never heard the voices of corruption, but instead he suffered from severe memory loss. He inevitably became so forgetful he couldn't act. It didn't take long into the BIOS's testing that they became rampant and attacked the facility he was at. Everything was inevitably overrun, and the facility had to be powered down and abandoned. Russman was the only survivor. Another incredibly crucial detail about Russman is that considering he's been involved with Element 115 for so long, he's suffered much of the side effects. Fortunately for him, he's never heard the voices of corruption, but instead he suffered from severe memory loss. He inevitably became so forgetful he couldn't remember his own name, mere flashes of his past every now and then. And we finally catch back up with the main story. In 2025, the Earth is nuked thanks to Maxis and the Ultimus characters. This, not so surprisingly, wiped out a large population of the world and subsequently turned them to the undead. Humanity, that which remained, was thrown into disarray. And on top of that, there was a current battle struggle for power. Maxis's plan A of blowing up the world and cutting Richtofen off from the ether didn't work, and so he turned to his plan B, simply overpowering Richtofen. If he could open a gateway to Agartha, he could in turn find Richtofen's soul and throw him out. He intended on opening a portal by activating 3 polarization devices. When all active, the energy created would be so massive, it would open a gateway to Agartha.
What has occurred cannot be undone. However, I realize the calculations were made in haste and could potentially threaten the entire globe. That was not the intent. I considered a possible plan B should this occur, but this plan would consist of creating global polarization devices that would... It appears I have difficulty speaking. Devices when the power... Shut the power... Me...
Similarly, Richtofen's plan involved doing the same thing, but in favor of him. If the pylons were activated in his favor, then his connection to the ether would be enhanced, making him nigh unstoppable, giving him absolute power. Considering both of them are spirits, technically speaking, they both had to try and convince others to do it for them. Maxis's was much easier. Considering he had the ability to merge with electricity, he could reach out to anyone listening. He did get his own group of followers to attempt to activate the pylons for him.
Hello? Hello? Are you there? We have activated the spire as you instructed, but the shamblers are swarming our location, and we can't hold out against their superior numbers for long without aid. Hello? Please, come in. It is vital that you instruct us on that...
While Maxis had accrued his own small group willing to try and help him, they were either killed or completely abandoned his pleas altogether as they felt he was using and lying to them.
You think you're so smart, huh? You think you can manipulate everybody into doing what you want, but we know the truth. Your calculating works and your sinister agents? You mean to destroy this planet and kill us all? We're not gonna help. No way, no how. So yeah, you keep talking. But no one's gonna hear you because we're destroying everything. Everything electronic, starting with this evil radio box thing.
Richtofen, on the other hand, had a much trickier time finding people to talk to, as he could only communicate with zombies, and they weren't very practical. Fortunately for him, a freaky coincidence occurred. A group of survivors turned to eating zombie flesh to survive in this apocalyptic world. This group was known as the Flesh. Those who ate the flesh of zombies became connected to the ether and could then hear Richtofen's voice. He would largely use his influence to get these individuals to kill those who were helping Maxis.
What's that? Who's there? Yes, I can hear you. Flesh? Of course I have. There's nothing else. No, I won't do that. How do I know you're not lying? You could be making all that up, huh? Well, sure, that only makes sense. Dude. Kill them. But... No, I see. Sure. Really? But they're my friends. Yes. Of course I see now. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. For you and the Flesh.
But in a turf war kind of scenario, both sides fought with nearly everyone being killed by each other or zombies.
Hello. This is Jackass Flats calling any human community within broadcasting distance. We're located at standard map coordinates 37 degrees 07 north, 116 degrees 03 west. This is a warning to anyone contacted by a group of mysterious voices. Several of our party began to hear the voices, and their competing instructions and incompatible demands drove a wedge down the center of the camp. Half of the camp is carrying out the demands of only through electronic. This voice is a big, long, and its ultimate goal's unclear. The other voice cannot be heard by humans who have not been on the long madness this way lies. Neither of these instruction sets will understand. Those of us who have not chosen a side have been hunted by both sides, seeking to force us to assist them. Oh God, they found us! Oh! Get back!
As for Broken Arrow, once the nukes hit and the zombie apocalypse began, the company effectively went under. They destroyed any and all records of theirs that could possibly implicate them for having been responsible for any potential outbreak. 10 years pass after the world was nuked, and we are finally introduced to our new main characters. Marlton Johnson is a nerd. Seems like the most accurate description. We actually know very little about him, but he is incredibly intelligent when it comes to space, time, and computers. His story begins before the world was destroyed. Browsing various military conspiracy theories online, he came across one on Camp Edward and their ADAM units. how these all-purpose robots began to express emotion and were being used as soldiers. He believed this to be true and so ventured to the abandoned facility to investigate himself. What he found was a well-kept landscape. Despite not having been active for over 60 years, it was like nothing ever happened. And this was thanks to the ADAM units keeping to their duties the entire time. They're not supposed to move around when humans are looking, and so keep still like mannequins.
My reason for being here should come as no surprise. The ADAM initiative, Project Toy Soldier. I am aware of the advanced robotics program happening at this facility. I had to come see for myself if the rumors were true. This is a secret the government shall not keep from us. I don't care if it's been 60 years. Oh, you mean to say you're not familiar with the ADAM initiative? The home service robot meant to cater to its owner's every need? It was supposed to revolutionize the world, except there was a problem. According to various internet forums I subscribe to, the robots began experiencing emotions. This became exponentially more problematic when Project Toy Soldier was started. They turned their robots into killer soldiers, but the robots did not wish to die. That was only the start of where it all went wrong. There are two theories over why the project was abandoned. Theory number one, the facility's computer system went haywire and took control of the ADAMs. Makes sense, but there's little evidence to support it. Theory number two, an incident occurred that led to the creation of an artificial entity. This entity took control of the facility, turning the ADAMs against the facility's occupants. I don't think I buy theory number two. I've read my science fiction, and an AI gone rogue seems much more plausible. Regardless, after the facility was shut down, the robotics programs were discontinued. I maintain what I've always said. The robots at this facility are still alive. How else do you explain this place? We're in the middle of the desert. Yet this facility still has power. The grass is green, and the buildings are well maintained. Who do you think is taking care of this place? There hasn't been a human here in decades. Those robots, the ones that stand so perfectly still, they're the caretakers. And now I fear we've angered them.
While investigating being at the right place at the right time, the sirens for a nuke went off, and so he locked himself in the bunker. He did put out a distress signal, which was investigated by the CDC and the FBI. However, they were attacked by zombies and died. When he reemerged from the bunker, the world was in shambles. Like many, he was forced to wander the Earth, where he wound up meeting Abigail Misty Briarton. She is a simple farm girl. That's pretty much all there is to it. Her mother died sometime in her past, and her father was killed by the zombies. During the apocalypse, she met Marlton and began traveling with him as they both took a slight fancying to each other. Then there is Samuel J. Stuhlinger. He has a history he'd prefer no one knew about, and that's the fact that he used to be a member of the Flesh. He partook in the cannibalism of zombie meat, and he too gained the rare ability to hear the voice of Richthofen through the ether. And finally, there was Russman himself. After the downfall of Earth and Broken Arrow, he was forced to wander, but thanks to the years of Element 115 exposure, his mind was gone. He could still talk, react, and move about his life as he was, more than capable enough to survive on his own. But memories would slip his mind. On their journey, both Stuhlinger and Russman met each other and banded together. They stole a bus and began wandering as a team. All four of these characters' paths would cross in a small town near Hanford. This group would go on to be known as Victus. It is here where the events of Transit take place. Banded together for the first time, the four characters are reached out to by Maxis to activate the polarization devices so he can quote-unquote save the world. He obviously puts on the front of a friendly ally despite his more devious intentions. But while reached out to by Maxis, Richthofen also reaches out to the only one he can, Stuhlinger. He tries to get him to convince the other three to activate the polarization devices in his favor. A especially difficult task, as a voice inside his head doesn't make him appear as the most sane of individuals. In the end, the characters follow the only direction they seem to have and activate the polarization devices in Maxis' favor. Despite not doing what he wanted, Richthofen still hopes that they may still decide to help his cause, and so uses the power of the Dark Ether to teleport them to China at Die Rise. It's an old Broken Arrow facility long since abandoned and in disarray after the zombie apocalypse. Nevertheless, it's where the second polarization device lies.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Why me? Travel where? Don't you get it? There's nothing left! Oh, how did you... What? What do you mean, mend the rift? Well, maybe I don't wanna. Huh? Did you think of that? Oh, you can't tell them about the flesh! What I did, they'd kill me if they knew. Ah, shit!
If you're gonna talk to your imaginary friends, Stu, you might want to wait till you're in a Z-free zone.
Stupider! Get over here, now!
Come on, come on! What do we do now?
We arm up, find a good place to defend, kick ass, that's it.
I don't understand.
What are you talking about, Stuhlinger? Misty made it pretty clear.
Accept your fate. Begin anew.
We're going down. We're going down fighting. Now!
Have we been here before?
The reason the characters are respawning is thanks to Richthofen. It's one of the only times the Dark Ether has shown the ability to fully reanimate the dead to their original state, and pretty much the only time in the entire timeline anything like this is done. So, take it with a grain of salt. Regardless, Richthofen cannot allow them to fail. They are the only ones who can activate the polarization devices for him, so he will reset them as many times as it takes to get it right. However, similarly to what the characters did in Hanford, they activate the pylon in Maxis's favor. The next location the four are sent to is Africa. The final pylon is located at Purgatory Point, the old mining town that first discovered 115 and was teleported underground.
Enough walking for today. We set up camp here. In case you boneheads have forgotten, the world is broken. Very broken. The dead walk the earth, and what remains of civilization is at the mercy of forces we barely understand.
What makes you think we're gonna find something different at this new place?
I don't know that we will, but at least we'll be sure.
Sure of what, exactly?
I don't know.
His memory's going again.
Your name is Russman. Russ Man.
That my first or last name?
We don't know. You're just Russman. Yeah, anyway, you're a former operative from Broken Arrow. You've been walking the Earth since the, incident.
Yeah. I think I remember. The town.
That's right!
That's where you found us!
When we met, you already had your lapdog in tow.
What do you mean, lapdog, huh? I'm the only one who knows what to do!
Don't talk stupid, Stu. All you know is whatever the German tells you to think.
I don't think you're in any position to ridicule Mr. Stuhlinger, particularly given your own proclivities.
You better watch your mouth before you say something you regret, boy.
Enough! We need to remember why we're here. We've all been jumping through hoops for reasons we don't fully understand.
Fully understand?
All right, for reasons we don't understand at all. Point is, we do it. We keep moving, we keep fighting. It's what we do, day in, day out. If you really need a reason why we do this, I'll give you one. We do it because doing something, anything, is better than doing nothing.
The rift is less than one day's travel. We move at dawn.
What if we don't find answers?
Then we'll just have to ask more questions.
Similar to the last two ventures before it, Richtofen and Maxis attempt to convince Victus to side with them. Thanks to the likes of a mysterious man named Arthur who's been trapped here, Victus do as they done prior, activate the pylon in favor of Maxis. He gains control of the ether and finally reveals his true, sinister intentions.
The process has begun. Now I control the ether's energy. I can at last reach Agatha! Ah, you fools! Why did you listen to him? Regretfully, I must inform you that neither the Earth nor its people will survive. Ah, I tried so hard to warn you. Of course! Once the gateway is open, I will finally be reunited with my dearest Samantha.
Hello? Are you forgetting something? Even if your wretched daughter is still alive, she has my body!
If you are so eager to re-enter the physical world, Richtofen, I will grant you that fish!
Several things were done here. First and most importantly to him was the safety of Samantha. After the events of Moon, her soul had been stuck inside Richtofen's body, and so Maxis took her soul and sent it to Agartha. As punishment for Richtofen, he took his soul out of Samantha's body and stuck it inside of a zombie. This would go on to be known as Zombie Richtofen, or Undead Richtofen. From here, Maxis would proceed to destroy Earth and all of its inhabitants. As weird as it may sound, this was not the death of our main characters. Victus, Ultimus, and Zombie Richtofen would all live. Explaining them now wouldn't make much sense. The only one we can understand for now is Ultimus. After Samantha's soul was taken out of Richtofen's body, Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai were left on the moon with a comatose-like corpse. They took the body and used the teleporter on the moon, where they were yet again sent through time. They went from 2035 to 1963. They arrived at Groom Lake, the Nevada base of the United States, when Dr. Schuster was performing his own teleportation tests.
Log entry 97, August 3rd, 1963. The matter transference device has been realigned. Again, in order to accommodate additional temporal variables. This is test number 11, human subject 5, one Private Hastings. If the transference specs are correct, Private Hastings will arrive at Griffin Station on August 3rd, 1963. If he arrives at this date, a communication link will be successfully established and we will have confirmed that the teleporter's temporal anomalies have been compensated for. Are you ready, Private Hastings?
Yes, sir.
I can't understand a word of what he's saying in that ridiculous spacesuit. A simple thumbs up will suffice, Private Hastings. Good. Initiate the transference matrix. Moment of truth. Dr. Richards, did it work? Do we have a stable connection?
No, sir. Nothing. We've lost him.
That's the 5th man we've lost. This base is rapidly running out of privates. Oh, I suppose they're all just dancing around on the moon somewhere in the far future, having a grand old time. Wait, what's happening? Richards, what did you do?
Nothing, sir. Something's coming through.
Hit the alarm. Get me Pernell. We need soldiers here immediately. Who the hell are you? Where did you come? Wait. No, it's not possible.
From here, Pernell, who had yet to establish Broken Arrow, and wasn't yet the Avogadro, figured that they would make for good test subjects to be further studied.
This is Cornelius Pernell. Report 639, August 3rd, 1963. Earlier today, while Dr. Schuster was performing test number 11, we had an unexpected arrival through the teleporter. We've been unable to verify what year they came from. Our struggle with temporal anomalies during teleportation is well documented, but we are certain of where they came from. The moon. This event alone is baffling enough and is without explanation. But it becomes downright absurd when you take into account that I know 2 of the 4 individuals. Corporal Tank Dempsey of the United States Marine Corps, who I knew personally and was declared KIA after a failed rescue op to recover Peter McCain. And Dr. Edward Richtofen from Group 935, who went missing weeks after we formalized the agreement to initiate Operation Stapler. I didn't recognize the other 2, but they and Corporal Dempsey were in a delusional, near catatonic state. Medical evaluation shows they've suffered from excessive element 115 exposure. And quoting our medic, I'm not even sure how they're still alive. As for Dr. Richtofen, initially we believed him DOA. Upon closer examination, we discovered his body is very much alive. Just 0 brain activity. How it came to be that these 4 men were on the moon, we may never know. However, for the immediate future, we'll be keeping them here at Groom Lake. They are ideal candidates for additional 115 testing.
The 4 are held in custody at Hangar 4, a slight distance away from the Groom Lake teleporter. In fact, when they themselves arrived after their visit from the Pentagon, their future versions were already held captive. But for now, this is where Ultimus are. While the world in 2035 is destroyed, they continue to live in 1963 with a currently soulless Richtofen body. From here, the timeline ends and a new one is formed. For this, we follow the perspective of Samantha. While she has largely served as an antagonist of the Ultimus characters, at the end of the day, she was just a little lost girl. She didn't want to control the ether. She didn't want ultimate power. What she wanted was for life to be normal. A father, a childhood, normalcy. After Maxis placed her soul within Agartha, she recognized how he became corrupted and evil. She wanted to get out of Agartha and she needed help. Whilst in Agartha, a rift to a new dimension had opened up, and she reached out to this universe's characters for help. We finally reach Dimension 63. The timeline and characters that we've met so far all still exist in their own universe, but being a different dimension, this one veers off in its own unique path, with pretty much the exact same characters. It is also where the timeline gets quite confusing. This timeline spurs on a whole series of paradoxes, events which could not possibly exist nor make sense. But I'm going to try my best to help you understand. As set up, there are 3 maps which pertain directly to this dimension: Origins, Mob of the Dead, and Shadows of Evil. The former 2 hold their own little niche, but Origins is very, very important. In the original timeline, Element 115 was discovered thanks to Apothicon sending meteors to a whole bunch of different dimensions, and it was simply found. But in Dimension 63, history is very much important. If you recall from the beginning of the entire timeline, the Apothicons on their second escape from the Dark Ether attacked humanity. The humans banded together and fought off the Apothicons thanks to 4 heroes. It was the event known as the Great War. That happened in this universe. Because of that event, massive deposits of 115 reside in what is now northern France. Group 935 was similarly formed to research this element, and Maxis and Richtofen joined the organization. Unlike the original timeline, in this universe, Richtofen greatly respects Maxis and even views him as a sort of father figure. Researchers within Group 935 were able to uncover remnants of the Great War and statues of the 4 heroes from it. During the war, the 4 heroes wielded elemental staves, and the researchers find documents written about them in these catacombs. Maxis then intends on recreating these staves and having Richtofen head its development.
The ancient texts describe an artifact known to them as the Amplification Rod. It is my firm belief this item is instrumental to harnessing the energy of the elemental stones. Unfortunately, neither the rod nor the stones have been recovered from any of our dig sites. I fear we must push forward regardless. As such, I have drawn up plans to create replica rods based on the descriptions from the main chamber. I will instruct Richtofen to begin fabrication immediately.
Continued research of Element 115 creates localized energy fields, which leads Maxis to believe in the concept of gateways across space and time.
Researching Element 115 continues to yield unforeseen results. The conversion process creates localized energy fields, which appear to function as portals, bringing forth objects of indeterminate origin. It is my hypothesis, however outlandish, that this transfer of matter may actually be occurring through space and time. I believe the answer may lay with the broken rune stones located at the mound. Perhaps channeling sufficient energy from the conversion generators to their location may prove fruitful.
His hypothesis would prove correct, as Samantha begins reaching out to him from Agartha for help.
The child's voice calls to me more frequently than ever. At first, she spoke only of her imprisonment in a mythical realm known as Agartha. Now she claims to be my daughter, even though I know no such child exists. I fear my sanity may be slipping away from me.
Over time, the researchers working at the dig site would suffer from Element 115 exposure. Group 935 also invent 3 giant mechanical robots to help them in the war, named Freya, Odin, and Thor, and Maxis slowly becomes obsessed with the voice of Samantha, who's frequently talking to him, and comes to believe her to be the key to everything. The large deposits of Element 115 slowly take over the camp. The knights who fought back in the Great War are resurrected, and Maxis becomes near catatonic thanks to his frequent exposure to it. Richtofen, who's been cautiously observing Maxis' erratic behavior over the past year, fears what the element has done to him and everyone. Seeing the undead come back to life, he takes drastic measures and preserves Maxis' brain. At the same time of this outbreak, there was still a world war going on, hence why the research into 115 was taking place in the first place. Because of that, nations from all around the globe sent spies to France to observe Group 935's progress. These include the likes of Tank Dempsey from the United States, Nikolai Belinsky of the Soviet Union, and Takeo Masaki from Japan. Unlike the Ultimus characters, these ones are never experimented on, meaning their personalities and character are much more flushed out and not designated to acting via a stereotype. The 3 are present during the zombie outbreak and all converge on Richtofen's location. I would play the scene, but there is copyrighted music. Seeing the undead horde as a common enemy, the 4 team up for the sake of survival. This group would go on to be known as Primus. Samantha then reaches out to this universe's version of these characters and asks for their help in setting her free. On a slight side note, Samantha for a period of time is going to begin speaking with an American accent. There is no reason for this canonically within the story. The change spurred on from the concept of this map delivering us a new beginning, and part of that new beginning was changing Samantha. The vision for how the narrative would play out was not fully realized at the time, and thus Samantha would for a brief period in history have an American accent. She would later revert back to German. This does not affect her story or differentiate arcs within her character in any way. It winds up being an audible inconsistency. Regardless, Primus choose to heed her pleas of freedom. They decipher and follow the steps written down by the ancients and open a gateway to Agartha. During their ventures, they had also transferred Maxis' brain into a drone which they sent through the portal. Maxis' brain arrived at the house and was greeted by Dr. Monty. Despite Max's lack of a soul, Monty provided him with a new body to put the brain in. Similarly, Dr. Monty also retrieved Samantha and brought her to the house. He cleansed her of the Dark Ether's influence, and she became an innocent soul once more. From here, Maxis would indulge his curiosities. Being a man of science and exploration, he uses a teleporter within the house to explore different dimensions, one of which is called Empty Earth. In this new dimension, a different version of Maxis had been collecting and or recreating artifacts from all different timelines. It had been tampered with so much that the world itself became unstable and was literally falling apart at the seams. The other Maxis had constructed something he had labeled Zero Base to house all of these artifacts. Amongst them was the Chronorium, a book which chronicled the entire history, past, present, and future, pertaining to the individual reading it across all reality. That universe's Maxis placed it under heavy security and made it accessible only to those possessing a soul. Monty then proceeds to tell Maxis how he wishes to create a reality where the Apothicons never existed. To create this reality, he needs the Summoning Key, the first artifact in creation. But to do so, he needs the assistance of those with souls. And thus, Maxis reaches out to the one person he knows he can trust, and the reason he's even still alive to begin with, Richtofen. Maxis informs him all about the wonders of what he's experienced and how they can rid the world of zombies. Richtofen accepts this task, and so Maxis tells him about the Chronorium. If Richtofen gets it, he'll know exactly how, when, and where to get the Summoning Key. But before we can continue Richtofen's journey, we must first take a detour into the slight future. Where we're going may seem a bit random and off topic, however, it is very significant. Everything that's going to take place is still in Dimension 63, the same universe where Primus just helped Samantha. For this, we must talk about Mob of the Dead. The events of Mob of the Dead are fairly self-contained, at least when it comes to the four main characters. The time period is the 1920s. Salvatore Sal DeLuca opened gambling houses across Chicago, and it gave rise to the DeLuca crime family. Billy Handsome was hired as a hitman, and Sal would come to view him as the son he never had. Michael Finn O'Leary was brought on board due to his hand in the gambling business and rigging sporting events. Finn got married to a woman named Angela Bow, an aspiring starlet with delusion of grandeur. And finally, Sal also began working with Albert the Weasel Arlington, due to his reputation for being a master schemer and bank robber. But over time, as his mob empire grew, it slowly began to fall apart. The Chicago police, who were previously accepting bribes from the DeLuca crime family, no longer began accepting them. Finn's wife filed for a divorce, a heist goes wrong for Al and he wakes up in the hospital, and all of this leads to Sal killing a prostitute out of frustration. The police, no longer willing to turn a blind eye to Sal's empire, arrest him. An investigation further develops into the crime family, which leads to the arrest of Billy Handsome on account of multiple homicides. Finn was arrested when his wife turned over evidence to the police convicting him of gambling fraud. And Al gets found guilty of grand larceny, grand theft auto, arson, conspiracy, and battery. All four mobsters are sentenced to spend their time in prison at Alcatraz. The mobsters themselves don't hold too much relevance to the overall timeline. They instead found themselves victims of timing. They were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You see, Richtofen's blood is very important. While we may not have covered his adventures just yet, due to the whole time travel thing, a later version of Richtofen we're going to get to has traveled through dimension time and time again. Every time someone travels through a portal powered by element 115, their blood is changed, and this is a cumulative effect. The more one travels, the more of the ether is absorbed into their bodies. This comes with no side effects aside from the potency of one's cells. Due to Richtofen having gone off on his own adventures through dimensions, like I said, we'll get to them here soon, his blood is the most potent of all. It has the ability to open a portal to Agartha for the Apothicons, and so the Shadow Man sought to create a pocket dimension at Alcatraz. A sort of purgatory. There was no escape. No matter what happened, you were destined to simply repeat history over and over again, effectively keeping those here trapped. Once Richtofen and his compatriots were here, he could siphon his blood and get to Agartha. That was the Shadow Man's plan. But before we continue with his goals, we must first talk about Richtofen himself, as he too had plans at Alcatraz. After the events of Origins, Primus Richtofen traveled to many dimensions with the help of Maxis. There were many artifacts he needed to acquire and events that needed to be set up. One of the first things he did was build a chamber for the Victus crew from the original timeline to be stored in, as well as retrieving blood vials from these specific mobsters. I'll explain the need for the blood vials at a later point when it makes more sense within the timeline. The only reason Richtofen knows that he needs to do this is because of a paradoxical cycle he is already in. A future version of himself already did these things and collected these items, so he has the information and knows to do the same. To make it simple, a lot of events simply conjoin to this exact location, which is why he reaches out to the Illuminati of this dimension and convinces the Warden and Guard to build a secret chamber for them with cryo chambers, which they do. Anyway, from here, Richtofen leaves unaware of the Shadow Man's goals. Speaking of which, we can finally return to his plans playing out. He, somehow, managed to reach out to the Warden of the prison and turn him. The Warden became obsessed with the Shadow Man as though he were a god. He worshipped him, he praised him, and he did whatever he wanted.
Today is a red letter occasion. I sit in my sanctuary, brandy in hand, overlooking my prize. My prison. Mine. A temple of concrete and corrupted flesh, tilting on the axis of hell itself. Oh, it is beautiful. I can't recall the last time I indulged in spirits. They appear to have gone to my head.
Congratulations and good luck.
So thoughtful of the DOJ to send me a bottle after all their posturing and blathering and delays. But now the island is open. A full year early, thanks to me. And its true purpose. Our purpose. Written in the apocryphal pages of history. Pulled from the flames of ignorance. Oh. Yeah. Glass. The first drop of blood. Of course. It should be my own. Not too much now. Not yet. Oh. Early to bed tonight. Tomorrow, I will be reborn.
Like I said earlier, the four mobsters were victims of circumstance. The Shadow Man wanted the Warden to kill the four, which would inherently transform the island to the pocket dimension that he wanted, effectively using them to lay the trap for Richtofen.
What am I doing wrong? Nothing. Every interpretation by every scholar I have made real in flesh and blood, and still the Dark Ones remain silent. They are deaf, blind, and dumb wherever it is they reside in the fabric of reality. Have I not bled the wicked? Have I not placed the markers on the proper lines? What more? What more? I am tired, and I have grown so very disturbed waiting for the release that was promised, but I fear will never be delivered. Because they do not exist. No. Wretched are the thralls who despair in darkness. Wretched, wretched, wretched! The work will continue, with or without the Illuminati. All they do is talk and scheme and pass judgment on methods that they deem unorthodox. What the hell with their protection? I will awaken this island, even if it takes every last soul in her walls. If I fail, I will be locked in here, and soon join them all in hell. The result is the same.
But while this was playing out, the mobsters were having their own quarrels. By some means, Al managed to convince Sal, Billy, and Finn that he could build a makeshift plane and escape. They believed that he could do this, and for 8 months they worked on collecting the resources needed. But at some point, everyone realized the ridiculous nature of what Al was trying to accomplish. It led to infighting, with Al taking all of the blame. As such, the three lured him to the roof and killed him.
My name is Stanley Ferguson. I was a guard at Alcatraz from 1933 to 1942. Today, I'm going to give you some insight into one of the more interesting tales from the prison's history. Over the decades, Alcatraz has seen more than its fair share of daring escape attempts. However, few were as audacious as the one undertaken by 4 inmates on New Year's Eve, 1933. Thought to be the brainchild of an inmate by the name of Albert Arlington, the outrageous scheme was as unlikely as its mastermind. It's believed that Arlington, aka the Weasel, somehow convinced 3 other inmates that he had devised a foolproof plan to escape the rock. It was a plan that would see them literally taking to the skies on a makeshift aircraft of Arlington's own design. Just how the Weasel managed to convince these hardened criminals that such a plan was even possible remains a mystery to this day. What is known is that no such plane was ever built. Instead, the group's plans for freedom soon descended into bitter argument and infighting. With the plan falling apart, anger and frustration would ultimately lead to a brutal altercation between the misguided Arlington and his former co-conspirators. Armed only with makeshift weapons, Finn O'Leary, Sal DeLuca, and Billy Handsome lured the unsuspecting Arlington to the roof, where they intended to exact a bloody and violent revenge. And so it was here, beneath the dark and stormy winter skies, that the hapless Arlington met his grisly end, bleeding to death on the cold concrete roof.
This proved to be the perfect opportunity for the Warden to carry out the Shadow Man's wishes.
No! Contraption!
Hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Apologies, my lord. I am here.
Calm, faithful Warden, calm. I bring glad news. The world that you seek is near at hand.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you. I've done my best to prepare the way. Please, where are you now?
Hidden. Trapped. Waiting.
I see. Tell me what I must do.
4 souls in your possession, 4 arriving soon. With the first, you will transform the island. Salvatore DeLuca, Finn O'Leary, Billy Handsome, Al Arlington.
Salvatore, Finn, Billy, Al. Yes, my lord, I know these names.
Their sins shall be their undoing. Their eternal punishment through your sacrifice will ensnare another. His ultimate reckoning.
A trap for another. Forgive my ignorance, Lord, but how will I know what to do?
Sir, it's me, Stanley. We have a situation.
Damn the situation, Ferguson. You handle it. I'm not to be disturbed.
Wait. Listen.
I'm real sorry to interrupt your prayers, sir. But there's been a murder up on the roof. It's Al Arlington.
Arlington?
Yes, sir. Part of some kind of botched escape attempt. We got Sal DeLuca and his 2 cronies in custody. Looks like it was them.
I'll be right there.
I'll be right there.
Part of the Shadow Man's pocket dimension plan also involved the Warden killing himself as well, so he too could oversee the island. Once this was done, he was to be on lookout for Richthofen and kill him.
My lord, I entreat thee to speak. I have done as you asked. The remaining 3 of the first 4 shall die by electric chair this evening. And soon after I shall join them. It will be glorious in this new realm, Lord. I have no doubt. But I confess, I am afraid. This form is weak and has taken to drink, but I do cling to it still. Please, grant me the strength to...
Grant you the strength? Oh, you poor, pathetic wretch. I will grant you nothing until your death. You know this.
Yes, my lord, of course. My life is part of the disease, and the disease must be purged. I rejoice that that day has come.
But you are a base, disgusting creature that cannot help fearing for its own skin. It is not your fault.
Thank you for saying so, my lord. Truth be told, I long for the miracle that will release me.
That's a good lad. You have been an adequate servant. Therefore, you will continue to serve after the corruption.
Such an honor for me.
Not an honor. A purpose. Your life's sentence. Waiting for Dr. Edward Richtofen to walk into the trap.
The Doctor. I've heard mention of him amongst the Illuminati. What would you have of him?
His blood holds great power. You will harness it all and open the way to the paradise below.
I swear, my lord, it will be done.
And one more thing.
Name it, my lord.
Spare him no pain.
Yes, Richtofen shall suffer.
And from here, Sal, Billy, and Finn were executed via electric chair.
For their participation in the murder, the 3 collaborators were sent to death by electric chair. Justice came swiftly. On the morning of January 19th, 1934, the execution order was carried out.
The warden then followed suit.
The time has come. The sponge is wet on my crown. The cap screws tightened. The switch in my hand. Oh, I'm going to burn. Oh, the fools. They want justice for the toll I've extracted from this forsaken island.
Sir, there's some men from the Bureau here. I stalled them as long as I could, but they're on their way to your office now. What do you want me to tell them?
Justice. There is no such thing. There's only the will of the Dark One.
Okay. I'll just tell them you're not feeling so well then, yeah?
Do as you wish. Run, hide, beg for absolution, and perhaps he will be merciful, as he has been with me.
Do not weep, my dear warden.
My lord, you're here.
Of course, more or less. The threshold awaits, my friend.
Yes. Yes, the threshold. One last flash of light, and the sun shall vanish into the sea.
And the darkness?
The darkness shall spread. Through every fiber of creation it shall spread.
Listen, I told you, he ain't here. Went to see some special doc on the mainland. You guys are wasting your time.
I shall be its instrument.
Oh, come on, guys. Cut me a break.
I shall bleed the chosen few.
Better hurry.
The gateway will open, and paradise will fall.
Yeah. See there? What I tell you, nobody's home. Nothing here.
The pocket dimension was created. Sal, Finn, Billy, and Al found themselves in an infinite time loop. They were unaware of the cycle that they were in, and so frequent attempts were made over and over to escape, each one resulting in their death. No matter what happened, the characters would always die, and they would be reset to where it all began.
Hey, Sal, we must have been through this 50 times already.
And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds. How we doing tonight, Ferguson? Family good?
Doing great, Mr. DeLuca. My boy Tommy, he's almost 6 now.
Ain't that swell?
Hey, Finn, you get that tip for Saturday's race yet?
I'm working on it. Right now.
You gonna shut him up? Or do I gotta do it?
You know the rules, handsome. No talking.
9:35, the Weasel launches into a song and dance routine.
Damn it, Arlington.
You gotta get to Doc!
Better be the real deal this time.
Once the Weasel gets the keys, we move on to stage 2. Let's get moving.
Here you go, fellas. Courtesy of the Warden's private collection.
Boys in the laundry stashed the parts?
Of course they fucking did.
What the fuck? I killed him.
You've been in the joint too long, Al. You've forgotten how to get shit done. What the fuck?
This ain't right. Something weird's going on here.
You don't say, Weasel.
Where are those screams coming from?
But there was one unforeseen inconsistency with this purgatory world. The environment around the characters never changed, meaning once the cycle repeated, remnants of the past still remained. This is relevant because Al kept documenting and writing what they were doing and what was happening. Though they never remembered once the cycle repeated, over time and through following the steps as they were written down, the mobsters slowly began to make progress in their escape attempt, or at least their illusion of an escape. A twist was thrown in, however, as the further they got to freedom, they actually uncovered the truth about Al's terrible makeshift plane plan and how they killed him for it. But the thing is, killing him after getting so far only further continues the cycle. Whether it be their death by zombies or killing Al, the cycle is always going to repeat. That is, unless Al managed to kill the other 3 instead, thus breaking away from history and freeing them all from the cycle. As a reminder, it is not important for the Warden to keep their cycle continuing. They were only a means to creating this pocket dimension. And so eventually, Al actually broke the cycle by killing the other 3 mobsters, and thus their souls were eventually set free. They were still stuck in the dimension, but they were no longer cursed to run from the endless hordes of zombies for infinity. Al's spirit takes the form of a bird and the others simple spirits. For now, the cycle was broken, but the trap was still set to ensnare Richtofen. Now we can finally return back to Richtofen. You may have noticed that I skimmed over him slightly during the Mob of the Dead segment. It was important to establish that he built an underground base there, but you may have also noticed that I mentioned cryopods for Victus, who I haven't mentioned since the end of the original timeline. Well, now is the perfect time to explain. I said how Ultimus, Victus, and Zombie Richtofen all survived Maxis destroying the world and everyone on it. I already mentioned how Ultimus survived, and this is how the rest did as well. Whilst Primus, Richtofen, and Maxis were traveling through portals and dimensions exploring the new technology, Richtofen began to hear faint whispers. These weren't the voices of corruption, but rather, it was the voice of Stuhlinger. Primus Richtofen traveled to the original timeline and encountered Ultimus Richtofen, who at this point is a zombie after Maxis put his soul in one. Primus Richtofen figured that he could use Victus to get the Chronorium. They all had souls and were a capable bunch. But they were also the last surviving members of a soon-to-be-destroyed universe. To oversee this, he used Zombie Richtofen, telling him that he could restore his soul to his body if he helped. And so, they all got to work. Richtofen had Maxis attempt to teleport Victus to Empty Earth. This proved to be a slight problem, as the teleportation across different dimensions wasn't an exact science and troublesome to get working. This led to Victus being teleported to all different places initially. These included small random towns, but also the old Broken Arrow facility Russman used to work at. They are taken here to retrieve the half of the elemental shard that was left behind after the BIOS destroyed the place. Basically, their entire journey becomes one giant fetch quest. The elemental shard is needed to power a device which will take blood vials of each of the Victus members, which Richtofen wants. He also wants the elemental shard in and of itself, and it is also required to access Empty Earth. Despite some slight infighting within the group almost resulting in them disbanding, they acquired the Chronorium and are teleported to meet with Primus Richtofen. He reads the Chronorium and learns all about his potential futures, most importantly the fact that he dies in every single one. Believing this would protect him in the future from the fate of death he just read, he takes the blood vials he obtained from Salin Finn and delivers them to his past self. He obtains the Victus blood from Zombie Richtofen, completing their agreement, and sends him back to the original timeline. He returns to Victus asking them if they want to live, which they agree to. He subsequently puts them in a cryogenic slumber. A future version of Richtofen, accompanied by Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takio, then arrive to collect Victus's blood vials. A lot of events that just transpired here are very confusing and extremely overwhelming, especially following a chronological series of events. The blood vials, which are probably the most confusing at this moment, will become much clearer later in the timeline when we become the future version of Richtofen coming to collect the blood, so I'll explain it at that point. As for Zombie Richtofen, we might as well finish his story right now. After his deal with Primus Richtofen was completed, he was teleported to the original timeline, where his comatose body currently lies. Groom Lake, 1963. Zombie Richtofen arrives through a teleporter and confronts his body and transfers his soul back into his original state.
This is Cornelius Purnell. Report 715, October 13th, 1963. I'm filing this report on behalf of Private Gordon. Private Gordon was working graveyard in Hangar 4, where our new test subjects are being kept. At 0300 this morning, Private Gordon reports a, quote, bright blue oval-shaped light beam materialized in the room, end quote. Out of said light beam stepped, and I quote, a zombie dressed in a World War II German military uniform. This zombie did not interact with Private Gordon, but instead slowly walked up to the comatose body of Dr. Edward Richtofen, who, up until now, we've been unable to resuscitate. Private Gordon then observed this zombie touching the body of Dr. Richtofen, at which point the zombie turned to ash, and Dr. Richtofen immediately let out a guttural shriek and began cackling. I cannot verify Private Gordon's story, but what I can tell you is that as of this morning, Dr. Richtofen is very much alive, and he is very animated. So much so, we've since had to have him sedated.
From here, the four would be held in custody at Hangar 4.
We do not understand. The Earth, we saw it destroyed. Yet here we are.
It's more time travel bullshit, Tech. Just hasn't happened yet. Speaking of BS. How the hell did you get back in your body, Doc?
Does it matter, Dempsey?
I'll tell you what matter. Americans still give Nikolai his vodka.
Anyway, for now, that would conclude the Ultimus character's journey for the time being. Primus Richthofen, now with the Chronorium in hand and all of the future, past, and present knowledge written out in front of him, works with Maxis to secure a better universe, one free of zombies and apothecons alike. While I haven't really been talking about him too often, now seems like an appropriate time as any to bring up the fact that the Shadow Man isn't actually in the Dark Ether anymore. Unknown, somehow, some way, at some point in history, he managed to escape it once again as he did long ago. But now he's simply working towards opening a portal to release all of the other apothecons. But as per the rule with all keepers and the sort, he is still not allowed to intervene with the free will of humanity. Meaning, despite being out and about, he's not allowed to just do whatever he wants and take whatever he wants. So he had to manipulate people. Insert the Reporter. It is the only name he is known by, and so the Shadow Man took on an alias of his own, Tony Hale Rapt, and he hired the Reporter to fetch him some artifacts and investigate if his other schemes were going according to plan as well. Singularly and most importantly in this dimension is the Summoning Key, the very first artifact in all of existence that can manipulate the ether and the first keeper used to create Agartha. That Summoning Key is in this dimension, and the Reporter is sent to find it and collect it, which he does. While there are no radios of him doing so, and it is a fairly anticlimactic retrieval, thanks to the information and coordinates given to him by the Shadow Man, the Reporter is capable of tracking down the Summoning Key and collecting it, though it resides in a box sealed with ancient magic. Another artifact he was sent to collect was the Vril Vessel for the Agarthan device. This event is much trickier, as the vessel was located in the original timeline, which is part of a different dimension. It is never specified how the Shadow Man does this, and perhaps it is a different dimensional version of the Reporter he sent to collect this one. But either way, the Reporter was sent to the Siberian facility just before Richthofen received the 3 test subjects.
Here he is, Richthofen.
Get your damn hands off me! Now what do we have here? A spy? If you know what's good for you, you'd let me go. Oh yes, yeah, I'm sure you work with someone incredibly important. Honestly, you have no idea. How did you find my secret facility? Who are you? I'm a reporter. I was hired by a man, Mr. Rapt. I never met him. He asked me to find some goods for him. Things he wanted badly. Sounds thrilling. And what were these goods he wanted so badly? Look, I don't know the specifics. He just told me to travel to Russia. He gave me these coordinates, which led me here. How was I supposed to know it was a freaking German base? Gave some vague description of a strange metal object. This, I assume? Yeah, that'll be it. Called it the Seal of Duality. Whatever the hell that means. Well, the Vril Vessel is not for sale. And is certainly not for stealing. But it is curious. I have only just arrived at this facility, bringing the Vril Vessel with me. Yet you somehow knew it would be here. How is this possible? How the hell am I supposed to know? I just go where the Shadow Man says to go. I don't know how he does it. Listen, if Mr. Rapt wants to find you, he's got his ways. Look, you want to go ahead and get this over with? If you're going to kill me, kill me. Not like it'll matter. It's kind of funny, you know? Something Mr. Rapt said. About if I failed him and died, it'd be okay. He said he'd reach out to me all over the multiverse, whatever that means. I didn't pay it no mind then, but maybe some other me is out there having a lot better luck than I am.
Sir, what should we do?
Take the strange, sad, riddle man away. Find a hole.
Like I said, it is unclear if this is the same Reporter from Dimension 63, or if the Shadow Man reached out to this dimension's version of the Reporter. Either way, he was unsuccessful in collecting the Vril Vessel, and perhaps was killed on sight or carried on with his journey of following the Shadow Man's list. Amongst them was checking up on if the Warden had carried out his wishes in killing the 4 mobsters at Alcatraz. He was sent to interview Stanley Ferguson, the prison guard at the time, who recaps the entire story. After learning that his plan had followed through, the Shadow Man ordered the reporter to bring what he collected to Morgue City and investigate 4 individuals.
Anyway, no clue why Mr. Rapp wanted me to meet this Stanley first, but I'm headed to the city now. Something about tracking down 3 doozies and a floozy. Oh yeah, not to mention those artifacts in the South Pacific and Russia. I don't know what that's about. I never even met this guy. Likes to stay to the shadows. Real weirdo. But the money's good. Maybe it'll all make sense when I get there.
During the next 6 months, the reporter would spend time in the city taking in the sights, sounds, and smells. While here, there was a meteor shower, which as you can expect was no ordinary meteor shower. While not directly stated, it was likely Element 115, as all of the residents began acting strangely and mold began to grow around the city.
Hey, Mr. Rapp, just checking in. So, I'm here. Finally. Taking in the sights, sounds, and smells of Morgue City. I know you sent me here to write a piece about the city's bustling nightlife and theater scene, and the characters that inhabit it, but things are getting kind of strange. Even though no one seems to want to talk about it, something is definitely off about this city. Just last week, there was a meteor shower. A freaking meteor shower. And everybody acted like it was no big thing. Then, the mold showed up. All over the city. In the dark, damp alleys, there's a strange kind of fungus growing. It looks weird and smells even weirder, but nobody really says anything. Then people started getting sick. At first it just made them delirious, confused. Then they really got sick. It was like they were wasting away. People finally started talking about it. I spoke to one guy in his 80s, a fruit seller, at the local market. He said something similar happened in New England in 1882. When I tried to press him on it, he just lowered his head and ignored me. If you ask me, something definitely ain't right here.
The mold affected the people differently, and they began talking about the keepers themselves.
Hey, Mr. Rapp. So, I went by the market again today. For some reason, the fruit seller was much more talkative. Even if what he said was more than a little crazy. He told me that when he was a boy, his uncle would get drunk and start talking about how a dark force cast its shadow over the city. How good and evil were battling right on our doorstep. And that the only thing holding back the forces of the apocalypse was the ancient order of the keepers. Well, even if what he said was more than a little crazy, I'm not sure he was. Even though they're scared, or maybe because they are, people are talking more. Asking around, I've heard more than a few whispers about this ancient order and the keepers. I think it's some kind of cult. They say you can hear them chanting sometimes. From beneath the city. There's all these rumors about human sacrifices and freaky shit that even the police won't investigate. Because they've been paid off? Or because they're too damn scared. I'm not sure what to believe anymore.
Regardless of the strange happenings around Morgue City, the reporter still followed through on the Shadow Man's job request and delivered the files on the 4 individuals that he researched.
Hey, Mr. Rapp. So I tracked down all the people you asked me to look into. I sent you a telegram with all their details, all their contact numbers. But I gotta be honest, I'm getting nervous. These last 6 months you've had me working like a low-rent private dick. When really, I just want to be a reporter. It's not that I'm ungrateful. I know the checks you've given me have been more than generous for services rendered. It's just all this stuff you've had me do. Tracking down ancient artifacts in the South Pacific, finding all these strange metals and rocks in Russia. And still, I haven't even met you face to face. I'm sorry, Mr. Rapp. I think maybe the mood in the city is getting to me a little. Making me nervous. Antsy. Anyway, I'm looking forward to you finally getting here.
The 4 people he was asked to look into were Nero Blackstone, Jessica Rose, Jack Vincent, and Floyd Campbell. Each of them chosen as they had a secret that they wanted kept, a future to advance to, and they were willing to do anything to make sure that they can make it. Jack Vincent was a police officer in Morgue City, and a corrupt one at that. He had dealings with all sorts of criminals and mobsters alike. He's familiar with all 4 of the characters from Mob of the Dead, even having a hand in busting some of them himself. He arrested Al Arlington during a bank heist and busted Sal DeLuca's liquor joint.
I once busted a little weasel who tried to use one of these to blast open a bank safe. Dumbass nearly blew himself up. Could have used this when I busted Sal's liquor joint.
He's familiar with Billy Handsome's hitman reputation.
What is this? One of Billy Handsome's trophies?
As well as Finn O'Leary's whiskey.
Finn O'Leary's whiskey tasted better than this shit.
He was more than familiar with his fair share of mobsters, but he wasn't any less crooked than any of them.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The hopeful and the stupid pretend that's not the case. The detective isn't stupid, and he's even less hopeful. The years of dealing with the dregs of humanity have hardened his heart and borne fruit to the seeds of corruption. The detective's shadow tarnishes the badge he's sworn to uphold, but the true darkness is still to come.
He never had a change of heart. The only thing that did change was the mayor. The new mayor was tired of the corruption and sought to put an end to it, and Jack couldn't let himself be ratted out. He planned to kill any associate that could possibly snitch on him to keep his secret safe. Jessica Rose was a burlesque dancer at the Black Lace nightclub, but her real dream was becoming a famous Hollywood star. She did anything she could to make it there, including sleeping with a film producer. It did work, and she got herself a contract. However, a photographer caught them, taking pictures of their scandalous sexcapades. Word of Jessica sleeping her way into the job got out, but photos didn't. And that was the real damning evidence.
Some live for the limelight. The femme fatale is willing to die for it. Her whole life ahead of her, with so much already left behind. But with the stakes this high and the odds this low, fame and fortune might be just one audition away.
The photographer blackmailed Jessica, threatening to end her career, and she couldn't let that happen. She arranged a meeting with the photographer where she intended on killing him. Floyd Campbell was an up-and-coming boxer who rarely ever won a fight, yet he was given the opportunity to go up against the champion if he could beat the #1 contender, Tony King. Through a combination of debt and being the absolute underdog of the fight yielding quite a payday if he won, Campbell, who hasn't fought in 18 months, wanted to ensure his victory, as did his promoter.
Most things can be settled in the ring. Bets, grudges, debts. The boxer knows the cost of paying them all. A stranger to the winner's circle, but not the cold, hard reality of the ropes. The boxer can't stop fighting, but never seems to win.
He intended on using brass knuckles under his gloves the day of the fight. And finally, there was Nero Blackstone, a once famous magician of Morgue City who has since fallen on hard times. He was born into enormous wealth and grew up surrounded by lackeys and sycophants. Always praised, his arrogance was fueled, as misplaced as it was. In modern day, his magic career has gone downhill, going so far as to be labeled the worst magician of the year by the Magician's Weekly magazine. And on top of all of that, his wife was very demanding and liked to spend money. Because of this, she accrued substantial amounts of debt she couldn't possibly pay back. So she forged Nero's signature, taking out loans in his name, making her problems just as much as his now. But similarly, he couldn't pay it off.
Born into wealth, power, and the trappings of unearned privilege, the magician is arrogance incarnate. His appreciation for his own meager abilities knows no bounds. Fortified by the adoration of lackeys and sycophants, ego bloated by servile fawning, the magician knows it's easier to believe in magic when you're in desperate need of a miracle.
It is also important to note that Nero has a uniquely interesting angle in this dimension, as during his failing magic career, he turned to the dark arts and he began reading all sorts of different texts. During this, he began having dreams of the Shadow Man. But unlike other characters who are corrupted, Nero shows next to no side effects, only a familiarity with having seen the Shadow Man before. It is also important to note a slight side story that's occurring in the city at this time as well. Dr. Monty has become aware of the Shadow Man's goal and so sends a letter to the reporter he's been manipulating telling him not to give the summoning key to anyone for it would cause a catastrophic and cataclysmic event. This freaks the reporter out because he's aware of the role he's been playing in what might happen if what Monty said was true. This is where Primus Richtofen yet again comes into play. The first action he took in this dimension was the creation of the secret lab at Alcatraz. Since then, he's acquired the Chronorium and learned where he could procure the summoning key, which is why he's arrived at Morgue City. He confronts the reporter trying to acquire the artifact, but being on edge from Monty's letter, which told him not to give it to anyone, he panics and attacks Richtofen, for which Richtofen defends himself and stabs the reporter, killing him. Now, the summoning key is locked inside an ancient sealed box, which cannot be opened by conventional means. Richtofen, for now, has to wait and bide his time. Meanwhile, back with the other characters, the Shadow Man took these four's predicament and decided to apply increasing pressure, like an animal being backed into a corner forced to react. He disguised himself as various individuals and talked with those close to the characters. He spoke to Jack's longtime partner, implying that he was aware of Jack's crooked nature, which pushed him to feel like he had to silence his former associates before they spoke.
Please understand that you yourself are not under any suspicion at this time. This is merely an informal interview.
Yeah, I know. Can we just cut to the chase?
The chase? Excellent metaphor. Or is it an allegory? I can never remember the difference.
You want to know about my partner, Jack Vincent.
You're a good detective.
So what do you want to know? That he's a loudmouth, show-off, more than a little rough around the edges? That he's a drinker, smoker? How about the fact that he's got a wife that scares him more than any fucking criminal out there? What do you want me to tell you?
Is Jack Vincent on the take?
Listen, the more I talk to you, the more I'll get a reputation around the precinct. Can we maybe do this elsewhere?
He spoke to Jessica's producer, pretending to be someone interested in hiring her for a big project, which would likely get rescinded if her photos got out.
As you know, I'm looking to cast the female lead in my new picture. And I heard that you have quite the roster of up-and-coming talent in this town.
Can you maybe tell me a little more about what kind of woman you're looking for?
I'm looking for an all-American girl, a real beauty. I heard you may know an aspiring actress by the name of Jessica Rose.
The burlesque dancer? She ain't exactly peaches and cream. More sugar and spice.
I heard she's a real firecracker, if you know what I mean. I'd like to meet her. Give her a screen test.
Leave it with me. I'll get back to you.
He spoke to Floyd's promoter, implying that he was simply using the underdog status.
Putting aside your enormous self-interests as a promoter, what would you like to say to boxing fans everywhere about the upcoming fight? Particularly with regard to this last-minute substitution. Floyd Campbell?
I'd like to say that Floyd Campbell is a credible opponent, despite how the bookies may see it.
What about the fact that fans would much rather see the #1 contender facing off with the champion, your champion, as opposed to this little herd of journeyman fighter?
Look, there's no doubt that Floyd Campbell is the underdog. Nevertheless...
Are you using Campbell to keep your big moneymaker away from opponents who could be just a little too dangerous?
The champ doesn't avoid anyone. But nothing. This interview is over. No further questions.
And he spoke to Nero's lawyer, quote-unquote, on behalf of his wife, increasing pressure that he needs to pay up.
As you can see, these documents give some indication as to the considerable amounts of money we are talking about.
My client would never have signed the authorization on these loans.
Nonetheless, there it is, in black and white, signed by the Mrs. herself.
Nero's family estate is not what it once was. Even if these documents are genuine, we'll need some time to get our affairs in order.
I would advise your client that our company intends to aggressively pursue settlement within 1 week. 15 days at the most.
Look, I need to make a call. My secretary will see you out.
Each of these actions pressured the characters into committing the crimes to keep their secrets. But before they followed through on their murders, in a cruel twist of irony, each of them were actually safe from the blackmail. The only person who could really snitch on Jack was his partner, but he'd sworn to keep it a secret.
Hey, Jackie, it's me. Some suit from Internal Affairs came by today, asking a whole bunch of questions. I didn't say anything, because I don't know anything. As far as I can tell, you're in the clear. I trust you, Jackie. You're my best friend. You're like a brother. I just wanted you to know that I got you back. Always.
Jessica's producer turned down the Shadow Man due to a weird vibe she was getting from him, and actually had a friend who was willing to hire her to be on Broadway.
Hey, Jessica. A movie director came by to talk to me today, said he wanted to meet you. I gotta be honest, I didn't get a good feeling from him. I told him where to go. Well, not in so many words. Listen, I'm glad you didn't sign that studio contract. Truth is, I'm not even much of a producer. I'm more of a talent wrangler. Here's the thing. My partner's written a musical that just got financing. I know that you're gonna be perfect for the lead. This time next year, you're gonna be on Broadway, baby!
Nero's lawyer found out that the signatures were fraudulent, and he didn't have to pay anything.
Nero, I have the most wonderful news. The loan documents were fraudulent. Well, your wife was fraudulent. She forged your signature on the loan agreements, and we can prove it. The date on the forms says November 5th last year. Exactly the same time that you were in the hospital following your performance of The Amphibious Man. You couldn't possibly have signed those papers. You were in a coma for the entire month.
As for Floyd, his actually comes after the event. In reality, the characters, if they simply did nothing, would have been fine. Some better off than where they started. But each of them failed to receive these phone calls, and thus they carried through on the Shadow Man's pressure. Jack killed his criminal associates. Jessica lured the photographer and stabbed him. Floyd killed Tony King for the championship fight, and this is where Campbell's phone call comes in saying that there will be no investigation into him cheating.
Hey, Floyd, you did good. You kept your word, delivered the knockout. I just wanted to tell you not to worry about any journalists or commission investigations. That is done. Anyways, besides setting your mind at rest, I wanted to give you the good news. It's all set. You got it, Floyd. You got your title shot. January 15th.
And Nero killed his wife in a work accident, claiming her life insurance to pay off her debts. As the Shadow Man did with the mobsters in Alcatraz, these actions allowed him to create an altered reality, a different Morgue City where they were cursed to survive, but more importantly, be used to give him the summoning key.
I have been watching. I have seen each and every one of your misdeeds. I know who you are. But questions remain. Why do you do the things you do? Do you not see the futility of your tiny, insignificant existence? You are but fragments of a bigger universe. Your sins serve only as an invitation. An invitation to an evil beyond your imagination. I'll lead the way. I will show you the path. Only through me, the Shadow Man, will you find your redemption.
In this twisted world, he was able to brandish them with the mark of the beast, an Apothicon-like curse which gave them the ability to transform and break the seal which contained the summoning key. The Shadow Man tricks the four, posing as an ally, telling them that they can atone for their sins if they follow his guidance. Part of that is through sacrifices. If the four characters sacrifice someone close to and important to them, then they can be absolved of their past sins. This leads the characters to sacrifice the only ones who were ever truly on their side to begin with: Nero's lawyer, Floyd's promoter, Jessica's producer, and Jack's partner. Their significance and willingness to stand by these characters likely made for a much stronger sacrifice candidate for the Shadow Man, where they obtained gate worms. These gate worms could be used to open a rift for the Apothicons to finally escape the Dark Ether And that's exactly what happened. Apothicons then flooded Dimension 63. After using the 4 characters, the Shadow Man reveals how he was not their ally and was simply using them to get the summoning key. This does not sit well with the 4 characters. Learning of the Shadow Man's deception while initially fighting against the Keepers, the 4 then team up with them to stop him. With the guidance of the Keepers, Nero, Jack, Jessica, and Floyd actually manage to stop the Shadow Man and trap him inside of the summoning key. They hand the key over to the Keepers so they can protect it and return their dimension to safety, but that's not what happens. Upon delivering the summoning key to the Keepers, Richtofen saw the perfect opportunity to claim what he came for.
I'm so sorry. I really don't have time to explain. I have a universe to set right. Thank you, and goodbye.
He takes the summoning key so that he may carry on his journey, leaving Dimension 63 to die. In a very literal sense, with the Apothicons free in this dimension and the summoning key not there to rid them of that world, Dimension 63 is destroyed from this point forward. With the summoning key retrieved and the Chronorium in hand, Richtofen can now work towards Monty's plan of creating a perfect reality. Monty needs Richtofen and the others to help him create it, and as a reward, their souls would be in this new reality. This information would be relayed by Dr. Maxis, who was the one interacting with Richtofen. Monty attempted to remain more in the shadows. So Maxis told Richtofen to collect their souls. After obtaining the summoning key, Richtofen ventured off on his own journey to collect his soul. It seems no matter the reality, he's never been the vulnerable type. He doesn't like to be seen in a certain way, and where he was going was exactly that. His childhood. Dimension 2210 is where a child version of Richtofen resided. The Chronorium told him that he must go to this dimension, this iteration of his soul. But the undeniable fact is that there was sadness here that he wanted to face alone.
It's the story of Dimension 2210. The story of my soul. I was just a boy then. An innocent. I was a sensitive child. A lonely child. Orphaned at a young age. I never got to know who I really was. But one day, I learned who I would grow up to be. I had to do it. The Chronorium told me. I had to trick the poor little innocent me into trusting a complete stranger. I took my own soul. Before it could ever have the chance to flourish. Is it any wonder I'm the way I am?
His soul would be reincarnated at the house by Dr. Monty as Eddie. Considering their history, Samantha and Eddie get along as well as you'd expect.
As the gates to Agartha opened, the 4 heroes were rewarded with riches beyond imagination. From that day forward, they knew that Samantha would keep them safe. Forever.
You're getting everything wrong. I told you before their eyes should be blue.
It's my turn, Eddie. I can do whatever I want.
But you don't even know how to play properly. Girls don't know enough about zombies.
Put some toys away, children. Make sure the windows are locked before you come down to the basement.
We'd better do what your dad says. I didn't even get my turn.
Tomorrow, Eddie. You get to make the rules. I promise. Come on, Fluffy.
I wish the heroes in our stories were real, Sam.
I know what you mean. But we will make everything okay. My dad says he has a plan.
The alarm that is heard is not one of danger, it's one of arrival. It signifies a new soul is entering the house. I figured I might as well explain it while we're here. Richtofen then returns to Nikolai, Takio, and Tank after the events of Origins and brings them along on his journey as their souls are needed as well. Richtofen didn't exactly disclose what he was doing. It was impossible to hide the interdimensional time jumping, and so the others came to believe that he was trying to change history, which was not inherently wrong. They weren't on board, but perhaps tagged along just to make sure that he wasn't doing anything insane, but he always is. What Richtofen really sought to do right now was create a paradox. By creating a paradox in one dimension, it would spawn fractures within that dimension. These fractures all stem from that dimension's paradox and veer off history in whatever way it will. It's much like shattering glass. The initial dimension is complete and clean, but by creating a paradox, it shatters it, creating all sorts of different timelines and variations. Richtofen was free to mess with these fractures without affecting the initial timeline's history, and so he sought to do that with the original timeline. It's the greatest paradox he could possibly hope to create, for if not for the original timeline, then no other timelines would exist, premise included. So with the help of Dr. Maxis opening portals from the house in Agartha, Richtofen and the others traveled to Doris to meet his other self, just moments after he teleported that universe's Maxis and Samantha.
Dr. Maxis. This ain't funny, Doc.
Turn around.
Slowly. Do you know who I am?
Yeah, we know. That's why you better do exactly what we say.
A great evil approaches. There is a chain of events that must be set in motion.
The future hangs by a thread. You must awaken the test subjects.
Richtofen! Whatever you're thinking of doing, don't do it! You do not want to meet what's on the other side of that door.
You cannot begin to comprehend the great evil you could unleash.
Damn it, Richtofen! I thought we were done with this!
What can I say, Dempsey? Things change.
Only a fool would dare to change history.
I am no fool. What I do only to secure a better tomorrow.
Yeah? Well, let's see if we live to see it.
Before we go any further, it is important to note, while this is theoretically the original timeline with the Ultimus characters, the actual original timeline is untampered. Ultimus is still currently at Area 51 under research from Dr. Schuster, teleporting them from the future where they blew up the world. So no matter what changes happen from here on out, that timeline remains exactly the same. The characters that are going to be hunted down are Ultimus in story, but just different ones. Richtofen's actions here would be disguised. He pretends to collect his soul simply as theatrics for the other three, but still hides his intent on making the universe right. Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takio's outlook on Richtofen is not good. Despite having assisted him during the events of Origins, they still believe him to be evil to various degrees. Dempsey has a difficult time trusting him due to his cryptic and manipulative nature. Takio is probably the most welcoming of Richtofen, picking up on his sense of purpose. Though, much like everyone else in the beginning, he's hesitant to trust him. But probably the most friction is with Nikolai. Considering they were on diametrically opposing sides of the war, he still blames him for all of the bloodshed endured during it.
So, you gonna tell me what the fuck you were doing back there?
Dempsey, my dear simple-minded American, you simply wouldn't understand.
Right after we got here, after you said goodbye to your evil twin, you did something strange.
Strange? Ha! Dempsey, you're really going to have to narrow it down.
I know you're sick, Richtofen, but why were you messing around with your own corpse?
That wasn't my body. That was someone else entirely. Someone a bit like me, but not. He's dead.
Hey, I know what I saw. I saw you stoop down and hold something against the body.
Pictures, Dempsey, pictures. Or it didn't happen.
There's something I was gonna ask you. What was it?
Ah, dear Dempsey. Is your memory loss perhaps due to your prolonged exposure to element 115? Or are you just one of the stupid Dempseys?
German, your actions defy reason. But you seem driven by a sense of purpose.
I do have a purpose, Takeo. A purpose you will come to share. You only have to trust me.
You trade on lies and deceit, Richtofen. Give me one reason why I should trust you.
I don't have time to explain now, but I have a message for you. A message from the Emperor.
What do you know of the Emperor? It has been so long. I feared he had abandoned me, forgotten me.
You have not been forgotten, Takeo. Stay strong, and your path will become illuminated.
I do not understand your riddles, German. How will my path become illuminated?
The spirits of your ancestors are not the only voices you will hear, Takeo. Trust your instincts. Listen to them.
Last night I had a dream. I dreamt of a house with children.
Yes. Hold on to that thought, Takeo. In time, you will come to learn the significance of your visions.
German, I will keep asking until I get an answer. What are we doing here?
Putting things right, Nikolai. Putting things right.
Your words are empty. Your soul is hollow. How could you ever hope to put things right?
Nikolai, I realize that I'm often hostile towards you. It's simply because your ideology is diametrically opposed to mine.
We are allies only because of our situation. We will not fight shoulder to shoulder forever, Richtofen.
Though we may not see eye to eye, Nikolai, know this. I possess an artifact that will help us on our journey.
You can never wash away the blood on your hands, Richtofen. You are an evil that must be stopped.
I'm helping you more than you realize, Nikolai. After all, didn't I just kill myself a little while ago? I know what I'm doing. The beacon will allow Maxis to find us.
Who is this fucking Maxis? I've never seen him. Apart from that brain in a jar we found in France.
Everyone else's dynamic is unique in their own ways.
Can I trust you, Nikolai? Because last time I checked, we were enemies.
When did you last check? We were allies in all 3 world wars. Richtofen seems to think he has some kind of plan.
I'm not so sure about that. I think he's fucking delusional.
When Richtofen speaks of putting things right, do you think he has found a way to end this nightmare?
After France, I'm starting to believe that anything is possible.
Maybe there is a way to end all of this. To return to our homes, our old lives, our families.
Our families? How many wives is it you've had, Nikolai? I gotta be honest, I lost count.
As a Russian, I know how to endure, how to survive. Dare I hope for something more than that?
You can dare, but I don't know if it'll do any good. In my experiences, wishes hardly ever come true. Hey, Tak, we gotta keep an eye on Richtofen. I don't know what he's up to, but I don't like it.
I share your concerns, Dempsey. We would be wise to remain cautious.
Did you notice him doing something weird when we first got here?
Weird describes much of what Richtofen does.
Right after he popped himself, when we were holding back the horde, Richtofen knelt down over the body. Why?
Perhaps he was paying respects to his foreign self.
We gotta piece it all together, Tak. Why the fuck did he come here? Again?
We know not where Richtofen has traveled, but I believe his experiences have changed him.
Wherever he's been, whatever he's been through, I'm not sure Richtofen's any less crazy than before.
Mysteries will reveal themselves in time. They always do. This is the nature of our quest. Besides our thirst for battle, you and I have little in common, Nikolai.
You are mistaken, Takeo. I have no thirst for battle. I fight because I have to.
You have a great disdain for the German. Why does your hatred run so deep?
Do I really need to explain that? I mean, really? Have you forgotten Richthofen's thirst for chaos? He is a monster. An animal.
He is a troubled soul. I can see it in his eyes. But a monster? Huh, I think not. We know not of the journey Richtofen has taken. He may hold more wisdom than you realize.
I fear any wisdom he holds will only be used to advance his own agendas.
We will only survive if we all work together, Nikolai. You know this in your heart.
Richtofen was the one who left us in the dark, Takeo. We have no idea what he has been doing.
With his original self dead and the fractured timelines created, Richtofen was ready to proceed. From here, he tells the others that they must secure Dempsey's body. A retrieval is all. Everyone agrees, as it seems simple and honest enough. Now, considering Richtofen's death, this obviously forced the timeline ahead of it to shift as well. In this Deceptio fracture, as it is known, Dr. Groff takes control of Group 935 following Richtofen's death. At this time, he is still working on the MPD on the moon and fears Samantha. For whatever reason, he intends on sending Dempsey's body to the moon, likely for research. And this is where Primus comes in. They steal one of the giants Group 935 was responsible for creating and use it to pursue the transportation of Dempsey's body. It inevitably leads them to Der Eisendrache.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go. We were supposed to secure the package and be in and out clean. Instead, the whole thing's been one disaster after another.
Eat my blade, beast!
God, fucking move, maggot addicts!
Today, you die! 4, 3...
First I took your legs, now I take your life!
I should never have trusted you, Richtofen. Never.
By the time of their arrival, Dempsey's body was already set on a course to the moon and launched. Though their perspectives have not changed much, the characters slowly begin placing their trust in Richtofen a little more, though they're still on edge.
Not exactly going to plan, is it, Richtofen? Or are you gonna tell me this is how you planned it? That everything's fine?
Yes. The answer is yes, Dempsey. Everything is fine. I know you have questions, but you have to trust me, Dempsey. I have seen things you wouldn't believe. Things you couldn't even imagine.
Yeah? Well, with your imagination, I don't think I'd want to see all the shit you have.
Time has a way of asserting its will, Dempsey. That is why we must take steps to intervene. In my possession is the most powerful artifact in this or any universe. A vessel that will allow us to literally save our eternal souls.
Don't go getting all spiritual on me, Richtofen. We're here to get me out. That's it.
Ask yourself, Dempsey, what do you want to achieve? What is it you really want?
I want to complete my mission. End this chaos once and for all.
Our travels across worlds, they used to make me nauseous. Now, they make me...
Thirsty? Is that how you are feeling, Nikolai?
I have a thirst. A thirst unlike any I have felt in years.
Be careful, Nikolai. I have seen alcohol lead many men down the road to ruin.
Do not try to confuse me, German. I know why we are here. To secure the American test subject.
Is your contempt for me finally diminishing, my simple-minded Russian friend?
I am beginning to think you're not the Richtofen I once knew.
You are stronger than you realize, Nikolai. If only your judgment were not so clouded, you would be invincible. What is it you hope to find on our travels, Nikolai? What is it your big Russian heart wants most of all?
I know not why an animal such as you would be curious, Richtofen. But I will tell you. I hope one day to return to the motherland. To return to my family.
You told me that you spoke to the Emperor. You told me you had a message.
Sadly, Takeo, now is not the right time for me to explain.
When will you speak of the Emperor's message, if not now?
Soon, my friend. For now, I must focus on Dempsey. He has no idea of what he will soon have to face.
Why do you confide in me, German? I regard you with the same contempt as the others.
To be honest, I think it's your irrational commitment to being honorable that makes me trust you, Takeo.
I see the chaos in your eyes, German. But yet, I see a stillness in your soul.
Despite what lays ahead, Takeo, I am not afraid. I know what will happen. That knowledge brings me peace. Search deep inside yourself, Takeo. Tell me what you want, what your heart desires.
What I want? What my heart desires? I wish only to prove my honor in the eyes of the Emperor.
Hey, Nikolai, if shit goes down with the Kraut, you got my back, don't you?
I do not understand this American slang. But it had better not be what I think it is. I hope to never see the day when we turn on one another.
Richtofen says he's been here before. Was that crazy evil Richtofen or this new man with a plan Richtofen?
I am not sure which Richtofen is most dangerous.
Hey, Nikolai, a word? This artifact of Richtofen's, has he shown it to you? Call me crazy, but I'm starting to think Richtofen may actually know how we get out of all this.
Crazy you may be, but Richtofen's knowledge cannot be denied. Whether or not he can be trusted is a different matter. Richtofen has told us little of his comrade, Dr. Maxis. I do not like to put my trust in a man I have not met.
I know what you mean, especially seeing as how Richtofen put his damn brain in a jar. You okay, Tack? You and Richtofen seem to be getting pretty friendly these days.
You are paranoid, Dempsey. You forget the symptoms of exposure to Element 115.
Element 115? Don't you remember what it does to you, Tack? It makes you forget things.
Richtofen claims knowledge of worlds beyond this realm. Do you believe this is possible?
I can't deny that he knows a lot of stuff, but I don't think it's all good.
Richtofen told me he had spoken with the Emperor. That he had a message for me.
I wouldn't hold your breath. Richtofen seems to like keeping secrets.
It is unwise to speak lightly of demons, Dempsey. Your disrespect will have consequences.
You know, I'm kind of looking forward to coming face to face with myself. After all, I'm one handsome devil.
Takeo, what has the German told you of his plans?
I know no more than you, Nikolai. He speaks in riddles. Teasing a promise I fear he cannot fulfill.
Your bravery is welcome, Takeo, but your blind loyalty to the Emperor confuses me. Do you care only for the individual?
I seek to restore peace and order to our existence. Such a goal could never be considered selfish. I have long considered you a barbarian and a brute. Is there more to you than that, Nikolai?
None of you know what I have lived through. What I have endured.
I believe this journey will teach us much about ourselves. And each other.
I am not sure how much more there is to know about Richtofen, though I fear his words may belie his true intentions. Do you know this Dr. Maxis of whom Richtofen speaks so fondly?
I feel we have encountered him before. but I know not when, how, or why.
The journey to collect Dempsey's body is made difficult by Dr. Groff. He is adamant in continuing Group 935's research even when he comes into contact with Primus Richthofen. Not even Richthofen himself can get him to cooperate, as he comes to believe that he may be a spy. Groff works as hard as he can to get Dempsey to the moon and secure him as a test subject, even willing to go so far as to blow up the entire Der Eisendrache facility to do so. But his efforts fail. Primus redirects the missiles towards the moon, blowing it, Griffin Station, and Dr. Groff up. Dempsey's transportation is shot down, and Richthofen is forced to reveal how he's been deceiving them as he needs their souls to secure a better future.
He's still alive.
I fucking hope so.
This subject will one day wreak havoc across the entire universe. He cannot be allowed to live.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go. We were supposed to secure the package and be in and out clean. Instead, the whole thing's been one disaster after another. I should never have trusted you, Richthofen. Never!
You should trust me, Dempsey. You all should. This artifact has the power to contain and preserve the subject's soul. Your soul. But it can only be done after the moment of death, just as you saw me do to my other self. It is the only way.
Wait! If someone's gotta take him out to save the universe, then it should be me that does it.
Good to see you, Tank.
The characters accept Richthofen's goal of trying to save the universe and needing their souls to do it. What initially started out as a journey founded upon deception turned into a cumulative effort to save the universe. From here, Maxis teleports the characters to an entirely new fractured dimension known as the Predatone Fracture. In this dimension, we follow the origins of Ultimus Takio and the major events from the original timeline. Division 9 is formed after discovering Element 115 at Shinonuma, but this timeline shifts as that facility winds up getting overrun by zombies. Division 9 then make a new facility on an island at the mapped Zetsubo no Shima. On this island, they've experimented on pretty much everything: the plants, the animals, mainly spiders, and some scientists. Like the original timeline, Takio is sent to the facility to oversee its experiments, where he reports the work being done here is unacceptable, for which the Emperor orders Takio to hand himself over to be tested on for their plant-based experiments, and he was forced to endure whatever was done to him. When the characters arrive in this fracture, it's not quite where they wanted to be. They teleport on a Division 9 ship where they are taken prisoner.
Take it easy, Tack.
I'm sorry. I don't speak Japanese.
The object in your hand? It's gonna bring you nothing but pain. Believe me, I know.
I am an envoy of the Emperor himself.
was close. Yes, a little too close.
We must go, now!
After washing up on the shore of the island, they begin their search for Takio.
Hey, Richtofen, why don't you tell your pal Maxis to drop us off exactly where we need to be next time?
We are dealing with the complexities of the interdimensional time travel across a fracturing universe. It's not exactly easy. Keep a close watch on Takeo. We need him alive before
Before we need him dead? Yeah, I know the drill. Been there, done that.
I hope your recent trauma hasn't affected you too negatively, Dempsey. After all, it was all for the best.
Trauma? Call it what it was, Richtofen. You had us track down another me just so we could kill him off.
I've told you before, Dempsey. It is essential that we remove all fragments of our other selves.
Yeah. Their continued existence could still lead to the destruction of the Earth and the collapse of the universe.
Do you trust me yet, Dempsey?
After everything that's happened and the way you seem to be the one in charge of bouncing us around, I don't see how I've got a lot of choice.
So, here we are again, out to extinguish another flame that you say stands between us and peace.
When the time comes,